Testing, 139. Testing, 139. She a move. Yeah, come on, big up yourself. Come on, Divine, big up yourself in the building. You done know it's the 999 on the Saturday settings. You get me? Yeah, we just come to chop it up. Come on, G Block in the building. Come on, Ultra Man. You don't know the thing. Let the people them know so we're there, man. We come for cook some food in the Saturday. So yeah, man. Not the main station, but you don't know, man. So yeah, Grand Risings, good afternoon, and all that good stuff. It's now 2 minutes to 2. The day is the 6th day of the first month, 2024. And as ever, we give thanks and praises that we've awoken to see another day, because no one knows the minute, the second, or the hour. You see what I'm saying to you? So yeah, man, first thing we do, we give thanks and praises. But yeah, man, me for tell you, boy, upon them Saturday, yo. Me for tell you what go on. But yeah, people, man. You know, it's been a bit hot on the block these last few days. And yeah, we've just come to chop up a couple of things because, yeah, big up yourself on Code Barber Studios. You know, the one there with the fine hair cutting settings. So big up, listen, big up on Code. You don't know. But yeah, I'm saying the block's been hot. And that topic of FGM has made its ugly head, or reared, I should say, its ugly head again. And boy, some of the things we are here, very disturbing, especially as a female, to be honest, to be hearing these things in 2024 still, you know what I mean? And if anything, you know, and don't get me wrong, first and foremost, these are A1 sort of discussions, yeah, so that's the first thing, and big up the block for holding them at the moment. But I think also what it does is it shows the power of culture, the power of quote unquote religion. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And the power of basically the things of the past. Yeah, that many people will still try to uphold and maintain in 2024, even knowing that it's wrong. Basically, in every sense of the word, you know. But it's interesting because we're hearing people. I mean, modern day women and men, defending, you know, these practices, and yeah, you know. So yeah, man, we're gonna chop that up a bit. So hey, so let me just drop before I do too much chatting, because you know me already. Get me? I met the people them know so what they are, because you know it's not my main station and that. But this needs a crowd saying way. Hee hee. But yeah, man. But yeah, family. I tell you, boy. You know. Yeah, and a lot of, I don't know. It's but like I said, it is worrying to hear such positivity towards the thing. You get me? But let's even just get into it. You know what I mean? And get some context going. Let's bring up the block, and we'll take it from there, man. I hope you can't even hear my background because my machine's on. All right. Yeah, big up yourself, JD. Come on, man. Nice to know you can make it onto the other side. But yeah, man. You've been hearing some of the conversations that are being had, JD. Pick up yourself, D.
Bless up to see. Bless up, chat. Bless up, everyone.
Yeah, man. So I was just saying, Divine, the block's been a bit hot these last few days, and the conversation's been mad. You know what I mean? Even triggering sometimes. Some may argue.
Very. I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't even hold it together myself last night. I was getting drawn out. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. For me, it's just a case of these are serious subjects, yeah. And when we're trivializing these things down to Western mindsets, to me is redundant because we can look at the harmful effects. We can visibly see people from these cultures that practice these certain practices are barling out for it to be stopped in their own homelands. So for you to now narrow down our arguments on the basis of we're Western, yeah, we need to ban you lot out too. All you black people that are out here co-signing this, you have to get banned out too, yeah, because this is some madness.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, man. And hopefully a little bit later we'll be able to hear some of the kind of sort of mental cultural gymnastics that's been occurring still. And I mean, I found it also very, very interesting, even from a psychological one. You know what I mean? If you were someone that studied, you get me, like psychology, this, that, and the other, I'm sure you would find these streams even more interesting. Do you know what I mean? Because yeah, man, the finessing and the blah 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 and wagwan is mad. But the thing is, it's also historical.
What do you
It's
mean, sis? Elaborate.
yeah, because historically, remember, mind games is a serious thing, isn't it? Get me? So and also infiltration is a serious thing as well, Divine. You see what I'm saying
That's
to
a
you?
fact. That is a
You see what I'm
fact.
saying to you? Yeah. And we don't play the infiltration game. You know what I mean? Because do you remember you called what was this called? Not Black Dave, White Van Man or something? One black you, and he was going down Speaker's Corner for a bit. It was a and he was
Yeah,
going
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah. The one
Tommy.
who done the kung fu business that one day, yeah. I don't know what he did, but he did some form of martial arts or some sort.
I don't know, maybe, but I just know that he was like going and recording the far right rallies and that. And one time he got punched in they tried to take his camera and all this. I think he's called him White Van Man or something, but it was a black youth still.
I
Do you know what I
remember
mean?
that guy that from Reels though, yeah, that same one.
He never used to go on to reels, but it was around that time. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, right,
But
right,
the point being, all the man them got onto him, got onto him, got onto him, got onto it. Although he wasn't really disturbing their thing, get me? Because like I said, he's going really around the white and the far right, and he might have even done a couple of Tommy Robinson rallies. Do you know what I mean? But he was actually there reporting and filming and all that. Do you know what I mean? But I'm saying that, yeah, thank you, Tim's Black Van Man. Yeah, that's it, Black Van Man. Yeah.
Black Power. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Man,
yeah.
man, yeah. Do you know what I mean? But I'm saying that the man them just took him out, basically. You know what I mean? Man them just took him out. But the
But
point I'm trying
why?
to
But why? What was
because
he saying or doing that they had to be?
well, because they weren't he wasn't on their thing, innit? And obviously if you're gonna be rolling with if you're going Tommy Robinson rallies and this and that, then he's viewed in a particular way, right? But and that's the
Okay,
point,
so
and that's the
okay,
point that
right.
I'm trying to make, that we don't have them skills, you get me? We don't, you know what I mean? Because it could be argued, yeah, that he could have done a good job. Go and see Wagwan over there, because we ain't going over there to see Wagwan. You get me? But
Facts.
he can go
If
on
anything, we can use him to get information.
and come back and report. But Divine, this is what people do. Yeah, can't remember going back to the man with a top boat now. Remember, he's all up in our business.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah,
Three of
and,
them, three of
and
them,
then can
three
go
of
back
them.
and report, just like the other ginger one. Like these are tactics, man. And this is what I'm trying to say. We don't learn, man, because propaganda is a serious thing. Big up yourself, Lig, and big up yourself once again, Tims. You see what I'm saying to you, Divine? Propaganda is a serious thing. Yeah, that's why we got man like Jordan that can come amongst us and feel say he can say whatever he's saying in it, because
I
he's
see
amongst
through Jordan though. I see through Jordan. He is so transparent. It's not even funny for me. Like he was triggering me last night. If you notice, every time I got aggravated, it's because I heard Jordan talk some bullshit or try to co-sign some bullshit, or I heard Kel co-signing Jordan's bullshit. Like it was just mad. That's when I got triggered.
No. I hear you, man. I hear you. But like I said, I was just trying to highlight the point of the not even the importance, but I can't think of a better word, of infiltration and propaganda and everything there. And we can be learning some lessons from these things because people are always infiltrating us. But when we could have gone to infiltrate someone else, we take them out. I'm telling you, man, it's a mad thing. But that's a completely different topic in that regard still. But it does relate, man, because yeah, that's why certain people can come amongst us. You get me? Jordan isn't EDL Muslim, similar ideologies. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what it is, JD, man. This is what
Yeah,
it is,
but
man.
in that, if that's the case, yes, let's analyze this. That's a good point right there, JD. Right, so let's analyze that one point there. Even if Jordan's an EDL Muslim, yeah, and they have the similar ideologies, at some point in time, though, they'll have to part ways at some part in time, and that's the problem I'm having with Kel. He doesn't seem to have a cut-off point. That's my issue. There is no, and what I notice he does is he tries to like insult me while I'm on the panel by saying it's all emotion and all of these things. Even if I'm just asking him a direct question, like, am I correct in saying this is what I took from your conversation? He won't answer it. No, Lady D, you got it wrong. What he'll try and do is this whole Marcus Garvey, Pan-African, like you're trying to play on some emotional flipping black thing, and I'm not doing that with you. And I find that insulting as hell. So that was triggering me, sis. Because why are you just not being direct with the thing? Are you for it? Are you against it? Are you okay with it as long as it's in Sharia lands or not? Don't do the Marcus Garvey thing with me. Don't do red, black, and green with me. Don't do Pan-African with me. I don't want to hear none of it. That to me now you're taking the piss. Because you're not going to do what you're going to think. My argument's this is, for me personally, I don't know about you, for me personally, it's this. Is it because it comes out of Africa or it's practiced in Africa or in certain, then all of a sudden it has to be okay? So nothing in Africa can be criticised, no? Nothing in Africa can be pulled up and say, hold on, we know better now. Nothing in Africa is supposed to be questioned. As long as it's African, it can go on. And then Betty triggered me as well. She's another one. Oh, we're Westerners. We don't understand. You people in Africa on the continent are barling for this thing to stop. What are you doing, woman? What are you doing? And then Kel. Ah, oh, mate, look, you're triggering me again. Let me just go on mute. Let me go on mute.
Well, it's yeah, I hear you, Bab. I mean, like I was saying at the beginning of the show, it's just quite interesting still to know that, you know what I mean, in 2024, that yeah, people really still hold these sentiments, even knowing what they know. And that's what I'm saying. Talk about the power of culture, the power of religion, the power of tradition. You get me? Whether it be right or wrong, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. But what I'm gonna do is let's share the screen and oops, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Let's see if we can play some of this just to give a bit of context and that. And then we'll come back, man. So yeah, man. So big up the block. This was from the block yesterday still. And yeah. Everyone was on form yesterday, boy.
You're right.
Hi, Luke. Hi, Lady D. Hi, Nanita. I just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year. I can't say
Year.
Well, fam. Happy New Year.
Happy New
You're
Year.
right, though. I got to stop shouting.
Yeah, big up, big up.
You okay, though? How's your New Year started? Is it going good?
Same as
I
last
got a
year.
Yeah,
disciplinary
lovely,
at work.
man.
Yeah, but yeah.
I
it's all
got
right.
I got a granddad. Granddads
bless
are
you.
trying to attack me, man. You know what I'm
Bless you,
saying there.
granddads.
So
you won't come
Chilla.
to the box. You won't come to the boxing.
Chilla. You're
amen
right.
to the granddads.
Okay, all good,
Chilla.
man. How you doing, man? You all right?
Yeah. Do you have any problem with me? Just want to
Not
make
at
sure.
all. Not at all,
That's
man.
all right.
Not
Yeah.
at all.
It's a new year.
Do you have a problem with me,
I
Trilla?
actually shook one, you know. That's what we
Yeah, do
said
you have a
last week.
problem with me, Trilla?
Okay, I
I
was
don't
joking.
have a problem with I don't have a
Me,
problem with
Trilla,
I
now's
don't
the
have
time
a
to get it
problem
off your
with
chest,
anybody on
'cause,
the panel.
my sister
Yeah,
indicated to
Chilla.
done your answer. So
Ask
if
him
you have a
again.
problem with
Actually,
me,
Lady D,
you
I
get it
do
off
have a
your
problem with
chest.
you. Yeah, I
Ask
do
him
have a
again.
problem.
Ask him again in another 3
Yeah, I do
hours.
have a problem with you. Yeah, how come you ain't linked me yet? I don't know what's going on. Like, what's your
Killy K,
problem?
do you see what I got to
Chilla.
deal with? You
I
see
know,
what I've got to deal
Trilla,
with
you
you,
got to
yeah.
be
Let
Trilla.
him have a drink first.
I'm trying to be nice with you here because you know I'm Punjabi and we don't do.
I appreciate that, Kate. If you want to say something,
Yeah.
go for it, man.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
Jeez, Killer
Okay.
K.
You know what's happening in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, yeah? You
not
have to
really.
be Asian to understand. You can't be white or black. So we as minorities who have been wiped out of there's no Sikhs left in Afghanistan now. There's only 5 good voters left in Bangladesh. There used to be 25, right? Pakistan, they just had a party at the Qatarpur with alcohol. And you know, Trilla, I don't understand why you don't talk about what's happening now.
Because
Look
I
what,
don't know much about these things, and
well,
on top of that,
what have
right?
you learned then?
I mean,
Why
well,
don't you
I
do
could.
research?
I'm more of a kind of
Okay,
humanitarian
okay.
guy.
Look, last week that Pakistani man,
More of a
he had
He's a
a baby
Muslim,
with a
more of
though.
a
white
He's a
girl.
Muslim
Muslim,
killer,
though.
No,
Louis.
Trilla, that
No,
Pakistani guy.
Trilla, you should
Hold
seek
on.
these things.
Guys, let
I'll
her
be,
Trilla,
speak.
Trilla,
I'll be
Stop,
Welsh
let
as soon
her
as I
speak.
meet
Trilla,
Welsh.
You should try to seek
Trilla.
these things out.
Natty, chill.
Look,
Let Killer talk.
how many Pakistanis had babies from wedlock from growing up from the
I don't know.
80s? You know,
Don't know.
white girls were easy, known as easy, yeah? They can't fuck
Were they?
with us.
I've never.
You know this,
I don't
Trilla.
know.
Come on, shut the fuck up, man.
I mean, I heard
Killer,
You
what
come
know
on,
you're
Killer.
this.
saying.
Giza, you know you
No,
have
no,
to do better
I
than
hear what you're
Killer.
saying, but personally, like I said, I
But
don't
look,
go there.
okay,
I
Trilla,
grew up in
look in,
Southall. Like
okay,
everybody
okay,
was
okay,
pretty brown in
Trilla,
my area, or
Trilla,
black,
impressed.
or
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Pakistanis are marrying your aunties, Trilla.
Trilla,
You do know he's a
Trilla.
Muslim. You do know he's a
Yeah.
Muslim.
Yeah,
Though.
but you know, Taffy, this white girl
Okay,
was
Taffy,
dating a
chill out.
Muslim guy in Preston, yeah. And
Yeah.
you know, they're undercover, the shag girls undercover. I knew this growing up, yeah.
Yeah.
And what's happened? The girl had enough of being a side chick and knocked on his mom's door and said,
Yeah.
I'm fucking your son. He went mad
Oh.
and stabbed her 100 times. This
In
Pakistani
Preston.
man had, yeah, and
That's
this
right, I'm from
Pakistani man
that.
had a
Preston.
baby from a white girl, and he killed his daughter, 9-year-old, with a white woman and ran off to Pakistan just
Have you heard
last
about
week.
that, Liv? No.
And
I
Trilla
don't
don't
know.
seem to know this, but Trilla, I know amazing Muslims, yeah, but they're Punjabi Muslims. Ghost
Yeah.
ain't Punjabi. Punjabi music comes from Punjab. Muslims
Oh.
don't listen to music. They don't do music. It's like
No,
Jamaicans.
you'd
They're
be
really good with
surprised.
music.
You'd be surprised.
No,
I mean,
no, no,
loads
no.
of people
Listen,
appreciate that. Yeah, go
you're
on.
drunk. You won't know. I would
Jamaica,
know more.
Jamaica.
Yeah,
It's
I like
like,
that
it's
you
saying,
keep saying
listen,
that. But,
Trilla, it's saying with
loads of
Jamaica,
Sikhs
yeah.
drink, right? You know, loads of
Listen,
people from Six
yeah,
background
hold
drink.
on. Why do you think the
I'm Punjabi in it, so
I
anyway.
introduced you to a boot camp. You didn't go to boot camp. Why? I introduced you to books to go boot camp. Why don't you go boot camp?
Why did you not go
Where
to
was that
boot
boot camp?
camp, Trilla?
I
Why
got
did
Why
you
work.
didn't
not go?
I
go?
got responsibilities, right? I've
Yeah,
got
but
work.
how
I've
you
got
gonna help? You're gonna
responsibilities,
help
right?
yourself. I'm
Right,
trying my best.
right. But no,
You,
Giza, Trilla, you gotta do better
hey,
than this, Giza.
hey,
Oh,
all you can
man.
do, yeah,
we,
is
Apartheid in
literally
yeah,
my
invite
house like
yeah,
this,
somebody.
Giza.
That's it. That's
yeah.
all you can do, Kate. Like, so
Yeah,
the fact
no,
is
All you
that,
can do is
like,
chat
I will
all
like,
day,
no,
yeah.
no, no,
But don't make it out like
Kate,
Sikhs
I've
love
been to boot
alcoholics.
camps
But
before,
don't
right?
make out like Sikh
Right.
families love alcoholics. You know we
You
don't
know
disown
that.
Get
them
him, Kate.
motherfuckers.
Get him,
But
Kate.
You
Go on,
know
man.
we
Bapinda, right?
disown
Get
them
him.
motherfuckers.
Kate, one
We don't
second.
do
Kate,
alcohol. We just
Kate,
opened a Sikh helpline for people
Kate.
like you,
Hey,
Trilla.
all right,
So
great, excellent,
yeah, but
excellent.
why do you
Hey,
think the Sikh helpline was opened?
hey,
Why do you think they created that?
hey, chill
Why
out,
do you
yeah.
think we created the Sikh
Hey,
helpline?
chill out 1 second, yeah.
For
Let me
girls who
respond
are
to you.
getting groomed or getting drunk and
Right,
fucking,
all right.
You
chocolates and
loving it,
rolls and
Trilla.
then grooming
You
girls.
fucking having it,
Do
bro.
your thing.
Trilla,
Just let me know when you're finished so I can respond, innit? Like,
go on
to
then, go on
your,
then,
what
go on
you're
then, go
saying.
on. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
thank you.
I try to chill out, but you know what it
No,
is?
I
I'm not,
understand your passion, Kay, yeah. I understand,
yeah.
your
So
concern,
do
right?
I.
I
But
get it.
you
So do
don't
I.
I
mix
get
with
it,
my
right?
people.
I
But you
get it.
don't mix with my
Help
But,
people,
her,
so
Liv.
what would you
Help her.
know?
Yeah.
well,
You
this
mix
is
with
it.
Muslims. So
Do
what
I?
would you know?
I'm busy
You got to
working.
mix with
Oh,
Sikhs.
yeah.
You got to mix with
I'm
Sikhs to
chatting
fucking
to a
understand
Welshman
what's
most
Oh,
going
of
on.
yeah.
my freaking evenings. To get me,
Where's
like,
your fucking
literally,
Sikh friends?
freaking hell. What do you mean? Where are they?
Yeah, where
The
are
Sikh,
they, Trilla? Good question. Where are
the
the
Yeah,
Sikh
Sikh
them
Trilla, you
friends?
here.
need to
Yeah.
seek your
What do you
friends
mean?
out. You need to
We
seek who
seek them.
You,
We seek them here. We
he,
seek them
he's
here.
dying to get that job
you
in
need
as
to
many times as possible. That's twice now.
Trilla,
Try and get
last
to
week,
5.
yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
honestly, so I don't
Trilla,
look
last
at,
week,
I
yeah.
look
Trilla.
at the character
Okay,
of the person. I don't
okay.
care about
Trilla,
the
you
labels.
okay?
Get
Trilla,
me?
you from
So
South Pole, yeah. Another Sikh was found
yeah,
dead last week from South Pole in
yeah.
the River
I didn't know
Thames.
that. I didn't know that.
Exactly, you don't know fuck all, do you?
I know, I
Oh,
don't.
you
Yeah, you're
fucking
right.
know, Drew.
You're right, I
You
don't.
dickhead.
People
That's why
die
I
all
get
the time.
vexed. You
People
know
die
I'm a
all
good
the
person,
time.
Triller. I
Why
just
am
get
I?
I'm not
Why
gonna
vexed
am
lie.
I?
This is
because you
Why am
can't
I
fucking.
see the
going to
bigger
be
picture.
super concerned
You
about
close-minded.
just
You need
picky
to
people?
open
Do
your
you know what I mean?
mind,
Oh, this
Triller.
is
I'm
Killer,
concerned
Killer
about
Tez,
Don't
maybe
bring
you
the
everybody.
should cook Triller
alcohol.
some food and bring him
No,
back
but
on.
I'm
Nah,
concerned
Some of
about
Natty.
that.
everybody,
Natty.
Yeah,
Dave,
nah,
not
he's been
just
having too
sticky
Natty.
much
people,
fish and chips.
right?
Natty. Hold on,
Been eating
hold
Look,
too
on,
much
so
fish
Natty.
and chips,
so
man.
who
Hold
did
on,
who
That's
did
hold
not
Guru
on,
Nanak
true,
come
though,
for?
hold
Triller.
on.
That is actually
Who
not
did Guru
true.
Nanak come
You do
for?
not.
Did Guru
No,
Nanak
he's lying,
come
Kay.
for
Killer Kay.
everyone,
Trilla, you
or
know
did
more
Guru
Hold on a
about
Nanak
other
minute,
Hold
Christian
Triller.
on,
things than your
Triller,
own.
he's
hold
actually
on.
lying,
That's
Killer
why
Kay.
Raj used to
Because
bun you
last
out,
week,
man.
yeah, we were the most non-factor people on the planet. So when he tells
Yeah.
you he's concerned about everyone, he's lying. He
of
has a
course
But
I
can
disdain
am.
I
for us
say something
Of
African
course I
though?
am.
people, yeah?
Hold on. Let me just say a few things. Natty, Happy New Year, yeah. I don't want to cook for Triller.
Yeah, happy New
I
Year
just
to you.
Happy New Year.
Happy
Yeah,
New
this is a
Year.
Basically,
pre. Oh, this
I'll
is a
tell you
pre.
what it is. I'll tell you what it is,
Go on.
Natty.
Coach,
There's
jump
quite a
on
few.
it.
There's just quite a few.
Coach,
There's a
jump on.
quite. I've lost quite a few friends through alcohol. Yeah, a lot of young Sikhs have died. Yeah, through
Yeah.
alcohol.
Yeah.
And we're trying to help our people.
You know
And
he's sucking, but
I
you know
felt
he's sucking
bad
balloons
for
as well,
Triller.
Kay. He's
So I
I
sucking
tried to
was,
balloons.
help him
yeah,
as a
I was,
brother.
yeah.
No
Yeah.
hanky panky fuckeries, yeah. Not everything's about fucking sex, okay?
Yo, Kay, you know he
Yeah.
got a balloon problem as
Allow
well.
it,
I
Kay,
just
with the language, man. Please, like,
okay,
you know what I mean?
sorry,
While you're
sorry,
saying
sorry.
sicky,
Okay,
come on,
okay.
bro.
This
But
is
you
the
know,
The
pre-live.
thing
Triller,
is, Killer K,
Triller,
like
you're
Triller
so
disrespects
young, Triller.
everybody.
Don't waste your
Killer,
life. Triller, you're a
Triller
young boy.
disrespects
Don't waste
I
your life.
appreciate your advice, Kay. I really
He
do.
has
But
no
like,
manners.
you know what I mean? I am making steps. I
Yeah, but
told
what
these
about
lot
your sisters?
my New Year's.
You called your
Kay,
sisters
Kay,
bitches.
Kay,
You
Kay.
you called your
Oh my
sisters
god.
bitches.
Yeah,
How
he's a
dare
one.
you?
He's
He
one
said
bad
all
man.
God.
You
7 or
Triller is
9 of
one
them are
I
bad
said
bitches.
man.
they
That's
You.
call each
literally
other
what he
Yeah,
said.
you're
bitches.
right.
You
He's
get me,
one
right?
toe rag.
He
You
Yeah,
said
know.
but
all
Triller,
Triller,
7 or
Triller
9
is
of
one
them are
toe rag.
I
You
bitches.
said
know.
my sisters
That's
call each
terrible,
other
man.
Toe
bitches.
rag.
You get
That's
me?
terrible.
show
Like
me the liar,
literally.
you liar,
Yeah, it's
tell you,
terrible,
Allow
man.
it,
Nah,
man. Allow
That's
it,
K,
Kay.
show
terrible,
K,
liar,
you're
Triller.
right. He's a
Triller.
toe rag. You know.
Like my
He's a
sisters,
toe rag.
yeah,
You
are
know.
Triller.
literally like
Big
my
up the
sisters,
sisters
innit?
You should be
anyway, because
ashamed of
they're
Yeah,
yourself.
come
taking
on,
over
man.
because of the lazy
My
men. The
sisters
sisters have to rise
are
because of
are
men like
raw.
you, Triller. The
You
sisters
should
have
be
to fucking
ashamed of
rise
yourself, Triller.
and protect the
You think
girls
I'm bad?
from
You want to
fucking
be one of my
groomers.
sisters? I'm telling you.
You should be ashamed of yourself,
Yeah,
bro.
nah, my sisters are wicked, man. Don't get it twisted. They're wicked.
Yeah, but you know,
Yeah,
but the thing is, Triller, you're the only Sikh on this panel, which is
yeah.
fine.
He's a
But
No,
fucking
but I'm
you
not a
Muslim.
always,
Sikh.
yeah, but
I
you're
don't
always
call myself a
promoting
Sikh.
Islam. But
No, but I
listen,
believe in
hold on, hold on.
Sikh. There's a
Yeah,
difference,
but
yeah. Hold on,
yesterday,
hold on,
Facts.
hold on.
Killer,
I
There's a
just caught
difference,
up.
yeah.
killer,
I
I just
big
believe in
caught
up
up
to
with
Sikh.
last
setting
night's
rules.
Yeah,
program.
cool,
Yeah,
cool. But I
hold
believe in
on.
Sikh,
But
and when
but
it
why
comes
don't you
down
tell
to it, yeah,
everybody how
like
the
it's.
last Sikh
I don't think
gurus
I am
were
a Sikh
martyred
because
by?
I'm not doing
By
anything.
Hold on,
Muslims,
Triller.
Sikh is
Triller. By
something that's
Hold on,
Muslims,
proactive,
Triller.
hold on.
right?
See, this is what
If
you
you
do, Triller.
He's
Yeah,
no,
sicky
but
and the Eddie.
no,
because
but if you want to
Triller,
be a Sikh, if
hold
you want to
on.
call yourself a
No,
Sikh,
no,
you
no,
can.
don't try that.
I don't
Don't
want to
try
call
that.
myself a Sikh, innit?
Triller,
Call
I'm more
yourself a
Sikhi than
So I
you,
fucking
babe, as
pagan.
recognize.
well.
But Triller, but why don't you
What
tell
a
everybody how the
PTT.
last Sikh gurus were
That's right. Lady
beheaded
D's more
because
Sikhi than Triller.
they
That's a
were
fact.
8 years old and 9. The last 6 guru sons were
Oh, come
8
on,
and 9
Triller,
and they
for
were
fuck's
But
sake,
murdered
bro.
what did
for
Guru
not
Gobind Singh
converting.
Ji do about it? What did the last Guru do
Yeah,
about
they
it?
all were murdered, but at the end of the day,
What
but
did
why
the
did
last
why?
Guru do? What
Yeah,
did the
yeah,
last Guru do?
Suck the
but
What did
balloon.
he
how?
do?
But since when did you care?
What
Now
did
you
he
care about
do?
the
Right?
gurus.
What did he
What
do?
did you
What
do?
did he
What
do?
did you do? What have
No,
you done?
I'm not a
What have
guru.
you
I'm
done for the
asking you,
Sikh
yeah. What did
community?
Guru Gobind Singh Ji
Yeah,
Maharaj
but
do?
and
That's
no,
just
but
Triller for you to
this
even ask that question as a Sikh
Right.
this is
yourself.
about
Yeah, that is
exactly
disgusting.
No,
That is
I know.
utterly
See,
disgusting.
exactly.
I know.
He's a
Again,
Because
snake.
you
Triller, for
gotta
you, no,
go in
He's
Triller,
a
accordance
fucking
with
listen,
what
snake.
they
Triller,
did.
quick
The
second, quick
last,
second.
Right.
I've
all
What
never
his
I'm
heard
sons
telling
were
you.
you
murdered.
question what
All his
Muhammad
sons
does.
were
I've never
martyred
heard
for
you
not
questioning if the
converting.
Muslims.
All
I
his
don't.
sons
questioning
were
your own.
martyred
Look,
for not
I'm here to
converting.
talk about
They were
whatever, right?
bricked
If Sikhi
alive.
comes up, I'll talk about it.
No,
Whatever.
they were bricked
Like,
alive. The last Sikh Guru's sons,
I
age
know that,
8 or
Kay.
9, were bricked alive for not
Right.
converting to
Oh,
Islam.
we
know
got
that.
2
And-
minutes. 2 minutes to the
and-
big
and-
thing, guys.
Right.
2
And
minutes.
this
We
is what,
talked
yeah,
about it
but
yesterday. I talked
yeah,
about
but
how.
why was
Wait,
Sikh was
hold on.
born? Why was
Kay,
Sikh born? He
Kay,
was
Kay,
born when we got invaded by the Muslims. That's
no,
when Sikh was born.
Sikhi, in my opinion, was born, right?
Your
Because,
opinion,
right,
exactly your
the
alcoholic
religions
opinion.
of the world, right, weren't
Oh.
showing the full truth. and that is what we believe in. That Guru
But
Nanak came
listen,
for everybody. Guru Nanak came to teach the world the
I
truth.
could bring.
That's
Okay, okay. They just bombed the mosque in Pakistan, killing 60 Shias. Shias are lovely Muslims. Why do Sunnis hate Shias? They just bombed. They don't do birthdays. What are you lying for? You're not supposed to
I didn't
celebrate
say
birthdays in
anything
Islam.
about lying.
Hold
What
on.
am I lying about?
Trilla,
What am I lying about?
if you listen, Trilla, if
Yeah.
your dad died and your sister couldn't go to the funeral, would you be upset? Muslim women are not even allowed to go to funerals to see
I
the
don't know
fucking
about
dad.
their traditions.
But
I don't know
learn
about the
then, fucking
cultures. I don't
dickhead.
know about what's
Fucking
going
learn
on.
then.
Why do I need to? Why do I need
Why
to?
do you need
When
to know
you
about
have a lot
Islam,
to
Trilla?
fucking
Why?
say
Why
about
do
the
you
world,
need to know
Yeah,
you
about
have a lot
ignorance
to
is
Listen,
say
bliss.
about
chill out.
Islam.
You know what
Why
it
do
is,
you
chill
Yeah,
out.
need
I
to know
don't.
about
Why?
Islam?
Why are you trying to impose
It's because
that
it's
on me?
about corner shop wars.
I
It's
don't
about the
need to
corner
do
shop wars. It's
anything.
about the
Yeah, like
Pakistanis and the Indians
hey,
and the
I
corner
might
shop
die
wars.
tomorrow, yeah, and you're telling me I need to do this, I need to do that. It's
Yeah, but
bullshit.
you need to
I don't need
speak
to do
up.
anything.
Okay,
Why
the
don't you?
fact
All
is
you
that he
talk,
knows
Why don't
more
you
about
learn
Islam
you
than
just
everything?
he
talk
does
Why
about
about
don't
Islam.
you
Islam.
set an
Facts,
example?
Hakeem,
Why
He's
don't
facts.
you
there.
be a better stick, yeah?
I don't
Why
want
don't
to
you
fucking
come
be
on
an
panels
example with
and
you,
teach
Randy,
everybody?
dickhead. Randy,
You jump on panels and teach
don't
Nah,
everybody.
you
try
are
your
too right,
reverse
Why
Trilla.
don't you be a
psychology.
patriotic?
Don't
Why
try your
don't you
reverse
stop being a
psychology, you little
hypocrite
rat.
and
We
stop
need
You
to
telling
start
other
fucking
putting an end to
people
fella.
deal with you,
what
You
Trilla.
you
We need
fucking
stop
to
telling
fella.
start the
people
You
name
what to do?
calling
fucking
names.
rat.
You
Fix it
just
You
up.
go and do it
dirty rat.
yourself. Be a better
Fucking
Trilla
person.
is
article.
a
Mama
Hey,
knows
you've
what
got
clown.
you
one
fucking
Trilla
language,
bloody
is
hey.
a
doing, dickhead.
clown.
Hey,
You
hey,
think your
about
mama that
language.
knows what you're
Hey,
doing?
hey, again,
Yeah, who
you
you
don't know.
fooling?
Hey,
Who you
hey,
fooling? You
hey,
can't
again,
fool me.
right?
You might fool the black community. You can't fucking fool me, all
Fooling them
right?
about what? Fooling them about what?
Fooling
What
What
you
was that?
talking
everybody. Just
about?
go
Nah,
to the
nah, nah. You're
funeral.
full on.
Killer
Yeah,
Fooling
man.
Nah,
Yeah, of
man.
course,
Nah,
man.
nah, it's
everybody.
not like
That's
that.
your
Nah,
Don't
nah,
problem.
speak
it's not
about
like
Out
that.
here.
fucking halal.
They
That's
see me
between you
making
two,
an
You know
fella.
ass
you're
out of
little
myself
thing.
all
You
day
know
long.
you're little
Leave the
thing.
black
We
community
okay,
out of this.
okay. You know what I'm saying about full on.
Sorry, Natty. You know
He's
what it
been
is,
fooling
Natty?
you.
Natty, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
mind him
Who
yeah.
am I
speaking
fooling
about
you? Yeah,
Islam,
exactly. Who am I
but
fooling?
he should speak about
No, I
every problem,
understand you.
not
I
just
understand. He's a little
Islam.
toe rag, you know. He's a
You
little
know,
toe
last
rag.
week, Natty, a
Hey,
Sikh was
Daddy,
murdered.
are
A
you talking about
23-year
me?
Sikh was
Yeah, nah,
murdered
you're
in
banging out.
London,
Hold on,
in
man.
Camden. He
Go fuck
hasn't
yourself,
spoke
you little
about it.
piece of
Nah,
shit,
he's
bro.
a bad
Dickhead.
mind, you
Sikh
know.
Go
Sikh was
fuck
murdered
yourself, you
last
little
week.
wanker,
Nat
bro.
is
This
always
family.
banging out.
He's a bad
Go
mind, you.
fuck yourself. Man, fuck off, bro. Don't be
Nat
a
is
fucking
up
toe
in in the
rag,
big
little.
facts are, Killer K, yeah. Trilla's only got two subjects he's versed in: Islam and shitting on black people. That's it. That's all. That's all he does. So when he comes up here trying to go on like he's for humanity and he's for all, it's lies. Anyone with eyes can see what Trilla's up to. Trilla ain't got shit to say about
You little
Sikhi.
critter,
He
you.
ain't got shit to bring. It's all about bigging up Islam and shitting on
I
African people. That's
destroy
all
your
it is.
arguments day after day
Whatever,
after day
whatever,
after
Trilla,
day. I
whatever.
destroy all of your arguments every fucking day. That's what I do.
And then
All
after
right.
he does it,
There
Killer
you
K,
go.
he then bars racism. Like I find it amazing every
You
time
know
he
what
does
you
it.
said, Lady D, yesterday, yeah? This is amazing, yeah? You said, yeah, the one who are always bringing up racism are the ones that are the most racist. Who does that, Lady D? You!
You!
Thank you, Lady D.
And you know everything
You!
never accuse
You
anybody of being
do it all
racist,
the
you know?
time.
Never.
You do it all
Never
the
accuse
time.
anybody of
And
being
I
racist.
call
I
you
say
out
it
on your
how the
shit
fuck
and you
it
don't
is.
like it. We
I don't
called
have
out
to
your
do it, Trilla.
fucking,
I
we
don't
called
have
out
to
your
listen
fear
to this
retarded,
yesterday.
between
man.
me and you
No, but
guys.
we did.
I
We
don't
did.
have to run around
We
the camp and
called
say
out
who's
Hale
racist and who isn't,
yesterday
which is what
as
you
being
lot
the
do.
racist, yeah?
I let you lot
We
show
brought
me
it
your
up by
racism and I give
definition.
it back. And then
I
when I give it
claimed
back, you're
it,
the
yeah?
first
You
one
were on the
crying.
panel. You
Oh,
were on the
they're
panel
racist.
and
They're black
you know,
supremacists.
he
They're
lost.
racist. But you
And
forget
everybody
all the
knows
fuckery
Tails
you
are
did
racist.
before
And
all of
you're
this.
racist
And I
because you
find it
support his rhetoric.
funny because you're
Shut
the
up, man.
biggest one that
All
does it
right.
the most. You're
Hey,
the one
listen,
that,
black
oh,
power,
this
man.
one's
Black power,
racist.
man.
This
Big
one's
up, man.
racist.
Black
This
power.
one's racist.
Black
Brother,
power.
you're the
Black
most racist
power.
up here.
Black
No, but
power.
Yes,
Chile,
black
Yes. Come on.
Chile, I
motherfucking
have to
power.
support
Come
the
What?
people
on.
then.
Come
Black
Out
on.
here, they're calling it
motherfucking power.
more
What?
chill out, you know.
You
Big up
yourself
the
know what
You got
it
to
is.
big up
support
the
your people,
You
plastic
big man.
yourself
Muslims.
know what it is. So allow it,
Big
man.
up the
Ask
All
the gurus,
right.
plastic.
they'll
All
tell
right.
you.
All
Ask
You
the
know,
right.
gurus.
All right.
Let
Triller,
me
you have to
ask
find
the
Siki, man.
gurus,
You have to go
Trilla.
back to
Ask the
Big
Siki,
up
man.
the
gurus if
And
it's
plastic
that's the
black
Muslims
point
and
racist,
that
You have
I
to
Trilla.
think
Siki,
that's
that.
a good point. That Killer
Yeah,
K.
you're right. You're right.
Look
I give you
fine,
that.
then you will
We
see.
stick
That.
in there.
I got a definitely.
I think that's really the point that Killer K is trying to make still, because I think she gets frustrated at Triller that he has no love or appreciation or anything for Siki and whatever he really is. You get me? But when it comes to Islam, you know, he can't stop talking. Do you know what I mean? Now I don't know what they call that in for them language. You understand what I'm saying to you? You know what we call it in our language, you know? And it seems at this point Triller is a top class one. You know, so I can appreciate why Killer K would get frustrated, because she's saying, have you heard about this? Have you heard about that? Have you, which are very obviously significant things within their community, and he ain't got a fucking
He
clue.
hasn't got a clue, but you ask him about Islam, he's got everything to give, and that's her thing. She's basically saying, "Truly, you're unsynchronized. You're not a Sikh. You're not Sikh. You're unsynchronized, and you need to go and learn about Sikh, and bring those subjects, bring those matters to the table." That's what she's basically saying.
Absolutely, and I can appreciate what she's saying. Big up, Louise. Nice to see you on the other side, but big up yourself, Stu. All day, every day. You done
Big up,
know.
Louise.
Come
Louise,
on.
see if you can get Dave over here, because we didn't get to speak to him earlier, but see if you can get him over here, because we want to discuss this FGM thing. So if you can get a hold of Dave, that'd be perfect.
Yeah. So like I'm saying, I can appreciate how she could get frustrated, because obviously, like she said, they as Sikhs or another minority community, etc., and seemingly when things happen, it's known, innit? Like any other sort of ethnic minority community, apart from this here. You get me? So yeah, Killer K, and really, she came with love to him, and you know how we know how that is, Divine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
Brother,
Triller was while she was trying to appeal to him, to his better nature, to talk and be more better when it comes to dealing with the Sikh side of things as a representative on the panel. He's too busy reading what Ghost is saying in the chats. I found that amazing at the time. I was just reading the chats and he was communicating with Ghost. He wasn't paying her any mind. That's how you know Triller is unsynchronized to the core.
still, Divine, it is still interesting though how they can become unsynchronized. You get me? And another time, maybe we can discuss that. You know what I mean? And what makes them that way? You get me?
But
What
sis, she
makes?
literally, Killer Care literally did it last night. If you listen to her when even though there was a lot of chaos and a lot of the stuff that was being said as well, I even missed a lot of it until I heard some of Dave's show earlier. Yeah, I didn't realize certain things were even, because what happens is, guys, you don't forget when you're on the panel, because there's so much screaming, and that's why you always hear me shouting out every 2 minutes, like, can you lot go one at a time, because I can't hear everybody at the same time. So when you're on the panel and it's live, you're hearing things, but you're hearing bits and pieces of what, because someone's mic might over dominate somebody else's mic, someone goes a bit quiet, so you're not hearing the actual everything that's been said. But when you're in the chats, you guys can hear it more clearer and catch certain things than we can when we're actually in the midst of it on the panel. So when she was saying things to him like, yeah, you something about you're the red pill Andrew Tate thing, that all went over my head kind of thing, because there was so much going on the panel. Like, I was like, yeah, but she's got a point when I heard it back. That she's got a point. Like, Triller has more to say about Andrew Tate, the red pill, and how he treats women and all of that, more than he even will talk about Sikis. She's making valid points. But again, it was craziness last night.
Yeah, man. Let's let it run again still, because I didn't even hear all this, to be honest, because I was doing whatever. So yeah, let's hear Killer K in action stuff.
Be a better person and do a lot of
The people
Belly,
about
yo,
like
Belly,
this, Triller, they
Belly
want
is
you to
time,
support
bro.
them.
Is he there?
Now, Raj,
Is
you
he
got
there?
Triller. You have to step up.
Hey, look,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not,
Hey, Triller, man, this is nothing to do with the black
Yeah,
community,
it's up to
man.
you now.
It's
No,
just
you know,
Now,
your
Raj,
Sikh
you
business,
yeah,
bro.
but you know
I know
what?
why he's trying to run,
Chill out.
fam. And
You're
Lady D,
pushing
don't
Raj
let
Sorry,
him run,
Belly.
for
cuz,
you
man.
to
Let
guide
him
that.
deal with the
Listen,
black
Belly.
issue. Let him
No,
deal with the
I'm gonna
Sikh,
let him
Sikh
get
on
it. I'm
Sikh
gonna let him
issue.
get it,
You
because you
is the
asked him
one,
about
Triller.
Siki. He
You.
can't
No,
answer.
but
But
chill
ask him
out.
about
yo,
Last
anything
night,
black.
yeah.
He will have an answer.
Belly,
Somebody's
Belly, I just caught up with
knocking on my
yourself from
door.
last night.
I think it's
Seconds
the
out.
delivery man. You get
Round
me?
2.
Like, I'm joking. Go on. Okay. Go on. Sorry, what was that?
Oh, my days.
Last night, what
Another
happened?
duck, yeah?
What happened? I'm joking, bro. What are you joking about? Go on, Killer K. What are you saying? K, you there?
You're a plastic
I think her
Muslim.
reception is gone,
Yeah, probably.
She might come back in a sec, so.
But
Yeah.
Trilla, I think she's
Look up,
asking you,
man,
like,
like,
why is it you
certain
don't bring
tiffy,
like
the
the
camera's
Sikhi
on some
causes
side.
to the light? Like,
I'm
why
not
do you not
qualified.
speak on
I'm
it?
not qualified. That's not my thing. Like, I talk about everything, not just one thing. You know what I mean?
Go on.
So
If
you're
she
not
wants to do that,
qualified
she
to
can do
talk
that.
about
She's more than
Siki, but
welcome.
you are
You're a
qualified to
Muslim
speak
individual.
about
No,
Islam.
Oh,
but Trilla, I
panel.
think you're missing the point of her argument. What I've heard her say literally is this: you're the
Mhm.
one representative on this particular panel of Sikhi, yeah?
And that calls themselves
Hold
a
on,
non-sick.
Trilla,
Okay.
wait, I'll
Yeah.
let you respond. But she's
Go on.
saying that you
Yeah.
represent, you claim to be seeking all of these things. Like, can you not
No,
talk
no, no,
about
I
the
don't.
Sikhi
I'm
problems?
Punjabi. I'm Punjabi. I'm a layman when it comes to religion, right? And that's it. Like, I'm just a cultural kind of guy. Like, I'm
You're a fucking
British.
waste, man.
I'm Punjabi.
He's
You
not a
get me?
layman
I'm,
when it comes to Islam,
Indian,
though.
English,
He's not a
whatever you want to
layman
say.
then.
But like, end
You
of it,
missed
I'm a human
out
being.
Muslim. You missed out Muslim, bro.
Yeah, that part too.
Yeah, you missed that
That
Muslim,
part
you did.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah,
a waste, man.
honestly, what is a Muslim? What is that by definition? What does Muslim mean?
You.
No, what does
You
Muslim
is a
mean?
good example. Yeah,
No,
Taffy
Taffy,
is a
By
good
Taffy,
example.
Taffy.
No, what does it mean?
He's
No,
like
that's an honorary word.
he's like
That
a
is.
brim full of Asharoni, 45.
45. Everybody needs a trailer for it, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, but yeah, I'm definitely not a Muslim. So the definition means a follower of the religion of Islam. That's not
Hey,
me. Just
Taffy, that was funny.
Yeah,
still.
you see, the thing is, Triller, you're
That's
very
Lady D.
dishonest.
Lady D
Triller, you're
follows
very dishonest
Islam
because
more
when
than me, yeah?
you're
Like,
caping,
I don't
when you're
follow
caping,
Islam. He follows
yeah,
it more
but
than me.
Triller, when you're caping,
True.
you say that it's got some truth in it, and that's why you cape for it. So
Of course,
you
it's
kind
got
of,
truth in it. Every religion
well
has
then,
truth in it, bro.
yeah, but
That's
then
it.
you got to fix up and decide what you believe in. You can't just
I
be
told
a
you
Sikh
I believe.
sometimes,
Oh my
argue for
God,
Islam
dude!
sometimes, and then
Again.
anything that
No.
what
I believe in Sikhi 100%. Yeah, there's no
Oh,
doubt in
go
that.
on.
So
But
why
it
do you keep
doesn't make
defending
me a
Islam
So
then, you
hold on,
joker?
Pause
because
right
there's
there. So
truth
Trilla, I've
in it.
heard
You
that point.
donut.
Trilla,
Oh my God.
pause right there. You said you believe in Sikhi 100%. Then why would you then turn to your sister on the panel and question her what has the gurus done? That don't make no sense,
No,
Trilla.
I didn't say what the guru did. I said I'm
Oh,
Oh,
using that
that
as
is
an example.
blasphemous.
No, you're not listening. Yeah,
You know
the
nothing
way you're
about what
spinning
you
it
believe
is
in,
mad.
bro.
Yeah, I said, what did the 10th
correct it.
guru do? Right, we have to go by the guru's example, and when it comes down to Sikhi, you get me?
Check
And
it out. Round
that's what it
3.
is. So when it comes down to it, right, when she's
Hold
talking
on,
about this
forget
and
all
that,
this, forget all this.
right,
Hold on, Trilla, you just
right.
freestyling, so you can allow it, man. Allow it.
I'm a
Listen,
layman.
yesterday, I'll tell
I'm
you
not
why
up
I'm
to
on
start
today.
it.
I'll tell you
Right,
why I'm on. I heard Kale say Sikh is part of Islam, the fucking dirty fucking rat. Who the fuck does
Oh,
he
get
think
him,
he is? I
get him,
heard him.
dickhead, get him,
See
get
this
him.
narrative? So see this
That was
narrative you
Arab.
lot
He's
pushing out,
Arab,
you
you
little
know.
tramps.
Arab.
See this
He's Arab.
narrative you're putting out, you little tramps. Yeah?
Yeah.
Sikh, if Islam is so great, there wouldn't be Sikh, you dickhead.
Yeah, get him,
Oh,
man.
bro, the way she
But
said
why is
dirty
Kyle
effing
telling
rat.
fucking people in the chat Sikh is part of Islam and we copied Islam the 5Ks? That's fucking
Yeah,
bullshit.
that's shocking. That is.
I'm going to give you evidence, Trilla, but you need to be careful because you are pushing this narrative that Sikh fucking loves Islam. What's the point in Sikh if you suck at Islamic cock?
I will stand by whatever I say. All right, I will stand by it. Okay, whatever I
Still,
say,
you
I'll stand
standing
by
up
it.
blue
All right.
and how come
So
you're
you,
standing like
any
shit?
repercussion,
You're sitting
anybody
on the
wants to come
screen.
fucking
You,
me,
this ain't
anybody wants to
reality,
come
Trilla.
me,
Your
You're upset,
reality,
bro. She made
your
it.
alcohol
Triller,
and
she made a
blue,
good point, bro.
your
Deal with the
reality
point.
has been
army,
fucked up
send the fucking
because you
millions.
spent so much
We'll
time
see who's
online. Your reality
standing.
is fucked up.
We'll
You
see
don't
who's
know what
standing in it.
reality
Yeah,
is, darling.
don't worry about warning
Trilla,
me.
you
Yeah,
don't know what
send the
reality
fucking
is.
Yeah, Triller,
army
you
You
should
against
be out
spent
there
too
me.
much
taking
Right?
it
time
on,
online.
Send
You
sharpening
the
your
don't know what
fucking
weapons.
reality
army.
is. You got to
Send
be
the
on the
fucking
fucking
battalions.
streets
All
to know
right,
what
Marching
I
out
am
reality
there
is.
with your
ready.
people.
I am ready to
I'll
die.
take.
Ready
Hey,
That's
you
for
little
it.
what,
cunt,
One
man.
second,
Send
Jason?
the
guys.
fucking,
Before we go
send
to
the
take.
one
army.
Hey, you
second, one
Send
cunt.
second,
whoever
guys.
you
Big
want to
Brother
send.
Kel,
Betty.
Brother
You
Kel,
send
one
them. Send
second,
them
Reality.
guys.
fucking
Give me a
people.
You
second.
know,
Yeah,
look
One
bro.
at
second,
me.
one
Right.
second.
Go on, they
Brother
got a
Kel,
problem
don't
with
You're
tag
me.
Killer
They're
K.
disrespectful.
gonna
One
fucking, they're
second,
gonna
Killer.
go.
Fuck's
Yeah.
sake.
Right.
Brother Kel,
Yeah,
don't
big
tag
up
Killer
Killer
K, brother.
K.
Come on the panel and address
Hi,
that. Tag.
Betty.
Do that.
Hi, hon.
Yeah, because you know what,
Hey,
yeah?
hey, let him deal with one
Listen,
fucking
we have a Khalsa.
one punch at
Sikh
a
is
time.
more military, yeah? The 5Ks. You know this, Triller. Why do you not teach them why the Khalsa military army was formed? Why do we have an army? The Khalsa army. Why do we have that? For
It's from a
freedom,
blood
yeah,
type
and
killer.
justice, yeah, and equality, yeah. That's why the Khalsa was formed. It wasn't formed so you fucking suck dick. It was formed
Again, if you don't
for
mind, why are you
injustice
talking about
and
these things?
equality and
Yeah,
freedom.
I'm asking you.
Yeah,
That's
Like,
why
Triller,
Sikh
you're misusing
Khalsa
your
was
religion
born.
to get more Muslim dick, bruv. That's
Right.
wrong.
Mind your language a little bit, please, K man. Please, if you
I'm
don't mind.
scientist. She
But
messed
she's
again.
right though, bro. She's right about you. I have to admit, she's right. I mean, I don't know Killer that well, but she's right
What's
about you,
that?
Sorry,
mate. I
guys,
can say
what's
that much.
happening?
So Mardana, right, was Guru Nanak's
No,
best
no, no,
friend.
don't start
He was a
seeking now. You should start
Muslim. He was
seeking
a
when I'm
Muslim.
not around. Don't
Right.
start now, you little rat. You should talk about seeking when I'm
Mardana,
not around.
I could
Don't
talk
try
about
to give
whatever I
me a
like.
fucking
All
lecture
right,
now, you
Mardana
little
was a
rat.
Muslim. Guru Nanak's best friend was a Muslim. How about
Listen,
that?
you
Go
got
Dala
control in your
Lambo.
mouth. You say
Yeah?
you talk.
Is the
Listen,
best
Tina, I
Sikhi
heard you say
disciple,
girls like
right?
big cocks.
Was a
I
Muslim.
dare you to go
You
to a
don't
good bar and say
understand
girls like
anything
big
about
cocks.
Sikhi.
I
You
heard
don't
Yo,
you
understand.
say
chill.
you
That
love
word
big
cock.
cocks.
Too much.
Tina,
You don't
I
Cock.
heard
understand
you
anything.
say
Yo,
you
too much cock.
followed Andrew Tate too
Too
much.
much.
You're being groomed.
Right,
You are being
right.
groomed.
One.
Yeah,
So
I
Oh,
Mardana,
heard
yeah,
you
same
say
thing we're
girls
telling
love
them.
big
That's a
cock
fact.
and
was
rock.
Guru
You
Nanak's
think
best
this?
friend.
boy.
You think that's life? Just cock. Just because your
Yeah.
life failed, don't try to push your shit on other people. Don't shame us, you little rat.
Okay, Kate,
Don't
who's he
shame
being?
us.
Kate, who's he being
So
groomed
the
by?
founder
Who's he
of
being groomed by?
Sikhi was his best friend
Uh,
was
yeah,
Muslim.
but you don't talk.
He is
Listen,
the
yesterday
greatest
you said the
disciple
scientific
of
method. I hope
Sikhi
your kids
was
become
Muslim.
Muslim.
Yeah.
You said the
Guru
Taffy.
Nanak,
scientific
Guru
method.
Nanak,
Yeah.
how
I
K's
hope
got
your
Muslim.
channel
kids become
Yeah,
50.
that's true.
Muslim.
Actually, why wouldn't you wish for them to become Sikh, bro? If that's the more truth,
Exactly,
then
No,
scientific. It
again,
was
yeah.
made. But no Muslim
Yeah,
didn't
Trilla,
see
you're a
through.
sellout,
don't
bro.
Have you
enforce
not
it.
accepted in the
So
good
what?
bar?
He
Enough
doesn't,
because
whatever. He
Muslims are giving free
doesn't know
food.
that.
That's one
He doesn't
fucking you.
know
That's
it.
what it is. Yeah,
He's a
I mean,
rat.
do you
He's
see
a
that's
rat.
a hatred?
Okay, so Killer Case is straight calling him a rat. You get me? A straight rat. But Raj definitely used to call him a sellout for a long time, man. So this isn't nothing new in terms of Triller. And obviously he's not upped his game. Do you know what I mean? So right now his new name is Rat as calling to Killer K. Do you know what I mean? And obviously that's like one, that's like brother to sister, man. So being called a rat, I know that's not a good thing, man. Do you know what I mean? But a lot of these red pill men have got no self-awareness, this, that, and the other anyway, man. So he's not even hearing himself being called a rat, man. You know, it's madness, man. But yeah, this is where we are in 2024, man. And not just
And
we
it
have
looks like it's
problems here,
affecting all of
family.
us, sis. It
It's
looks
not
like
that
we have
mess,
the
man.
same problems. Come on. I
Not
can
just
see it
we
clear as
one.
day. I can see it clear as day.
You get me? It's just that we come and talk about it, and true, we only speak English. Everybody have to know for business, but everywhere to go on, man. Just me. Cause this is Babylon, man.
Yeah, look, Kay, clearly, yeah, you have your views and
No,
I have
please be
mine.
fair. Just be fair, Tilla. That's all
I
I'm
will be
asking.
fair.
Please be
I will
fair.
be fair.
You,
I can
Killer
when
K
you
is
spoke
our
about
version of
Stinky,
Betty.
hold on.
Yeah.
Tilla,
Don't
last
worry,
week a
Triller.
Sikh
Killer
got
K is our
murdered in
version of
London in
Betty.
your area. You haven't spoke about it. 23-year-old Sikh guy
I
got
didn't know
murdered.
about it. I
Nobody's
didn't
been
know about it.
arrested. Nobody's
Uh-huh.
been arrested. Do you know how many people have been going missing and they haven't been found, or they're found dead and no one's been arrested? This country's gone to the shits, Triller. Bare people are going missing and no one's getting
I'm not
justice.
gonna, I don't
was probably
represent
a Triller's
Sikhi. I
attic.
don't represent
Hold on,
Sikhi.
who are you standing
Yeah.
for? If you don't stand for more
I
my
stand
people,
for
who are you
human
standing
beings.
for?
I stand for
Hold on.
myself.
He represents the headache.
You're not
I
gonna stand up for
represent me.
Sikh.
Me and
Represents
JD. That's it. Me and JD. Yeah, that's it. All
exactly.
right.
Yeah, but
Jack
Triller,
and Daniel.
why
Yeah.
do you
That
think
is
Sikh
it.
is around
Yeah.
today?
All
Why
right.
do you think Sikh is around? If people followed your footsteps, there'd be no Sikh left.
My footsteps. They don't need to
That's a
follow
fact.
me.
That is a
Don't
fact.
follow me. Yeah, we just
Exactly.
talking out
Can
here.
you make that
Yeah,
clear then, please?
I'm
Triller,
not
you've
telling
turned more
you
people
to
away
follow
from
me.
Sikhism than anyone.
Science, don't provoke this, please. Allow
Just
it,
make
man.
it clear,
No,
Triller,
but
that
she's
you're the
right, bro. She's
sellout
right.
All right.
and you hurt your community in the
Allow it.
He's
back.
actually making
Just
it
be
possible.
honest. I tell you, when you stabbed your community in the back, and now you're getting free biryani from fucking the
Oh,
Islamic
damn.
fucking
They give it free biryani. What? I ain't getting
yeah.
no free biryani.
Why
I
did
want
you
some of
stab
that.
us in the back like that?
I want some free biryani.
What has things done
Hey,
to
I've
you
been
for
missing
you
out.
to
No
be
chicken
so
biryani.
involved?
Killer K said you're getting free biryani from the Muslims.
I snatched it. I snatched it. I said, "You're not getting no biryani, or no chicken biryani, or no lamb biryani." Where's that Buddha? Big up Buddha.
Yeah. Bless up yourself, Buddha. Mad.
Yo, big up, what's going on, ladies? This just sounds like noise to me, and it's not the way I want to start my fucking new year, to be honest with you. But listen, I want to ask you guys a question though. Still, in listening to this, I heard the lady, Kate, what's her name? Khan? What's her name?
Killer K.
Kay. disrespect Kel and call him this, that, and the other. And I was just interested how you guys never picked her up on that, or did you? I don't know. Maybe you did.
I didn't, and I'll tell you why. And I
Go on.
think I said it on the show as well last night. I said this girl's passionate about her thing, innit? So when it's our thing and we're passionate about, no one's gonna dictate to me how I talk about my thing, especially when it comes to black people and that. So if she's passionate about her belief system, then it is what it is. That's how she's gonna defend it, and the man's gonna be talking on her thing, and she's gonna come and defend her thing. It is what it is. She's defending her thing.
Do you concur with that, Nines?
Sorry, I was, I didn't even listen. Say that again, Divine. Sorry, I was doing something.
Yeah, I said on the show last night, she's passionate about her thing, innit? She's defending her Sikhi, her religion thing. Now, when it comes to me, no one's going to dictate how I defend my people when it comes to my thing. So if that's how she feels about defending her thing, let her go at it. Kel wants to speak on her thing, expect the fire back. It's just that simple.
Yeah, well, I sort of agree. I mean, I wasn't there initially, so I'm hearing this for the first time. But at the end of the day, yeah, from what she's saying, if Kel's saying that, her thing is based, like Sikh is based on Islam, this, that, and the other, and she's not feeling that, then,
Okay. All right. Would it have made a difference if it was a man and not a woman? So if a man came on and said them things about Kel, would you have spoke up then, or would you still have the same position?
For me, I'll answer for me. I can't speak for Nine, but for me personally, I don't know
But
where
when
you've
you
been
say
for.
speak up,
Wait,
what do you mean?
Nine. Let me just give you my response. Yeah. So what I'm gonna say, I can't speak for Nine in it, but I'm speaking for me personally, Lady D. You know how much times we've been on a panel, yeah, brother Kel. I mean, Buddha. And Kel has sat there and listened to Trilla slate us, done our dance, everything. Not unmuted, not said anything. Yeah.
No.
Wait. So
Bro.
when it's now happening on the other side, in fact, I've heard Kel have more passion for coming at me for questioning him on FGM than I've had for him going at other men coming at us. So I'm not gonna go out of my way at this point in time to stop anybody, because it seems to be a free for all when it's happening the other way around. So yeah,
Yeah,
it is
I
what it
didn't know
is
that.
for me.
I thought it was front and center all the way with Kel, like back in the thing, regardless. Do you know what I'm saying? I wasn't aware of that. But wow, okay. Fair enough.
And
But
to be
that's just
fair,
for me,
actually,
though. That's just for me. I'm not speaking for
Divine
Nine,
just
though.
jogged my memory in that regard, yeah. You see what I'm saying to you? Because if we're gonna keep it a Hannah, yeah, when we used to defend the thing, yeah, wherever, because our thing already, Buddhage, yeah, we were actually told to go on mute and say that we don't feel protected and all this other sort of bullshit. You see what I'm saying to you? So nah, man ain't out there slewing. They were telling us to shut up basically and say that we don't feel protected. Do you remember that one, Divine? We don't
That's a
feel
fact.
protected.
That's all facts.
You get
So
me?
that's why I said I don't
So
know if Buddha's been around and has he been listening, but this
this
has
is
been
what it is,
going on.
man. So when we're expecting the defense that you're talking about, we're being told, you get me, mute up and just say that we don't feel protected.
Or we've got Gummy running around saying that we are trying to get the black men to protect us. We don't know, we're not their wives. So therefore, it's whatever at this point, innit? If that's what it is, that's what it is.
So for me, do you know what? Like, when I hear certain voices and certain speech patterns, I just let go of the whole fucking panel and just go, because I can't be dealing with it. It's just negative. Certain people come out with the most negative shit as soon as they open their mouth, and for me, if you're gonna stay there, you're gonna be part of that negativity. You get me? So I just cut. But like, remember the days of Bullets Gotti when he used to come on and start cussing down people? You know how vexed that used to make me? Like, I wanted to do mad shit, but you can't, because you're on a internet and he's in another country. So what are you actually gonna do? What's the point? Do you know what I'm saying? And they do these things just to wind you up
But
anyway.
to be fair though, Buddhage, if you can, obviously I understand you saying that you can hear a little bit of noise, which is, a bit unfortunate. However, the points that are being raised are quite relevant. You get me? Especially to the persons involved, because Killer K is basically speaking to Trilla. They're both of a Sikhi persuasion, this, that, and the other. You get me? And she's frustrated because remember, we can feel her because we've been there. You see what I'm saying to you? So she's basically speaking to her brother and asking like, "Wagwan, how come you ain't defending the team? Blah 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 blah. You just ever defend Islam, but you ain't defending up our team. Blah 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 blah." You understand what I'm saying to you? So that's sort of what you're listening to. Like that's the context, but obviously it's a little bit noisy. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because like Divine said, Killer K, she's a passionate.
When I say, yeah, no, when I say noise, I mean just like people just making up, like you can't hear each other. Like this is controlled. You control your panel. Everyone can have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? But you got people coming in just talking nonsense, just
But
railing
well,
up their
yeah, I
mouth.
mean,
to be fair though, Buddha, if you listen to this particular one, even though you can hear all of that crap, you can hear me many a times throughout this whole thing saying one at a time, please let her respond. And it starts to get to a point that I become annoying now because it seems like I'm just always interjecting to tell everybody now to keep quiet
You know
or go
what?
one at a time or you get it.
Divine, you got time. Trust me, you got time. Like certain people, you could tell it to your teeth drop out your mouth. They're not listening to you. You know what I'm saying? So certain times are just like whatever. Sometimes there's no point in being on a panel, even listening to something. Like you're listening to that now. I don't know. You guys have got patience, man. Trust me. But there's someone called Unknown in the chat. Does anyone know who Unknown is? He have some smoke for me for some reason. But hey, um, I don't know. What? So how did this conversation? Because I saw the title FGM. How's this connected to what you're listening now?
Oh,
Is it?
you're
Is
gonna
it?
hear you're gonna hear it. But before we even get to that point of hearing, can I ask you where you stand on FGM though, Buddha, differently, like your own personal thoughts and positions on
So
it?
I'm against any form of mutilation. To me, it don't make sense. It's never made sense, whether it's male or female. Um, you see, if somebody became of age, I don't know, 18 or 20 or whatever, and they decided to do that, okay, fine, I get it. Whatever religious beliefs, whatever, I get that. But to inflict that on a child, you got to be a different kind of person to do that, Like, oh my God.
Thank God we got a man with sense
Wow.
on the panel. I just needed to check
Like,
first, yeah, because I don't know if I'm about to lose my cool again or not. So I just needed to make sure I test the waters.
no,
But big up, big
no,
up.
but imagine that. Listen, imagine getting a baby, a child, and inflicting that kind of fucking pain without no anesthetic and then you got to be built different to do that, Like, that's insane. Like, I don't know. That's just my personal kind of thing.
All right, let me ask you something another bit because this is where I have a big problem with, and this is why I kept losing my control last night as well. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it 100. Yeah. So, Buddha, even if this thing is practiced in Africa, even if it's a cultural practice that does happen, does that make it right because it's in Africa and our people
No,
might
listen,
practice it?
it's about, listen, even in certain tribes, they cut the face and they do, uh, even in, I think it's
Boom.
Equatorial Guinea,
I
they sharpen
mentioned
the
that
teeth.
human scarification. Yep, I remember.
Yeah,
I brought scarification up and all of that. Yeah.
they sharpen teeth in certain things, and that's their culture. We can't tell them what to do. You understand? That's their thing, right? All right, cool. And it's existed like that for however many years and whatever. But from my perspective, to do that to a child is fucking insane. Like, it's all of that scarification, teeth
Mm-hmm.
sharpening, from my perspective, where I've been brought up and how I feel, that's just
Right.
wrong.
So,
You with
Buddha,
me?
I use the words in particular barbaric. Would you say that I'm gone too far by using those particular words?
No,
Thank
from
you.
our perspective, someone from, like, if you're from that country, you or that culture, you wouldn't see that as barbaric. But stepping down and coming up from where we've come up and we're looking at that is barbaric. We will define that as barbaric. Like any form of mutilation to a child who can't consent as to whether they want their ears pierced or as whether they want whatever kind of modification, they can't consent. They're children, they're babies, infants. You understand? So it's to me. I mean, maybe that's a bit OTT, but to me, it's wrong. Even ear piercing, I feel like piercing a child's ears ain't right. They should, the child should grow up and decide whether they want to get their ears pierced or not. You with me? But
Yeah, but I mean, I think
That's interesting. I actually had to bawl and cry to get my ears pierced. I never got mine done until I was about 14. and I had to
Yeah,
go
but
out
let's
bad
not
to get
try
it.
and compare ear piercing to any type of
Sorry,
FGM.
sorry,
Yeah?
sorry. One moment, sorry. Unknown. Yes, Aisha was a child. What is your point? I don't get what you're saying. What? I can't. I don't know if you. I'm not Muslim. I don't know why. Anyway, go. Sorry, go ahead. Nine.
No, I'm just saying, let's not try and start sort of comparing the piercing of the ears. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're just saying that even for yourself, even that's a step too far. Yeah, but I'm just saying, let's not go too far to the right. You get me? In as compared to FGM in it, because they're not
No,
even.
listen. Like I said, it's my own personal beliefs, right?
No,
So
and I'm not
yeah,
disputing them. I'm
yeah.
dismissing
So
them, but I'm
yeah.
definitely trying
So
to keep them in two different camps. You see what I'm saying to you? I think it's important to keep ear piercing
Yeah, the extremes
and
are not the
FGM
same.
just
So one
the
can
two.
extremes are
cause
not the same.
cosmetic
But ear
differences. You know, one
piercing is
can
not an
cause
extreme.
actual.
Wait. Let's break that down for a second. Let's break
Yeah.
that down. All right. So is the FGM thing, is that a cosmetic thing, or what's the purpose of
Wow,
that?
this is where it gets interesting. So what I think you should do though, Nine, just so Buddha can catch up to speed, because we already clued up and he's a bit behind. He hasn't heard. Play a little bit more so it gets to the FGM bit, so he can hear the arguments for himself, and then he
Yeah, I
can,
can't
I
stay
guess,
on too
because right
long,
now we're kind of leading him. We're kind of leading him.
Yeah, but
you know,
obviously
listen, I can't
he
stay
knows
too long. Go cook.
FGM.
But I'm familiar with, yeah, like Nine said, I'm
Yeah,
familiar with.
yeah, and obviously it's not cosmetic. No, yeah,
Right. So okay. So ear piercing, is that cosmetic or?
yes,
All right, cool. So when a child gets their ear pierced, do they cry or not?
I'm sure they do. Some of them, yeah.
Okay. So it's causing harm to a child. So that's what I'm saying.
No,
That's my.
hold on, Buddha. That was what did you just do? You said, do they cry? I said yes. Then you said, is it causing harm to them? That's a completely different thing. A child having their earpiece is not it's not causing them any harm. It might be painful for that 1 second, 2 second, whatever, but of course it's not causing harm. The most harm that could be caused is if that piercing went septic or whatever. Yeah.
No, okay,
So no,
but the child crying, in the act of crying, is causing harm. Would you not agree?
no.
Oh, okay. This
In the
Hold
act
what
on.
of crying, the child is letting you know that I feel pain.
right. So is pain not harm? No.
Is pain harm? No.
Yeah. No.
Well, it depends
Okay.
on. I mean, that would be a very loose definition of harm. But I mean, I suppose you could tentatively, but I wouldn't say so. I mean, harm and pain. I mean, again, because especially if you're trying to equate the pain and harm of an ear piercing to the pain and harm of FGM.
No, I'm not equating it at all. I'm just saying
Oh, okay.
it's a different form.
Well, I don't know. I don't because I don't think if I
Yeah,
had a
just
girl
leave it as a
child
different
and
form of harm. It's not the same
Yeah, it's not the
comparison.
same
Yeah.
at all. No, it's not. From what I understand, I
but if
think
you pierced your daughter's ears, Divine, would you think you're harming her?
In the sense of, I get the point he's making, sis, in the sense of he's looking at it from a man's perspective in it. So the fact of the ear piercing on itself, in going into the skin, that alone to him is harm. That's
All
how
right,
he's
well,
seeing
fair
it.
enough. I
Right.
mean, I can.
what
Whereas
you see.
long-term harm or physical harm or any of that, no, it's not on the same level like
That's
that. Right.
that's the big difference between piercing the ears and FGM. It's like there's, if I'm not mistaken, there's like 3 different types, and 2 of them can
No,
like
but then,
cause.
so wait, so
So
like
let me
even
just finish. Let me just finish
sorry,
the point.
sorry.
I think there's 3 or 4 different types, yeah, but there's 2 or 3 of those types will cause harm throughout the lifetime of that individual, for that girl. So even childbirth and all that kind of madness. So it's clear that there's massive big thing there. Unknown. Shall I answer Unknown's question? Yes, it was wrong. I do not condone those actions. What else would you like to know, Unknown? I don't even know why I'm addressing this guy. He clearly doesn't know
I
my
think he
points.
might think you're a Muslim or some tied to the Muslim in some way, Islam in
Yeah.
some way. That's what it is.
All right, let me go on mute.
No, what I was saying, because even JD's made a point here. So why I wanted to ask, do you see when a child has an injection, would you call that harmful as well?
So for me, there's a medical reason. Well, let's put air quotes. There's a medical reason for that. Okay, so let's say that there's a tooth that's impacted and the tooth has to be removed. All right, cool. You're causing harm for that child, but for the greater good. There is no greater good as far as I'm aware of FGM. You with me? and it's a medical procedure, removing a tooth or.
Yeah, but do you see it? But do you consider it as harmful though? Because remember, you're saying
Yeah,
that,
it's cool. If the child cried, then it's causing harm or pain, but
right?
it's for a greater good. You with me? So
Right.
allegedly, vaccines, if they are proper vaccines, then it's going to protect the child. So yeah, the child's going to cry, experience pain, be harmed, but for a greater good. You with me?
Oh,
So
so your point with the ears is that there's no actual point to the piercing of it because it's just a cosmetic thing,
yeah, basically,
and
yeah.
then that's why you even probably attribute harm to it even more than you maybe would for inoculation. I'm presuming, because for inoculation,
Well,
seeing
no, no.
product.
What, yeah,
But
open up big can of worm there, boy. Fuck, you know. In this day and age we live in, the inoculations in some cases probably worse than the FGM. So you know, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it?
So you know, with FGM, do you know what they do? Do you know the procedure for different types of FGM? You know that they cut off pieces of clitoris
Yeah,
and make
yeah,
shit
yeah,
tight and all
yeah.
of them things. Yeah.
I think there's one that where they even
In
sew
a
it up.
woman's undercarriage, right? So remember,
Yeah,
these aren't your
yeah,
ears
yeah,
or other places that may be able to be pierced, right? Yeah, this is a woman's nani, and I know you're a
yeah.
nani specialist already. Yeah, so you
Mhm.
can imagine how if some of them parts of the nani are missing or have been sewed up and all type of different shit like that. You get me? You could imagine the kind of pain and suffering that would put on a
I listen. I could not imagine, and I don't want to even begin to imagine. For an adult to experience it is bad enough. For a child to experience it, fucking hell.
All right
Like,
then,
so,
but I'm just making that point to make sure again that we don't try to put ear piercing into this category. You see what I'm saying to you? You get me?
And
Because
you
I
made a
think
good point, Nine, because people like me don't actually know what actually happens in FGM. All I do know is that the removal of a clitoris happens. That's the most I know. So any
no,
other bits that
no,
happen,
it's not just that. There's
go on.
different types of it.
different types. Yeah, there's different
It's
types.
fucking insane. It's insane.
See, I don't even know that much yet, but the little bit that I do know, that is enough to let me know, say, yeah, this, whatever the hell this thing is, it needs to be stopped. And I don't care what culture or what country you come from, it needs to be stopped. It's disgusting.
But do you know what's interesting in my experience? Like, I feel like it could be a country based. Let me big up Melanated Goddess as well. Sorry, we're trying to say that for the past couple of minutes. I'm not too sure whether it goes on in, say, uh, Indonesia. Does it go on over there? It's a predominantly Muslim country. Does it happen there?
Well,
Um,
what happened was Luke and then brought up some places last night. I know Pakistan was one.
really?
Nigeria,
Wow.
yeah. There's a lot of countries that do it, but some are saying it's not for cultural. Some I don't know. But my argument to Betty on this particular show here was you don't know every one of these countries' cultures to say that it does not get performed on babies, because this thing does happen on babies. So scientific method brought up the point of this stuff is happening on babies and children that they don't give their consent to it. This,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
some of them is for the rites of passage, some of them it depends on their different reasons why their cultures practice it. You can't say for definite that no babies are being harmed or no infants are being harmed, whatever. She's saying that it's a lie and it became a massive thing, and that's why we're at where we're at now.
So,
Yeah.
is there any like documentation on infant mortality in regards to FGM, i.e., when
I
it's
tried
performed?
that sensible question last night, Buddha, and it fell on deaf ears. I was getting so frustrated that I started to get ignorant. I tried asking those sensible questions like, okay, do you guys know what cultures, how they practice, each individual culture practice FGM? I asked, do you not know the numbers of infant fatalities? Do you know about long-term scarring and long-term like some girls are even left barren because of this procedure? Does anybody
Yeah,
have
yeah,
anything?
yeah.
Nobody
Let me
can give me
just
anything.
quickly outline the countries that are known to do it. Yeah. And I've just pulled this up on the internet, obviously, right? But it goes Benin.
What's the source, Nines?
This is just travel NHS for travel
Okay.
NHS
All right.
UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're just saying available data reveals that FGM is mostly practiced in the western, eastern, and northeastern regions of Africa, and in some countries in Asia and the Middle East. There is evidence of the procedure increasingly becoming medicalized, with some private clinics offering operation in some countries in the Middle East and Far East. And says
Wow.
FGM is known to be carried out in the following countries. Yeah, and I'll just quickly read them out, and then you can then determine how many of them, because we're not even making an Islamic argument, you get me, but you can then
No, but wait, even that now, look at that. There's hospitals or clinics that are prepared to do it. Like, doesn't that go against the fucking Hippocratic oath? Like, surely.
Well, maybe not in those places. Well, they're saying in the Middle East and the Far East are where the private clinics are. But these names are Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Egypt, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Gambia, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Liberia, Mali, Mauritania, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Sudan, Tanzania, Togo, Uganda, Indonesia, the Maldives, Iraq, and Yemen.
Yo, that's more or less the whole fucking continent.
Well, this is what I'm saying, and hold on, let me just address Sis Melanated in the chat. So Sis Melanated, I hear what you're saying, but this is where you're gonna go wrong. This is where you're gonna fall into Betty's trap, because you're just looking at it from the African perspective. Again, this thing is practiced in many other countries by many different cultures in many different ways. We cannot say no, infants are not getting this procedure done. The website itself says it happens from infants to 15 years old. So which cultures are practicing it with infants? And that's the point of the argument, that we can't just look at it from a one perspective. All different cultures practice it, and all of them do it at different ages to different types of girls. That's just what it is.
Fucking hell. Do you know what? Like, I was watching a Vice, one of the Vice documentaries about FGM, and it was harrowing. Man had to cross his legs and shit. Oh my god! And she was like, I think she was like 12 or something like that, 11 or 12 years old. So she's old enough to know what was going down. You with me? And she tried to run away from the home the night before it was going to be done. And it's a woman doing it. And I'm like, fucking hell. Like, as a woman, like, come on. And it wasn't even like a woman next door neighbor. It was like her auntie. I'm like, yo, it's insane. I don't know how in this day and age. I mean,
yeah, because they have like FGM, like I don't use the word parties. You get me? But yeah, because we covered this a few years ago when Nin Kullis was around trying to sell this to us and that. So we went deep into it. You know what I mean? Which it's not something I would say to do. But yeah, man.
Unfortunately, I missed that. That's when you were on form, and if I had that information privy from then to use for now, that would have been a great help. But I missed a lot of that. I came at the last part. I remember I was defending Lynn, not knowing what the hell was going on. I didn't know what was going on at the time, innit? But yeah, I missed that first time, man. So I'm here for the second time, though. I'm here for
But there's 5 types of FGM. This is the thing.
5. Oh my god.
And that's the frightening part, because how do we know what 5 types there are, how the procedures are done, on what ages of girls they're done on, and in which cultures perform them? And that's where this is where it becomes sticky. That's where it gets sticky.
One's called clitoridectomy, which is the partial or total removal of the clitoris, a small sensitive and erectile part of the female genitalia, and or the prepuce, the clitoral hood or fold of skin surrounding the clit. Type 2 is excision. Type 3 is infibulation. Hold on, let me see if I can expand. I mean, to be honest, I don't even want to expand it to know more about it, to be honest. But excision is the partial or total removal of the clit and the inner labia, with or without excision of the outer labia. Type 3, infibulation, the narrowing of the vaginal. See, my mouth can't even shut. The narrowing of the vaginal opening by creating a covering seal. The seal is formed by cutting and repositioning the inner or outer labia, with or without the removal of the clit. This is just butchery for all other
barbaric, sis. I'm not going to take back my words. I'm sorry. I'm not taking it back. It's barbaric. Brother Cal, get this message. It's barbaric.
What does Cal agree with it or?
And it just
I
goes.
don't know where I really don't understand, to be fair. I tried to ask, but it went left.
It goes on to say what other health consequences of FGM. It says death, severe pain and shock, broken limbs from being held down, injury to adjacent
Sorry,
tissues.
back that up again. Say that again. What?
Here
What
I'm
did?
reading what
Yeah,
are
just
the
I
health
yeah, I missed.
consequences. It
Go
says
on.
death, severe pain and shock,
Yeah.
broken limbs from being held down. So obviously the girl's struggling in it. She's being held down, so she broke her arm or legs. Yeah, trust me.
Ross, big up Hetero Sapien in the chat, man. I ain't seen him for a long time. Big up, man. Do you know, like,
Big
I
up
don't
the
know.
pagan hetero,
Adjacent
man. Big up
tissues,
the pagan. Come
urine
on.
retention, increased risk of HIV and AIDS. I don't know why that would be the case. Uterus, vaginal, and pelvic infections, cysts, and neuromas. Increased risk of fistula. I don't know what that is. Complications in childbirth, depression and postnatal depression, psychosexual problems, pregnancy and childbirth, sexual dysfunction, difficulties in menstruation, trauma and flashbacks, infertility. Yeah.
So, is there any benefits from it then? Like, these are all the negatives.
All
Is there
right,
any?
That's what I was actually going to ask
I'm
next.
going to read
No,
on.
what
It
are
says,
the
why
benefits?
do people practice FGM? Many affected communities believe that FGM is a necessary custom to ensure that a girl is accepted within the community and eligible for marriage. Families who practice FGM on girls usually see it as a way of safeguarding their future. Other reasons include perceived health benefits, preservation of the girl's virginity, cleanliness, rite of passage into womanhood, status in the community, protection of family honor, perceived religious justifications. There are no religions that advocate for FGM, it says.
There are no religions that advocate
Yeah, that's what
FGM.
it says. That's what it says.
So there's no given the amount of negative health issues. There are not one scientifically proved or medically proved health benefit from doing this.
Not
It's
one.
it's it's,
It's
it's insane.
cultural. It's cultural at this point. It's just a cultural
It goes
practice.
on to say girls who had not been circumcised were perceived in practicing communities as less honorable, easygoers, quote unquote, to be insulted and shunned. In some instances, this can go as far as people refusing to eat food that has been prepared by an uncircumcised girl, woman,
That's
and
Look at
crazy.
these
That's
fucking
actually
idiot people.
crazy.
That is just the
curse.
ego of man right there. That's the ego of man, surely.
Of course, come on, man. You done it's all man. This is what I was saying to them on the block yesterday. This shit is all man made. And then it goes on to say, and curses being put upon the girl and her whole family. Yeah.
And
What is the law
this
in
So
sounds
the UK?
sick.
I wonder, see these said communities, right? If they were to come into contact with women who haven't had this done from a different culture, how were they perceiving those women now? Would they allow their sons to
Well,
marry them? Would they allow, like,
we'll be shunned upon because we're unclean and unkept and we're not being preserved for marriage. We will definitely be shunned upon. But here's
imagine
my thing.
you
Here's
wouldn't
my
even
thing,
take a
Buddha.
food from them.
No, they
Go
wouldn't.
on.
They wouldn't accept that. But we're unclean in it. So here's my thing. Yeah, this is where I got really frustrated at because Jordan then comes on the panel there, and his whole argument is this: we are Western minded.
Yeah,
We are listening to, I guess, he's co-signing Betty's argument, which is we're Western influenced, we're Western, we're Western brainwashed, in other words. We think from a Western mentality, right? We
yeah.
don't have a right now to look at other cultures and tell them that their lifestyle is barbaric or out of even though we can prove that it's no benefits to it, we can prove that it's barbaric, we can prove that this is just a heinous thing done to girls out of, I guess, cultural practices. We don't
Mm.
have the right to say that. We don't have the right to voice this. Apparently, like we're just being.
Well, so you remember what I
Go
said
ahead.
earlier on about you know, like in, I think it's could be the Amazon rainforest. I think a couple of tribes do it, yeah, where they sharpen the teeth. They literally get a knife and a piece of bamboo and sharpen the teeth. Yeah. All right. So us being from a Western civilization, brought up in this society, we would deem that as barbaric, but we don't have the right to go over there and tell them not to do it. You understand? We in the same instance, I suppose you can't go over to whatever countries are doing that in Africa or wherever and say, listen, you can't do that.
But
We
this is
can
the
say
thing,
stuff
I'm
brother.
like,
not
We
sure
never
if I
advocated.
agree.
Wait, we.
Sorry.
This is the thing. I don't think. Sorry, sis. I'll let you go. Yeah, but that's the thing is, at the time on this panel was happening that you're gonna hear now. No one
mm,
even put the argument across to go to another country and dictate to them how to run things. Our thing is voicing our opinions on how we feel about FGM, right?
yeah, yeah.
Somehow they've used that. Betty got into her knickers as she does. You know, she's got a Caribbean beef as it is. She doesn't like the Caribbeans, right? So she used that now as an excuse to say the reason why we're talking about that is because we've been basically brainwashed by Western propaganda. This is all we're reading on the internet about the harms and the things that happen to these girls is all Western propaganda, and we're feeding into it. And literally, I guess you're saying we're turning our backs away from the culture, and because we're 200, 400 years, whatever it is she was typing in the chats removed, that's why we think the way we do. Not because of we can blatantly see the harm that it's causing, not because of the people on the land that are practicing this are even calling for this thing to be ended in their land. No, forget all of
Mm.
that. It's just that we're brainwashed and we're westernized, and yeah, we can't think,
Well,
we
yes,
can't
we are. But okay,
see.
let's be
Yeah,
real about it. We are
right.
Westernized. We're brought up in uh, a Western country. We have the same morals and values in society over here that are different to people over there. So yeah, she's right, and I stand by that. And what? What's your point? Do you know what I'm saying? But the point being is this: we can look at that and say it's barbaric. We have opinions. We are allowed to have opinions. You understand? So they may not look at it like that, but we can definitely look at it like that. And I'm sure even Jordan M. I don't think if Jordan, I don't know if Jordan's got children, but I'm sure he wouldn't be open to the idea of having one of his children go through that procedure. I can't imagine any man in this country who's been brought up,
No, because
whether
he
they're,
brought up some culture business as well. He's another. You'll hear it for yourself. You're gonna hear it. Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna have to cut because I've got cooks still. But okay, I'll try and listen to it in the kitchen. The thing I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I feel like it's a very. I mean, the other issue here is like there are people that take their children who are born in the UK over to them countries, get it done, and then carry them come back. In some instance, like to me, that's a crime. You're with me because if the child's born here, the child's a British citizen, and therefore that child has the protection of the laws of this country. And for that to happen to them, you know, would it be too mad for me to say they should bang the fucking parents them in jail?
Listen,
No,
but I
I
know.
don't.
Listen, they had a whole storyline about the exact same situation you're talking about on its enders of all people a few years back. I remember about 3, 4 years back, they had that black family, a Kenyan family on there. And I had the exact same storyline where the mum was trying to take the girl out and social services and all of that got involved and they end up giving the custody of the little girl to her older sister. And I can't remember what happened to her because this was like years ago. Who remembers in the chat that storyline on EastEnders a few years back, right? So that we know that these things happen, like these things that there are people that are here that are born here, that are African girls that are actually born here in this country, but because their parents are still carrying their cultural practice, they will do that. They will take their teens back. And I'm saying whether it's here, Africa, the Caribbean, it could be France, it could be Spain. I'm not agreeing with it anywhere. That's my entire argument.
Let me quickly address hetero. Hetero
Yeah.
made a point there, yeah. Um, so I disagree. So I'm reading what hetero's saying here. I disagree. Enforcing freedom is as an ironic as it sounds. I can't quite read that. Remember, outside had to enforce the I can't even read that. Abolition of slavery in foreign societies. All right, cool. So the abolition of slavery was done by the people who done the slavery, i.e., the English, let's say. All right, cool. But slavery never ended in the Arab world. Slavery, I don't think, ended in the Dutch or the Belgian world at that time. So we may have abolished it in the UK, but everybody else carried on. You with me? So it's okay for us to say, listen, we can't accept our citizens having this procedure done on them, but somebody else from another country will. We can't go over there and say to them, listen, we don't do it, so we don't agree with it, so you can't do it. That's fucked up. You with me? Like, what are you gonna do? Go into certain parts of Africa and say, listen, you can't put tribal marks on the face no more because we don't agree with it. But it's a really kind of jagged edge we're walking on if we're gonna start doing that. Yo, you guys there? They're gone quiet.
Oh yeah, I'm
Okay.
here. I thought Nines was gonna do something. Nines, sorry, I think I cut you. You know.
Anyway, listen, guys, I'm gonna catch you guys in a bit, and we'll speak soon. Easy.
All right, big up board for your input, man. Finally, a man that's against this thing outright. Yeah, at least you're outright with your with you're against it. Some of us we can't decipher whether they're for it or against it by the way they're speaking. It's a mad thing. It's a mad thing. So when I have to come on and question you, which one are you on? That should tell you something, yeah. That means that you're not quite clear to the rest of us where you stand. Mad thing. But yeah, Nine, where you at? Because we want to play the rest of this thing, you know. Oh yeah, and big up everyone in the chat. Please hit the likes. Please hit the likes. Oh my God! Imagine that, Mr. Lee, behave yourself. You're full of flipping problems, you know. Allow it, man. Behave yourself. Try to come with your bullshit now, you know. Oh Lord. But yeah, where's Nine, man?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Do you want to hit play a bit now, sis?
There's
Oh,
one
man,
right
you
here.
got free biryani.
You sold out
no
Sikhism for a
Lambriani,
plot.
no
Man,
Definitely, you get it
For
in
a,
your
I didn't get no
Lady, he
biryani,
sold out
bro.
his religion for a plate of lamb
Man,
biryani.
Yeah,
what
your
the
best
fuck?
friend,
Man, I'm out,
Leave
man.
your
the
best
lamb
friend
out
is
there, bro.
Abdi. Your best
Yeah,
friends are
big up
Abdi.
Abdi, man. Big up the Abdis out there, bro.
Yeah, but what about your gurus? You would have been here today without the gurus. You would have been Muslim.
Yeah,
K,
really,
If it
really.
wasn't for the gurus, you would have been Muslim today.
Would I?
can I
I don't know.
ask
I
you?
might have
Yeah,
been Hindu.
Hey,
I might have been Hindu.
what's your biggest,
I might have
exactly.
been Hindu.
You don't
hey,
care about freedom, you
I'm
fucking rat.
Hindu.
can
I
I
don't
ask
care
you
about
now?
freedom.
What's your biggest
Yeah,
problem? What's your biggest
Yeah.
I
problem?
ain't paying that bullshit,
You're,
Jizzy.
Hey,
you're a
so
great patriot, okay? Big up, man. Big up.
you all got problems with Triller, okay? But what's your biggest problem?
No, Chiller's all right when he's sober. I'll be honest.
No,
Yeah,
K's part of the
you know
Tiki
He's
what?
never,
Hunters.
I'm
he's
not
never
sober
Cameron,
right
sober.
now.
K's
Am
out
I
his
not
Tiki
sober?
Hunters. They're finding out these
Like,
No,
what
but
is
these
it?
Chiller,
co-rags on
you
Triller
know,
lot,
Chiller, you know what, mate? Chiller
disrespecting
trying to
their
help you, and you
communities. You know
promised
what
me
I
you're
mean?
going boot
Right, let's
camp. You
fight
know we
for it.
got a farm
Go
in
away,
it,
Triller.
Chiller. You know we got a farm in
K, tell
Nottingham,
him.
yeah, where we
K,
got
tell
boot
him.
camp.
K, tell him.
And
You're
we're
gonna have
taking
pens
you
outside
to
your
the boot
door
camp to
or
fix them up.
pens for
I
you to
am
haul
in
your
Nottingham.
ass out.
I'm in Nottingham.
Take you to the
Yeah, so
butcher
what is the
hospital. You
issue?
know what I
Like,
mean? Do
I
your
even told
thing,
these
bruv.
lot, like,
All right,
I'm
Chiller.
busy. I got work. I
All
got
right. All right,
responsibilities.
it's all right,
I got
Triller.
things
It's
to
all
do.
right. But just don't
Right.
hate on us. Do your thing, Triller, but don't
Oh
hate on
my
others.
god.
Love Islam. If you just convert, just take your shahada, man. Why
It's
listen to
alright.
your friends?
Alright.
I
It's
hate
alright.
babysitters.
Yeah.
No,
I
man,
hate
go back to
Okay,
Tiki,
babysitters.
man.
yeah, we
Go
got
back
we
to
got
It's
Tiki.
L
choice.
and
Now
Triller
you
ready to
want to
take
pick
their
one side.
When
No,
shahada.
I'm
people
ready,
sit
when
on
I'm
the fence.
ready,
Can't be
Tell that if
trusted.
poor up.
People sit
yeah.
on the fence. Can't be trusted.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know.
so
We've been
God is
telling
always a
this case for a
personal
long
thing.
time.
I mean,
Yeah.
when it comes down to it, you're trying to make me a Muslim. I mean, that's a
No,
bit weird. Weird.
This you so
You
slimy.
want me
okay,
to
Triller,
He's
convert?
deflecting,
listen.
sis. He's trying to
There was
deflect.
this woman, yeah, and she went to a mosque, yeah, and she went mad because Muslim women are not allowed in a mosque. And you know what the Muslims like Ali Dawa did? They made it out to say she's a Hindu, she was a Muslim woman. This is what they do when Muslim women go crazy for freedom. They say she's not Muslim, she's Hindu, she's this. You know that woman who entered the mosque and started attacking everyone because she wanted to pray in the mosque and women not allowed in a mosque.
That's mad. I didn't know
Well,
women
no, they are allowed in the mosque. But when it comes down to it, okay, yeah, like who's got an echo? Okay, you got.
I didn't know women weren't allowed in mosques. That's mad.
They are allowed in mosques. Okay, I think you got an echo.
But they can't pray in front of the men, yeah.
Okay, you got your
I
mic
love
is
when
gone
she
really
says that,
low.
yeah.
YouTube, John.
You little
YouTube,
rat.
John.
You got your YouTube one, right? That's it. Yeah, big up. So when it comes down to
Listen, Trilla, when Muslim women are tortured, where do they go for help?
to helplines like that offer
Yeah,
help.
but you think Muslim men are going to allow that to come out in public? It's a haram to expose your sins.
It's a
Who
haram.
do they talk to? It's all fucking swept under the carpet. You know this, Trilla. Stop fucking.
I feel like no, that's more to do with shame, right? Like most people probably wouldn't, like kind of like admit they need help and things like that. That's more to do with like honor and shame and things like that. When it comes down to seeking help and
The BBC news reporters in
Are you
hiding
not
because they
hearing
want to
Trilla
kill her
defend
because she's
Islam
an
again,
ex-Muslim
neatly? Are
now.
you not
What
hearing
about
it?
her? What about that teacher? Prophet Muhammad, he must be black. That's why they don't have a picture of him, because they built a Kaaba in Africa because they said, Arab world.
Come on, Kay. Kill him. But here's the thing, sis. Are you neatly hearing Trilla defend it? Like, are you not neatly? He's got no chatting for the Sikh, But when it comes to Islam, oh, he's on it, defending he's gonna defend everything.
Even to his Sikh sister boy. Mad. That's why she said just take your shahada and done.
Long time.
But my girl said Muhammad must have been black. That's why they ain't got no pictures of him. God damn.
She's gonna tell him about the gurus too, and the black. Listen, she goes in last night. She went in hard. That's why I don't stop. Remind Trilla. Listen, Trilla, say Black Power for me one time. Trilla, say it for me one time.
It belongs to Africa. Prophet Muhammad was a black man. This is why they don't have a picture, because he was a fucking black man. And that teacher, even in England, is hiding. This is fucking Britain. Why is she fucking hiding?
picture of who?
The Prophet, you know, the teacher in Bury that's in hiding when all the Muslims went to kill him.
The Prophet Muhammad you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, listen, the Quran talks about love anti-black. You can't have a black dog. You can't dye your hair black. Why is black so bad in the Quran? We got a black goddess in India. We worship the black goddess. So you can't say they're racist, because God be my God.
Rewind. Hard and pull up. Hard and pull up.
You can't dye your hair.
Hard and pull that up. Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up.
You got a picture of Jesus, you got a picture of Moses. Why not Muhammad? What are they fucking hiding? It's because
That's Killer K. You slapping him up. You're
that's
slapping him up.
Hey, I'm not making any arguments.
exactly the car.
That's why you're losing, Trilla. That's why you're losing, mate. Come on, do better than this.
You see, but I believe you should
I
think we can help Trilla better.
You're always gonna lose.
Trilla amongst the Sikh community and get him back into his teachings. I think we could do him more.
Nah, he looks jaded too much. He's a balloony man. Baloney.
But we need to get him back into we need to get him back into the way the gurus.
Nah, the people them. Your
late.
women are missing you, Trilla, man.
It's too late now.
She said it's too late. Trilla's kinfolk, not kinfolk.
I'm back.
This is great. Telling people it's too late it's too late for repentance. It's too late to change the ways.
You're so young, you know, Trilla. You could change your life around, Trilla.
Yeah, okay.
Trilla, you could change your life around. You don't have to have a BMX no more. Sell your BMX and get a proper BM.
You know what, Kay? I would say to you, yeah, like practice
Right.
what you preach, yeah, practice what you
Listen,
preach.
I'm not here yet.
Triller,
Fucking
you just got
defending
your car
Islam.
just got snatched. That's all it is. Don't be hurt, Triller. It just got
I'm
snatched.
fine,
Yeah,
literally, but I'm just hearing somebody
yeah,
saying
I
things.
promise you, I try
They
to be
want
calm, I
me
promise.
to do things,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
that
won't
they
say, I
can't
know,
do.
yeah,
They
I'm
won't
not
do.
gonna submit to you. I'm not fucking Muslim. If you're gonna bully me into submission, I'm not gonna fucking do it because I ain't Muslim, alright? You're not gonna bully me into submission, alright?
Okay, they, at least
No,
like,
don't KK me. Trina,
alright,
you said girls love big cock.
okay.
What would the Sikh community say, or your dad? You think they know how you behave? Stop. You're going to get a slap, big slap if you carry
Am
on
I?
like that.
Am
Talia.
I? Is that a
If
threat?
you
Yeah,
in your sister's
is
head, you
that a
say
threat?
girls love big cock.
You see how
Ain't there more
petty
to
What?
life?
Triller is?
What are
We
you
got
talking
bills
Yo,
to
about?
fucking
chill out
pay,
with that
kids to
fucking
feed.
Like,
word, yeah.
who the fuck said? What are you
Calm
on
down,
about?
forward.
You
Yeah,
said, yeah, girls
I
love
said, yeah.
fucking, I get loads of girls. I got girl waiting here, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, he did. He said that, you know.
Exactly.
And
And
it
that's
was
right,
with
Betty.
his
Betty,
slap, big
So what?
Betty,
If
big
I, so what?
Betty, Betty,
So
Yeah,
you
what?
want
that's
me
all
to buy
that is,
you
okay?
Okay,
a
your best
Betty,
friend.
you're
Okay,
more
your best
likely
friend
about
is.
waiting me.
Okay,
Betty,
your best friend is here. So what if I get
Betty,
girls? What? Yeah, I
Yeah,
live
Triller
in
said that
Italy.
he's a
I'm
pimp
out
as
here
well. He said
dating.
he's a
And what?
pimp.
It's
And
all
what?
right.
Big
It's all
pimp.
right. That was the
Yeah.
other
And
second-hand
what? You got a
Muslim
problem with
here.
that? Okay, you jealous or
Second-hand
something?
Muslim.
Yeah.
no, I'm
So
getting
what?
a
She's letting you know, Triller, you're a disgrace. That's what she's telling you. You're a disgrace.
Okay, so I can do. I'm a human being. I can do whatever the fuck I
You
like
that
within
shit.
the law. All
That's the difference.
right. Yeah.
If I
All right.
bet you Betty, I buy the bag. I will fucking buy the bag now. I ain't got no
You
issues.
sound like a fanatic. You sound like a fanatic.
No,
Yeah. You
I
sound
keep
like
it
a
real.
religious
I keep
fanatic.
it real.
No,
I
you
keep
sound
it
like an
real, bitch.
extremist. You sound like an
You don't
extremist.
like you don't
You're
like my
trying to
realness.
tell
I get
people
it.
Sounds like
how
she's
to
You don't
live
like my
and how to
realness. I
conduct
get it.
themselves. Yeah.
Hate me, it's
You
okay.
sound like an
I don't
extremist.
kiss ass. I
You
don't need
are
friends online. I
people,
don't make fake friends online.
trying
I
to
don't kiss ass.
basically bully people into whatever you believe in. It's mad.
Yo,
No, you're
Triller's
bullying
doing
people into
defect
my
and yeah,
No,
Triller's doing
I
too
didn't
much.
say I was.
Mic check.
no
Mic
wonder your
check.
sister's married white men.
Mic
Your
check.
sister's married and don't
Mic
you put
check.
in the page.
Can't hear
Now
you,
you
Pep.
Mic
Oh,
check.
don't.
Killer
Can't hear
K,
you,
Mic
Pep.
Hell's
check.
in the
No
brother,
wonder
Hell's in
your
the
Mic
sister's
check.
white men.
K. Killer K,
Arab
Hell's in the
husband.
Mic
house.
check. Mic
Okay.
check.
Hey, meet K.
Because
Say that in
feel the
Punjabi.
I
Say
feel
that in
the sun
Punjabi.
I feel the sun rays hitting the moon, so there needs to be some light. Now check this out now, right? Because you know what I mean? I've gone in the shed in the garden. I don't want to disturb the missus. You know what I mean? So someone's phoning me. Hold on.
Sorry.
Got
The
a
sun and the
telephone in his
moon,
head.
yeah?
Hey, you'll say what it is, man. Hey,
He got a telephone in his head.
I got to know people like Shakara and all them. But listen, Kyle,
Hold on.
and I know where you live.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna bring them online. They're not mixed like children, yeah.
Hold on. This is the reason why I didn't want to come on, because people don't want to use knowledge, they want to use emotions.
Oh,
So let's
stop
But you
it.
let's
don't
go.
like
Hold on.
you just like
Hold
talking.
on.
You don't like
Hold
action
on.
women.
Hold on.
You don't like action
So
women. You like wafflers.
we're gonna
You like
go
freestyle.
we're gonna go into history
Hold on.
about
Hold on.
Sikhism. Hold on. Wait.
Listen, you stick to
Because
Islam first, you bloody
you came on the
hello,
panel, you're making claims,
talk about
and
104
hold on.
Let's talk about where you
This is
where you were.
ridiculous.
Let's
Brother,
talk
this
about
is
where you
ridiculous,
were. Let's talk
brother
about
Veli,
where you
brother
were.
Veli. We're here with the
104,
knowledge and we're getting on things,
104,
right?
Heathrow B21, and that
See?
place has been around for 40 years, and you can't even afford any paint to
No.
fucking fix the building. Have you seen the
Okay.
state of the fucking
I'm
building?
very happy
It
for you.
looks like a shithole.
So,
Before you fucking trying to help other people,
yeah.
fix your own shit on your doorstep. Yeah, I know 104 used to be a club back in the day,
So
a
we're
yardy
not
club.
here. We're not here
I
for knowledge.
fucking did
Hold
myself
on.
back in
We're
the
not here
day,
for knowledge.
right?
You're not here for
That
knowledge.
place is a
Right.
shithole right now.
Hold on.
I drive
Because
past it all the
all that
time.
mountain, all that trembling from the mountain
Yeah,
don't phase me. I
that's
told you,
Yeah,
the
what
this
God
sun
thing.
has
is
to
above
bullshit.
the mountain,
No,
Y'all
right?
straight,
let's
And the
man.
see where
sun's
God
gonna
you
damn.
burn
bring.
the top
Let's see
rays.
where you
Brother, how
So
did we
hold
bring.
on,
get
hold on,
into
hold on,
how
hold
did
on,
we get
hold on,
into
hold on,
meteorology and
hold on, hold on, hold on,
from this
hold on, hold on,
conversation?
hold on.
What the hell is the
So
sun and the
let's
mountain?
let's let's talk
What the
about
flip, bro?
let's talk about Sikhism.
Yeah, for real.
Both
Yeah,
points of the
listen.
argument, so we need one at a time.
Let's talk about Sikhism. This is what we do.
Yo, miss this boy. Bloody hell. Killer, killer, man. No one of those, man. God damn. Killer K was on smoke.
Sorry, sis, I'm here. What happened? I can't hear anything. Hold on.
What the hell, man?
Sis, I can't hear anything you're playing, you know. Is it
Yo,
me?
Divine or such did I go on, man. God
But sis, I
damn.
can't hear anything. Is it me or is it? I can hear you when you speak, but I can't hear when you play. That's why I had to refresh, but I still can't hear it. Can you guys
I
hear
don't
it in the
know. I
chat?
think
Can you not hear the video in the chat, guys? Or is it just me, my end? I don't know if it's me. Let me refresh one more time.
I'm gonna try and listen on my phone as well. Hold on. So why did hold on a sec. How come K was going on to 104s and that? Like what caused this? Oh dear. I mean, I know Kale speaks about 104 and that, but what is the need for this slewing on 104? I can't even stop it now, but okay.
I don't know why I can't hear anything. Sis, is it me? Nine.
Nine, we can't. I can't hear the video, and I can hear myself even on YouTube. I can't hear it. Like we can't hear what you're playing. Nine, we can't. Nine Aoife. I don't know what happened to this gal, you know. Look how long I'm calling her. Nine Aoife. Oh my God. Look how long I'm calling. I got myself all on YouTube to Nine Aoife.
Yeah.
We cannot hear you. I've been telling you for the last 10 minutes. We can't hear nothing you're playing. You're not listening. I typed it in the chat. I've told you like 3 times. Like, what are we doing? We cannot hear it.
I just thought, hold on a second. Wait. 1 second. Alright, I don't know. We can't hear nothing. Alright, let me try again. Sorry, family. Sorry, Divine.
I went to YouTube, you know, just to check, and I was like, it's not me.
From a Muslim point of view, this is what Muslims say. This is why I think you're a Muslim
Let
and
me
you're
know
an
if
Arab
you
because
hear
you're an
now.
Arab. Yeah, when it comes
Yeah,
down
we
to
can
it,
hear now. Yeah, we're good.
yeah, directly, right? When Guru Nanak, right, in terms of like, you know, the divine, what you call it, giving the divine message to Guru Nanak, right, which is completely separate to the Abrahamic prophets. Yeah, that was something completely different to that. So we recognize the Guru link that was generally constant in that regard. The gurus, in our opinion, were faultless in their actions when they were gurus. When they, you know, they're like enlightened ones, right? They can't make
Should I
mistakes because
forward
they're
it to the
always
FGM drip
divine.
up?
You
Make
know,
it run.
like similarly to
Yeah, you
God
can go
in that
forward. Go
sense. Yeah,
forward.
they're
Yeah,
not.
because
But God is at, you know, in a sense, working through them.
But
So
yeah,
that's our
I
belief
enjoyed
of
the
the
dictionary
gurus.
still.
System are you using?
Whatever fucking system people choose to follow, isn't it? Like
No,
morals.
Me a dumb question. What about America? It doesn't matter where it is, bro.
go back
I
a little bit,
literally
Fitz.
said
Go back just a little bit, yeah.
the
'Cause you
sample
got
size is one woman. So to say that this is
Bit, man. I know all of that rubbish
No
there, man. I
joking.
know all that
In
rubbish
real
there.
life, you are a dickhead. How about that?
I know all that thing and that, man.
about FGM is Western propaganda. So hence why she's so adamant that she needs evidence to see where it's coming from, and if again proving her point that it's just Western propaganda. That's why she's asking for the evidence.
Yeah. So if you go to the Yemeni, if you go to the Greater Yemeni
Can
Hospital,
you provide evidence though? Yes or no? That's what
yes. If you go to the Central Yemeni Hospital, they have records of these things, and they have published papers about how many of these things happen.
Yemen is in Africa.
It doesn't matter. I said people do it. It happens. It's a Muslim country.
I'm not repping Yemen.
But a minute ago, you was asking me about Pakistan, you fucking idiot. So why were you asking me about Pakistan, you dumbhead?
From a left reputable place. Yeah.
Happen to babies, and if anybody wants, I'm saying.
Let him bring the proof.
Come on.
If you're not applying scientific method, can you actually
Everyone
read the
chill out, chill
article
out, chill
that
out.
says that in
So the point-
Pakistan they are doing female circumcision on young babies? Since it's your country and since you claim
It's got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with me.
Bring
I
the
said,
proof.
I
You'd like
I
to
said,
see. Never heard about
I
that,
said
but
that.
I generally like
All right,
to read
so-
about it. Can you bring the proof?
All right, well, you can type it in yourself. You can type it in yourself.
Without swearing at me
Hang on, hang on,
and
hang on,
referring
hang
to
on.
me as a female
How is
dog.
it
Go on,
any
I
better?
did not
Yeah.
insult
Please,
you.
Let him do it.
I did not swear at
intelligence in
you.
here.
Can
Well,
you please?
Betsy,
Please.
you're dumb as shit, mate.
Can
You said to me,
please
Second.
bring
do
the
they do it to, I said
article
that they do it to
that says
babies.
that
They
young
do it to babies.
people from Pakistan
So the
are
point
chopping
is,
off
Well, I don't know what
even
Pakistan has got to do with it.
That's
Go on,
not
Betsy.
your
I don't know what
chopping
Pakistan
off
has got to do
your
with it.
babies.
That's the
In
point.
fact,
you
Pakistan
make.
is one of the countries that do it the
Female
least.
circumcision. Can you bring that
Yeah.
article?
Okay.
Pakistan don't really do it that much. It's more the African countries. Bro,
Bro,
it's more the African countries that do it because guess why? Guess why? You won't like to hear the answer. No, I don't bring no article because I never said nothing about Pakistan. I never said nothing about Pakistan. So
Yeah, Bright,
you
come
asking me to
here.
bring articles about Pakistan is irrelevant.
Why does it happen in
Well,
Africa?
Because I don't see why you can't bring the article and the proof.
but
Well, because I never said anything about Pakistan. That's why you fucking idiot.
Bring the proof.
I didn't say nothing about
No,
Pakistan.
no.
So you can go and check for yourself whether they do it to babies or not. Because the thing I said is that they do it to babies, and that is true. And you can check that yourself. You don't need me to prove nothing. You just have to type it in.
It
Just
does
type it
say
in Google.
infants to
What age?
15-year-olds.
What age
It
do
does say
women?
that.
What age do children get FGM? Yeah. Why don't you type that in? Because that's all I did. And I found it on.
No, I
said
don't
it
need
in
to
Africa.
type it because I don't believe
All
it's
brave behind the
Who cares what you
microphone, man.
believe, Betsy? You're a
All
retard.
brave behind the microphone,
You're a
man.
retard.
All brave behind the microphone, man.
Kel, you're a real life pussy. How about that? You don't know
All
what
brave behind the microphone, man. All brave behind the
No,
microphone,
you
man.
like that.
This is funny. This is funny. This is
No.
He ain't got the proof, Sister Betty. He ain't got the proof. His proof is his emotions.
Emotional little bitch, bro.
He ain't got no proof, Sister Betty.
One second, Trilla. If we're gonna have the conversation about FGM, have the conversation. But all this having them and all of them slinging, that's not running right now. We're trying to have a conversation about FGM.
But I was right though. They do it to babies.
You was right. You was right. Because what you're basically saying is some of those countries, some of those cultures in those countries that was pointed out, that Taffy brought up, do have it as a baby. So that's the point he was making. He didn't say which particular one, but he said some of them do.
He ain't met no point, man. Lady D, with all due respect, you confused by this
can't
all
qualify all the countries
like
in
that,
the
they were-
cultures. You can't do that.
I've never heard of
like
that.
You can't do that. Like, behave yourself, man. But you
Yes,
don't do
I can
it.
do that. I
No,
can't
you
do
can't
that.
do that,
Bring the
Betty.
proof. So we don't
Do you know
have
every single culture practice in every one of those countries, Betty? Do you know this?
If I've never even heard of it.
No, you
Belly
can't do that.
backstage, belly backstage.
So since scientific method is saying that it's happening, let him bring the proof.
So can I ask, guys, is it illegal in the UK?
I don't know, but belly
It's illegal to do it to a baby. It's definitely illegal to do it to a baby, unless there is a medical reason.
No, but the thing is, circumcision is allowed with babies, right? When it comes down to male babies, isn't it? Yeah.
But it
So,
just said 60,000.
no, I mean,
Yeah, it shouldn't be. I think this is the argument.
it shouldn't be. You're right. I agree with that. But anyway, backstage, really, Jordan M wants to jump on and
Brian's here as well, I think.
yeah, he's banned, isn't it? He ain't allowed on unless he's he's already. Brian, you're fucking late. You're an hour late for the
SNN, do you have any links to show
When are you
for
going to bring the proof if you female
one second,
circumcision?
Lady D, you could.
links?
Bring
If
the
you have any links,
Lady-
that you can show any babies
come on.
having this
You
practice
say
on
that
them,
this thing is
please.
happening to young babies. Come on, bring the proof if you care so much about these female babies.
Oh my god! Did you realise how insensitive and actually unhuman?
Lady
it
D,
sounds
this is so
sometimes, Betty?
silly that if you typed in the thing that I typed in, yeah.
No,
What
don't need
age?
to type.
Wait, I'm talking to Lady D. I'm talking to Lady D. So I
Betty,
can
why are you
probably
talking
find.
about the pedo ring the other night?
It's
Why are
not
you
an
so
age
concerned
claim.
about Jeffrey
You made
Epstein?
the claim.
Is
So
it
you
your
to
country?
back
Why are
it
you
up.
concerned about
You
Jeffrey
back up
Epstein
your
and
claim.
So
You're
there's
saying
loads.
babies
So
are
there's
female
loads. There's
circumcision.
loads of
On the plane.
articles. There's
Drop
in fact
the
hundreds
link.
of articles. There's
Drop the
hundreds of
link.
articles.
Scientific
You can
method.
easily find them.
Stop with the shuffling.
But Betty, you wrong. Betty, he proved you wrong, right?
Anybody can check this. Anybody can check this. You see how stupid she's being? Anybody can check this.
I never heard that babies were like, you know,
and bring the
female
proof.
babies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of know what people are
Yeah,
like.
so
innit?
it's
I've
not
had it before. I've had this conversation before many years ago. So obviously I know that. I know
It
that.
happens. It happens. Betty. It actually happens.
Well, the thing is, yeah, is that I remember talking to some girls, some women from Somalia, yeah, and they said that in their family it was done literally a week after they were born. Yeah, so that's why I kind of knew that. Well, I kind of.
Hey, 1 second.
Just another one Western, pro-Western propaganda.
Okay, cool. Science. What are you
So,
saying?
yeah. I'm saying that she's saying that it doesn't happen to babies. I'm saying that it does happen to babies, and if anybody wants to spend 10 seconds researching that, they will also find out that it happens to babies. And that's it. She wants to be silly about it, but that's fine.
Yeah, I never knew that until today.
Asking for evidence is not silly.
Yeah, can we get some evidence to settle this argument?
We
He
just want
literally,
evidence.
what? He kind of proved it. No.
No,
Type it into Google, and the first 100 links. Type it into Google. The first 100 links are all evidence. Yeah, the first 100 links.
reputable link from a reputable place. Yeah. Google.
I don't want to type it. Yeah, so I don't want to. I don't.
All right. Wait. I'll tell you.
Here's the problem. Let me help you lot out here. Here's the problem.
these young
Betty, literally, if you listen to
babies
what Betty's
got
been
in it.
saying from she's come on the panel, she's literally saying a lot of the information about FGM is Western propaganda. So hence why she's so adamant that she needs evidence to see where it's coming from, and if again proving her point that it's just Western propaganda. That's why she's asking for the evidence.
Yeah. So if you go to the Greater Yemeni Hospital,
can you provide evidence though? Yes or no? That's what
yes, if you go to the Central Yemeni Hospital, they have records of these things, and they have published papers about how many of these things happen.
Yemen is in Africa.
It doesn't matter. I said people do it. It happens. It's a Muslim country.
I'm not repping Yemen.
But a minute ago, you was asking me about Pakistan, you fucking idiot. So why were you asking me about Pakistan, you dumbhead? What is wrong with you? Oh, Yemeni doesn't matter now, but you was asking me about Pakistan a minute ago.
We don't need these interventions. We don't need these interventions.
Nine, pause a minute, sis.
I said they do it to me. I was right.
Nine, can you pause?
Basically, that Abraham got a circumcision after he was 90, and Sarah managed to get pregnant after not being able to get pregnant with a single baby for 90 years herself. And this is where circumcision came from. But supposedly, what the conclusion people came to last night, that it was actually potentially a metaphor for some sort of spiritual renewal or something.
D?
Oh yeah. I was trying to get you to pause this. Like, did you hear
Yeah, I
Betty's
was trying,
stupid argument though? This is what I was trying to get to the points. If you listen to the baseline of her argument is she doesn't care if it's happening in Yemen, it could be happening in fact, she don't care. She's only up there to talk for Africa and her people them in Nigeria then, yeah? Cool. Our argument on the opposite is we don't care where it's happening, what country, what culture, what group of people. It's inhumane, point blank, period. That's my argument, yeah? But she doesn't want to hear about that. And because she only wants to focus on Nigeria and what goes on in her people, in her tribe, and whatever the case may be, and because the rest of us are not from her tribe and her people and her continent and her culture and all of that, therefore, we're just westernized and we got nothing to say, and whatever we got to say is bullshit, which to me is just dumb. And that's why I couldn't get with her argument last night. Because literally, it's all about her and Nigeria.
Yeah, but she's like that though, isn't it? And not, you know what I mean? That's why more time you don't even bother. But I hear you still, man, because it was the same thing that happened the other day. So, which is still a retarded argument. So, because, you know, because like we're saying, wherever it comes from, wherever it's done, it's wrong. Right? There's no ifs or buts. There's no ups or down. Right? It's just wrong. But I hear it, man.
100% passing by, and that's my argument. My argument is I don't care what culture, what group of people, what color, whatever. The practice in itself, that's what I've got a problem. It is wrong, it is harmful, it is dangerous, and there's no practicalities to it other than, from what I can see, cultural. It needs to be stopped. It really does. But Betty's gonna tell me now that I'm westernized. I'm far removed from Africa as far as 200 to 400 years and blah 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 blah. I don't want to hear that, and I don't even know what Kel's do. I can't even deal with Kel.
Say that last bit again, D.
Yeah, I'd rather not say. So I'll leave you to Kel, man. I can't deal with him.
All right, I'm gonna press play again. I'm just quickly doing something because I might have to. I think someone's on their way to
something like that, you know. And then the whole metaphor of this baby that Sarah had, it might just all be that the whole thing just might be a metaphor back from alchemy, chemet, you know, astrology, all this stuff. It's just misinterpreted over time.
Alchemy or Archimedes? What do you mean?
Alchemy, Archimedes.
Alchemy is something else. Alchemy is alchemy.
Archimedes was a genius, by the way. But anyway,
Archimedes was something else. Alchemy is the practice of primitive people thinking that you could mix chemicals together and make gold or make an elixir of eternal life.
Archimedes was.
It's not Archimedes, it's Archimedes.
No, I get it. I missed
whatever.
I'm talking about ancient wisdom teachings. You know, even like Hindu was well before Christianity.
That's not wisdom, bro.
Oh, you were talking
well,
about.
They had Krishna. Well, the thing is, science. We believe in slightly different things regarding potentially like other dimensions. Do you know what I mean? So that's where
I don't.
Differ. Yeah, I do. You were talking about other planes, other dimensions.
Yeah, but that makes you more similar to them because that's the kind of shit they believed in. Is other dimensions, you know, like the heaven, the hell dimension, the god, the demon dimension.
He's talking
about but my point is that they've like that. I believe these stories that are from the Christ, the chrism fluid, and the Krishna, you know, and Horus, the horizon, the horizon is the Horus rising, and
so there's lots of
so all these things are.
They're
connected.
You sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, you know he's talking about the emerald tablets and stuff.
Not as much as Betty, yeah. But Betty's coming in saying
that. Betty, I don't know, bro. I think you are a little bit more than her.
So propaganda. When you talk about, I mean, I used to be more like that, Betty, with the everything was UK propaganda. I have to grit my teeth to go on a gov.uk website and take it as, you know, verbatim, as they say, you know, for word. But I'm trying to be more accepting that corruption isn't everywhere just because I've been a victim of.
You follow the mainstream media, Jake. You're saying you follow the mainstream media, or you used to.
Wikipedia.
Well, yes.
First and foremost, Jake,
I listen to it.
Hey, Veli, Brian's in the back, bro. If you're letting him on, I don't know, but he's in the back.
Yeah, Veli's backstage. Veli, backstage.
Triller, shush.
Yeah, backstage. What's going on? First and foremost, Jake, I didn't say whether I agree with female circumcision. I don't agree or disagree. But what I do disagree with is when you're using propaganda, when you're claiming that it's not done for hygiene reasons, it's just about controlling sexuality. That's not true. And then you start claiming that once you cut off the hood of the clitoris, they can't have an orgasm. That's not true. That's my problem with it. When you start lying to get
we're not hearing any claims of any evidence for hygiene reasons. I've looked up that and I can't find anything like on the first page.
That's
at
not
least.
because you don't talk to the people.
I thought you were Brian Ultra. What the fuck?
And I'm going to give you a bit of leeway.
So modern science.
I sound like Brian, yeah.
So modern science that doesn't consider SEM to be a valid performance. Somehow
and you don't know what it is
superseded by primitive hygiene.
In terms of cleaning it and keeping it.
What kind of idiot would have to say something like that?
A woman that there's a reason why they're trimmed, isn't it?
Yeah. So you're saying that the ancient savages had a better understanding of hygiene, so they routinely carried this out on so much all children.
Just like not all men have big dicks. Men have come in different sizes. Their penis comes in different sizes.
She's talking about you.
Hell, when they're a child. Like, you wait till they're older, then you get the operation. Like Blue was saying.
It can cause a problem.
What she's saying is so stupid. It's unbelievable. She's saying that primitive people had a better understanding of hygiene, genital hygiene, and their basic rule is to cut off bits. And that would take care of hygiene.
I know. I made the argument yesterday.
And yet modern science disagrees with that. That's unnecessary.
unnecessary. That is a barbaric and unnecessary practice. But this idiot thinks that ancient people had more knowledge about genital hygiene than modern science. What is fucking what an absolute idiot.
It's funny that you as a man want to tell a female what she
Well,
should
a female that's stupid, yes. Yes, a stupid female like you, I will tell you. Yeah, I'll tell you a stupid female that, definitely.
No, you're right, Betty, what do you prefer? What do you prefer?
So allow it.
So, Betty, have you done to yourself? Have you had it done? If it's that good for hygiene, have you done it?
If I want to have it done,
if it's yeah, exactly. So shut your big mouth. And
you know that scientific method ends up in real life. Scientific method could never. None of you people on the panel would never behave that way in real life. You would never do
You ain't never seen me in real life.
You would never do that. You would never do that. You would never do that. Never do that. You would never be. You would never.
You're the one acting all bad. Bringing this up.
You would never be like that in real life. Never,
you're the one acting like you're somebody in the real life.
You would never be like that in real life, man.
Is that right? Yeah. Is that right? Have you ever?
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you would never be like that in real life. Nor would you that. Nor would you that. Nor would you.
I see how you.
Nor would Kathy. Nor would Jay. None of these would behave like that in real life. You would never. None of these would behave that way in real life. In real life, it's going to be this. It's going to be this. Oh, you're saying that? Oh, you know it's just jokes on the panel.
You're not saying.
You know it's just jokes on the panel. Oh, just joking and that. We're just having laughs and jokes and stuff like that. You know, that's what it's going to be in that. Because I know your energy. I know what you got to like.
You're going to be saying.
I know what you got to like. I know what you got to like, man. I know what you like. You're just joking. You're just joking. You're just joking. I didn't even mean it. We're just joking. I know all that. I know all that.
Hey, Phil, how about we're not joking? We're not joking.
I know all that thing there. I know all of it, man. I know all of that rubbish there, man. I know all that.
In real life, you are a dickhead. How about that?
I know all that thing and that, man.
Yeah, you don't know all that, man. You don't know all that. You really don't.
You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing.
I never said that was
ain't gonna do
You're the one that said. You're the one. I never said that was
you would do nothing at all.
No one's ever said they would do anything.
What the topic is, because right now it's just like fair people,
nothing at all.
fair emotions, someone tell me what the topic is, because right now you lot are just being fucking bonehead. So like maybe someone just chill out for like 5 minutes. And like, let's get back to a conversation, innit?
Thank you.
I was really trying to have a conversation with the panel about FGM, but it seems like it can't run. That's what I'm struggling here.
No, do you know what it is? You have to understand, like, look, obviously FGM is like triggering, innit? But what I'm from somebody who I was listening in, what I'm hearing is there are some people, I'll say names if you ask me to, but it seems like there's some people on the panel who are reluctant to accept information that's out there, which to be fair is everyone's prerogative. And I would say never take anyone's word for gospel. Like if somebody says, I've read X, Y, and Z, and X, Y, and Z says this, like I would say before you just take it on board and swallow it.
Yeah,
to give the pun, like just confirm. Hold on, guys, wait. Slow down. Wait, Betty, slow down. Betty, slow down. Betty, slow down. Betty, slow down. Not so fast. Yeah. Rennie's gonna share your screen. Don't worry. Slow down. So, Lady D, basically, like you have to understand, this topic is triggering. And the problem is,
I'm noticing that even now I can't hear you. Okay,
yeah, I know. It's because like you have to understand who you're dealing with. You get what I'm saying? Sorry, Betty.
Talking, man.
Yeah. I was just saying. So, Lady D, look, the topic's triggering, right? And you have to understand, Lady D, if there's anybody that excuses away or makes excuses for FGM in any way, shape, or form, they're a cunt, and that's the end of the story. That's it.
That's a fact.
I'm putting Kale and Betty in their place. Thank you.
Everybody moved up a minute.
Listen to what they've got to say. The people that have had
Big up, Jordan.
Let's hear what the African women that are falling against it have to say.
Yeah,
then you make your mind up.
Let's have a listen.
To millions of girls and women around the world. And I want to begin by getting both of you to describe your first-hand experiences of what we're calling FGM. Juan by Amadou, if you would begin by telling me What happened to you?
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to start out by saying that FGM, female genital mutilation, is not a term that I would use for myself. I don't consider myself mutilated in any way whatsoever. Female circumcision.
Wait, Betty, can you pause it for copyright? Betty, pause it for copyright. Pause it. Betty, pause it for copyright because no, wait, Betty. No. You have to play it in small sections, discuss it for a second, and then replay it.
This is BBC as well. Yeah, you got to do definitely.
Betty, you have to be careful, Betty. You have to be careful. But just wait, Betty, Betty, hold on a second. Wait, Betty, 1 second. Let me say something. If you're born with a vagina and it's been altered for non-medical reasons, for any reason, it's been mutilated. Vaginas are perfect and delicious the way they are. Carry on. Unpause the video.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah. 42 seconds, Betty, yeah?
Where I'm originally from, where my parents are from. And I experienced, or I came to know about female initiation, which is called bondo, in Sierra Leone when I lived there as a little girl. So it's something that's celebrated. And that, that it brings a lot of joy to families.
Propaganda, joy.
And as a little girl, I associated it with empowerment. Women are in complete control. We have these amazing masquerades. They do all kinds of crazy things. The men have to stay away, stay in hiding in the houses, and young children and onion.
Yeah, sorry, Betty, man.
That's disgusting.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a good
BBC.
video, though.
It's BBC though. Yeah, it's BBC, bro. You can't you gotta be careful.
Disgusting.
Yeah, we can't do BBC.
Yeah. Much love to the woman Punani.
Yo, hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
Yo, check. Yeah, I'm saying sorry, man. We can't do BBC videos, man, because they do copyright strike straight away.
You're still alive there, bro.
Like, they don't even give you no black, whether you're reviewing or not.
Is that woman basically going to say that she doesn't feel mutilated, that it's kind of part of her society?
I hope not.
Yeah.
What she says is, I'll give you a rerun of what she said. I'm going to paraphrase both of them, to be fair, yeah? Because I'm in the middle, yeah? So the woman from Sierra Leone, she said she did it when she was 19, and she did it because she wanted to be initiated. She sees it as a rites of passage. She wasn't happy with her vagina. She feels like she was having some problems in terms of the sizing was too big, in terms of, struggling having sex type of thing. If you got really big, I assume that she had big pussy lips and it was getting trapped. I think that's what she's trying to say. And so she had the trim.
Labia.
So that's one adult making a cosmetic.
Woman, hang on.
Chill out. Let me speak to Betty. Betty, right there. Did you not hear the man? Did you not hear the madness in that sentence, though? Did you hear the madness in that sentence, though?
Let me fucking finish.
Yes, but did you hear the
Somalian
madness in that
lady
sentence?
had it when she was young. So obviously she had it. She's really against it because I think she said she had it when she was about 5 or 6, and hers was more severe. Now the people in Somalia, they do the one where they stitch the vagina up and they leave like a little hole.
No
but
way.
the people in Sierra Leone, they tend to just chop off the hood and trim the lips. But if you want the most severe type of female circumcision, is Somalia, Sudan, etc. In West Africa, it's not severe. It tends to be just the hood of the clitoris and the lips. So
Wait, Betty, can I ask a question,
What happened just then? 1 minute it was the right passage, the next minute it was you weren't satisfied, but you're not supposed to be having sex before the rites of passage. So which was it? Like, that didn't make no sense to me.
Yeah, it's confusing. I'm not gonna lie, it's all confusing.
Watch the interview from her if you want to hear her story, because we can't play it. And since she's an African woman that's actually had it.
Betty, would you say that the story is idiosyncratic to the person speaking? Like, because remember, the sample size is one woman, so to say that this is representative of anybody other than this woman, it's a non-argument, really.
No, it's not, because none of you, no one on this panel has had female circumcision. So
I definitely haven't had female circumcision. I agree with that.
No, me.
You listen to the people that had it.
All right, but I saw word on the road is you've had FGM. No, loud.
No, you listen to the women that had it, and you decide whether or not you agree with it. You don't just shut people down and refuse to listen to their
Wait,
experience.
shut anyone down? What are you talking about? I didn't shut anyone down.
Yeah, you did actually. There's a lot of
When?
shutting down. Like Kale says, the G-Book is meant to be about opposing views. But when
Betty, when did I shut anybody down? I literally just got on the panel. What are you talking about?
This, it's that, you know, swearing, like calling me a bitch, like that.
Yeah, ultra man.
What?
Yeah, bitch, man. Damn.
Oh, shut up, Trilla. Fucking hell. I'm not gonna lie, Betty. I don't know who called you a bitch, but yeah, fire.
No,
for that.
I
They shouldn't have done
said
that.
shut your bitch mouth. I said shut your bitch mouth. I did say that.
Yeah, no, listen, don't get. This is the problem when you get triggered, bro. You just say dumb shit that you're gonna feel embarrassed about, and you're gonna have to apologize for later. Hashtag, I'm looking at you for that, Kel, but we'll speak later. Hear what I'm saying? Vaginas are perfect the way they are. I get that you might not like the way it looks, way it feels, and you can elect to get surgery to get short back and sides, whatever. But FGM is a completely different thing that's happening to children who cannot consent. Where's the controversy in condemning that? I'm
Here's the
confused.
thing. Here's the thing that I figured out. Right? This is what I figured out. I figured out that
Boys can't consent to
as long
male
as it's
circumcision.
African, then it's supposed to be excused. That's what I'm
I
starting
said
to
that you
hear.
got a problem with male circumcision for little boys that
Betty,
can't
the
consent.
lady
Why
was
do we
already
have the
talking.
same energy for that?
Betty, Lady Divine
Young
was
Wait, I can't hear you, Betty.
That, mate. It definitely leads to that. She's talking about the correlation
for
between
young
male
girls.
circumcision.
You got no problem with it for young boys. This is just hypocrisy, man. It's
We didn't
just
say
Wait, Betty, are you talking to me? Or are you just saying things out loud?
No, nobody said it was right for boys either.
people
What
that
I
have got
don't get?
problems
I'm trying to think, Betty, who are you having a conversation with right now?
circumcision have a problem with the boys being circumcised under
Yes,
age.
Betty.
Bro, no
Yes,
one said
Betty.
that.
When they're babies, yeah, I know they do it for
Doesn't that only
baby
happen
boys,
to Jewish
yeah,
boys?
have that same energy. If you
Clearly,
No, but
Betty,
Betty,
you missed the
who are
conversation
you
yesterday.
talking to right now? I'm
Clearly, Betty,
confused.
you missed the conversation yesterday because that was already spoken about. That's why today
Yeah,
we did
that only happens to
Yeah,
Jewish
and I
boys.
clearly you missed
dropped
it.
bare fire on fucking unless any circumcision that's not for medical purposes. For instance, if you're forcing, if you've got a big
purposes. So now you're changing it now. So you're telling me that you agree with it if it's
yes, but Betty, if there's a medical necessity to have a circumcision, then go for it. It's necessary by definition.
females. Is it?
Yeah, big up family. Sorry, man, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm in the back just doing some stuff in it, because yeah, I just got to be doing some stuff, man. But obviously, please do go and listen to the chat. Big up yourself, Kushti. I'll see you in the building. Big up yourself on your Black Betterment settings and that. Big up the Black Betterment crew. But yeah, man, obviously we're just listening to what was occurring on the block regarding this whole FGM matter. Obviously, if for those of us that have been around long enough, this is not the first time the subject has raised or reared its ugly head. Do you know what I mean? But it's back again, and seemingly there are still those that defend the practice for varying reasons, as we'll get to hear. Yeah, but
So can you see the chat by any chance on this? Because I want to point out something Kel wrote while this bit of the conversation was taking place. Yeah. Now my man had the audacity to write in the chat. He wrote, "These man want Western." I think he wrote something along the lines of, "These man want Western values when it suits them," or something smart like that, and that triggered me. I remember him writing something slick like that.
no, I didn't, but I believe there was a lot of things being written in the chat still, like, so it's good anyway, because remember, it's still all part of the exposing season, and seemingly for whatever reason, people definitely defend or try to put a plaster on, or however you want to say certain things, as we're seeing. But I don't know if I've gone too far, boy, because my finger slipped. Hold on.
The sample size is one woman, so to say that this is representative of anybody, be a dumb question. What about America? It doesn't matter where it is, bro. I literally said on the channel, it doesn't matter about the geographical location. It's just slicing and dicing children. You're a cunt. Fall back, man. You're the biggest joke, man. Shut up, man.
Because I came on the panel talking about knowledge, etc.
No, No,
This is what
because
I'm
you're just a
saying. This is what
joke,
I'm saying
man.
about
You're a
unsynchronization,
joke,
man. This is what I'm
man.
saying about
Bro, you're the
unsynchronization.
biggest hypocrite I've ever met, bro. Just
I'm
shut
saying
up,
about
man.
unsynchronization.
Just shut up, man.
I mean,
Shut up, man.
talking about
Shut
Pan-Africanism,
up,
not a
man.
problem. Talk about
Shut
a
up,
religion,
man.
a problem. Talk
Shut
about all
up,
the things
man.
that because you don't know how
Shut
to
up.
be diverse with knowledge, man. You don't know what you're
Shut
doing,
up,
man.
man.
You're too
Shut
emotional,
up, dude.
and that's why non-African people
Dude,
always
shut
try to
up.
subjugate because you can't separate
Hell.
politics and personal.
He's like a clown.
Shut up, bro. Moving on. Moving
We
on.
can't separate
Okay.
personals. And listen to this.
I
Listen
don't
to
care.
this.
I'm done it out. I'm consistent. I've done it out. There it is. There's your answer.
Really seriously
I've never
now.
heard you. It happens in
Control
England.
yourself. You're a man. Hold your own balls. Let Jordan speak.
It
I
happens
don't
in
want to hold my
England.
own balls. I'm in public. What's wrong with you, woman?
All right, family. So I'm just gonna make this play still and make the chat go on, man. Cause like I said in it, we need to know who is who and what is what and who I think what. Yeah, so I'm gonna make it run and I'll be back still, but I'm gonna quickly do it.
Wait. Before you do that, now notice the point he made. The problem with us black people is we don't know how to disseminate information and we're emotional. Now remember, Kel was the one who got triggered off my one question. Can you clarify where you stand when it comes to Sharia law and FGM? Is it okay to be practiced in other countries that practice Sharia law? Or are you banning it out across the entirety? Or is it only you're banning it out in England? That was a simple question. Who was showing the emotions? Just make sure we're clear here.
Remind the audience of his response, Bob.
Why are you asking me these kind of questions? This is the thing about our people and this, everything but the answer to the question that I asked, the initial question. Marcus Garvey told us this, that Pan-African is nothing to do with anything I'm asked. And this is not the first time he's done it. And this is what pisses me off with Kel. Because I will ask him a direct, very clear and concise question. And I will get back all this red, black and green bumper clock rubbish in my ears. I don't want to hear that. That's not why I asked you.
Happens in England, right? There's a conversation at the moment about legalizing, because at the moment it's illegal for it to do FGM, but it's legal for the cosmetic surgery of the panani, as you call it, right? It's actually legal.
Never heard you call it nani.
It's legal for parents. It's legal for parents to choose their kids to do it in this country.
Yeah.
So I'm against FGM, right? But the point is, you don't hold the same energy for that. You only are talking about FGM in this conversation.
So wait a minute. Are you saying parents who legally splice and dice their children for reasons other than medical necessity?
Sorry, say that again.
What are you talking about? Are you saying there are parents in the UK who splice and dice their children's? Wait, hold on. Just so I'm clear. There's people in the UK that splice and dice their own children's genitals for reasons other than medical necessity.
Yes.
Then I ban it out straight up. Bam, straight up.
I believe Sophia Lewis was an example of someone who was actually young.
That's your people, bro. Talk to me about that, bro.
Well, but the parents are doing the surgery.
No, but sorry, Taffy, are you against that, right? You're against that.
Yeah, but then let me get it. You
why is there a yeah, but why are we not
the
banning it out?
parents are doing the surgery. Is that what you're saying? The parents are doing the surgery.
Oh, so see how you're making an excuse though.
No,
if I bring you up an example from England, right?
No,
which isn't FGM, which isn't in your mind Islamic.
Are they
You make
doing
an
it? Are the
excuse for it,
parents
right?
doing
You make an
surgery?
excuse
I'm
for it.
asking you whether
I bet you were spot on when she's talking about your double standards and only energy towards one thing.
I'm asking you a question.
Explain yourself, please. Elaborate on this this surgery that's done in the UK.
Yeah, it is done. It is done. So you can have a look. There is actually, I mean, like I say, Sophia Lewis is an example. There are people, they're allowing their kids to change gender. It started in America, right? Kids as young as 6, they're given hormone blockers.
Oh, shit. Yeah,
and
yeah.
they've been given these operations,
terrible.
right?
Come on. But you've never heard us fun fire on transgender, LGBT, X, Y, and Z.
All right, David Devine, wake up, you stupid people, please. This is what I'm saying.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
See, this is what I'm saying. These are jokers, man.
Let let me add this bit here, right? Which I think Betty, I know Betty was making this point, but here's the thing. So what you're doing is you feel it's wrong, yeah. So I think FGM's wrong, right? But what I won't do is impose my beliefs on other societies. It's the same thing people did in all around the world. Same thing in Afghanistan. We went and bombed the literally whole country because they don't let girls go to school. That goes against our Western morals. We go inside that. We've done it in Africa. We've done it all around the world.
Bro, do you honestly think that somebody bombed another country because they didn't let their girls go to Arab? You're a fucking idiot.
No, but listen, you have to have the ability. They did it in Pakistan as well, and that's why it's amazing.
But you think they bombed them because they don't let your women go to school? What about all the other countries? What about all the other countries that women can't go to
and they said,
school? How come they didn't bomb them? How come they didn't bomb other countries that women
What
can't
they
go to school?
do. Look at all the practices.
Bro, you're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Jordan.
And now you're here defending Western values. So here's my position.
Universal consciousness. There's no specific God here. This is just love.
This is better than Islamic.
You are loved, man. You are loved. I feel for you.
My position.
Just let me just add the footnote. Yo, Jordan, this Jordan M is so slimy and slippery and
he is a
man.
snake of all snakes. An EDL snake at that. I can't stand it. Ugh.
These are Dawa tactics, boy. Yeah, negate. You hear how we saying how them listen to me, boy. Yeah, how they went into your lands and they bombed your lands and blah, 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 blah. This is what he's using to try to defend the FGM argument. Oh Lord! And then he said that they bombed them because they weren't going to wear the hijab and all that. What? And rather than saying that they bombed them for their oil, you get me? Like, what are you doing? These people, yeah, they think that we're uneducated and retarded, man. Because that's the kind of people that they do dawa to. I'm convinced, man. Just uneducated, retarded people, because their argumentation is just disrespectful, man. I'm telling you, JD. Even JD saying Jordan's examples are always non-equivocal. Facts, man.
And always involve Africa or the Caribbean in some way, shape, or form. You will never find Jordan use his own culture, and his own people, and his own struggles as an example, ever. Show me a time when Jordan's ever done that. Never. It's always Africans and Jamaicans or Caribbeans, yeah? I know I've clocked him long time. I don't know how anybody else ain't clocked him yet. I've been clocking him. But carry on.
Man. There's no change, man. Just a different guys and a different face, man. But yeah, I'm not the team play still. But yeah, man, exposure is real. Hetero saying he would claim that it spread peacefully to it.
Let me just give my position. Let's Taffy. I'll hand the mic over to Taffy. My position is I'm personally against FGM, but what I don't do is I don't go to other cultures who may be practicing it and impose my Western power on them. And that's essentially what you're doing here. And the amazing thing is, a lot of you aren't even sort of Western. You know, you might have been born here, but you know this happens in countries where you're originally from. So that's why it's a bit strange to see.
What is the difference, though, whether we're born here and whether we're freaking have some heritage? You know what I mean, in terms of our.
What it is,
we're against it. Ultimately,
there is no fucking difference, Jordan. We're from here. So
yeah, but what's your moral? What moral system are you using?
Whatever fucking system people choose to follow, isn't it? Like
no,
morals.
We're using a Western with our eyes, right? We're using our system, right? Imagine how another country. Imagine how Afghanistan see how we treat our children. Sorry.
Oh,
this
Jordan,
is
let me
where
ask you a
is bullshit in the chat.
If there was a random hypothetical culture that believed that feeding their children car battery acid was a good thing, would it be all right, okay, moral, ethical to burn out that practice? Yes or no?
I can say I disagree with it, right? But an example, I like you.
Wait, hold on, George. Wait. Just pause for a second. I heard what you said. I heard what you said. You just said, I asked you a question,
So
you gave me an answer.
if I go to a tribe in the Amazon rainforest, right, and they are, I don't know, taking bits of their ear off, they're imprinting stuff on their bodies, I might say, hang on a minute, that's not fair on the kids.
You see there? They love Western values when it
when it suits them. What hold that there right there.
So you don't.
All right,
So
all right.
you don't have a
Wait,
universal moral
science. Wait, bro. Hold on a second. I'm really glad to hear Jordan say that. So,
did you catch it, sis? I clocked every single move last night. Did you catch it? I clocked Triller on cold. Triller was perfectly synchronized. I catch Kale's little fucking. You see when I catch Kale, you know, Kale. Yo, let me just shut up. No, you speaking because we can't hear you. You know.
Bloody Nora, you know I've been on mute to us.
Oh man, I thought something was wrong. Okay, go on now.
No, I was saying, yeah, in terms of Kale's comment, right, about he's saying they love Western values when it suits them, yeah. So it could be argued that there is some truth to that, right? However, what I was saying that in this instance, yeah, this is not even just about Western values, isn't it? This is about now knowing not even just right from wrong, but the whole physicality of it, right? There's no benefit to do it. We looked out for the benefits, right, and we understood that it's just a cultural thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's no actual benefit, whether it be physical, psychological, this, that, and the other. The things that we read were just purely cultural, maybe vanity in some instances, and you know, in some cultures, you get me, if your pom pom is tighter, then you might get more dowry or what. Do you know what I mean? I'm being facetious, but that's basically what it is, isn't it? And they're saying, well, bam, you can make sure that she remains a virgin and all this other different type of stupid shit. You see what I'm saying to you? So for myself, that's not even just about Western culture. That's just about, like I said, like I was saying to Jordan the other day, like you evolve, innit? Like the mindset evolves, innit? Yeah. Like in England or in places that were burying children alive and all this different type of stupid shit as culture. Do we say that we should still like just say, yeah, man, do that because it's your culture? No. You get me?
Exactly my point I raised last night. But then you've got to remember why he wrote that comment. Remember, he wrote that comment to back what Jordan's been said. Remember, did you hear what Jordan said? This comment is in response to what Jordan said. Understand that, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, well, if you know, in this instance, then they're both as stupid as each other. And this whole Western, now we're not even trying to have it, man, because the thing is, I know that Kale ain't, or Jordan, if they got a daughter, they ain't sewing up their daughter's pom pom straight. Yeah. So then all this argumentation for the sake of what? But anyway, we'll make it go, man. But yeah, man, I tell you, man. Yeah. God bless the Lord.
So Jordan, if somebody who's a non-Muslim draws a picture of the Prophet, should there be any recompense for them because they're not Muslim?
Oh shit!
Yeah, but no, but that's that. I'm not. I'm saying if you drew a picture of the Prophet, right, in a country where the law is you're allowed to, it's not my. I can't do anything, can I?
Oh, interesting. I'm just going to say hashtag Charlie Hebdo. Okay, cool. We'll move on. What the problem is, I heard what you said. I heard you say, by what moral standard are you saying that it's wrong?
He can't be a Muslim.
We can hold on. No, but this is the thing, Jordan. We can demonstrate that female genital mutilation is demonstrably harmful to children. Same as puberty blockers, and fucking telling your child who's a fucking boy that
Yeah, big up family. Sorry. So listen, I'm gonna be away for about 10 minutes, right? But I'm gonna make the thing run. So you have to just bear with it and go and listen and look at the chats and type up.
Yeah. We refresh our memories. We're here listening.
All right, cool.
Boy, that he's a fucking girl. It's the same shit, bro. We can demonstrate the fucking harm that these things do.
Ultra,
So it
they
doesn't
both
matter that
are.
I'm in the UK. I'm in the UK. If I can demonstrate to you that something's harmful, of course I'm going to tell you.
No, but okay, Ultra. Let's say in Afghanistan, right? They grow in power, right? And
Afghanistan's a shithole, man. Give me somewhere else, man.
He's making his argument. He's already lost.
Stick with that. Just stick with that. Come on.
Let's say Afghanistan, right? They feel that teaching our kids LGBT and teaching our kids about masturbation is completely immoral and ruining our country, right?
Masturbation ruins countries. Are you alright? Don't act like you ain't got one up the wrist, bro. Come on.
How are you even comparing sex morals?
Keep digging. Why are you
It's a dope thing, bro.
Let him make his point. Innit?
Wait, can I make one point? I would say to Jordan, it's hard for you to be a Muslim and a moral relativist. As a Muslim, you should have a universal moral standard, which you apply. I misunderstood again.
Chill out.
It's wrong for children in the UK. How come it's not against the law, but you're allowed to give children puberty blockers that can make them infertile and mess up their reproductive system? But you want to criminalize FGM? It's a double standard.
Fire and lava for puberty blockers for children. Fire and lava for puberty blockers. Fun out them fuckery.
They're not allowed to do this.
Jordan's also condemning it as well, right?
Wait, Jordan. Now Jordan, seeing as Ultra agrees in both cases, you're the hypocrite for now condemning the puberty blockers and not the FGM. All right, you just made yourself the
I can be against it. I can be against it.
FGM.
Well, Ultra demonstrated his consistency. You demonstrated your lack of consistency.
No, you're demonstrating your lack of IQ. All I'm saying is.
So FGM is as bad as puberty blockers, yeah? So they're both equally bad now, yeah?
You need to learn your biology. All I'm
Bro,
saying
shut up. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You just made a fool out of yourself.
Let me not reply to scientific method. We all know that he's on his hormones. He's on his.
Betty, this is another topic actually.
Yeah. But what I would say is puberty blockers can be very dangerous. There are many women that have been on puberty blockers.
More dangerous than FGM.
Infertile.
Yeah.
It should not be given to children.
I think it's obvious. Why?
What you're doing is Western propaganda. You're right for you.
He cannot learn.
Consistent people. Look at what you're doing. Has anyone ever been on puberty block? Has anyone ever been on
She's not there, Belly. So I can't get her to fix it.
Jordan. You're not going to be able to sleep at night. You're going to get a dry vagina.
Similar.
The UK.
Guys, I'm sorry. Nine says she's gone away from the PC for about 10 minutes, so I can't get her to fix it. Oh, she's back. She's back. Go on, sis.
I don't know why it just started to do that, man. Hold on a sec.
Sometimes it's just a connection, you know, sis. It just go on and way there.
Hold on a sec. I'll play it again. Let me tell me how it sounds, bub, please.
Infant fatality or infant permanent deformity. Do you take that into consideration?
Yeah, so for me, right,
Yeah,
I wouldn't want it
better, much better.
here, right? Like I say, if there are cultures elsewhere and that's part of their society, I'm not a good. I have my moral system, a scientific method said. I'm a Muslim, right? But
Virtue
that doesn't
signaling. I
mean.
get it. You're a virtue signaling Muslim. That's it. Virtue signaling. 100%.
No, no, no,
100%, Jake. You
all it
nailed
is,
him, bro.
right?
You nailed him 100%, bro.
All it is,
He's,
Jake,
he's
right?
culturally relative when he wants to virtue signal and be liked by different people.
All it is, Jake, right, is that I'm making a point that scientific method, ultra, Lady Divine, these guys actually follow like a Western ideology. So their values for whether it's age of consent, FGM, all these things.
Bro,
right,
you follow fucking Arab
is
cultural supremacy, so fuck off.
Right? It's
Bro,
basically
Dan,
based
I've
upon.
heard you speak like this
based upon what
basically,
they've
and you've
learned
managed
here,
to make
right?
this narrative in your
Guys,
head.
what I'm
Keep
saying
One at
doing
a
it, and
time,
it seems
please.
to
Let
work,
Jordan
right? Or you're
let
playing an
Jordan
act and
finish
you're
his
an actual
statement. Jake,
troll. You're
stop
just a
interrupting
troll. I
him.
think you're just a troll. I don't
Jake,
think you're
great,
competent.
great, excellent, excellent.
Nah, he's just really dumb, bro.
Jake,
Really dumb.
Jake,
Let him
Thank you.
respond, and then I got something to
Guys,
say after Jordan's finished.
Guys,
Let's go.
the chat is struggling to hear us, guys. So what
Yeah, come on, Taffy. Shush,
Yeah, let me.
Go on,
I'll
Jordan.
finish up
Go on.
clarify my position, right? So all I'm saying about is that imposing our. So like I say, when I give the example of ultra scientific method, these people, originally from Pakistan, Africa, these are the same arguments that were used to subjugate their people, right? When we look overseas and we say, look what they're practicing, they're so
By
barbaric.
Muslims!
They're so
Muslims do the same
barbaric, right?
Yeah,
fucking
but look
thing!
what they are practicing.
Calm down,
You
calm
stupid
down.
dickhead! Jordan, no, fuck off, Jordan M. You know, no, Jordan. I just lost all rating. You know, fuck off, Jordan M. No, actually, do you know what? Fuck off, Jordan M. You know why you're a cunt? Don't chat shit to me about being subjugating my people when fucking Muslims did it. Muslims fucking subjugated my people, now fuck off.
No, was
You
it?
cunt. You fucking cunt. Go fuck yourself, you dickhead. Don't fucking come out here like that and fucking
They only
saying right now, go fuck yourself, you dickhead.
Yeah, so no
This
white
is a
people.
sellout. He only seems him to mention the white people doing it.
You
But you don't want to
fucking
mention the
dickhead.
Muslims doing it.
You
Only
fucking
Muslims did
dickhead.
it. Only
Jordan
Muslims.
M, you know what, bro? You just lost all fucking credibility. Me. You just need to fuck off because I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I'm not falling for it anymore. You're a dickhead.
That's
Because
a
for
fact.
you
We
to say
see you. We
anything
see
like
you,
subjugated my
Jordan.
people, like moving free from that. Are you a fucking K? Bro, you're not dealing with dickheads. I'm tired of playing around with you fucking white man. Now. I'm fucking tired of it. Just fuck yourself. No, I'm telling you here and now, Jordan M. Go fuck yourself. Do you hear what I'm saying, Jordan M? Do you hear what I'm telling you? I'm telling you here and now. Go and fuck yourself, you dickhead.
My point.
Go and fuck yourself, you
Don't
dickhead.
even try and bring any real arguments. You just bring this, but it's okay.
No, listen to what I'm telling you. And Kel, you can fucking talk back, you dick. I'm telling you now, Jordan, here and now. Jordan M.
No, wait, leave Kel, bro. Leave Kel. That's my piece, bro. I will smash up Kel.
So let me
No,
just say
fuck
this to
Kel as
Jordan
well,
quickly
man.
because it's getting a bit crazy again. Let me say this to you, Jordan. Now I don't know what kind of bullshit you think you're doing on this panel about us and our Western whatever. Let me just tell you something right here. Right? I'm speaking for me, lady.
You have
I'm
it as
speaking
well.
right now. You're gonna hush your mouth and you're gonna listen because I listen to your
No,
bullshit
no,
the longest, right?
This guy wouldn't let his daughter marry a non-white person. We got Western mindset.
That's what the fuck you're gonna do. Why? Yeah, you I'm talking to. So what you're not gonna do is try and tell me how I think and how I feel. I'm telling you how it is. Yeah, you're not gonna put your imposition on me. You're gonna keep that to yourself. I'm telling you whether it's fucking Africa. I don't care which fucking tribe you wanna pick out of fucking which country in Africa. I'm telling you, whether it's here, there, wherever the fuck it is on the world, I'm going to be against it, yeah? There are babies that are literally dying from this bullshit, yeah? It's a fucking backwards fucking culture, and you can pull on the fucking heartstrings of fucking King Kel with your fucking, oh, I'm supportive of it, as long as it's a bit that I agree because it aligns itself with Islam. That bullshit don't fucking run with me, yeah? I'm letting you know, whether it's England, fucking Africa, it could be the pussycat Caribbean. I'm burning fire on it, yeah? So what you're not going to do is try and tell me, say, oh, we're some fucking westernized influenced people and whatever. I don't give a fuck. And where's it Sierra Leone? I'm fucking got 27.6% fucking Sierra Leone DNA in me, and I'm still burning fire on it. Now what? Now the fuck
Big up,
what?
Lady D. Big up. Well said, mate.
You're
Well said.
westernized. You're westernized. Anyone else?
You're still westernized. But Jordan, are you westernized? Are you westernized? And you got a different opinion. Jordan, are you westernized and you've got a different opinion? So now what? Now what? Now what, bro? You're westernized. You got a different opinion.
If Lady D grew up in a society where it was
Okay, so Jordan M, yeah? You're white.
Talk about the dangerous effects of lupin on children. Another thing I wanted to say is, because of the period thing. This is what Western people say. If you start a period at 8 or 9, they will put you on Lupron. Yeah? But the problem when they've done that is 10 years later, when those girls have been on that, they've ended up with brittle bones and infertile. So you in the West, you don't allow girls to have a natural period. I know an English girl that started a period at 9. She never died. She got through it, even though she started at primary school. But what you try to do is you try to stop, puberty, and you try that, and I don't think that's right either. There's plenty of women.
Wait, Betty, does it happen to ladies that suffer from precocious puberty?
You made a really significant point, right?
Like Lupron.
So, 9, what did you say?
Calling us westernized, yeah, which is quite fine. So now I want to ask Jordan, what are you?
I didn't even call you westernized, but it seems like you're taking it. So you've obviously agreed with it.
What are you?
Yeah, but if she agrees with us, you're going to call her westernized as well.
Wait, scientific. Hold on. Scientific, hold on.
If everyone else is westernized, you're a white Englishman. What are you?
Yeah, I'm westernized.
So what are you accusing other people of being?
Thank you very much.
Can I make it clear? Do you want me to just make it clear again?
The guy's a fucking waste man. He's in the fucking cult. He's brainwashed like a fucking dickhead. Look at the state of this prick. Fuck him, man. I'm fucking tired of playing with these kid gloves with all these fucking wankers. They're all fucking wankers, all of them. What's the state of these wankers? Nah, man. Fuck all of these dickheads. Kale, Jordan, all these fucking dickheads. All of them. Fuck them.
Ultra, calm down, mate.
Fucking waste of spaces, man.
I agree with Ultra, bro. This is
Melly
like
says that we should allow.
Yeah, but we can still have a conversation.
Jordan and I need to be helped to have a debate.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Nainifa, as well. You're right about that as well.
Debate, please.
Yeah, because I'm saying, right, I'm finding it very interesting to hear a white English gentleman call other persons Western.
Yeah.
You get me?
As if it's a bad thing.
So then I ask you, they're Western. Then I ask you, well, what are you?
Yeah, I said I'm Western.
You said Western.
Yeah.
So then I become confused. So then what is the accusation?
So can I make it clear then?
Please
So
do.
whilst I'm Western, right? Whilst I'm Western,
yeah,
I completely bun fire on the foreign policy that my country's done. We've literally gone over to other countries, subjugate them under these principles. They do FGM. Look at the state of them. They're not civilized. They don't send their girls to school. Look at the state of them. We've literally gone around the world, right? Since World War II, we've literally invaded 51 countries along with America.
Okay,
but under the kind of things that you
and
guys
that was for economic reasons, not what you said.
Finish.
First of all, Jordan, you're not going to get any argument from us.
Why can't I finish your point?
Sorry?
Yeah, let him finish.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, so I was saying, right, so I'm well aware that the country...
Don't fucking apologise to this fucking dickhead. What are you doing, like that? Are you alright?
You're not helping, bro. Come on.
I don't give a fuck, Triller. You can fall back as well, man. Don't fucking talk to big man. No, Triller, do you know what? Fuck off. You fuck off as well. Don't apologise to this dickhead. Let me tell you what. This stupid cunt used to be fucking far right. And you can still see the far right in him. He's always quick to dash Blackie under the bus. Jordan M. He's a dickhead. All he can tell you is fucking Islam. The guy's a dickhead. He's fucking... Listen to him.
Sounds 9. We can't hear you.
Child bride, as long as you don't.
Guys, I think it's her connection. But yeah, so far, just to keep the show going a bit. So far, as we can hear in this argument, that's some pointless argument. Jordan's trying to do his finessing, divide and conquer madness. He's trying to separate himself from the Western, but at the same time include himself in what I don't know what he's doing. Or he's trying to make out people are trying to infringe their laws and rights on. I don't know what he thought he was doing up there, but it's just a joke. It was just literally a joke. And then Betty, you know what? I can only do one at a time. And it, Kel, I can't. I can understand why Ultra was frustrated, is what I'm saying. I understand the fact when you're listening to this bullshit and it's live in your ears, and then you're expected to just keep quiet and not say nothing. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to talk up. But welcome back, sis. I think your connection went.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna get back to it still because it went off at a mad point, man. But Brother Ultra's not having a bar with it. No, he said no blood, no more of this.
Remember that, sis. He's a father of girl children as well. You know, so you got to see
That's
from how
right.
he's seen it. He's also a father of girl children. Would Ultra want his girl children cut open like that for the sake of what? Cultural practices? Nah, allow it, man. Allow it. We're burning fire on this thing.
All day, every day. We don't care where it come from. Yeah, fire burn that 2024 madness, man. Hold on.
Try. Let me talk to you for a second, Ultra. Yeah, I just want to hear his argument so we can break it down. That's it. Yeah, right? I want to hear the argument.
We know his argument. This dickhead is telling you.
Yeah, so let's hear it.
This fucking dickhead is telling you that it's okay to have a child bride depending on what country you're in. Fuck off, man. What is there to hear? What is there left to hear? Why are you even listening to this fucking dickhead? Bruh, fuck Jordan M. Fuck his haircut. Fuck anything that he thinks. Fuck Jordan M. What is the point of Jordan M? Jordan M some fucking dickhead, bro. The other day, he was online lying about saying he's getting... Bro, fuck this dickhead, man. Manifa, I hear what I'm telling you. Don't fucking apologize to this dickhead.
No personal.
I think...
No, fuck that, man. Fuck Jordan M. Fuck Kale. Fuck anyone supporting them. Fuck you. Fuck
Bro, I know you're heated, bro, but come on.
There's no fucking point to any of you, though. This is what I'm saying.
It's not the point of him. It's about the point of the conducting the panel in a way where we can hear everyone talk.
Bro, fuck Jordan M. Listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm telling you. No, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. And I hear in myself. I hear in myself. I need to calm down. I get it. And for the first time, I'm genuinely pissed off. Genuinely. I'm pissed off. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm sick to death of hearing dickheads, absolute fucking reprobates, talk shit about you can do all these heinous things to children, provided it's not in a country where it's illegal. I'm tired of listening to these people. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I don't see why I have to take anything these cunts have to say seriously. And additionally, what hurts even more is that this cunt has always got black people under the bus. Jordan M. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it with all the respect that I can muster. Go and fuck yourself. Fuck yourself, Jordan M. And I need you to really understand that I mean it. I mean it. And I'm never gonna apologize for telling you how I feel. That's it.
I don't care about your apology. Facts don't care about feelings, mate. I don't care about your apology. I don't care about the way you feel about it.
Thank you, Jordan, for staying on the panel.
You don't, Jordan M. I never asked you to care. I'm not sure what your response even is. I don't give a fuck about you, bro. You're a dickhead. You're a brainwashed fucking moron. You're a brainwashed moron. And the racism in you, Jordan M. I see it, bro. The remnants of it. I see it. So just fuck off. And in fact, Jordan M, hold on a second. What are you even doing on G Block furthermore? Jordan M, what are you even doing on G Block furthermore? Go fuck yourself, bro. Go read some books.
batteries. Has anyone changed batteries?
Go read some books, bro. Go read some books, Jordan M. Go read some fucking books. Go read some books, Jordan. Go and get all that spiritual food, bro. Fuck off.
Ultra, let's break down the argument, please. Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, all right, Triller. Let's break down the argument. Let's break down the argument.
I thought
Let's break
Naifa
it
and
down.
Jordan were speaking. Can you show some chivalry, Ultra, and let Naifa and Jordan finish what they were saying?
Naifa, I apologize for my angry rant.
Let him have a conversation.
Naifa, take notes on how he speaks to you. Now. This is what I mean about his racism. Take notes on how he deals with you.
If you want to continue, please.
No, but on a real one though, Jordan, yeah, but because I did find it, and I heard you start to speak about England's foreign policy, etc., which obviously you're not going to get any argument from us in that regard because we're banning England foreign policy from a long time ago, yeah, so no problem there. But like I said, I just find it interesting that when you called other persons Western, right? So has your culture changed then? Would you say that because you are now of a different religion, has your culture changed?
No, I've still got British culture, right? But there are obviously certain things within. I mean, British culture is changing as we speak, isn't it? Whether we're talking about this transgenderism, we're talking about the Pope's just given his blessings for gay marriages. These are obviously things that I'm not going to move with the times, but I'm still British. I still follow the British ways. So I am Western.
So same as the rest of us then. So it was a pointless thing to say.
Yeah. So
it was a useless thing to say then, basically.
No. You guys are also Westernized, just like myself. But the thing
so
is,
it was a useless thing to say.
Just let me calm down. Let me finish a couple of points. So the thing is, I feel like what you guys do, right, and what you're doing in this conversation and many other conversations, is that you are using the Western values. So you're basically, your morality is literally will be consent is 16. FGM is flat out wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. All these things, right? Because you're using a Western moral system.
But Jordan,
you're pointing fingers.
But how come we're using the Western moral system and you're not?
You're pointing fingers at other countries, right? And saying, look at them. I've heard people say it's barbaric.
What you just said there, yeah.
There may well be a culture, right? There may well be a culture.
It is barbaric.
There may well be a culture, a tribe that practices FGM in the Amazon rainforest. There may be a country doing FGM and stuff like that.
And that will be barbaric as well.
But who am I?
Jordan, listen. I'm going to tell you. Listen, Jordan, I see what you're doing, Bab. Yeah, I do see what you're doing. Yeah, I see the little abracadabra, no problem. But the thing is, Jordan, that in many of the countries that you're speaking about, the persons themselves in those countries are trying to stop these procedures. So it's not even you get what I'm saying to you.
No.
What do you mean no?
No, there are some.
But you don't know of. Hold on a minute. So you don't know of anti-FGM people in Africa, for example.
They done a whole documentary on Channel 4 about it, sis. They did a whole
Jordan, listen. Just answer the question.
Wait, Nanifa, ask this dickhead if stoning people to death is primitive barbarism. Ask him.
Nah, that's just the way people do things, bro. Like you can't judge.
Is an electric chair barbaric? Ultra.
Yeah, 100%. Yes, 100%. Yes. Yes, 100%. 100%. Bro, I'm bunning it out. Listen to me.
Where's your heat?
No, because Lady D, this is what you don't understand. This guy needs consistency. He doesn't have any.
They've used lethal injection for years now.
So Ultra just electric chairs eye pop out, mate. You get electric chairs.
It's still a million times better than burying someone in the sand and throwing stones at them until their head falls off.
Oh, I see.
It's a million times better than that. Bro, you're a joker, bro. You're a joke.
Hold on. Chill out.
Apparently, Jordan,
you're not making a point, scientific.
Be of a different political.
Stoning is like the electric chair.
Is that true, Bab?
Can I share a screen briefly, Billy?
Jordan, apparently previously you was of a different political persuasion. Is that true, Bab?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Yeah.
Big shift there, mate. I wonder what caused that.
And now, And
I would have
now,
probably been on G Block a few years ago going, yeah,
Oh
no Muslims,
shit! You don't
no
call the
study
ambulance.
Muslims.
Belly's about to get done out here.
No,
Belly's about to get done, bro. Black glove on, mate. Fucking. We're good.
Gloves on, it's
The
got
leather
the
gloves,
gloves
bro.
Oh shit!
Hey,
Yo,
anyhow,
what
we see that
music,
train
yeah?
station, yeah. Hey, Brian, where are
What
you, bro?
music?
Brian was in the back chat earlier. So, Brian, where you at, fam? This is a call out.
Oh shit! Here we go. Here we go.
That's a good landmark. 3 phone
Greenwich,
boxes.
Greenwich, come on. Hey, Benny's hunted. Benny's hunted.
Brian, wallahi, you're finished. Wallahi, you're finished, Brian.
Belly's like a hawk, bro, looking for a mouse. that eagle-eyed view, bro.
Oh shit! Look at this madness.
Hey, check behind the bins. I mean, check inside the bins as well, yeah?
Will you
all right, family. So you see when
Where
Biggie,
are you, Brian? Where
I
are
don't know
you?
where my
right,
man's
well,
hiding.
There you go.
In this,
him
man
and
made up a
Brian
name of
Hurl
a
were
pub,
supposed
yeah?
to meet up and have a
In
little
Greenwich.
fisticuffs, you get me? So
But all right, cool.
Biggie's done a little walk around the ends and that. And obviously, Brian didn't turn up. But obviously, if you want to go and watch that, definitely go and watch that on the block. That's at about 2:55 in terms of the timestamp. And you can see Biggie's doing his thing there. But I'm just going to forward it. See if we can get back to, because it was a Mazda, to be honest. That happened for a little while still. But let's see if we can get back to the conversation.
Why they feel like they do, but they might have hormone imbalance. There is people, yeah.
That's not.
You know, I think it's like
No.
just
Generally,
2% of people.
I understand the principle. I understand the principal argument, right? But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to what's going on right now in terms of it being promoted to be okay and everything else to an extent where children are being taught this, yeah, it's wrong.
But this is our karma, sadly. This is where we're at. I feel is that we've allowed
Oh,
this.
karma. What's karma got to do with this?
Because we've out cast. We've cast out this people that with this medical imbalance. So
Medical imbalance.
They have,
so you're saying it's wrong. You're
it's something
condemning
like 1% of people.
You're condemning it. Then are you condemning it or not?
Thing, which is
Are you condemning it?
One gender.
Are you condemning it or not?
No, I'm saying that
Be careful you haven't gone people
they
with
can
it.
have.
I don't condemn it. I don't condemn it at all. I think that
Triller, let him speak a bit, bro.
Yeah, go on, science.
Go on, carry on talking.
No, I was just saying I couldn't hear your point, so I was
Yeah. So Triller, they have different genetic material from the inside to the outside. I think it's 1.7% in a study I read was non 100% specific genetic material, so they can be I think what do they call it, hermaphrodite, yeah, or non-binary.
What are you
it's like
talking
it's a
about?
genetic, physical,
What are you
biological
talking
thing.
about?
So let's say someone who's gay. Let's say someone who's gay has got a genetic imbalance.
Jay, we told you like
Someone who's
20
gay might
times,
have
shut up.
It's a very uncomfortable topic for you because it brings in.
Can you not shut up? Twat.
All right, Jay, maybe pick it up another time.
Hey,
Let Nines and Lady D. They've been waiting ages.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's all. We're just rambling on.
Yeah, Nine. It seems like no one wants to hear it. Nine. It seems like no one's interested. Just speak to Lady D.
What are you saying, Divine, man?
Yeah, did you? I was just talking to you earlier about the art conversation. Did you hear it by any chance earlier? When he's saying that as we as African people, when we're dealing with these conversations, we need to take our emotions out of it. And I'm like, it's just a normal question. Like, where's the emotion?
It's Kale on the panel.
What I wanted to say to Jordan, and hopefully he'll jump back on because I know he got an exit door just because obviously Ultra was having one, right? But what I wanted to say to Jordan, because I was listening to him, I was just laughing in my head because one, he was that's why I asked him if he was of previously of a different political persuasion, right? Of which he answered yes. Cool. Because my thing is, do you think that he's a sort of example as to why you got some like right wing or just normal English people being scared of the spread of Islam? You get me, etc. Because if it's that powerful, where you can have an EDL man now coming online and telling fucking other people that they're Western.
He believed Jordan was an EDO guy. I actually don't believe he was. So.
But if he was,
I think he's a great fan.
Jordan's point No, Jordan's point was because you're Caribbean, yeah. You're
He didn't mention
removed from
Caribbean, man. So
Let me
don't
finish
you
the
fucking
point.
come with your
Can
shit.
you let me
didn't
finish the
naturally
point?
Don't you
Caribbean.
come with
Can you
your
can
shit,
you not
man.
actually let me finish the point before you
Well,
start
no,
screaming?
because he didn't mention
Yeah.
Caribbean. So
Yeah.
already you're starting on a
Jordan,
full
I'm
swing.
telling you what he's trying to say.
No, you
Yeah.
can't tell us what he's trying
Yeah, I can.
to
I
say.
can because
No, you
you know
can't, man.
the
No, we
people
already
who
know
now
what you
have
said,
personal
Becky. You said what you said.
disagreements.
You
If
said
you're
what you
Caribbean,
said.
you are removed from African
Divine.
It
culture.
don't mean
If
fucking
you like
nothing.
me,
You
Caribbean
argue
at
whether
any
it's the
time.
Caribbean, whether it's
you
England
grew
or
up in
No,
Africa.
African
you
That's
culture,
go
fucking
you
Caribbean.
insane.
must
That
understand
argument you're
that
making
there
now
are
is
people
bullshit, Becky.
in
Allow it.
Africa
Allow it.
Move
are
with that,
for
man.
female circumcision and
Move with that
against.
blood
You
clot, man.
people were
Fuck
not
that,
allowed to
man.
practice circumcision
Me
because you people
about
descend from
this is
slaves.
what he's trying
You've
to
been
say.
looked after the white
Fuck
man
that,
for
man.
400 years.
Stop it.
What does
Yeah.
that say?
Jordan,
The fact of the matter is,
come
man, this
back
is
up
what it
here
is. As
and
long as
talk
it's
what you're gonna
African,
talk.
You see
Kel's
it?
gonna co-sign it.
Picture
Whether
house.
it's
Greenwich
good
Picture House.
African
Yeah.
or whether
Yeah,
it's bad
Yeah.
African, Kel is gonna fucking co-sign it just for the mere fact that it's African.
Yeah, you
Forget
know
the fact whether it's right, forget the fact whether it's wrong, forget the fact whether that the children are fucking suffering at it. Forget all of that. As long as it's African, co-sign it. That's what the fuck he's saying, yeah? Allow it, Becky.
There are
Allow it.
people that are pro female circumcision and against. That's all Kale is trying to say, or Jordan's trying to say. Yeah? You are 200 years removed from Africa. Your parents are
How
not
far
from
removed from
Africa.
Africa are you, Betty? How far removed from Africa are you, Betty? When's the last time you was in Africa, Betty? Allow it, man. You're from Manchester. You're an English gang. Remember that. You're an English gang too. You're a Westerner too, yeah? You're a Brummy, Manchester, whatever it is, gang. Yeah? Allow it. You're far removed from Africa, my guy. Very far removed. You are as Western as we are.
Trying to make out that everybody, there's a big movement to stop female circumcision.
Yo,
because of the
Jordan
West.
M, I beg you
Yeah.
jump back on.
Mainly
I beg
because
you
of
jump
the
back
West.
on Jordan M,
Yeah.
man. I beg
They
you.
are
Just
people
jump back on
in
Jordan.
Africa that
Nice
believe
place,
in
Greenwich. Fair play.
Put out the link for
and they are
thing
African
begin.
people who
And
don't
let the
believe
youth jump
it.
back on.
Yeah.
Rather
It's
listen
pinned.
to them than
It's
this
pinned. It's pinned.
That's
It's
just
pinned.
how it is.
Bring him back on, man.
It's not monolithic. Like Naifa wants to make out. All Africans.
There's no space still.
That's in shit.
10 people in the funnel.
Bring Jordan M back on, man.
They wouldn't be people still
Go on,
practicing
Jordan.
it.
I'll jump off. Go on, Jordan.
Some people
Yeah,
believe
Jordan, I
it.
beg you
And
jump
you're-
back on, man. Because
But
you
you're
got some
far
man
removed
chatting
from
shit here,
African
man.
culture. 200 years away. That is why.
Oh,
Yeah,
people
Jordan, hurry up and come back and bring your own argument.
someone sing a song or something, man.
don't want to
Seriously.
talk about the fact that it stood for
Someone
ID
sing a
reasons,
song.
medical reasons.
Your old rose and brown. That beat was nice, still British, man.
To the challenge
But
of
all
our
feel good
rival.
up here.
Well,
Better
Yeah,
than
alright,
no
take
rival. Better than that.
nice and cozy in there, Biggie.
Yeah.
Bring back the pubs, that's what I say, man.
It's like a nice little spot as
In the
well.
menu.
What's the prices there?
Seems like a nice place, Greenwich.
That's not bad, you
What they
know,
got on there?
Biggie,
What they got on
man.
there?
That's not
What's
bad
that
at
say?
all, man.
Beef
Right.
bourguignon.
And you know that's it because you want to talk
That's
for
not bad at
Africans.
all. Go
and
down
you
a little
don't
bit, Biggie.
even, you're not even one.
Yeah,
Bacon pie.
yeah, that looks
Why
nice
you want
still,
support
man.
for people?
Hold on,
and
go
not
back to the Sunday
support
roast
for
quickly.
themselves?
Hold
Yeah,
on, quickly.
that's
You
your
know what
problem.
I'm
Now.
saying?
You want to be more African than the
Beef
goddamn
sirloin,
Africans.
yeah,
You know
Nice.
better than the Irish Americans. You want to be more Irish
Too
than
shabby.
the
Too
fucking
shabby.
Irish.
There's someone in the middle.
Yeah.
Beyond Burger. Beyond Burger. That looks good.
That video I shown you both two.
Where else
Africans
are we
in the
going
middle.
on
One was
ends,
before
Biggie?
and one
Take
was
us
the
on a
gates.
journey, man.
Stop trying to
Where's
silence.
Brian Hurd is the question. Where is
Who
Brian
were pro-female
Hurd?
circumcision
To the
or
police
this-
station.
Somewhere in
Take
the...
us on a
Because you
journey, man.
grew up, you've got parents from the Caribbean, you descend
What's
from
that?
slaves. You
What's
want
that thing?
What's that
Terry,
on the
what
floor,
are they
Biggie?
things?
to satisfy white folk.
What are they?
Don't
What's that?
try
What are them
to
things?
Yeah.
Chewing gum wrapper.
Nice
Oh, I thought it was
African
them little
because you don't like
canisters.
it.
Behind the
Yeah.
yellow line.
Gas
Behind
thing.
the, watch the yellow line,
And
please.
notice, yeah, all this criminalization.
Behind the
You
yellow
will
line.
struggle, like Jordan said. You
So
would
he ain't
struggle
come, he
to
ain't
live in
turning up then,
Africa.
Biggie, you know?
You would
I
struggle
think
I can't see no one in there still.
because when you hit
Nevada.
Africa, you're
To
going
the the police station, bro. Get to the police station.
Pro-female circumcision.
Uh-huh.
And you're going to be eating
He says
your
that you're at the
word.
police station, yeah?
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't see no one in there, man.
Nah.
Nah.
He's chatting shit.
Bring yourself
Nah.
on, man, lad. Come on home.
No. Do you want to look in there? Look in the window. I don't want to. It's obviously I'm standing outside with my fucking hood up and all shit. That looks weird. That.
I could do with some
Like-
fresh right now, though.
like
Watch it
a-
on the window now.
Nah,
Is that
nah,
Garibaldi
nah.
right there?
Nah. My man's not in there, man.
Mind the yellow line.
Someone said to
He's
try
there.
it again.
Look, that's him there. No, not really. It's not. It's not. Mhm. But yeah. See, so no one's not in there, place, man.
Come on home, man. Come on home. Brian, you're done
So
out there,
Brian
you little
has not left
fanny.
no clues to where he might be, where he's hiding, none of that now?
Like he never left the house.
Ah.
Or this tent, one or the other.
Okay. Actually, let's look back on full screen.
Point proven, Belly lad. Come on home, bro.
Yeah.
Come on,
So,
Billy. You got your steps in. Come on.
No,
Well
let me
done,
finish my
Brian.
scud, man.
Well done,
Let me finish
Brian.
my little
Look at
Zugu.
look at fucking twat once again. Well done, Brian.
Yeah, Veli, on a level, bro. Bro, take yourself home, bro. Now, fuck this. That's enough now, man. Just jump in the van, jump in the car, come home, make yourself a fucking cup of tea. Forget this bullshit, bro.
Yeah,
Greenwich bullshit, gym, man.
Greenwich is
Oh
still
yeah, mate. Yeah, hit the gym, man. Fuck, yeah. Just forget all this now.
Dalston
Long.
right now, I will show you life.
Yeah, Randy, I agree. Brett Greenwich looks nice, to be fair.
No, it's dead. It's dead.
Look,
There's
it
nobody
looks
there.
a nice place. Looks a nice place.
Yeah, it's
no,
dead,
it's
bro.
dead. There's nobody
For,
there.
for England, I suppose.
There's like 4 people in that pub.
I could literally walk down Dalston 20 minutes.
No, there's more than that, man.
Show you
I'll show you how
life.
much people are in there.
Show you life.
Yeah, people are all New Year's Eve partied out.
There's loads of people in there, man. Well, not loads of people, but there's people in there.
Kicking all the time. It's like
Wait, Belly, you're moving like a creepy stalker right now. Go home, bro. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's a bit mad, isn't it? If I was inside the pub, I'll be like, right, what's this brother doing, Cosman? Bro, the man just wants to eat his dinner in peace, bro. Let the man eat. Go home, man.
Man's
It's long.
trying to eat steak and ale pie.
Trust me.
Yeah,
I just
come
having
on,
this fire that.
have a joint and come along. Come on, man. Fuck you.
Yeah, man. What's happening, everybody? I just witnessed Ultra get destroyed, bro. Come on, Ultra, man.
Ultra.
I never thought you had that in you, man.
Is that
Ultra, wait, Ultra. Destruction mode, bro.
Ultra basically handed Jordan M the L on his lap.
Nice, yeah.
Nah, bro. It was the other way around, mate. Let's just be honest with you. Hold on.
Listen,
hear this. I fully heard this, man.
The calabash.
But hold on, man. Jordan made a perfect point, bro. What about Sophia Lewis?
Why
She had
did he
chopped off.
run? Why did
Sophia Lewis?
Wait, hold on.
You're not talking about the pain. Hold on, let me just say this. We're talking about the pain.
Sophia Lewis is a Muslim problem. Arts Modine.
Muslim
Arts
problem.
Modine about fucking Sophia Lewis. That's a Muslim problem.
Oh, I've never heard Ultra this loud, you know. I think one of my headphones just broke because of Ultra, but I've never heard it this loud, you know.
Block, yeah, man was outside Greenwich train station from 8 and all that.
Headphones broke.
But I was like, bro, man's not walking around to the spot until man says he's at the spot, innit? Yeah. But I actually didn't even know that pub was called that. I know where that pub is, but I didn't know that pub was called
yeah,
that, innit? So when he said
that
man
was
was
8,
at that
that
pub,
was 8 o'clock.
I didn't believe, man.
That was 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I was there. I was there. I was in the
yeah,
block at 8 o'clock though.
Yeah,
big up Ultra. Big up Ultra.
Bro. Come on,
Big up Ultra.
I know what you
the W's go to Ultra.
But hold on, man. I think he's not for a pop.
Ultra for tonight, man. They went in hard and they took all prisoners. Come on, S&M and Ultra, you did well.
Come on, man. You know, FGM is a black culture. You know that. It's nothing to do with Islam, right?
Yeah,
you know, FGM is a fully black.
What
are you doing, man?
It's Islam. We have evidence
bro,
and facts.
black.
We have evidence and facts about FGM.
Wait a second, Randy. Give me a sec. So, Asketti, this is the argument. This is the argument we're having now. Just because it's African, just because it could be involved in certain African cultures, does that make it right? That's my argument.
No, bruv. No one should go nowhere near any woman. You know, imagine, obviously, it does inflict some scars and pain, and you know what I'm saying, in the future, yeah. But still, though, let's be honest, it's that culture, right? It's like, that's what he was saying, right? You can't just go and think you're morally right, you know, because you think other people's culture are different from yours, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all right, watch your mouth though, innit? Cause if you see
Boy,
me on
says
your
spider
block,
wave.
cause it's big for you, cause you get me, cause yeah, just watch your mouth, fam. You hear me? You get me?
What did he do this time, man? What did my man do this time, bro? Why is
Islamic.
Allow it, bruv. It's British, man. What are you
We
talking about,
have
son?
the proof and fact to prove
It's from Cornwall, bruv.
FGM
The first, hey, the first snitch. What's the Cornwall, bruv?
Behave yourself, man.
To the question.
12. Hold on.
Oh shit, behave yourself, son.
Nah. I'm not saying to make it right, but what I'm saying is that at the same time, no, I've never heard anybody speak to the Maasai. You know the Maasai?
What jacket's that, bro?
Yeah, go on.
Let's go.
I've never heard anybody speak about the Maasai, right?
You got there, bro. That's nice. Yeah.
It's not even these FGM came way before Islam, you know. FGM came from the Pharaoh times. You know the Pharaohs and that, the kings and that.
Still. Yes, Jordan M. It is safe for you to return. It's safe for you to come back now, Jordan.
Jordan M is crying in the chat. He got beaten up and
Jordan L. It's safe for you to come back, bro.
He's won victory. What are you talking about, Jordan M? Fall back.
No, Jordan L. No, fuck that. I'm not going to be Jordan L. Jordan M. I lost my temper because you was being an absolute cunt. That's it. It's safe for you to come back now. It's safe for you to come back.
Ultra, you're very uncivilized, bro.
Ultra has calmed down.
Yeah, Jordan M. It is safe for you to come back. I do not apologize for anything I said because everything I said I meant. Everything I said was factually accurate. I don't give a fuck. But it's safe for you to come back.
Yeah, there's room for one more belly.
All right, there's a space for you, Jordan M. Somebody jumped off, so don't moan about the studio is full.
My point, Randy, what I'm saying is your culture is way worse than FGM or any Islamic culture promoting FGM, right? But think about it, you're brainwashing kids off to cut their fucking lully off, you know what I'm saying? You're brainwashing kids.
Jordan M's here. Jordan M is here. Jordan M to
man. Start promoting, bruv, kids to cut their lully off, man.
You happy living in our culture, though, I scared you.
You ask and you shout.
You encourage.
Right,
you encourage young. Let me say this. My last point, brother. They encourage young teenage kids, to chop their sex change and that. They encourage this. You see that now? That's where it comes out.
That's illegal in the UK. That's actually illegal in the UK.
Okay.
A child is not allowed to get female, isn't it? Like it's now illegal. So again, that's the good thing about secular law, right? Is that even if they do something and then they find out that it's not good or it may be better for you to be an adult to make the decision, the law can be changed.
That's not true though, Veli.
But that's what happened. What do you mean that's not true?
Well, England and America, it's not illegal for kids to have the cosmetic surgery.
It is.
It's illegal. It's banned now in the UK.
It's illegal, bro.
Not in America.
No, in America,
in
America, it's still happening for girls aged 6.
America,
over here, they're
not the
debating
UK.
the issue.
In the UK, it's illegal right now.
Well, you said secular. So are we banning out all other secular countries except the UK?
The Tavistock Institute. But the Tavistock Institute, the Tavistock Institute, as it banned in the UK, got closed down, obviously, because there were so much cases against it for people wanting to.
What about liberal? What about liberal Democrat? What's that liberal Democrat?
There is a country. That's the thing that scientific method was showing to you, but you didn't really get the point. Where even that, it still shows how much of a hypocrite you would be, because you won't say, "Look, I disagree with that," or "This is wrong," or whatever. They shouldn't do that. You just say, "Oh, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it." But I'm not going to tell them it's wrong. Why not?
No,
if it's beneficial to them, if it's beneficial to them, if it's beneficial to them, then there's nothing wrong with actually giving them that advice.
Me and Kale yesterday both specifically said we're against FGM. We both specifically said it.
Yeah, but you didn't give the history and the evidence and the data about FGM.
You just spoke on opinion. You need to pull up screenshots, data, and facts because I have many. Well, I need to have data for my opinion. No, I can bring up data and facts.
Come on then, Randy.
About
bring it up. Bring it up then. Bring it up then.
Oh, you want me to bring it up now?
Yeah,
But Randy, that's the point of contention. Remember, the point of contention
You want
is
me
it's
to bring up the
Western.
data and
Listen,
facts
Randy,
now?
Yeah,
Randy,
bring it
listen.
up,
The point of
yes.
contention is Western.
Yeah.
It's not real. It's all Western influence. So they're not going to accept that
Yeah,
regardless.
Randy,
You get
I
it?
can bring you scientific evidence to say that homosexual sex is bad, right? I can bring you evidence, scientific evidence.
And
for that.
I can bring you evidence that
but let me
I
finish the point, right?
floor you. I will floor you in that argument.
No, but Randy, let me finish the point.
Floor you in the argument. Homosexuals, right, is also bad.
Remember what I do, yeah.
Yeah.
No, Randy,
I'm not
I'm making
some
is
YouTube
panelist.
I'm a very educated person.
Yeah, big up Randy. I'm
Three-level
not-
educated.
I haven't
worked
come
in
on
London
with any
Stock
energy towards you,
Exchange.
Randy.
I know about data and facts.
No,
Yeah?
pick up Randy, Randy,
So bring your data and evidence, and I will slice and dice it.
Brilliant.
But
Do you
Randy,
want
you're still
evidence
missing
that?
the point.
Do you
Their
want
argument
evidence
is
that
that it's
medical?
all
That your
Western
medical evidence
influence
that?
We've been
Let me speak
brainwashed
to
by
Randy.
Western.
Why do you have to butt in
Yeah,
every
I'm just
time? Let me
talking
speak
to
to
Randy
Randy.
quickly.
Lady D, one
Fall
second.
back and go.
Let him talk.
Every time I
But
speak,
no,
I've got either
just
Lady
before
D
he
or
keeps bringing up, he
Nanifa.
keeps bringing up his
Saying I'm
evidence.
bad.
Talking it, we were
Listen, I'm
asking
just
him to come on.
saying that he keeps trying to bring up his evidence, but I'm trying to let him know that regardless of the evidence he's bringing, they're going to say it's influence. That's all it is. That's all. Go on.
All right, let's just hear it though. Come on.
So the point is, Randy. So you're gonna bring up evidence that FGM's bad, right?
Randy, ask you a question.
Because I'm not even.
Do we need evidence to conclude that FGM is bad?
Exactly, we don't. We
Hang
don't.
on,
But
hang
I'm
on.
not.
I thought he was talking to me.
I'm not disputing, Randy, that FGM is bad.
All right. So I was just bringing up my evidence, which is why I put myself on mute.
Yeah. What the point I made was, right. So you've got the UN, right, and we make things called human rights. So a human right that we would enforce is that FGM is bad, and we'd enforce it on all countries around the world, including Africa, where I believe it actually started, right? And then we also have things like you have to allow homosexuality.
Hey, Cal's not on the panel no more, cuz man. You can't do the African virtue signaling no more, fam.
Kale, Jordan,
Cal's in the chat now.
Jordan,
Carry on.
Jordan,
Let him finish. Hey, wait, Randy. Let him wrap up though, yeah, and then you make your point. Then. Remember what we said before on that short.
The reason
Let
why
the people wrap up their point,
homosexuality-
and then we can speak. Sorry, Jordan. Go on.
The reason why I brought up homosexuality is there's clear evidence that sodomy is bad, right? That is medically bad, right? So what we do is though, so we say that homosexuality is fine, and we also that's one of the human rights that we are currently putting upon the world, right? So you remember when the World Cup was on, we were basically telling Qatar that you must allow homosexual people to be in your, to be openly homosexual in your society. So the point I was making, Randy, is that there may be some cultures still in countries that have this practice. What I'm saying is, whilst here in this country, we might find things barbaric or not right, you can't always point the finger across to other countries and impose our Western ways upon them.
I want to butt in a little bit, yeah.
When you say Western, do you
hold on. No pun intended.
Caribbean?
Hold on 1 second, Lady D. Yeah, like when it comes down to it, yeah, bro. It sounds to me that you're literally you have no understanding or any sympathy towards people that are literally gay. Like are you saying that you're just condemning it, abhorrently?
No, what I'm saying is, a society has the right, a Muslim society has the right to consider homosexuality a sin.
Right.
Just because,
so when it
just
right.
because we
hold on. Go on, please continue.
Just because we consider it to be fine in this country, it doesn't mean we can go and enforce it upon the world.
Right. So when it comes down to it, right? Yeah, you don't have the right to enforce it on the world, right? So you're right about that. But at the same time, the world has a right to basically tell you that you're wrong on your views. You know what I mean? Regardless of whatever.
Who is the world then? Who's telling me that? Who's telling me whether I'm right or wrong?
Any collective peoples, you get me right? In any part of the
so
world.
You've got a society that
No,
believes
I think there's
homosexuality
a
is bad.
contradiction though, Jordan. There's something you're missing. So what about the fact that this is adults. We're not saying that you should do a certain practice. The argument is not an argument because you're saying that we're trying to say, it's comparable to saying that you should be
That
gay
you should
when
do
you're
it.
young.
Yeah,
when
no
you're
one's
a
not saying
child.
that. They're saying that you're free to be gay, not that you have to be gay.
No, but a society has the right to have that law, right? So if a society
Yeah,
deems
but
that
it's not the same comparison.
but
It's not an invasive. It's not an
Jake's
invasive
right in what
wants
he's
to
procedure
make
saying,
it
right?
for someone
illegal.
else.
It's an example of the UN putting human rights together and enforcing it upon.
No, it's two people consensually doing it between themselves. That's the
Right.
thing. You're not
I
allowed to
brought
rape
up that
someone.
example
You're not
about
allowed to
letting
rape
girls go
No,
to
but he's
school in
saying that.
Afghanistan, right? So we
Yeah, but
decided that it's really
no, but that's
bad
not
in Afghanistan.
Jordan.
They don't let
Jordan,
children
the
go
point
to
that
school.
Jake's making to you, is that the stuff that you're bringing as a rebuttal to something is something that you have to be, that's forced onto you, or that you're made to be done. Is letting someone have a choice to do something that they choose to do.
No, but you're coming at it as an individual. I'm talking about enforcing laws upon society. So if a society deems to do
No,
FGM,
but it's not saying that. No, but listen, there's not a law that says that you have to be gay. The law says that you're allowed to be
You're
gay
free to
without
be.
being
There's a difference.
without being victimized or whatever, without being attacked or without being so and so, so and so. So
Or
yeah,
dashed
you can
off the
just
fucking highest building.
you could, or stoned to death or any of that. You can be a homosexual person and be free in a secular society.
It's not. No. You're putting that on it. So it's basically a law. It's still a law. It's a law, just like FGM. We make it illegal here.
Yeah, but Jordan, you're missing the point. The reason why the law
is not to harm people.
Hold on, Jordan. Put some understanding to it. The reason
Not to
why
harm
there is a law that the reason why there is a law in the first place is because I guess gays were being persecuted or it was shone upon or whatever. So to protect them, there was a law saying that I guess if you want to be of that persuasion, there's a law that you can be of that persuasion and you shouldn't be at harm for it. That's why
brilliant way of putting it, lady. Brilliant.
Yeah. You get it, Jordan? Just to clarify, so we know where
No,
we're at.
I don't. I still think.
Dude, Muslim countries.
It was basically man tried to do a virtual signal here because obviously, man bum chichi man and rah 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 rah. So man used a gay example. So by you know what?
This is the thing. No. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why the hypocrisy annoys me. It's because Jordan's quick to point out the FGM started in Africa. I saw that little swipe. What? Jordan then believes in something that would be imposed upon you.
Go to another country.
These men there have fucking rules and regulations that if you fucking overstep their shit, they'll try and trample you. They'll try to fucking trample you. Jordan, right, you're a dickhead. No, seriously, man. Like, what I don't understand is how you're unable, unwilling to, or incapable of calling out the bullshit that you believe in. How can you stick someone in a fucking hole and throw rocks at them until they're dead?
So, Belly, there's a country, right? There's a country
it's nonsense, bro.
Haiti.
You dickhead.
Right? There's a country called
You fucking
Haiti,
idiot. Yeah, you fucking tried to ignore me, bro.
Yeah.
But I'm in your fucking head now, you cunt.
Bro, Ouch, let him speak now, man. Come on, you made your point.
Jordan, he's a cunt.
No, but you made your point though, Ouch, man. Come on, man. Let him speak.
For real. He knows I think he's a cunt, so I'll go on mute. Yeah, I'll go on mute.
No one's intimidated by you. No one thinks you're losing it.
Jordan, then shut up, you dickhead. I'm not trying to intimidate you. I'm just expressing to you how I
let me make
feel.
his point though, man. Man's trying to, man was just trying to wind you up though, innit, man? Come on, let's go.
No, he can't, bro. The first thing he did was come in and say, "Oh, FGM started in Africa." You dickhead. You believe in stoning people to death, you silly cunt.
Ultra,
Fuck off, man.
Go watch some of the shorts on his channel, and you'll realise that he's literally.
Fuck Jordan M's channel, bro. I'm never subscribing to that fucking nonsense. The other day he was crying about being set by ghosts. Stupid dickhead. Fuck off, man.
He's sitting in his car.
Yo, Jordan, what was your question? All right, Jake, hold it for a second.
There's an example of Haiti, right? Which actually, so I don't know if this is acceptable to you. So Haiti wanted to bring the death penalty for homosexuality. Would that be similar to this?
Would Haiti bringing the death penalty for homosexuality?
So the country, so basically the UN got involved and basically said, no, this goes against human rights. This goes against human rights.
Because obviously they're going to be killing people.
Yeah, but the thing is,
for a choice that they're making, like
what you need to
between
understand,
superintendent and adults.
what you need to understand
or
is
disagree with it.
what you need to understand is that you believe it's fine because you have a Western outlook on life. You think homosexuality is no big deal.
No, but I don't. That's
But
not. That's wrong. Though.
You know
You
how
see
many
these fucking
how many
slimy
gay
moves
people
that this fucking dickhead is
wait,
making.
hold on.
This
Do you
guy's
know
a
how
slimy little prick.
Because that is
Do you
the
know how many
virtue
women
signal,
are
yeah,
gay
and
in
it's not.
Saudi Arabia?
That's not.
Like, do you know how many men are gay
Bro,
in Muslim countries?
Chill, bro. Let me answer the question, innit? Yeah.
Can
It's
I
like,
just
obviously,
make one statement?
No. Because I tried to get everyone else quiet, and then as soon as I got everyone quiet, you're like, "Can I make one statement?" Obviously not. Yeah. So you were saying about them wanting to bring in the law to kill homosexuals or whatever. Whether obviously I'm not a supporter of homosexual or a big fan of people being homosexual or whatever, but I'm saying that they still shouldn't be killed for just being homosexual or whatever.
Under what moral system?
Even myself,
determining that?
as someone that doesn't agree, under someone that doesn't, because each person has a right to life, right? So they're not actually committing
No, but if they
anything
break the
wrong
law, if you
in
break the
their
law in
eyes,
any
innit? Like, so
country, Veli, you're not getting it. If you break the law in any country,
no,
there is a sentence for you, right? You can't take
no,
back your
but
right
if your
to break
law,
the law.
This is
bro,
extreme ridiculous.
just like, bro. So wait, hold on a sec, yeah. So you're wait. So that means you would agree with a kind of like an apartheid law, then. So because it's the law's country, because it's the law of the country, then you have to just stick by the law or whatever. Really
No,
making a comparison. If it's a law, wait, hold on. If it's a law, wait, let me make the point, bro. If it's a law, that actually, no, but I've not made the point now because I'm not finished speaking, yeah. Because if it's the law that goes against like people's human rights, yeah, for them to just live their life and be a fruitful part of society or whatever, then obviously the bigger people are going to step in to try and change that law, whether it's the UN or whoever it is, like the courts of the land or whatever, in it, like. So that's really a good thing, isn't it? Like, because that means there's less people just getting prosecuted for things that we just because you just don't like it.
You're kind of agreeing with me, though. You're kind of falling into so basically what you're saying is, right, and I don't think you see it yet. I don't know if anyone else on the panel does it yet. But so what you're basically saying is,
bless up, family. Back near my computer now, so big up for those who tuned in.
Let him go, man.
I see you
So
there,
we're
Biggins. No
when we
problem,
talk
man. You
about
done
anything
like
like a
already.
blasphemy
Make sure you
law,
come
we
and
can
raise
talk
back
about,
up the fire.
you guys would disagree,
Yeah,
right?
we are
Blasphemy law is
tuning.
bad. But if you go to that country and that's the law, and that society wants that law, who are we as the Western powers to go over and say, well, hang on a minute, you guys, this isn't moral? Do you understand?
Yes, Jordan. We understand what you're saying. We get it, Jordan. Wait, hold on a second. But how did that point go with what the point that I was making? How did that marry together?
What you said, it went exactly with the point, because what you said was
it wasn't, because I was saying that if the law,
like more moral people,
if the law of the land is gonna if the law of the land is gonna infringe upon a large community that live on that land, rights, yeah, and it's something that's like going to be oppressing a minority or a majority of the country, and the country failing to recognize that this thing is going to be oppressing them, and it's something that's not going to be harmful to society, harmful to children, whatever, breaking down families or whatever other measurement sticks you want to try and throw in the mix to try to throw it off or whatever, all them different things. Because I don't like it, I don't like it myself, doesn't mean that their man shouldn't be able to do it. Just because I don't like it, that's not really a good enough reason, right?
Why are the Muslims
Can I make my point? Yeah.
What I'm asking, Billy, is what moral system are you using? So you are just, so you're basically saying, like,
And
yeah,
that's
we got
exactly
the UN,
the
right?
point I wanted to make.
We got the UN, right? And we think that, killing somebody for blasphemy is really immoral. We don't like that. So are you then going to go and enforce your morality, Veli's morality? Okay, let's say in this country we don't have blasphemy laws. Are you going to go over to another country and say, we think this is barbaric, change it, otherwise we're literally, the way we do it is that we literally bomb them or blow them up?
Why are
you going to go in?
Belly,
can I just make my statement? Belly, can I just make my statement?
Because remember, Belly, this is what the West.
Lady D, don't ask the questions of false equivalence, bro. He's just being slippery. Let him finish making the point.
I want to know where he's moving this language coming
let
from.
him finish making.
Where are you
Let him
hearing
finish
it coming
making.
from? Who's trying to
Okay,
influence another country?
go with Jordan, yeah? I condone and bomb in other countries to rescue people from blasphemy laws.
Brilliant.
I condone it.
Thank you.
All right,
Let's
now,
say,
Jordan,
right,
answer the question.
live
Who
with
are
this
you
one.
thinking is
Belly, let
trying
me
to
give you one
influence
more
their
example,
opinions
right?
on other countries? Who is
I've
Let
been
me give you another
waiting to
example,
make
Belly,
you
right?
one
No,
point.
brilliant.
So
Listen,
we're
let him
going
make
to
his
the
point because
Let
making
him
his
speak.
power. Let him finish making his point, yeah, and then I'll let someone
we
else
go
come
into
in
the
and then I'll
Amazon
give my answer.
rainforest, right? We go into the Amazon rainforest and we find
Or
a
I'll give my
tribe.
answer, sorry, next one.
We find a tribe, right, that have been like cutting their ears off, right? Way back, all their ancestors have been doing it because they believe it does something for them, right? They've been doing that. Medically, we see this is wrong, right? Do we have the right to go into that tribe and change their tradition as Westerners and say, well, we don't do that. We don't see it as fine. So we're going to stop you doing it. Do we have that right?
So here's the problem.
Do you know what, Lady D? You know what you just need to ask him? Isn't that the stated goal of Islam to spread across the world? Bro, this guy's a fucking dickhead, bro. What a fucking moron this guy is. Why are you asking him dumb questions, bro? Just get straight to the meat. Obviously, isn't it? That.
Let me respond then.
Can
So,
I make my one point
Here
yet?
it is, Jordan. Here's it for me. I'm speaking for me, Lady D, yeah? At no point in time have I'm trying to go to anybody's country and bring my so-called quote unquote Western opinions on it. What I'm saying is I think
So you agree
I'm
with
talking
me?
from I'm talking from my perspective. It is wrong no matter where it is. England, the Caribbean, Africa, whatever. So all of this stuff that you're doing right now to me is just a joke, because at no point in time did you or Betty in the chat hear me, Lady D, say I'm trying to go to anyone's country. I'm talking from where I stand on the whole FGM conversation.
And this dickhead Kale is supporting this fucking slippery little prick. You have done that here as well, man.
Betty's doing, she's allow
I'm
it.
waiting
That's
to
right. Let him add it on.
She never heard none of that.
But let him add on that extra bits because obviously, man, added on stuff that you didn't say. When you listen back to it, obviously you see that you said that.
Can I make one point to
Because
Jordan?
obviously, like,
Go on, Randy.
none of the points that we was making was that you should be able to go over and enforce laws on other people because you dislike their laws. Thank you. No one ever. Thank you. Bro, just take him off the Dower script, bro, and he'll fall apart like a fucking cheap suit. But really and truly though, yeah, if there's a Muslim majority in a country,
you agree with me?
Yeah, that doesn't.
So you agree with me?
I'm not saying that. That wasn't ever the argument that people should go over to enforce laws on people. It was what was deemed to be medically beneficial for someone to have as something that to live by with their community or whatnot. So if you can see,
I'm waiting patiently here.
Yeah,
bro, you'll get to speak, man. You'll get to speak, bro. You will get to speak, bro. Yeah, but if you keep doing that, where obviously you can hear someone else speaking there, and then say, "I'm trying to make my point," you're never going to get to make a point, right? You obviously have to wait. Let the conversation or let the sentence finish, and then you can make a point. That'll be the easiest way. Like, so if something can be deemed to be medically beneficial for society to be given up or whatever, then there's nothing wrong with advising. Hold on, let me finish here, because you keep conflating what we're saying to something different, right? There's nothing wrong with advising or even saying that these laws are outdated and they should be changed, or this is the new way to practice something else.
Based on logic and
And
reason.
show if you can show that it's beneficial for the people to be not practicing something, then why shouldn't people be advised on a better way for them?
So let's take America for example, right? Where in some states they can get married at 12, right? And you guys are saying, right, you're not enforcing, but you'll be pointing basically over, this is barbaric. You guys are paedophiles. All this kind of language.
Yes.
To point the that.
Yes.
So you're going to look overseas, right?
Jordan.
You're going to look overseas at a country like that and deem them all paedophiles in America, or let's say Portugal's 14.
Yes, Jordan M. For fuck's sake.
Good. No. So the question is then, what makes you the moral correct person? What and where are you getting it from?
I'm getting it. I tell you where I'm getting it from, Jordan. Cutting off a
Definitely
female's
not Islam,
genitals
bro.
for
You
no
basically just
reason.
condemned half the world.
It's not. It's
You
not.
basically
It's
just
not
condemned
historical.
half the world to
It's
being
not medical
paedophile.
reason. It's not for any good reason. It's just for cultural practice. That's not good. That's
No, but it
barbaric.
doesn't mean that because the majority of someone.
Deforming a female, a child for no reason other than culture, but that's
Right,
barbaric. There's no
I'll be
reason
back
to
in
do
10
it.
minutes. I've got to see
There's
my
no
wife.
reason
I'll
for
be
it
back
to
in
be
10
done.
minutes.
Yeah.
Big up, Jordan. Big
Now
up.
I
Big
can
up.
also do a comparison. If you're going to keep using Africa, because you love to keep doing that. Okay, cool. I can use another comparison. I can say of the scarring. I can understand the reasons why scarring was done and all these things to mark lost members of tribes and all of that. I get all of that, but you cannot give me, and it stopped now. It's not even really happening these days. You're not seeing or hearing about human scarification like that no more. But FGM is still commonly and widely practiced, and many African children are dying from it. Many of them are having permanent scarration from it. So yes, I will call it out and tell you right here, right now.
And
Me,
Lady D,
said
sexual
it's
dysfunction.
barbaric. Yes, it is.
Don't forget
And I'm not
sexual
falling back.
dysfunction. And also, Lady D, this is the problem that I don't understand why no one's asking this stupid little cunt. We are not saying that the things that Africa practices that we know are harmful, we're not advocating for those things today. Ask Jordan to condemn all the fuckery that he's been fucking brainwashed into believing, if it's okay globally. All he keeps doing is slipping out of it by saying, well, don't do it here because it's illegal.
He's not. I don't see. The thing is,
wait,
if you wanna get man in the lasso, yeah, you literally have to get something that's really against human rights laws, that's sort of sunnah, and then you can say, well, do you condemn that? And then really
Brother,
that's the
I
conundrum.
literally said to him, is stoning somebody to death primitive barbarism? And he wouldn't answer the question.
Well, look. Fact is,
Well,
dude,
that's the conundrum, then, isn't it?
that goes literally like, I mean, come on, dudes. You get me? Anybody who's fucking literally, you got
Sorry.
kids, women, and children, like all sorts of people that are throwing stones at somebody. How the fuck is that like helping anybody, bro? Whether you're throwing the stone or getting the thrown stone at, you get me? Like, you know, whether you're, you know what I mean? It's just mad, bro.
But
So
if
it
you're a
doesn't
bee
help
in the
anybody.
law of the, if you're a bee in the law of the land, why are Muslims calling for Sharia in Britain?
No, look, when it come down to it,
What?
dudes, yeah, like there
What?
are other parts of it, but I'm not gonna go there right now, yeah. I want to kind of
That's
stick
not
to
a
this
bee
right
in the
now.
law of the
I want to,
land, is it?
dude, I don't want to go off where we're going, yeah. Like, look, when it come down to it, dudes, yeah, like these lot, like, yeah, big up Jordan. Yeah, so, what, you don't want to carry on? Randy had a point, by the way. He's been waiting like a century.
Go ahead, Randy. Go ahead. Big up, Randy.
Oh, thank you. Right, Jordan M. I have 1 point to make. Are you listening, Jordan M?
Sounds like it's going to be a good one.
All right. So I want to know why you have selective dissidence for the UN.
Because
Wait, well, I haven't finished. I'm just pausing.
Sorry, there was a pause. That normally means you finish, but go ahead.
No. I'm pausing for effect.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
my bad.
So, all right. So you will argue against the UN, and I'm saying you, including your EF Dawa colleagues. I know you're not a part of EF Dawa.
Is Israel coming up in this conversation?
It can do if you want.
Go on. I know where you're going.
All right. So Mohammed Hijab and others have disregarded the UN, but now you're bringing up UN as the epitome of human rights.
Okay, shall I answer that?
That's a fantastic point, by the way.
So I'm actually doing the opposite. I'm saying UN is what you guys possibly are using, these human rights of allowing people to be gay, allowing people, subjugating up, not necessarily subjugating, but enforcing or what the UN does. It basically says to people, these are our human rights, and make no mistake, this is all Western values, American values, right? These are what you must follow. And if a country like Iraq doesn't do it, they're sanctioned. The people can get starved, they can get bombed. And so the UN is basically set up in that way. And the UN has killed millions of people. This is by far the worst system we've ever seen, the most kind of violent regime we've ever seen in history. This secular
tell that to the
UN.
Sub-Saharan Africans.
No.
What's the system that they're disobeying? That's making them get.
Jordan and making the point that the UN are corrupt. Yeah, they're just.
Do you think the UK would? Yeah, and so look at
what's
the UN.
stopping that?
Let me finish. Look at the UN, right? So you look at the UN and you look at it's talked about.
Ain't China fucking up the Muslim Uyghurs out there?
Yeah, so like
Jordan them Donnies. That's what they doing. It's their country. Just let them do it. Wasn't you protesting? Wasn't you protesting for all of that the other day?
Let George.
That's just what
make
China
his
decides to
statement.
do, bro. What are you
Yeah.
saying about the Uyghurs over there?
Veli,
Should we just let China do it because it's their thing?
It's
Veli,
their
I know you
culture. Yeah.
don't-
Point.
That's
Veli,
a
I know
good
you
point,
don't-
Ultra. Good point.
Veli, I know you don't moderate, but you have to control Ultra a
It
little
is a
bit.
good point. It is a good point.
You have to
Do
control
you know
him a
what?
little bit.
I'm not gonna lie. I do need to be fair, Jordan.
Sort
I do
yourself
need to
out.
calm
You know what?
down.
Yeah,
I do need.
another appeal to Veli
To
though.
be fair.
Yeah, that's good though. Still.
Yeah, appeal to Veli. Appeal to Veli.
You're not
because he
moderator,
didn't
Veli.
Nah,
so
you
you're
can't
not-
appeal to Veli. Ultra's stronger than Veli, so it's not going to work.
No. Ultra can't.
Well, you're in charge, Veli. You're in
Yeah.
charge.
Yeah, to be
Sometimes.
fair, I made a good point. And like, obviously, you're pissed at me, and that's fine. I'd be pissed at me too.
No.
But
So
if that's a good point.
Randy,
That's a
let me
good
finish
point.
with Randy.
The Chinese are being unjust, unfair, callous little cunts to the fucking Muslim Uyghurs out there, right? I'm agreeing with you on that point. But by your logic, Jordan, you're just saying, well, that's what the Chinese do. Let's just leave them alone. And because I'm over here in my Western fucking Battersea little flat, it's a shitty flat, we shouldn't be able to go over there and say anything about it. Is that correct, Jordan?
I didn't get you before. Sorry, thank you.
So can I finish my conversation with Randy?
Yeah, of course you can, Jordan. Avoid
Yeah,
my point.
you can
Yeah,
escape
go
back
ahead.
to that. Of course you can.
I can come back to this point. It's not a very good one. I can come back to it. So if you look at what like UN has set what is set up in terms of Israel, right? So the UN have tried over the last 75 years to keep putting sanction on Israel, right? But America come in and veto it. So I don't know if you're aware, it was something like 190 countries voted for a ceasefire, and America came in and vetoed it, right? So this is obviously an oppression going. They're obviously breaking the human rights laws.
Jesus Christ, Jordan, America are cunts. We get it.
Oh.
Wow.
No,
We
but the
get
point
it.
I'm
I
making
actually
is-
agree with you. Jordan
No,
M,
no,
I agree with you
you're not-
on
you don't- no,
transgenders,
you're behind
puberty
it.
blockers. Americans being fucking massive wankers, Jordan M. I agree with you. I agree with you. But the problem is, what the reason why you're pissing me off, Jordan, is because you seem to be deflecting from the evils and the bullshit that the people you believe in, you support, are perpetrating. I'm saying, well, listen, as a
he can't even
species,
criticize.
we've been
And also, he can't even criticize
horrible,
America because
horrible cunts to one another throughout history, Jordan. You're not free from that.
So the
Can
human
I
rights.
just
The
speak,
point I
can
was
I
making,
just
Randy.
speak to Can I
Oh,
just
my
speak to
word.
Jordan one-to-one, please?
Yeah, so the point I want to make, Randy, is obviously
Nah.
the UN.
Yeah, sorry,
the
Khan.
UN,
million people.
Khan, I
the UN is
apologize. Sorry.
basically the UN is basically secular, isn't it? Basically, it's whatever, you know. American can do what they want, China can do what they want, and basically that's the system we have, and they're basically enforcing themselves on the world, right? So that's the system we have. So
Agreed.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying by these kind of this secular idea of the UN, which, you know, Veli's following these human rights. You're actually following an ideology that imposes itself on other people. One of the most violent in the history of humankind.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. With the,
Well,
listen,
can
wait,
I
hold on a
just
second. No, secular
respond?
law is not perfect. Wait up.
Can I just respond to Jordan, please?
I'm glad you agree, though, Randy. Big up. I'm glad
Can I
Maggie's
just
making points to
respond
me,
to
innit?
Jordan? Can I just respond to Jordan,
No,
please?
Randy, you're drunk and it's a multi-way conversation.
Maggie's making points to me, innit? But you want to respond? Go on, respond.
Right. I agree. I'm no fan of the UN. It's basically set up after the Second World War with American principles. I do
Yes.
not like or agree with a lot of the UN actions. They try to be the world policeman, and America is basically forcing their hand.
Yeah.
So I am no fan of the UN. What I am asking you about is you went to the UN, and that was what I was asking about, because you said you mentioned the UN, and I was surprised you mentioned the UN, given the EF Dawa and Umar around EF Dawa's response to the UN.
What do you mean?
I need to chill the fuck out. I really, really do.
What do you mean, Randy? What do you mean I went to the UN?
Well, you mentioned the UN. I can't even, because it's so long ago now, I can't even remember the context.
I've only ever pointed out the hypocrisy of the UN and what it's done to the. I mentioned the UN quite a lot, but I say what I'm saying here, which I think initially has been a shock to people. But I'm glad you're seeing it. I'm glad you're seeing it.
Yeah.
Veli, are you there? Wait, Veli, are you there? Can you do me, Veli? Please do me a favor. like obviously it's a little bit tense with me and Jordan right now. Can you ask Jordan
I'm not
on my
tense at
behalf,
all. I'm
please?
not. I'm cool.
All right,
I'm cool,
excellent, excellent,
Ultra.
cool. Jordan, could you ask Jordan for on my behalf if
Ultra.
if
You can speak
Islam
to me, Ultra. It's
does
right.
Islam have any rules that would infringe on my rights, i.e., and I asked him before, I just can't remember what he said because I lost my temper.
Yeah,
Like,
and
for
Jordan,
instance,
Jordan, when you do your answer, tell me, and I'll say it.
yeah. So big up, thanks. Fucking,
Say that again.
yeah,
Say that
like
again.
for instance, if Islam has a rule that says you can't, we can't depict the Prophet. Does that apply to non-Muslims? Because if it does, then that's an encroachment, and he needs to fuck himself. Can you relay that to me, but politely?
Imposition of will.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, could you just relay that for me in a way where it won't piss him off?
I'm not sure you're following the conversation because obviously that I'm
what
talking
said.
about. I'm talking about in a Muslim land, right?
I hear you.
You're shady, you know.
Yeah,
I'm talking about in a Muslim. Jeez, it's like Belly. I don't know if I can. This is not very fruitful, Belly.
Nah, wait, scientific method. I asked him a question. It was a perfectly legitimate question. Can't answer.
Let him
won't
answer now, though. But he's gonna let us answer. So
in Islam that infringes upon
let
our
him go,
rights
man.
to
Let him go,
fast?
man.
Yeah, so we were talking about the whole point I'm making, right? Is there may well be, let's say, it was Islamic. If there's an Islamic country and they're following by Islamic law, right? Then who are we to go over and tell them any different? That's what I'm saying. You get that point?
Yes, I get it, Jordan. And my response to that is, I think I do indeed understand your point. My response is, are non-Muslims allowed to depict the Prophet? Hashtag Hebdo Charlie
No,
Hebdo.
no. In a Muslim land, you wouldn't be able to. No.
What about here in the UK?
Of course you can. It's not. It's not like
Yeah.
I can't control the law with that, can I? All we can do. All we can do
What
is
happens
Muslims.
to them when they do?
But also,
Yeah, they've imposed that one, didn't they? They've got that one in there.
Hakim comes
the
to
back
mind.
door.
So if
yeah,
that
but
was the
also,
case,
yeah.
Jordan, if they,
Wait,
Jordan,
hold on,
so
yeah.
agree
What
with
Jordan's
Jordan,
saying?
yeah?
Wait. Hold on, Lady D. Yeah. So sorry, Lady D. Yeah, because sorry, Lady D. Go on, Lady D. You go first, and I'll go after.
No, I'm just gonna say quickly, bro. But I hear what he's saying. He's saying that it's free to do that. But recently, we had an incident where that head teacher did do an image, remember, and all the Muslims went to the school and done all this kind of protesting and that. So clearly, that's not the case. That's all I'm
And
saying.
obviously,
We've got an
Jordan condemned
example
it
of it.
viciously and vehemently. Of course, Jordan did.
But in this,
He was like, "What are you doing, Muslims? You are embarrassing us. We're in a Western land. They're allowed to do as they please. Please, all Muslims disperse, go home, and be good Muslims." Of course, Jordan then did that.
No, look, we live in a culture, right? So the way it's set up here, we don't live in Islamic society, right? We live in a society that pretends to be democratic. So you can have pride marches, you can have vegan marches,
Islam,
and Muslims can also join those marches. That's part of the system here. So I know you think you've made a good
Wait,
point.
Jordan
Haven't
M, are you
really.
trying to say there's no
You
such thing
are
as a gay
quite
Muslim?
a genuous person, you know, Jordan.
Yeah, bro, there's gay Muslims in Speaker's
So Jordan,
Corner.
when
What's
you
that
said
white
that I
don's
didn't make
name?
a good point, which
Paul
part
M.
wasn't good? Because the point, the fact that if you're saying as a
Bro,
Muslim that
fucking Paul
can
M.
hold on, Ultra, let
Oh
me
my
just make
God.
sure clear,
Hey,
yeah. So
Ultra,
if
let
you
ladies,
say
let
wait,
ladies
because it's gonna get confusing again. Let me just make sure I got this clear.
His
So I
last
hear
name's
what
not
you're
M,
saying,
really. I
Jordan,
was
right?
joking.
You're saying, yeah, we can draw it here as non-believers of Islam, yeah, cool. But if that
Cool,
was
yeah.
the case and you all agreed upon your stance that, yeah, it can be done, then there shouldn't have been a protest or an outcry in the first place, and if that was the case. But clearly not every Muslim believes that. They believe that not even non-Muslims can't draw, whether we're in England or not, whether we're in an Islamic country or not. So clearly you're wrong, Jordan, and I'm right.
No, Muslims can be offended at that, right? And they can protest and stuff. But ultimately, the law is the law, isn't it? Muslims can't take the law into their own hands and start.
Yeah, tell all the people that's got tattoos.
So why
got
can't the UN?
tattoos,
So why
try
can't the
to
UN
stab
establish
tattoos.
the law
Man,
is the
you're
law?
a fucking bro. You're
So why
silent.
can't the UN
Yo,
establish the
Ultra,
law is
hold
the
on a
law
second.
the same way?
Jordan, you're not being genuous, man. Like you're
No,
using.
I think you're just not understanding it.
No, don't fucking tell me I don't understand. Like you got some high IQ. Please don't do that.
I don't think I've got high IQ. I
You're
don't
just
think this
being
argument takes
slippery,
much
man.
high IQ.
So let me ask you a question: is Islam compatible with English culture?
Yeah.
Tell me how.
Huh?
Well, so as a Muslim, right? I can live as a Muslim here, right? Because obviously this is a multicultural land, right? So I can do things. I can go to the mosque. I can pray. I can do that as I want, right?
That's
You
not
can leave. You can leave Islam without your life being threatened as well.
No, Ultra.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So is it compatible though? You understand the word compatible, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Okay, then. So
Is
is
that
it compatible?
COM?
Bro, why are you being a condescending wanker, bro? Just stop that.
She's the one that said, "Do you understand the word compatible?" So I mean,
okay. So go on then. Are they compatible then, Bab?
I think at the moment, right? I would say at the moment Islam is compatible, but I would say equally. I mean, Christianity is something that is reforming in secular. So Christianity is becoming secularized, but even Christianity for what it was, the more the society becomes more and more secular, the less and less it's going to become compatible with traditional religions.
Can I ask a question, please, Jordan? And it's sincere, and it won't be rude. It won't be rude. I promise. Okay. I agree with you, Jordan M, that secular law is in no way, shape, or form perfect. However, and I understand the gripes. You've been trying to make them clear. So secular law in its entirety is not perfect and won't make everybody happy. Is Islam or whatever it is you currently believe in perfect for society globally?
Yeah, so I would say an Islamic setup would be better than a secular one in terms of if you are secular, then you're doing it right, right?
Ain't got no change, no brother.
No, Veli, mute up, man. Veli, mute up.
Veli just bumped into Brian. You asked him for some change.
What? We say Brian Hill's robbing him, yeah?
Nah, Nitty was asking for some change in that, man. Oh.
Brian Hill's
No, Jordan. No, wait. Please let Jordan finish. Jordan. So you, Jordan M. Please finish.
Let's say you got the Sharia, right? So within the Sharia, let's say Muslims are in charge. Christians, for example, can keep their churches. Their traditions will be respected. They will still have to, obviously, in public, follow Islamic. They can't blaspheme and stuff like that, but that's in their laws as well. They can also raise their children as Christians. So Muslims wouldn't be going into their schools telling them, no, that's not how you do it. You've got to teach them this, you've got to teach them that. The way we live under secular society, so me as a Muslim, when I send my kids to school, they're going to tell them that my religion is backward, my religion is wrong, being gay is fine, this is fine.
No, they won't.
Wait. Nine, let him finish. Nine, let him finish.
Hang on.
Nine, let him finish.
Jordan missed an important part in his statements. In an Islamic society, a Christian would be paying the jizya.
Yeah, well, you pay tax, don't you, Randy?
Yeah,
and you'd be a second-class citizen as well. But obviously, you're in
There's
in
no
the
doubt,
UK.
right? Go on. No, there's no doubt. When you say second-class citizen, I think that's a stretch because you've still got.
No, it's not. It's called a dhimmi.
Yeah, called a dhimmi. So currently, I would say I'm a dhimmi of secular society, right? Because
how?
You're a dhimmi.
How so?
How? Wait, hold on.
I have to live by. I have to live by secular life, right? I have to live.
Do you have to pay any tax for being Muslim?
I can't enforce my way.
Wait, you have to pay a Muslim tax. You have to pay a Muslim tax.
You're not a dhimmi, bro. There's the religious. There's the freedom of religion. That.
You have to move out the way for atheists on the street.
No. But you see,
you have to pay Muslim tax.
Currently, right?
So then you're using the word dhimmi wrong, mate.
Currently, right?
So if anything, wait, hold on a sec. You have more status in a secular state, if you will, because you don't even the religious. Your mosques and all that, they don't have to pay tax and all that sort of stuff. There, religious institutes don't pay tax. So you complaining about paying tax here? That's for you working.
It's the obvious.
Like,
it's actually the
or whatever.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
Actual religion don't pay. Your mosques don't pay. Your religious people do not pay tax.
No.
For them to be
any other commercial building would have to pay.
Any of the commercial buildings don't pay tax, bro.
If you look at many secular countries, right? So at the moment, Islam's a low percentage, right? So it's Muslims. We live under this pretend kind of idea that everyone's equal, right? But make no mistake, if Islam started to grow, and this has happened in some of the European countries, you've had the uprise of far right parties that are banning mosques. In France, they're banning the burqa. That's a secular country. They banned the burqa.
Of course they're gonna do it, bro. Look at fucking Hebdo Charlie.
Why are
Hebdo,
they
bro.
doing it though, Jordan? Why?
They're also so over here, right? They are actually going to mosques.
Can I finish it?
Why did they change the rules, Jordan? Because at one point they were free to do so.
Because the Muslims
why
were
did they
taking the
change the
piss.
rules?
That's why.
What you think?
Yeah,
The
why-
Muslim sisters were taking the mick, wearing
Jordan, I'm just
hijab?
asking you a question. Why did they?
So there you
Nah,
go.
there was guys doing crimes
There you
on
go. There you
mopeds
go.
with burkas. There was
I
men
didn't
doing
hear what
crimes
I didn't hear
on
what he
burkas
said. What did he
on
say?
mopeds with burkas on.
He's saying
He
I'm
hasn't
agreeing with
answered yet because I
he's
haven't
saying
let
I'm
him
agreeing with
speak.
them saying that
Guys, you're talking
They
over him. Let him
banned
respond.
every religious article, right, in schools and so on, right, in
Trilla,
public
we want
places.
to hear from a real Muslim. Allow it.
I'm just saying, not just for
No, let
Muslims.
children finish that. Trilla, let children go, bro.
Yeah, but they're banned
Children
for
go.
Christians.
Let children go, bro.
Shut up, man. Shut up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, over here currently, right, we have our own. We have our own. We have our own mosques. There are even Muslim schools, and this is kind of like it makes you feel that there's obviously a real thing. But the Muslim schools are
No,
properly
we're going
inspected.
back to the thing before. as
How can I
in
not even finish
why?
this single point?
No, because
Yeah,
you keep
why?
jumping.
No, because the question was why did France ban the burqa?
Oh, sorry, I have to follow your chain of thought. Go on and keep me on
No,
track.
because they asked you. They asked you. That was the reply to you made one of the that was one of the points that you made about France banning the thing world, and then they replied back to you.
No,
Why
they
did France ban the
interrupted me and
burqa?
said something, Billy. They interrupted me and said something. So clearly I didn't hear because I was finishing my point and they said something.
Oh, I
didn't
let
hear
him
it.
finish his point. Then.
No,
Go on,
no,
then finish your point, and then that's their question. Then
no,
move on.
you
Let him
put a
finish.
question,
You wouldn't
you
be
started
here right now.
conflating.
Let him finish, man.
No, Veli reminded me of a word before, conflating, and it fits so well. You said that so we're condemning the people who wear the burqas. No, we're condemning a culture that imposes that. That's the point. We're not saying, oh, you naughty 6-year-old for wearing a burqa. How stupid of you. Why did you fall for that?
Who are you to determine, right, what somebody should be doing? You're not
Exactly.
their parent.
Jake, you just exposed yourself with that comment. You don't think you don't even realise.
I'm
You don't
saying,
even
why should
realise.
somebody
That's the
impose
thing.
it on somebody to actually wear something that covers up a natural part of their body, which is meant to get exposed?
I know where Jordan's going with this. Go on, Jordan.
It's meant to get exposed to the sun, as far as I'm aware. You show me some evidence
No,
that it's
go on,
benefit
Jordan.
to not show
Tell
that
him.
to the sun.
Tell
And if
him,
that
tell
was
him.
even their reason, that's not the reason they give. They don't say, oh, it's because
All right,
they're
Jay.
protecting from the
Done,
sun.
yeah. In a secular
It's because
society,
they're
Jordan, what
protecting
happens?
them from being they're protecting males from going gay. According to the Egyptian Muslim I spoke to, he said, by his elders, said that if we saw too much of the female skin too often, men would turn gay. That was his reason he gave. There's loads of different reasons.
Then,
There's
Jake.
no
Yeah, good point. Good
Can
point.
I now hear Jordan's reason why they stopped the burqas?
Yeah, so in fact, I don't know if you realise, even Turkey did it in some areas, which was a Muslim country that became secular. Like they literally put in the puppet government there. But there are a few countries, and the funny thing is they've all had different reasons. So one said it was social cohesion. Somehow the sisters weren't integrating in their culture apparently. Another one was a security risk. And there was a third reason as well. So there were three different reasons in 3 different countries as to why this minority of group of women were suddenly targeted and enforced in a secular society where we have the freedom to do what you want, right? With
You don't have the freedom to just do what you want, man. It's within the law,
Could
right?
be men with machine guns or grenades or anything. They could be men dressed as women with fake boobs.
Shut up, you dickhead. All right.
Jake,
You
you're such a...
have a fucking grenade up
People
your
have
ass.
done that.
Jake's
People
helping
have
my,
done. People.
Jake's helping
Ben,
me. Keep talking, Jake.
there's been dudes from the UK that have used burqas, like the
There's
full.
been guys that wear a cycle helmet.
Hold on, man. Hold on. You see what it is here? It's like man don't like to get cut, yeah, but then man wants to do the cutting as well, innit? So it's that, yeah. Them,
No, but
like I was
isn't
saying,
it weird
yeah.
though? Isn't it weird that you try and make excuses for the ban of this thing? You don't even know about it, and you're making up excuses.
How's
Like,
making excuse?
maybe there's people with guns.
What was the excuse I made up, bro? What was the excuse I made up, then, Jordan?
Yeah. It's been people with guns and stuff.
Yeah.
What did I say? What did I say? There's people with guns. I didn't even say. I said yeah, but there was someone. I said there was someone from UK with a burqa, yeah, and then you said belly, and I said, oh, okay, all right, hold on. What was I gonna say then?
I heard you say guns.
No, I didn't say guns. I didn't say nothing with guns.
Okay,
I just said there was a dude from UK with a burqa. Jake talked about some dude with guns.
How's facial recognition safety systems going to work?
That's an infringement on privacy. Did you not know that, Jake? Yeah, it's actually illegal to do that shit. They do it anyway.
No, that's only in the UK. That's in the UK. In the UK, doesn't ban the burqa. It's in France.
No,
But remember in
infringement on
France,
condition.
in
Yeah,
France,
it's infringement on
Jake,
privacy.
Jake, they haven't said in France that it's only in the banks and in secure places. Like I've got nothing against, if you go to an airport, they need to see your face, obviously. So I think this could be done in a respectful way where a sister can show her face to somebody, but they banned it like in public.
Okay, let's say the hijabs are cool. Then are you willing to change that verse in the Quran that says you hit your missus after the third time of her disobeying you?
Say it again.
No, man, can't change the verses in the Quran. But you can ask him that. Bro.
That's probably the one you converted for, to be honest.
So if you can still wear the hijab, we need to make sure that it's not being used to cover up bruising. That's my other concern. Or another. There's loads of concerns, Jordan. You're just trying to run us into like little corners and shit.
Yeah, it's not. It really isn't. I don't think.
No, well, you can't do that though, man. If he asks you a question, innit, you just say, "Oh, it's a serious conversation." But if it's like a question you don't like,
he just said the hijab is to cover up bruises. You think
he said people can use it to cover up bruises, innit?
It can be used.
He made a statement about. That's what he said. It can be used to cover up bruises.
I'm just theoretically, if
you honestly want me to respond to this in a serious manner?
If you're willing to take that verse out,
bro, but he said he asked you about the verse in the Quran, right? He said so. That's then he linked into the hijab question. So what was the verse? Did he not ask you about a verse in the Quran? First of all,
I'm willing to.
Are you not willing to change the verse?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Really.
Go on, repeat your question.
I'm willing to consider the hijab as an acceptable form of modesty if you're willing to change the verse in the Quran about striking your female partner.
Do you think as a Muslim, in your understanding,
bro, there's nothing wrong with a woman wearing a fucking hijab. There's nothing wrong with a woman wearing a burqa. There's nothing wrong with these things.
Right.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, Jordan M. Hold on, Jordan M. If France wants to ban the burqa, remember, it's their country. Why not let them?
Yeah, but they're not just banning all religious art.
You straw man a lot of times as well, man.
No,
and
I know.
You just throw loads of shit on the wall and try to hope.
No, brother, it's not a load of shit. By Jordan M's own fucking logic.
My man's doing.
Oh, yeah. What I'm saying, by Jordan M's logic, by France banning the burqa, which I don't personally agree with, I don't give a shit what women wear. But if France wants to ban the burqa, remember, Jordan, it's their country and it's their laws. You just got to let them do what they want.
I hear.
Remember,
who are we to say? He always says, "Who are we to say?"
Who are we to tell France that they're wrong? Jordan, I hope that point hits home. I know you don't want to hear it from me. I know that, but I hope the point hits home.
I get it.
No, you're missing the point now. I'm pointing out the double standard.
Always missing the point.
No, but that's bro. You're doing the double standard. It's like you don't really recognize that. You're doing the double standard.
Honestly, it's true. Yeah, the fact that you're
just pointed out your double standard there, and your next sentence was I'm pointing out the double standards. It's like, bro, come on.
You're not. See, it's not part of French culture to not wear the hijab, right? The hijab has been around there for decades and decades and decades. The point I'm making is that as Islam grew or whatever in that country, they started to impose on that country. So the original conversation was about. You guys were saying Muslims have equal rights and all that. I use France as an example to show you, and it would be the same in the UK as well.
It's imposing
in the UK, but bro, you can't. I noticed that you've done this quite a lot, though. Yeah, if we're talking about something in the UK, man's going to talk about there's child marriage in America, and then if we talk about something else in the UK, man's going to talk about the hijabs ban in France and Turkey, and it's like, bro,
this is the whole conversation, Belly.
How can we?
About the original conversation.
But listen, secular law, in the different countries, but hold on, you can't be complaining for people not to be changing laws in other people's country, but then complaining about the laws that people are changing in their countries that are not beneficial to you.
Right. Do you get it, Jordan? So it's kind of a like Jordan.
Bro, that's what you're doing. You're saying, so when we're saying FGM, wait, hold on a second, lady. I'll let you go after you. It's my turn now. So yeah, if you were saying it's not beneficial for other countries to be telling other people about FGM laws and why they shouldn't be doing it, right? We shouldn't be going over there and telling them what to do, right? Yeah. And then now you're saying, but France is banning the burqa and whatever.
Tell them what to do.
Banning the burqa.
I just explained this point, Belly. I use that as an example because
in French culture, French has historically always had Muslims there. So in French culture, this isn't part. It's not like when we're talking about FGM or things like that. I'm talking about. I wanted to just.
But bro, the point is that
you're right. Look,
it's France, right? Wait, hold on. The point is, yeah, that is France's country. Yeah, if you're complaining for other people not being able to change laws, or not other people going over and changing laws in their country, that means you can't be on the other foot saying, "Oh, what about them changing their laws in their country? That's not beneficial to Muslims."
Correct.
But that wasn't my point.
Because they changed it. France, yeah, but France changed the law themselves, right? The French people changed it.
They did, yeah, and
No,
it
kind
wasn't.
of slightly
didn't
not,
stop it.
because
No one
his
stopped it.
original
It's
point
there.
wasn't
Yeah, it's
even
there.
that. His original point was that our Western influences, we don't have the West, or our Western.
We don't have the right to change it.
Impose,
Yeah,
right,
that's what I'm saying. We don't have the right to change it and impose. But then his next thing is like, oh, what about France banning the burqa? This is like, and it's like, but they never imposed. They never went over. France never went over to France and imposed banning the burqa. It's the French government that banned the burqa in France.
Yeah, but you're right, and if France changed a law like that's everyone has to follow it, isn't it? And that's what they've done. That wasn't the point I made.
But you obviously have a problem with it, though, right?
But you're
Obviously,
saying that we
clearly,
should.
but
Right,
I
jump
understand
up,
why.
clarify it, Jordan. What is the point you were making?
You don't really have a fight then, innit? Because if your point is that we shouldn't be able to go over to people that they should change the law if it's not beneficial to a minority of people in their country, and we can show them evidence that points in that direction.
Yeah, you're right.
Then,
So the point is, I can't point the finger at France. I can't point the finger at someone else. I can't point the finger at them and tell them that their culture is immoral, right? I can talk about France in terms of how they brought it about and their reasons for their justifications for it.
You're doing a tricky thing.
I'm not saying that you need to. I'm not.
Let him finish.
I'm not like you guys agreed. I'm not saying that we need to go into France and enforce that they need to move their hijab.
Okay.
What you guys, believe it or not, whether you like it or not, you're part of this secular.
But you can't even say it's wrong.
Yeah, could I do that?
I'm not doing that. Jordan, I'm not trying to go to
Muslims aren't imposing.
No, it's not imposing, bro.
Muslims
aren't imposing. We're not saying that you should be able to impose on people. You keep conflating that.
And I want to impose my Western things on.
Belly, you did agree.
Did you hear me do that, Jordan?
No, but it's not imposing. It's not, no one ever. When did I say I agree with sanctions?
We talked about Haiti. We talked about
said
Haiti.
I agree with sanctions.
We talked about Haiti. You were like, yeah, well, it's not right, is it, to kill someone if they're gay?
If they're gonna be killing people or whatever, just for their lifestyle, that's alternative, which may not be.
Should the UN involved?
They shouldn't be able to go. Of course, they shouldn't be able to whatever. Yeah, so if they could advise them to.
Exactly.
But what you mean? You ain't even let me finish the point, bro. And you're laughing.
Can the UN?
What was the way? So what was you laughing at?
The UN go to Haiti?
No, go on, make your point, please. Go on, make your point, please.
Really make a point, isn't it? Yeah.
I know.
Obviously, they should be
stumbled at the end.
Yeah, I said they should be able to.
Yeah. What you wanted to say was the UN should sanction them for it because it's immoral and it's against human rights, and that's the whole point I made.
But that's not what I said, though. That's what you want me to say, isn't it?
The argument between FGM and a country for their own personal security and safety to ban a hijab and the idea of us imposing a view on FGM are totally unrelated topics.
But they didn't do that. They banned everything at the same time. But anyway, go on.
Well, no, I'm just saying the hijab is the one we're discussing.
But for equality, for fairity, they banned everything. They banned every.
You're comparing it with stoning and FGM. That's the argument we're having. You're bringing in the hijab thing.
Why did I bring
it up? Because it's not an infringement of human rights. It's an infringement on a religious cult practice.
Jake, why did I bring up France? I didn't bring it up because I was comparing it to FGM. I brought it up because you guys were saying that I have full rights in a secular country.
No, I'm saying the right of wearing a hijab is not your biological living, say, you know, your FGM is a wound. It's
No,
an
dude,
infection,
they have a right to do it.
turning
They
to
have a
death is
right. They
murder.
have a right. They have a right to. If the
Can
laws
I,
are against
can
them,
I
they
ask you a
are.
question?
It's a
Can I,
cold
They have a
one
right
minute,
to do
one
it.
minute.
It's to
Can I
infringe
ask,
on
can
a
I ask a
child's
question? Can I ask a
freedom.
question?
It's
Yo,
to
yo,
infringe
yo.
They've always had it as
it's
a
to
right, but they changed it
AD,
It's not
recently.
sex,
Start
it's to
fighting.
AD,
infringe
infringement
on
on
relax,
a
man.
child, dude. Come on.
Let me ask
France
a
have a
question.
right.
wow,
Change
Let
it.
me ask you a
wow,
question, yeah? One sec, one sec, one sec.
So do you
Can
think
I,
the
can I
UN
ask
have
the
the right to
question? One
sanction
sec, one
Israel
sec. Can I
for
speak?
go
Wilson was
on?
asked the
You do
question, yeah?
that.
Is Muslim religion or culture runs parallel with British culture? Yeah, and he said, yeah, if I'm an Englishman right now, I can live Islamically, and it's not going to contradict my. Like, I'm free to practice my religion. My
But he said
question
he
is
was a
this.
Jimmy.
My question is this, yeah?
Yeah, I am.
Do we assume that that's just happened by chance or by luck, or is it not being by design that the British authorities that run this country secularly have allowed Muslims to live Islamically in England, right? Unlike France, because of the relationship that England has with Muslim countries. Like they've got English people living in Dubai quite freely. Yeah, we've got English people living in Turkey, we've got English people living in Egypt. You're telling me that that's got nothing to do with the
They
fact
brought
that
up half of Central
England's got a
Africa.
good relation. One sec,
Yeah.
England's got a good relationship with Muslim countries.
They got money.
No, it ain't.
But France owned half of North
France
Africa
has
at
got
one
Wait,
point
let
as well,
Khan
though.
finish, man. Guys, like, exercise some patience. Go on, Khan.
It's not an accident. It's not an accident that Muslims have got rights in the UK. It's not by accident. It's the
Yeah,
fact
they got
that
money.
England's got good relationships with Muslim countries, and then English people in turn can move freely in those countries where they make a lot of money.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Nah, it's the freedom of religion law that all the different, all recognized religions are allowed to practice without being persecuted or whatever, isn't it? Like,
Hang
so
on, can
a
I add
Christian's
to
allowed to be a
Khan's point?
Christian, a Buddhist is allowed to be a Buddhist. It's not because they've got good relationship with a couple Muslim countries or a couple Muslim guys have done something. It's the freedom of religion. So all the religions that are practiced in the UK have freedom to practice their religions.
But
They do.
I would actually like
They
to
do.
know
Yeah, and Triller, all those fucking wankers like fucking Mormons, like Scientologists and Jehovah's Witnesses, and all these wankers, they're all free to fucking practice their religions, no matter how ridiculous they are.
But Veli, are you saying that that's the British value?
One second, guys. Did you hear Randy?
That's a
Randy's going to come
European
through.
You liar.
One second, Khan. Let Randy
Khan,
say something.
let Randy make his point quickly, please. Yeah.
All right, it's quick points. Now, in the Oval Office in the United States of America, there is a Quran, and one of
the Jefferson Quran.
That's right. Jefferson bought the Quran, or he was gifted it, and recently, in the last, I don't know if it's a decade or beyond, somebody was sworn into office on the Quran. So, in their over 200 years of history, Muslims have been in America. So that adds to Khan's point.
I wanted to ask Veli that he said it's not just for Muslims, it's for all religions, right? But if that's the case, then why is it in France they're basically cracking
Not
down
in
on
France,
Islam?
bruv, in UK.
No, I'm
UK
saying
I was talking about.
France and England,
They're
they've
both
got
secular.
distinctly different attitudes towards Muslims in specifically. Like, leave the
Well, I
Sikhs
can't
and
answer
the
for
Christians
France.
out of it, right?
Oh no, go on, Khan. Carry on.
I can't give you the answer for France, innit? Like again, France
No,
wasn't
but
my
I'm showing you
example.
that the reason why
Can't
France
listen.
is cracking down
France wasn't
on
my
Muslims.
France wasn't my example of and even though Muslims ain't allowed to wear the hijab in France or whatever, they're still treated as equal citizens or whatever. It's not they don't have to pay no extra tax or whatever. They don't get no sign put on their forehead saying, "Oh, these are Muslims and we have to attack them" or whatever, or something like that. Do you know what I'm saying? That?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying under Sharia the Christians would be,
and the atheists.
Anybody.
Is that your point?
Anybody who's
and
not
the polytheists. No, I'm saying that.
You have to tell me if it is.
Well, I'm saying that's not my point. I'm saying that's the thing. The point is that we are allowed to.
you know what I'm saying, that they are allowed to practice their religion and be part of the society, and like, you know what I mean, to make whatever decisions they are, as long as it's not going against the law of the land or any of that sort of stuff. They're just allowed to be.
Do you agree with second-class citizens in like what's happening already in places like, you know, like countries like in the Middle East, yeah, where they're literally treating people that are coming, foreign workers who are working the jobs that they don't want to work in their own countries, doing the jobs that need to be done, but they don't want to do it because they find it demeaning.
Yes, yes. So big up yourself, family. Big up yourself. I know people have been coming in and out. You don't know it's been Saturday, and I had to do a couple of things. I can't ever lie, man. But hopefully, you've been enjoying the rerun of the block, and you know what I mean. Obviously, airing your opinions, whether in the comments or in your head. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, man. Like I was saying before, the FGM things come back again, and yeah, unfortunately, one would think in 2024 it'd be a quite a clear, you know what I mean, cut and shut pace, cut and shut. Do you know what I mean, clear cut case, as it were, but seemingly not. And obviously, we've heard, you know, some of the argumentation that's been made for it. You know what I mean? And some really slick shit as well, if I were to be honest. You know what I mean? Some real slick stuff. You get me? Because you see, there's levels to the thing, innit? There's levels to the thing in terms of impacting upon another culture, etc., etc. But I think there's definitely cases whereby where there's clear cut cases where it's not the right thing to do, yeah. Then I think that we can definitely have an opinion, and two, not impose upon one, but definitely try to educate. Get me, to educate and show the not only the advantages, which is obviously what they would promote, but also the disadvantages. You see what I'm saying to you? And then you could then allow the people them to then make decisions freely. Yeah, because you see, one thing is, you know, they say ignorance is bliss, yeah, and that's a real thing, in it. If you don't know better, you can't do no better. You see what I'm saying to you? So if you're born into something, doing something, everybody around you is doing the same thing, this, that, and the other, then obviously you're not going to know better. Yeah. So, and it would be silly for us to do so. But again, I think when you come into contact with certain, you know, I mean, other situations, like I said, other situations whereby now you get me, using sound reasoning, logic, and understanding, blah 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 blah. You know, so this can't run. Then I don't think there's any. I mean, like again, I'm saying it's a shut case, bro. And I'm saying, bam, even if my ancestors did it, then in 2024, we don't do it. You see what I'm saying to you? If back in the day, you can have big old hefty dotty man with young pitney, well, we're born that today because we know it's not right. We know it's not right physically, psychologically, any type of Lee in it. You get me? And we know that many times then in those times it was done for different reasons, in it. Like basically a girl, a female was like a possession, in it. You see what I'm saying to you? And even now, whereby these things are still happening, unfortunately the girls are possession. You understand what I'm saying to you? In many instances, the family's got to, and I'm talking about many cases where it's a young girl, yeah, and an old man. You see what I'm saying to you? Because, you know, most fathers don't really, I'm sure, want their young, good virginal daughter, you get me, with some old crusty man. Yeah, but you know, when it comes to the culture and the money and this and that, then you get me, other things take priority, but that doesn't mean it's right, especially in 2024. Now, again, all you can say is that it's not right. Yeah, and that's all you can bun fire on it. Now, it's when Jordan M's talking about going in and imposing yourself on them, this, that, and the other, that's a completely different. That's a completely different thing. But we're definitely having an opinion. Yeah. Now, the marriage thing again, you're getting into different situations because obviously we don't want that. But then you're gonna hear, well, if they don't get married, then people ain't gonna eat and this and that and this and that. You get me? And you know, that's what I say, levels. And I guess that's where people might talk about Western and this and that, yeah, because people are going to say, well, over here, living in England in our comfy houses, wherever we are, you understand me, especially as females, you get me, they might say that we're living comfy, innit? So in that we ain't in, or that we're not in, or that because we're in such a good position or a much better position compared to them, you know what I mean? Your kind of talk is, you know, and I can appreciate that to a certain extent still. You see what I'm saying to you? Because okay, compared to other places around the world, we're definitely in a better position when it comes to many things. So we're not going to be naive in that regard. You get me? And then again, especially as females as well, I'm sure that we can admit that, you know, whether you want to call it westernized, disized, or whatever. I know there's many in situations where I would prefer to be in the West as a female, 100%. You see what I'm saying to you? I've been to 1 and 2 places around the world whereby, yeah, as a female, I'm glad that I can get on a plane and get the fuck out of there. You see what I'm saying to you? So, but again, ignorance is bliss, you see. Because if you don't know better, you're not going to want better or even do better. Or you get me? You see what I'm saying to you? I think with the advent of the internet, etc., whereby now everybody can see everybody else, yeah, I think these sort of we're gonna call it barbaric because that's all it is. Traditions, you get me, and whatever. Obviously, they're gonna be more under the spotlight. You understand what I'm saying to you, etc., etc. So people are gonna have more of an opinion about it because maybe years gone by, as a youth coming up, I didn't know that. Yeah, I may not have not that I may not have. I did not know that these sort of practices were going on around the world. Yeah, I understand. But obviously, as you get older, you get more knowledgeable, this and that, and now we have an opinion upon it. Now, again, I'm definitely glad that I didn't grow up in that kind of culture. Now, we got people like Betty at pains to let us know, said me, you, us, and them are different in terms of as Caribbeans or as Americans, which is fine. I got no problem with that. So it's very true. We didn't grow up in that tradition of FGM. Certainly not. Yeah, and I'm definitely glad for that because, like I said, I don't see no benefit to it whatsoever. And we went through what the deemed benefits are, and none of them are. Yeah, it's all purely cosmetic and, like I said, cultural and controlling as well, isn't it? You get me? Because you know what I mean, trying to make sure a girl remains a virgin and making sex uncomfortable and all of these other type of, you know what I mean? These are all and although hetero did what's the word? Correct me when I'm saying, boy, it's a man-made thing or it's man doing it, and he's like, no, the women are involved too, and I do agree with that because obviously, still in many instances, the women are doing the cutting and doing the coerce and this, that, and the other. Again, ignorance is bliss. But yeah, man, you know, come on, man. There's certain things because, like I said, man, you know, does that mean that we should still be burying fucking daughters alive and doing all them other sort of stupid shit that people were doing in the past? Does that mean that, you know, we should still be sort of, you know, practicing cannibalism or promoting cannibalism? And do you know what I'm saying to you? Let's keep the thing, and this should be cross. You know, I think there should be certain things that are just universal across all cultures, creeds, colors, this, that, and the other. Especially when it comes to children. Do you know what I mean? Like anyone that could think that doing that, like even touching a female's genital area at especially at such an early age without their permission, this, that, and the other, for the sake of whatever. I mean, come on, man. We must be able to do better than that in 2024, man. Yeah, and whether it was culturally acceptable then, I don't believe it should be culturally acceptable now. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, for real, for real. Oh, I'm glad to see you, Bridget. But yeah, family, man, because. And the thing is, there are other things that we can keep. 100%. You understand what I'm saying to you? There's certain things that we can keep. But yeah, man, there's certain things where for no, sir, yeah, man, it needs to remain in the past, man. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you could say that people would still have argument to say that slavery should go on and it's okay and this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? And we can't do that, man. You know? So yeah, man, certain things. And again, I think Jordan, you know, done a lot of conflating yesterday because he's talking about, you know, how the West goes into, you know, other countries and, do you know what I mean, tries to dominate them with their this and that. You know what I mean? But again, these are things that
You know what I mean? But again, these are things that we would agree.
Yeah, bless her. Agree upon. But then you try to sandwich the FGM thing into it. That's slick, man. Because it's apples and pears. It's apples and pears. Yes, Kalos, we're gone.
Son, sister, them. That
Yeah,
sunshine
yeah.
we are deal with. Yes, man.
All day, every day, man.
Of course, man.
So,
Of course.
I think we got a bit of an echo there still.
Let me
Tweak up something. Tweak up. But
Yo,
yeah,
now,
man, obviously. Yeah, it's still echoing. I hope it's not me. I don't think it's me.
because I've just basically cancelled mine, to be fair, so can't be me.
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely good now. It's definitely good now.
How you
Anyway,
doing,
so big
beloved?
up, big up, big up,
Yeah.
big up. Happy
Yeah, man.
Saturday.
Of course, beloved. Shopping.
Right.
You
It's
them
definitely
finish.
something coming
Now
from
it's about the sun
somewhere.
panel. Now it's about the sunshine panel. So obviously we're gonna have a it's gonna be very political, and yeah, I'm ready for the Sun Sisters. Respectfully, I'm ready, man.
Oh, well, okay. What you say? You lubed up and everything, yeah? Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, cocoa butter, olive oil, the whole thing, man. You know how it goes, Sun Sisters.
All right. Well, I don't know where Divine. She may come back because obviously the thing was just running, and obviously as females we do certain things in the buck on Saturday, man. But yeah, for myself, going back to the recent conversations, obviously regarding the FGM thing, I think amongst the audience at least there may be a little bit of confusion as to what your stance and even Jordan M's to a certain extent may be on it. Do you know what I mean? Some bit of ambiguity. So I don't know if you want to sort of tidy that up. I know what I believe I've heard from yourself, but I definitely don't want to put get me words into your mouth and that.
Yeah.
So do you like? So let me ask you. Obviously, I know the answer to it, but I would just obviously ask you. You are against or for FGM, or do you believe it's just down to everybody's culture to decide what they do in that regard?
No, I'm against it because historically it's not African at all. You see, that particular type of practice, it started with the Arabs. You see, it didn't start with the other African tribe, the West Africa. It started with the Arabs, and it started in the time of Pharaoh. What they will call in that time with Moses is that he used a particular practice because you know those who know about the scriptures is that there was going to be an anointed one that was going to bring him down in Egypt. You see, and he believed that in order to prevent this prophecy, we're going to practice female genital mutilation on the Israelite females, and that's exactly what he did because Pharaoh, although he was a black man, but he wasn't an Egyptian. He was from the Amalekites. He was an Arab. So this practice here has nothing to do with Africa at all. Nothing to do with it. So I'm definitely against that at all. The issue is, beloved, is that we've got to learn, right? I said this before. I've been raised on Garveyism, you see what I'm saying, and that. So how we understand political things, how he understood it, and the rest of the forefathers, is that we as a people, it doesn't work in our best interest when we put things together, and that it confuses us. It makes us not see the see through the frog clearly. So he had a great strategy way, and you'll see amongst other black organizations who take upon Garveyism is that you separate religion, you separate all these things, you can assess it correctly. At this present moment, Sister Naifa, and you can go and do your research in this, there are Pan-Africanist lawyers, right, who have carefully documented and organized that when we get reparation from the Arabs, right, it cannot be done by the Islam. Why? Because if you go through the Islamic way, you're going to get the Pan-Africanist Muslims, you're going to get the non-Pan-Africanist Muslims, right? They're going to bring their proof that, oh, the Islam doesn't say this, doesn't say that, etc., right? And we're not going to get no reparation. Now, I know that the Arabs invented an unethical code of conduct and brought it in there. So when I'm talking about certain things, I can't always reveal everything, but we're definitely trying to get this reparation and go for the Arabs. And that's why some things people may think, oh, why are you like this? Why are you like that? Are you on board? No, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I don't believe in unity with non-African people because historically they're not there for us. It's just that, just like Garvey understood and Haile Selassie and the rest of them, there was a time for politics and there's a time for personal. And I understand that very well, just like the rest of the Pan-Africanist forefathers, as well as one as today.
So you said that there's a time for politics and there's a time for
personal.
Personal, right, right, right,
Yeah.
right, right. So just so that okay, so it's obviously okay to have an opinion upon what we're speaking about then.
Of course. Of course. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay,
You know.
okay, okay. Okay, because like I said, even when I was listening the other day, because like I'm saying, for me, because I don't know if maybe we or misunderstood you the other day, yeah. Because so are you against it in other lands as well, like where the culture still maintains it? Are you? Is it? Do you think that we can say to them, no, no, that's or do you think because it's their culture, we should allow them to, you know what I mean, do as they want to do freely, regardless if we believe it to be right or wrong?
Any form of mutilation towards any woman, especially when it comes to black women and that, I'm definitely against that. As I said to you already, right? That should not even be practiced at all. It's not African. You see what I'm saying? And that it's nothing to do with African at all. You see, it's been brought up.
So
Right,
so then when Jordan M's there, sorry, trying to shoehorn this whole wear Western and it's an African practice, he's actually incorrect because you're saying it's an Arabic. He started off as the Arabs, right? Doing
That's
it.
right.
And did you say they were doing it on themselves or on black people?
They would do the black Arabs were doing it under black Israelites. That was what they were doing
Black
in the time of
Arabs.
that's what they were doing. Yeah.
The black Arabs, they're saying that your mic is low, yeah, but
Check
the
mic
black
check.
Arabs
Yeah.
and black Israelites.
Yeah.
How would you determine the difference?
Well, based upon the tribe in it, one is from a different particular black tribe, the other one is from that tribe. But remember when we're dealing, because here's the interesting thing, right? When I went to Egypt, I was very startled that the story of Moses is not even mentioned in the Egyptian scrolls. And I thought to myself, so all this about Moses, etc., etc. So when I spoke to an elder out there, because when it comes to my family and many of us and that, where we got links to the late Rashid Wanoko, you see. So when he's doing them African trips, etc., and that, right, a lot of us were on board on that. So when we go into Egypt and we analyzing certain things, I said to myself, so this story can't be true. And what I found out is that the original Egyptians, right, they would not write down non Egyptians in their scroll. So then doing research, etc., we came to the conclusion that this Pharaoh in the time of Moses wasn't a Nubian at all, and that he was actually from the Amalekites. You see, so he was actually an Arab. You see, black Arab. You see what I'm saying in that. So in that time, he was only in charge or reigning for about 125 years, and then obviously that's when the Most High got Moses and done his thing, and then wiped out, and then that's where the Nubians were able to move further up into that region and take over, because you know that the Israelites went to the Promised Land, which is in like those regions there, like Palestine and Israel, etc. So that's why I've done a thoroughly research. I thought, okay, so this practice has nothing to do with the African culture, etc. Here's the thing, though, Sister Naifa, where people got misconstrued when it comes to me. I am a Pan Africanist, right? Like yourself, etc. Anything to do with African culture, you have to defend it and you have to make sure it's done properly. For example, when I'm telling you, beloved, in Saqqara in Egypt, the Egyptians were practicing circumcision. It's on the walls. You can actually go there and research it. I've seen it for myself. I'm saying, oh, so this is part of our culture. You see? So when people are trying to attack our culture, you have to politicize and defend it. But the FGM is nothing to do with African at all. It's very barbaric and it's nothing to do with our people at all, if that makes any sense.
See, I think that's where me and you would have to sort of come to a slight fork in the road with your Pan-Africanism and my I'll say pro-black thing here, because I'm saying, because you're saying, well, defend the thing at any cost, right? You get me? And I'm like, no, I disagree. I think, yeah, we can acknowledge that this is something that we did. You understand what I'm saying to you? And maybe, like I said, ignorance is bliss. So you could even think that we could have thought that we were doing it for the right reasons. But now in 2024, when we use right knowledge, reasoning, understanding this, that, and the other, you see what I'm saying to you? I think that we have to say, no, you get me? Now, upon reflection, this, that, and the other, that wasn't the right practice. But obviously, we understand that the ancestors did it at the time. You get me? But now, because the thing is, yeah, we ain't gonna do that. Like, if I had a daughter, no one's cutting my daughter's nanny, brethren. Yeah, I didn't even have my son. You get me? Like I said, I done my research. At the end, I said, nah. I even had the thing booked.
Right.
You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, but in the end, I'm like, nah. Now, when he gets big, if he wants to go and cut off it, that's his business. You get me? What I've done is we teach him how to bathe properly, brethren. You get me? Like on that, from young, pull back your things. Listen, yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say. The whole the circumstances. When I hear this argument about bam, claimsiness, this, that, and the other, cool. Then again, I can appreciate it. Cool. Even if you're living and you're roaming in the desert and you ain't got that much access to water, cool. Yeah, needs must. I get it. But not in London town. You get me? Where every yard's got at least one bathroom, this, that, and the other. Nah. You get me?
But the thing is, Sister Naifa, or due respect to you, beloved, you are not a man. You see?
No, I'm not a man.
Hold on, beloved.
Yeah, go on.
Right, with all due respect, beloved, right? You see, when we're dealing with the anatomy of the body, especially the male's phallus, etc., when something is covering for too long, it can cause infection and bacteria, etc., right? So when that's removed, so for example, on the penis of the man, it's covered every single day. Every single day it's covered. Those who are got that.
So all right, cool.
Beloved,
Does that mean...
you haven't even let me finish, beloved. You've just literally rubbed out the sentence, or do you respect it?
All right, man. Don't do like that, man. Come on, man.
Oh, all right, beloved. All right. So because of that, there now the ancestors understood that to keep air around that particular part of the man's penis is going to be needed. Also, when you're having more than one wife, right, it's very effective for that as well. So there's benefits on why it is. Now, when we're dealing with female genital mutilation or penis mutilation, etc., and that this is not African and that, because it's gonna cause harm. You see what I'm saying? And we know
So
that.
are you saying that circumcision is African and FGM isn't?
Yeah, that's right. That's
So
what I told you already, beloved. Yeah, I told
So
you.
right, so you're saying FGM isn't, but circumcision is. Right. So then, all right, then, bam. So you believe in the Most High, yeah?
I do, yeah.
Right. Excellent. So does that? So basically, your inference is that he made man and his penis imperfect with the hood. That you're saying it's an imperfection, and that it's a working imperfection. That's what you're saying, right? And then the same thing would be said for the female and her labia and her little clit and all them way there. You're saying, or the persons that are dealing with this FGM and circumcision are saying that the Most High built the thing wrong, and that as man knows better. Although remember, according to these Christians and Muslims and everyone else, God is the all-knowing, all-seeing, most omniscient, bad man in the yard. Bam, you get me? Everything, you get me? But when it comes to the genitalia of the man and the woman, man knows better.
Yeah.
And as such, man's gonna snip it, and man's gonna snip it off and snip it here and snip it there, because God himself didn't know better, or God themselves didn't know better.
Right.
So is that
But
what we're
beloved,
standing upon?
no, I'm saying before these religions, we were practicing it. You see, when we're dealing with
No, but I hear
Abraham,
you.
because
But the point I
beloved,
want to know if
beloved,
you're
beloved,
basically saying
Sister
is,
Nine,
yeah,
yeah,
but
Sister
bro,
Nine,
but I don't
because
need a
we're
history
bringing. Now,
because
but
you're
we
giving me a
do though,
history. I
sister.
don't need a
No, but I
history.
have to, because if I
No,
don't
but
give that
it
there,
doesn't matter about the history. I just the common
right,
point for me is that basically you're saying that God built the thing wrong, innit? Basically.
no, and this is why we gotta explain. What I'm saying
Pick up yourself, Biggie.
is that the creator,
Big
you
up.
see, allow yes, article,
Yeah, big up
brother,
family.
right? So what we're saying is right is that different situations, the creator is going to allow you to change certain things. I'm saying before Abraham and all these religions, right, 2400 BC, right, the Nubians were practicing circumcision. You
I
see, because
understand
they
that,
understood,
Kel.
right? So when you keep bringing in Abraham, hold on, when you're bringing in
You're not
Abraham and
addressing
all
my
that,
point, dude.
we're older than Abraham, we're older than Ishmaelites, we're older than or these Israelites, with all due respect. You see, so
Kel,
you can't
it
keep bringing the
still comes
religion.
back
Go on,
to
go on,
the
go on.
point of whoever these persons are, whether it be Abraham, whoever, wherever, however far down the line you go, yeah, at some point they believe that they know better than the Most High themselves. Because it certainly weren't the Most High that come and tell the people them to start snipping. Yeah. So this is somewhere along the line, people have thought that this was for the best. You get me? But so I'm saying what that influence is that they know better than God, because God built us like this. He built you with a hood, he built me with my things, and however it goes after that. Yeah. But then man has come along and said, nah, the way God did it, that's not perfect. You get me? For whatever reason, yeah, we're gonna do it this way.
Do
So
you
I'm
know,
saying, are
beloved,
you in
that
agreement with that? Because that is
no, I'm not. No,
that is
because what
going
you're
against
doing
God.
there,
Then that's
that
going
doesn't make
against
no sense. It doesn't
what
make any
don't make no
sense
sense.
because when we're dealing with right, Shukwu, Uludomari, Allah, whatever name you want to use, right, is that the things that we can't control, right, you let him sort it out, and the things that you can control, you do it. And I'm saying in different times and different regions, right, we understood that okay, there is a problem of infections, so we have to use certain remedies. This is why when we're dealing with Imhotep
Yeah,
in the
okay, and
scrolls of
I
16.
I
Hold on,
agree.
beloved son, sister. You got to let me finish. I am a guest
All
in
right,
the Sunshine House. All right. So what I'm saying is that when we're dealing with Imhotep, 16,000 years, you see, in these scrolls, right, him and the African scientist females are going around and getting remedies and are trying out different things. Some of them died testing these things, which the non-Africans are able to maneuver around. You understand, Sister Naifa? So what I'm saying is, different times they understood that, oh, the skin over there is causing some form of problems, etc. It's hot, it's this and that, so we're going to remove it. They had the aesthetics to do that, and that was a practice way before Islam, Christianity, etc. And that's all I'm saying.
But Cal, I don't think you're answering the question that Nines is asking, right? Because she's asking, she's saying that obviously there's a prophet that feels like they know better than God because they're advising to remove a part of this body that God had placed on the body.
Okay. Okay, but here's the problem with that, brother.
That's the question that she's asking.
No, but the question what she's asking, brother, it's gonna refute it. I told son, sister, Naifa,
It's not
we
even a
older
question, it's a
than
thing that I'm
Abraham. We
saying
older than Abraham. You
that
see,
it doesn't.
Abraham in
Bro, it
Abraham's
doesn't,
time.
bro, it doesn't matter which prophet it was, yeah?
Right.
Whoever,
Right.
yeah?
Okay.
If they're saying that it's come from God for you to do this practice, like Nines is saying, that means they're basically saying they know more than God in it. Because God made you with this thing. Why didn't God make it that doesn't happen to you, basically, innit? Like, so you don't have to chop that.
Brother, what I'm saying is, right, these are religious types of rituals with the Abrahamic faith. I've just told you in the culture, brother, when we did these things, it's because of climate, etc. That's why I have to use reference and history, brother, because we got to remove from Abraham religion because they only got it just now, brother. That's why people are saying, "Oh, Abraham did that." Okay, fair enough. You see, but the Africans is older than that region.
Bro,
You understand what I'm saying? Innit?
you're not getting the point, innit? The point's not how old it is, yeah. The point is that if a prophet says that this action comes from God, that they're basically saying that they know better than God in it, because obviously God wouldn't have made you with this thing for that to actually get any sort, like, so you wouldn't be able to get no dirt underneath your foreskin if you weren't supposed to have a foreskin. Is the point that you say? That's what you're saying there. So the point is knowing more than God, not
yeah.
how old it is.
The
Not, it doesn't
foreskin
matter how old it is. It's
So
how old it
doesn't Oludamari allow us to solve things for ourselves? Doesn't he allow these things to happen, brother? Does
So what?
Oludamari have to do? Doesn't Oludamari allow us to solve things for ourselves? Do we have to keep relying on him all the time as human beings?
Oh, so God can make you with things with mistakes
I'm saying,
and
brother.
defects.
You see, in African culture, we don't believe that the
Well, that's
Most High made
obvious.
mistakes.
That's obviously a yes anyway, innit? Because there's like
No,
disabled
it's not,
people
brother, because
and
he
people
don't
with
make no
birth
mistakes,
defects.
brother. Brother, he don't make no mistakes, brother. You see, what I'm saying is, brother, in
So
different
that means that
times,
things like
different
cancer and all
cultures.
that is not a mistake, right?
So I won't say that's a mistake, brother. That's something to do with when you're not, practicing the alkaline diet correctly. Because you see, when we're dealing with Dr. Sebi, and even goes back to Imhotep again, when we're dealing with mucus, brother, it can produce and take over certain parts of the body. You see what I'm saying? And that we knew this from long time. You see, but the Most High allows you, right, to use remedies to sort things out, like fasting and eating certain types of food that's specifically for your body type. You see what I'm saying? And that this is the Most High allows these things. You see, but when we're talking about circumcision, etc., brother, there's a difference between circumcision, right, and female genital mutilation. And I'm saying, brother, that's not African. We know where it comes from, right? And this is why when you go in Somalia and places like that, it's called the Pharaoh practices. If you don't believe me, go and ask the Somali people. So it's
Yeah,
like the
but I'm not,
Pharaoh
bro.
practices.
Listen, man's not
Right,
arguing whether it comes from Africa or it don't come from Africa. Yeah,
right.
like for me, it doesn't matter whether it comes from Africa or not. It matters whether it's fruitful, beneficial, or harmful. Innit? That's really the point to be arguing, innit? But the point that Nanisha was making to you was really about man saying they know more than God if it comes from a prophet, a prophetic teaching, right?
Right.
That's a whole separate point, isn't it?
Yeah,
But
brother, man don't know
yeah,
more than the Most High, brother. That's foolishness, brother. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is,
Exactly, and
you
that's
have you
why
have
we
to check
shouldn't
it.
be cutting those areas because God made us near
No,
perfect.
no, 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 no. There's no
Yeah,
exactly. See, that don't make no
right.
sense. That
No,
don't make
it
no
makes
sense
sense to
because
me.
hold on,
But
sister Naifa, all due respect to you, right? We've got to be. You see, this is why the Pan Africanists come up with the strategy of the God strategy. What do we do as some people? We believe everything is this natural disaster and we have to make God do everything. No, this is not African because God allows you to do things which in your ability. If you need to get a job, you can't sit in the bed and do this.
yeah,
I'm
but
going to
Kel,
rely on the Most
respectfully, that's
High
a
to
mad
get the job.
analogy,
No,
though.
you have to go. No, it's not.
No, but
It's not.
Kel,
It's not because you're not being realistically when it comes to these things. You see what I'm saying?
Kel,
It's
I
going to allow you
don't
to
think
do
that's a
things to
very good
solve things
analogy
in your
because we
time. It's a
listen,
very
listen,
good analogy,
listen,
and that
listen.
it's a very good
No,
analogy.
it's not though
Go on.
because we already know that God has given us free will in it. So all you're describing there is free will in it. Yeah,
Right.
that's all you describe, right?
Right.
I'm not
sorry.
talking about that. Though, yeah, all I'm simply saying is by in many ways agreeing to FGM and circumcision. Yeah, you're basically saying that the Most High did not make us perfect. You get me? And as such, us as men, we know better for whatever reason. Yeah, and this is what we're gonna do. Yeah. Now I've already said that back in the day, yeah, especially when there was less access to water, this, that, and the other, I could appreciate that. Even from a cleanliness one, I could appreciate that because maybe you're going for days without water, the thing gets cheesy, this, that, and the other. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll give it that. But no, I'm saying in 2024, there's no need for it. Yeah, there is literally no need for it although it's now it remains cultural. Yeah, obviously we're gonna say that people went back 2,000-3,000 years where they were chopping man, boy, you get me chopping off the thing and all the rest of it. That yeah, I'll get that, but I'm still saying that. Yeah, so even with me, I made a decision for him not to, because I didn't see no benefit. Now, like I said, if when he gets big, he wants to do it, he's free to do so.
So
That's
God
what I'm
make a
saying. I'm
mistake.
saying
Did
that
God
God made me
hold on,
perfect.
hold on, hold on. Did God make a mistake when he created man to be masculine and woman to be feminine, psychologically, physically? Was that a mistake as well?
Excuse me?
Was it a mistake
Yeah.
when God created masculine energy and female energy? Was that a mistake?
I would say no. But at the end of the day, in my
Hold on,
opinion,
beloved, beloved,
hold on, but
beloved.
let
So
me
when
finish.
go
Let
on,
me
go on,
punctuate it, because at the end of the day, I believe that man is 180, isn't it? So you're not just all, it's not all male energy. You get me? So
What's a female personality trait though? What's
hold on,
a
hold on, brother,
personality
brother,
trait that?
brother,
No,
brother,
no, because
brother.
you remember
Just
you
allow
said
me
the
to finish.
feminine and masculine energy. So
Right.
I was just again. You can finish your point in it, but I'll ask you that after.
You see, brother, I'm referring to, brother, the positive and negatives and opposites, etc. You see, in African culture, brother, right, we can't be the same. Sometimes, brother, the female, right, mindset is going to lead in good times more than the man time. That don't mean God made a mistake because the man leads. It doesn't mean that. What it means is, brother, is that there's times where you're going to need to use certain particular methods that the Most High allows you to do. You
but
see,
that's
so when we're
apples
dealing
and
with this,
pears again, though, Kel,
no, it's
man.
no, it's not,
It
no, it's
is though,
not,
because you're
no, it's not,
comparing
no, it's not.
something that's quite outward. It's quite outward. It's more mental, this, that, and the other. To a physical intrusion. You're talking about a man or a woman holding down a young child, opening up their legs against their will. Remember, because none of these children are doing it willfully. Yeah, against their will, open up their legs. You get me, and do what they need to do. Yeah.
Are you
Now,
on
there's
about
no
circumcision? Are you on about circumcision or FGM? Wait, which one are you on about?
either of
Female
them.
circumcision or FGM.
Well, you know what,
Both,
you know
innit?
what, brother. As an African descendant, brother, I'm not going to
Male circumcision
delegate
either.
any form of circumcision, and I'm not doing that. That's an old African practice. If you're on about the FGM,
Okay, then,
definitely
Kel.
condemn that.
So, Kel,
Bonfire
what's the
upon that.
point of
You see,
circumcision, Kel?
Sister Naifa, with all due respect, did we not go through what the ancestors used to do with circumcision? I've just gave you
Brother,
references.
some
I gave you
ancestors
proof
fucking
what they
ate
went through, and you're asking me what was the benefit
people,
of it.
Kel.
Come on, beloved.
No, we can't
Some
do
men were cannibals, bro.
this.
Because some ancestors are cannibals, should we eat humans? Should we
Can't do
eat
that. That's
humans today? Like that?
horrible.
That's not really a
Brother,
good, just a measuring stick, in it. Like
brother, we're
there needs
talking
to
about
be a measuring
cleanliness,
stick
brother.
into.
What we're talking
Yeah,
about
yeah, I know,
cleanliness.
but you're just saying that what our old ancestors were doing or whatever, yeah. And I'm saying about there's wild things that ancestors would just because an ancestor done something, it doesn't naturally. You know what I mean? Like just because something's natural doesn't it mean that it's good. Do you get me, bro? So like just because an ancestor practiced something doesn't automatically mean that it's good, innit? Yeah, you're gonna have to show some sort of what's beneficial about it, more beneficial about it than not having it, sort of thing. Do you get what I'm saying? And then that will mean the
I
practice
totally
just
agree.
carries on.
Because, brother, when we're dealing with African spirituality, you do understand, brother, that in the Igbo spirituality, you've got Ogwo, which is the good arts, right? And you've got Ogwuju, which is the dark arts. You see, I don't agree with Ogwuju, with the dark arts. I don't agree with that, but I understand the Ogwu is a way of enlightenment and spirituality. So I definitely agree with you, but not all the things that the ancestors was doing, right, was good. However, the circumcision and what it represents spiritually and physically, way before Abraham, with due respect to everyone and that, I'm not going to condemn that, brother. The FGM
So
definitely
what is
condemn that.
it?
'Cause it's not
Okay,
African.
so
It's
what
not
is it
African.
represent?
Right.
All right then. So having the end of your knob cut off, what does it represent spiritually and whatever else? Go on,
I
educate me.
told you, I told you, beloved, we've gone through that about 20 minutes. It's cleansing of the spiritual of the mind. You see, when Imhotep and the rest of the ancestors, right?
Hold on,
Asked,
wait,
go on.
because I just heard something new now. So it's so male circumcision is the cleansing of the mind,
and also the physical.
How so? The physical.
Beloved, did we not go over that when you have that over your penis, right? Is that it can cause infection, etc., because it needs to breathe. We've just gone through this before, and
Yeah,
the
but
ancestors understood.
Kale. But
No,
okay, cool.
beloved,
But
we've
let's.
just gone through this
Yes, I've
before. You see,
okay. Well, no, we
right?
haven't gone through it, but Kale,
Yeah,
you've told me
we have.
something in it. Yeah. So now let's talk about it in it. You get me, right? So, what percentage of men get infections through? Yeah, what percentage of men get infections and why?
In regards to the circumcision.
Yeah, but yeah. Or one versus the other
For
because you.
uncircumcised people, you think would be getting for your case to be right, yeah? You need a higher percentage of uncircumcised people getting infections than none. Then that means that the circumcision would be beneficial to most people.
According to the ancestors back then, brother, that they understood, as I said to you, in the Imhotep scrolls, 16,000 years, brother, in his written works, brother, we're doing metaphysical, and oral tradition of African spirituality. That was part of it. That anything that's covered on the anatomy of the African, right, it was causing problems. So they removed it, right, because it was more of a burden due to them lands, hotness, if you want to have more than one wife, etc. And that's why it was removed.
Yeah, that's
That's
at
what they
that
was
time,
understood
innit?
back then, right?
Before
But
you had a
now we got
shower
to
and all that,
remember that
running hot
it's
water.
religion and that, right? But they had water back then. You know, brother, our people were washing anyway. You see, so
Yeah, but
that's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying.
like,
It's more of a
you see, like, right now,
cleansing.
but hold on, you see, like, I mean, like, the average, anyone that has a house in the UK has hot water running to the house. Not in that time, not every single person that running hot water to their house or whatever. Like, so that's what Naz is saying, innit? So the cleanliness reason, like, unless you're not taking part in good personal hygiene, shouldn't really be your reason to be to not, or to get just to get circumcised in it, because you should be able to wash in it. Like, you can still, I'm sure people that are
And you
circumcised still
also
wash
mentioned
their
having
parts or
more than
whatever,
one.
right?
Sorry,
I'm
you
saying,
mentioned
brother,
having
back
more than
then,
one wife. What's
yeah,
that got to do with circumcision?
it's got a lot to do with, because in African culture, beloved, in our culture, you see, we were having more than one wife before Islam and all that.
So what's that got
So
to
when
do
you
with
got,
circumcision, though?
because right, when you are going inside, right, the vagina, etc., and that, right, it helps out to not get certain types of infection that you may put into the woman. You see, so if it's clean and there's no skin over it, and you're washing, etc., and that, right, it doesn't contaminate the vagina. You see, so I understand in them times it makes perfect sense. You see, and we're not gonna character assassinate ancient African thing. You see, because this is what the non-African people want to do. You see, when the Europeans, beloved, and the San people and that are mutilating their women, you see, the Africans had to teach them this is you're being uncivilized, and then now present day they want to do this. Oh, we're civilized now. This is wrong, wrong, wrong. But you were mutilating the European woman's private
Yeah,
parts
but bro,
and the San
whether they
people's
was
private
doing,
parts.
yeah, but bro, listen. The point is though, yeah,
Go on,
you
brother.
see,
Go on.
like you were saying there, yeah, even if that's true, that people was doing uncivilized things then, and they've stopped doing them because they realized they was uncivilized. Why does it not mean that there's certain African practice that cannot be stopped because they can be deemed uncivilized?
Because what they like to do, brother, they want to say that the circumcision is wrong, and they don't want to condemn the FGM, which is not African anyway. The
Yeah,
Arabs
FGM's condemned as
invented
well,
these
bro.
things.
Circumcision and
Right.
FGM's condemned together.
Okay. Yeah. Well, brother, remember, I'm not going to condemn circumcision because it's an African tradition, brother. You see, it's an African
No, but bro,
tradition.
that don't make sense then.
Oh,
It's
so
like
yeah,
you
let me
can't
ask you
ban
a question.
something just because it's African.
Pedophilia was an African tradition. Would you not condemn it, bro?
Exactly, you
Sister
would.
Naifa.
Or
Sister
would you?
Naifa,
I
right?
listen. I just want to hear a
Oh,
yes
oh,
or
No, but
no.
wait,
hold on, hold
that's
on,
a good
hold on, hold
question
on,
though.
hold on, hold on.
That's a good question,
Hold
bro,
on.
because like
Hold on.
that's the point I was trying to make to you, innit?
No, pedophilia is not African. It's not moral.
No,
You see
it's
what I'm
not an
saying?
African condition. Yeah,
So
she's asking you.
why are we
Yeah,
bring?
listen,
Yeah,
listen.
go on.
What Nines was asking you, Kerry. Yeah, was this a hypothetical question? Right? Was that if it was an African tradition, would you ban firearms?
If you, of course,
Yeah,
of
but
course I would. Yeah,
exactly because you can see there's something wrong, right?
of course.
So
But there's
if
nothing
there's a
wrong with
practice that
circumcision, though. Yeah, there's
if
nothing wrong
there's
with
a
that, though.
practice that yeah, you just don't think there's nothing wrong with it, innit?
No,
So
no, no. Because,
you're
brother,
not
you
gonna ban
see,
firearms.
when we're dealing with the Peter Pan people, there's something wrong with that. We know this. It's you trying to take away someone's innocence, etc., etc. When we're dealing with circumcision, there's benefits, my brother.
What are the
You
benefits,
see,
Kel?
sister, have
Yes,
we
okay,
not
you
gone
said
through the
cleanliness,
benefits?
right?
Right. So why are we going back to something that we've
we've
spoken about?
But that's
refused
just
to be
one benefit, bro. That's not even a
vaccinated.
benefit nowadays.
Brother, are we
That
going
was
back,
in the days without running hot water. We're talking about today, when
brother?
most of the people
The
you're talking
Africans
about
had
that are getting
water,
these things done have
brother.
have running water, or whatever.
Brother, the Africans had
Running
water,
hot
you know,
water.
brother. Brother, but we
No,
had
running hot water. Running
we
hot
had
water. I mean,
water,
like shower,
but we had the Nile, though,
basin.
brother. But we had all that there, brother. Remember, we had all them things
What a
there,
basin at the shower at the Nile. Yeah,
brother. We had toilets and all these things there.
every
Yes,
single
brother.
citizen of the thing.
In the
I mean, like
Nile
the
Valley, brother, we had them things.
not the bro, because man them always talk about the pharaonic class, in it, like the top class. I'm talking about the average person, the lower class, the people that was the skivvies and the so and so. Those people that I'm talking about them having running water, running hot water to their houses and whatever. Now, you see, like in the UK, like you might even not even have a job. You can still have hot water running at your house, right?
Brother, have you
So you
seen
can
the Blue Nile
clean
and the
yourself
River Nile?
thoroughly with.
Brother, all due respect to you, brother. Have you seen the Blue Nile, the River Nile? It flows in your house, brother. You see, when you go back home, brother, you're gonna see that all the River Nile
But you're
and the thing, it goes through the
contradicting
villages,
yourself,
brother.
Kel.
No, I'm not, because
Yeah,
they
you
had
are though, because
flowing
you're saying
water.
it was
They had flowing
brother.
water. You
Oh,
see, they had flowing water. But what we want to
But
do,
you're
brother,
saying
say
because it was
we want to go
cleanliness, isn't it?
back.
Why?
We want to go back to the future and Christopher Lloyd, Martin McFly, and go back in times and try and change that and civilize it and bring it back. We can't do that, brother.
Nah, man, it's bro. You know what it is, yeah? Is that your plan would work here if you accept, or if you're willing to say that there's things like old practices that are just not beneficial that you could just move on with. Then you know what I mean. You could just move on. You could scrap all the bad shit and keep all the good shit. You know what I mean? It's not like Sharia. It's not like the Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the Old Testament. You don't. There's not a written way that you have to do things. Whatever you're trying to practice, or what you know what I mean, like for the Pan African or pro Black or whatever thing what it is, you can literally cherry pick everything that's beneficial for you and promote everything that's beneficial for you and the other Black people that you would want to see doing whatever things that you're trying to do. Like you could literally just do that, yeah. And then anytime anyone brings any of these practices that are just weird or strange, or that you not saying that, just I'm just saying for example, right? You could just back them away in it, like, well, we don't do that no more. We don't practice that no more. We got rid of that. We don't do that no more. We got rid of that. You know what I'm saying? It's not if it's not beneficial, we just don't do it.
But it has to be scholarship of condemning, brother, not out of subjective feeling. And this is where things get dangerous. When we're dealing with our culture, you know, brother, it has to be done correctly, because non-African people, brother, have taken things, they've misconstrued, invented things, and character assassinate we as our people. So the Pan-Africanist
No, but
political
it's not been.
scientists, they've done that carefully to let us know that this is what we used to do. These are the good for these are the bad things. But when you're conveying the message, make sure it's done correctly. And that's all I'm saying, my brother. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but bro, listen. The study to show that the FGM thing was bad here was not done to embarrass Black people. Was done to find out whether it was good or bad, right? So even that point of saying, oh well, because the test wasn't done by Africans or whatever, we got to dismiss it. It's not that's not even a good measuring stick either. It's like, well, if it's factual information that you can use, that you you know what I'm saying, you can either recreate the test to make sure it's valid, and then keep the evidence that they found, or you'll basically be able to dismiss or and disprove.
My brother,
Do you know what I mean? That
here's the thing, brother. Right, I'm gonna be very candid with you. Right, you see the
come on.
FGM, brother. What was that? But you cut out, did you? You cut out.
No, no, go on. I was listening.
Oh, you see the FGM, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a practice by uncivilized men because uncivilized men, brother, are very scared of the female sexuality. You see, the female sexuality and sensuality is very powerful. And these men believe that if we don't control the female sensual sexuality, it will overcome ours, they'll control everything, and then we won't be able to lead. So what these men do is this: if we sew it up, chop it up, it's going to stop them being sexual. This is what the Pharaoh in the time of Moses, who wasn't an Egyptian, he was an Arab, tried to do to the Israelites, brother, because he wanted to stop, right, the anointing one, Moses, from bringing him down. So I know where this practice comes from. You can go around, brother, and you'll know the name, the Pharaoh practices. This is the what they call it, the Pharaoh practice, right? You see, it's nothing to do with Africa, brother. So I know why they're doing them things to the females. Personally, brother, none of my daughters will ever be going through that. You see, and no black woman should ever be going through that, or ice, sand, or mountain. You see, because it is violation and oppression. However, brother, we're not gonna put that with the African tradition of circumcision, but it's way completely different things. With all due respect, here. God, we practice something. I just think, brother Veli, is that you see when we're dealing with, because I wanted to talk to you as well, brother. To be honest with it, is that you know, I proper rate the show, etc. But what I've noticed with myself, brother, is that when I come on the panel and I involve myself in different subjects, people take it too personal, brother, man. You know what I mean? And what I like about your channel, no different than the rest of the Mandem channel, is that allowing us to get to know each other, and yeah, it's a way to kind of organize as well, to be fair, and that as what the elders did say. But I don't want people kind of getting sensitive if I'm engaging in topics. For me, brother, I could talk about Pan-Africanism all day long. I live in a Pan-Africanist community. I'm always around black people all the time. I'm very integrated within my community and that. But for respect, brother, I like to make sure that bring some things to the show, because your show is very powerful. You see what I'm saying? But if people are gonna like put me down, or why are you talking about Islam, or why are you talking about this and that, then to me, brother, it's like it's fakeness from them. It's like they can't handle the information. You know what I mean? And that's all I wanted to tell you, King. To be fair. Oh, Sister Naifa Veli, yeah, it needs to be added back in if you're around. Might check. All right. Sister Naifa, you there? Veli needs to come on the panel. Let me read some of these comments. So, okay, Victoria, as I said to you already, you know, African culture is different than these barbaric type of cultures and that. You will never get King Kel going on panel and trying to fuse them together and that. You see what I'm saying? African culture is not like that. We don't practice barbaric things. You see, because when we're dealing with non-African people, I've said this before, if we go into the Roman Greco culture, we know what the Europeans were doing to their women. You see, if we go into the Asian culture, we know what they were doing. If we go into the Middle Eastern, where it's the Persians, Arabs, whatever it may be, we know what they do. So you can't put that on African people. We're not the same. We got our own culture. We got our own spiritual system. You see what I'm saying? I understand that we're all in different types of spiritual systems, whether it's Abrahamic or not, but we are civilized. This is why we have to teach you non-African people, right, how to understand the world. This is why when we're dealing with, when I used to come home from work in the 90s, and I see here, I was put on the TV, and I see here, they all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. You see, because the Africans taught Christopher Columbus, right, that the world is round, not flat. So when he's going to his people and explaining it, because they're not that civilized, they were laughing. How's this? How's that? So you can't put your culture onto ours because we're not the same, respectfully. Right. What else we got here?
The thing is, though, Kel. Oh, sorry, Big Age, you there?
Yeah, you got to put him back.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I was just eating a sweet.
All right. My
Yeah,
thing,
sweet.
Kel, is where I'm having difficulty with what you're saying, Bab, is that you're saying that one of the things, i.e. FGM, is, you know, it's a no-no. So is it a no-no because it's not African, or is it a no-no because of the physical you know, barbaricness of it, etc., etc.?
It's unethical. Come on, Sister Knife, man.
Okay then. Okay,
right.
excellent. Now the only okay, excellent. But thus far, we've not, or you've not yet established myself why circumcision is not also unethical. You see what I'm saying to you? Because you made the point about cleanliness. I'm like, cool, I'll take that. But now that can no longer be a excuse, especially in the West, this, that, and the other, because everyone's near water. You said something about a spiritual something, did you not?
Yeah.
Said something about a spiritual one, yeah, which is fair enough. So the first thing I would say is like, you know, most children that have their circumcision are very young babies, this, that, and the other. So I'm thinking that they wouldn't really be acknowledging any type of whatever the spiritual vibration could be. It's not going to be being acknowledged at a young age, is it? As a, you know, especially as a baby, because many, you know what I mean, it's not even in their consciousness at that point, right? So where would be the benefit there in terms of the spiritual thing as a young child?
Well, believe it or not, in African culture, and that the boys were taught the ritual of passage through understanding circumcision, that when you are going to get more than one wife,
yeah, no, but you're going somewhere.
Sister, you've got no, I'm not, sister. Would you respect it?
Yeah,
You've
but
asked
you
me
know
a
you are,
question.
because you're going to
No,
write.
no. Because sister, hold on, beloved, or do you respect it? I'm trying to explain to you that, right? You see, in African culture, we were civilized, not like these people. The boys are
Kel,
taught certain things. The
look.
girls are
Kel,
taught certain things. They're taught how to
Kel,
be sexual, sensual,
Kel,
political science,
you're
etc.
jumping the gun. You're several years ahead. Yeah, you're talking about rites of passage and ritualistic and all that. That's more time. That's when they're in their early teens or whatever. Yeah, we're talking about this.
No, it's not, beloved. No, they're learning these
Okay,
things
Kel,
when they're
okay, even
5,
if
6.
it's
That's what I'm
earlier,
saying.
Kel,
All right.
even if it's your look, it can't be both, Kel. Yeah. All right, then. What's the average age of a circumcision? Let's do it that way. What's the average age of circumcision, Kel?
What
In
do you mean?
African culture,
Back then, back then, and that, right?
whenever you're talking about.
Sometimes it depends on which region, but you know what I mean. It could be when you're a baby, or it could be when you're about 10, etc. It depends on which region, but
Okay,
nevertheless,
no
right?
problem. So we can agree that at 10, not 10, sorry, as a baby having circumcision, there will be no spiritual benefit to that baby. Yeah, we can agree upon that. Yeah.
I can't say that at all. I can't say that.
Well, okay, but
Remember, we're
let's
in
think
different,
about it,
but
Kel. Using
sister,
sound,
no, right,
no,
go on.
Kel. This is using sound knowledge, reasoning, understanding, Kel. Yeah. If you're a baby, yeah, a month, 2 months, whatever the age be, yeah, and then you're having this procedure done, okay, there can be no, what's the spiritual thing at that age? There can be none, because they're not even going to recollect it. So there can be no, this is just in my opinion, of course.
Yeah.
There could be no
And of course,
spiritual.
it is your opinion and not
Of
fact.
course, it's
You
only
do
in my
understand that,
opinion.
right?
No, but of
right.
course, but at the same time, yeah, one thing I mean, like, big up the ancestors and that. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't mean that they can't be wrong in some of their thinking, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you?
Right.
Yeah. Now I'm saying at that age, I do not see any spiritual enlightenment or enhancement of chopping off the baby's knob at that age, personally. But if you can prove to me otherwise, then I'm all here for it.
You see,
Yeah.
beloved,
So
when you're
you said,
dealing with
because you said
African hold on,
cleansiness
beloved,
and you said
beloved, you gotta let
spiritual.
me finish,
All
beloved.
right, I'm
Some of
just
us,
saying, man.
beloved,
No problem.
when we're practicing circumcision, do you know that we are doing it as a sacrifice back then, beloved? A sacrifice, you know. You see, do you know that the Yoruba, the Igbo, do you know that the Tigray, the Amharic, and all these, the Khoisan, they were doing it from times of a sacrifice of enlightenment, right, with cleanliness. You see, this is what I'm saying, Sister Naifa. You see, we have to understand our African culture. You see, because remember, it's very powerful, you know. But if we're
Yeah,
gonna
but the thing
understand
is,
it through
Kel,
a
I
European
feel like
perspective,
you're beating me over the head with something, yeah, and yeah, I think you're just doing, and I'm not getting pissed off, but I feel like you're not.
right.
You get me, because we've already, like Kel,
Yes,
Kel,
yes, sis.
big and serious, yeah, big and serious in 2024, yeah. You know my team, truth and rights, yeah. Kel, are we saying that there's nothing that the ancestors done that wasn't fucked up, bro?
I'm not that. I never said that.
Well, I'm
I
asking
never
you.
said
I'm
that at all.
asking you. Is there
No, but
anything
sister,
the
I've just
ancestors?
told.
I am asking you just directly,
Right.
Cal. Is there anything that the African ancestors done that was wrong?
Some things what they did was wrong. Some things they weren't.
Okay. Okay,
I told
fine.
that too,
And
but
I
but
would
you're
agree
not. But
upon that
sister,
as
you're
well.
not gonna
I
put
would.
that with. Okay, all right, all right, all right, all right, beloved.
Yeah, I know you're not going to, Kel. Yeah, you're not going to put circumcision with that for all the varying reasons of which you've given, although none of them I don't believe are applicable. You get me? They're all just man-made, whatever. Because I'm saying, yeah,
But
I
it's
am a
part of
goddess up in this
tradition.
place,
It's
yeah.
part of tradition, beloved.
I
It's
am
written
a
down.
goddess up. Cool, I hear you. God, I'm a goddess up in this bitch here. And my thing is, I am the human representation of the gods on earth. You get me? And I'm saying that we've been, especially our sexual organs, have been made perfect. Perfect. Yeah. And for man to just come with his limited knowledge compared to God themselves, you know. Remember, man is nothing compared to God, you know. Yeah. Man don't know nothing compared to God the Father, the Son, and all. If you want to put in that and is whichever way, but yet man's gonna come and say, you know what, God, I mean, I really feel so you get me, you made that right still, you know, because for A, B, and C reason, you know, said this have to get lob off, chop off. And you know what? We're gonna give this as the reason A, B, and C. Because remember, as far as I'm aware, circumcision didn't even come from God. As far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware. Even in
man.
even in the stories and in the narratives, God never said to any of the man them, yo, man them, start chopping off the end of your things. Yo, all
That's
man
the
them,
thing. That's facts,
start
man.
chopping off the end of your
Right
things.
That's
now,
So
facts.
it's
now,
not
I'm
Because
glad you. I'm
you know,
glad
you
you
know
said
what,
that,
not
Kale,
like
beloved.
brother,
it's even
brother, brother.
ordained.
You know, God in His eyes, God made us perfect, right? So even with the circumcision stuff, yeah. If God made us perfect, He would have not give us. You know, he would have said, you know what, I am the most powerful, all seeing, all knowing. So why have I given man ud? Let me just take this off so that he doesn't have to prove to me, you know, that he's a certain person from a certain tribe, or, you know, medical reasons, or because people didn't pull their ud back and clean it, you know, that these are the things that happen, you know. So that's what I'm trying to say, man. All these things and practices, these are what we deem right. And some of these things, as you can fully well known, man, I mean, chopping off, like, imagine not being able to feel, you know, part of, you know, sensitivity, like, and chopping it away. It's not good, man. You know what I'm saying? For not these times, especially for not these times. Back in those days, bro, I fully understand you. Like, they didn't know better back in these days, but nowadays we know better, man.
Brother. Now, brother, this is disrespectful, you know, due respect to you see, brother, the Africans, brother, right? You understand who we are in it, brother? Do you understand, brother? We civilized the whole planet. There's no such thing as we didn't know better. No, brother, we don't know better now. You see, that's what's happening now, brother. Because when I'm trying to explain to us as a people, you need to hold on to the ancestors' practice to protect yourself from invaders who try to go into your mind. We seem like we're not getting it. You
Fair
see,
enough,
you
but some
need
of
it,
these
brother.
practices,
Right, right.
we had taken from the invaders, i.e., the circumcision stuff obviously came from these Abrahamic beliefs. Some of them was so that, you know, the man wouldn't be sleeping with their woman while he he disappears and goes off. You know what I'm trying to say to you? Some of these practices we done to stop captives, like obviously, you know, like with the piercings in the nose and certain things like that, was to make ourselves fierce and scary, and to stop ourselves being taken by, you know, captives. Some of it is through traditional like scars,
Brother,
like
is
tattoos and stuff like that. But
now
we
is
could see,
brother is now
we could
Valley
see, we
older
could
than
see the age.
Abraham?
We could see the age difference, though. We could see that um the maturity of man and woman. We can definitely see where it becomes not just of, oh yeah, because he's 8 years old and he can lift 30 kg, he must be a man, now we can send him to work. No, brother, because there's a whole lot of learning. There has to be some clarification of a certain age for us to now say, yeah, you know, he can do this and she can do that. And it's just fortunate enough that certain people in certain countries, we've actually advanced to that stage to actually feel that certain way that this is right.
Brother, is now Valley older than Abraham, brother?
No.
So, brother, Tarseti and then places, it's not older than Abraham, brother.
No.
Can you give me the proof, brother, to
Yeah,
say
yeah, yeah,
that?
yeah. The Nile Valleys.
Go
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. It's older than Abraham. Yeah, of course it is.
Right,
Yeah, of
brother.
course it
So,
is.
okay, so all due respect to you, brother, right? I can understand people are going for the religious way. Okay, cool. But before Abraham, before Ishmaelite, before Israelite, before all those alike, with all due respect to the Pan Africanist ones, right? Brother, we were practicing that in the Nile Valley. I told you, brother, right? 2400 BC, brother, in Saqqara, in Egypt, you know, bro. It's on the walls. I've seen it with my own eye. It's on the walls, brother. The Nubians practicing circumcision. They've done that, brother, because you know sometimes we may get a bit lost. So we need to see things on the walls to say to ourselves, well, you know what? So we don't get lost. This is the practice. Let's see if we can modify it and see if we can benefit the people and that, right? Signatures, brother. So when people keep going to Abraham's religion, etc., and that, right, I get confused because we older than these religions, and I'm not being disrespectful, but it's true. But what Sister Naifa, brother, really want to keep doing, they want to keep going to Abraham's time. You see, they want to keep going there. You know, FGM has nothing to
When
do
did he
at
say
all.
anything about Abraham's time? Man didn't not say nothing about Abraham's time. Man said that it doesn't matter what time it comes from. If it's something that can be, we can show that it's not beneficial. If it's something that's gonna be hurtful, harmful, or not generally causing any benefits to society, then we could just dismiss it, right? So it didn't. I don't care whether which one it come from. Mine's asked you a specific question in regarding to the which one. What if a practice came from God? Does it mean that man knows more than God for changing God's creation? Yeah, that was a whole different question like that. So that wasn't really nothing to do with, you have to stop believing in the Abrahamic faith, or you have to do. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a question of it, innit? And really and truly, yeah, with the especially the three Abrahamic faiths or whatever, they claim to be the most perfect or the most top of the tops or whatever, innit? So they should be able to stand up to any scrutiny. But it's like, if they do get
It's like what you
scrutinized,
said about. It's like what you
they
said
man
about
start balling
Islam. That
quick.
yeah, it's like what you said about Islam and the Abrahamic faiths, is that they adapt to the times. That they're still a faith, but they just adapt to the times. So there might be something that you can't deny. It might be even medically. I mean, if we were to go, if we were to do things like they were doing back in the days, let's say, like for instance, even pulling out teeth. If you had the choice to do that to doing what we do now, obviously with anesthetic, you definitely choose these ways here. Because you definitely be looking at, raw man's just gonna put a piece of wood in my mouth and take a stone and crack it out, and you know, things change, bro, for the betterment.
Yeah, that was really the only point, bro. Was that if something can be proven to be not beneficial, or there's a better way to do so, it doesn't matter who it comes from, whether it comes from the Arabs, the Europeans, the Chinese, the Africans, or whatever. might be something that's worth thinking about incorporating into one of your practices, right? Like people, like the Europeans didn't create reading, right? But everyone reads around the world. So there's better things that's beneficial to society didn't that was created by other societies or other races or whatever. Everyone else's society practices because it's beneficial to their society growing, right? So,
Yeah. What I
But you
think,
have to
what I
be
think
you have
is
to be
most annoying
careful
is
though.
that when people study upon one particular group, for instance, Jordan M did make a good point about um like even the state of how the West are treating our children to, mutilate themselves and cut up themselves and do all kind of stuff like that. It's and even to even think
that's
about
banned in the
adults,
UK though. That child,
yeah, giving them
that child being able
hormones,
to change
yeah,
to,
giving them
to being able
hormones
to
too.
change gender.
Yeah, giving them hormones and stuff like that to start changing gender. That's a mad thing.
Again, it's not saying that it's perfect, right? Anything that's not perfect can get worked on to be better or whatever,
Right,
innit? Man? So
right.
that's something. That's a mad argument when people say, "Oh, because our thing's set in stone and has never been changed, that means that it's good." It's like how it's not,
Nah,
don't
that's a
even
mad
hold it.
argument, bro.
It's just,
That's just stubbornness. Yeah, that's just stubbornness.
you got to be
Yeah,
able to change the.
Yeah.
oh, sorry.
No, but like you saying that, it's like we rode on horses and we rode on donkeys all our lives while everyone's riding around on cars and actually moving and getting places. Would just be like backwards talk, man. Certain things we certain things we've had to leave behind for the betterment, and that's for like adults and young children as well, man, to make decisions. And mainly adults are the ones who make decisions.
Yeah, Bobby was saying, please Google the practice that. What's your view on Jewish Caesar and obviously blood sucking Jewish circumcision ritual? Yeah, we've heard about these things, man.
We heard about that. We spoke
Yeah.
about that ages ago, innit, man?
Get
So
me. That's even
obviously we
worse.
disagree with that, but
They're not even trying to use any utensils, man. They're just going in with their teeth and it's a mad thing. So we
Yeah,
want
but I
all of
mean,
these
but the
things.
thing that's the thing. I mean, everyone expects everybody to talk about to be able to talk about everything, but it's only about what's the hot topic. Do you know what I mean? But even that thing there, like that's a mad thing, bro. Like that should be brought up every day if we're gonna be talking about other things like that. But it's just how the wave goes, isn't it?
yeah, I think what happened was a couple of videos like that was on the internet. It was like, I don't know, about 5 years ago or something like that. And then like, when the videos they were coming out about the
Yeah,
Jewish
yeah.
rabbis doing the circumcision and them out and all that. I know one of the babies got herpes or something like that. We spoke about that one there.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, a baby died or someone. You know what I mean, like some other kids have contracted herpes from the man and rah. So.
And as well, yeah, we got to keep it real as well. That, you know what I mean, some of the ancestors or the past person's understanding of certain things is quite different to today. You see what I'm saying to you? So what they may have thought needs to be applied, this, that, and the other, would be different to today. And I'm sure many of them, maybe some of the people that my man's talking about, if they were here today, they may change their mind based upon the evidence and whatever else they got today. You see what I'm saying to you? And again, like, you know,
Sister,
I find it really
you've got
weird,
to
to be honest.
understand that
Yeah.
you're not bigger than what that, and we've got to understand as a people,
No,
right?
but then they're not bigger
We're
than
not
God,
trying to be
though.
bigger than that
You're not
ancestor, man.
They're not
We're
bigger than God.
presidency or what the
trying to build
They're not
ancestors
onto
bigger
it,
than
did.
innit?
God.
You see, because
They're
in
not
case
bigger
But
you
than
you
God.
don't
can't change what
like
the
that,
ancestors done previously, right?
brother George,
You can only change your practices in the future, right? So that's
Exactly.
what Nige was saying was
brother,
that if you can see something that's beneficial or something that's not beneficial, it's okay to just say that okay, it was beneficial then, it's not beneficial now, and we don't practice it no more. There's nothing wrong with that, man. Right? Like, there shouldn't even be a hard fight.
But do you understand that when we don't hold on to our culture, have you seen what happens to us, brother?
No, bro. I didn't say. Listen, you keep conflating what I'm saying. I didn't say to forget all your culture. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. I said if something's not beneficial to your culture, to your practice, or to whatever it is, yeah, it's okay to get rid of it. If something's not beneficial, not your whole, not everything that's in your culture. If something's not beneficial, bro.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that you have to get rid of all your practice.
The female genital mutilation, that has to go. It's not African anyway, but the circumcision, that has to stay, and that's African culture.
But again, now what's the argument is like you got to show what's the benefits, what's the pros and cons. Like I'm not arguing for or against it.
Yeah,
I'm just saying like
Kale,
so
even in China,
that
they're fighting to stop binding of feet, like to young to like because it's mashing up the feet, man. Like, do you know what I mean, Star? Like they've realized, yo, we have to let go of this because these kids, like, by the time they get to a certain age, they can't walk.
They get mash up foot.
Mash up foot, bro. You can't. Why would you want to live like that at the end of them days? Then you have to let your children look after you.
So
because you're walking around with knuckle foot.
are misconstrued in between circumcision and female genital mutilation. They're not the same. One is about a ritual based upon safety for the African. The other is to degrade the sexual gratification from one. We don't believe in that, brother, because as African people, we believe in sensual and sexual. We're the teachers of that.
So is one for medical?
So apart from
medical, yeah, is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, apart from cleanliness, what's the other benefits then? What's the other benefits for circumcision apart from cleanliness?
It was part of to sacrifice rituals, brother, to offload on certain types of things. This is what the Ethiopians, the Yoruba, etc., brother, is part of tradition.
Sacrifice to who?
We can't.
Nah.
Hold on. Right, I've just explained to you when it comes to the African culture, that's how it was. We cannot start interfering.
Sacrifice to who, brother?
Who do you think they're sacrificing to, sister?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you, bro.
Sister, I've told you already with all due respect.
Brother,
if they are sacrificing with certain types of...
I beg you, just
no,
tell
but
me
sister,
90
no, sister, but you're annoying yourself. But sister, you're annoying yourself with due respect here. If they are practicing rituals to connect to the Most High, that should be clear why they're doing it.
Excellent.
With all due respect.
Thank you. That's all it was. So, Kel, now watch this now, right? So basically, you're saying, that, right, so God made a set of people. Excellent. You get me? And these people think that this God is all knowing, all seeing, all everything, the best Bomber Clark thing since sliced bread, with all due respect. Yeah. My God is real. Cool. Right. So now to please this God, they're gonna sacrifice, they're gonna cut off pieces of things that this God gave them to give back to him. That's what you're trying to tell me.
Yeah, it was part of the correct way of circumcision. The correct way was a ritual of cleanliness and spirituality to give homage to the Most High in African tradition and culture. The female genital mutilation has nothing to do with African at all. You see, that's
but you do, but it is man-made though, right, Kel? Can we agree upon that? That the circumcision thing is just a man-made thing. Yeah, it does not come from God. It's just man-made. Yes.
I would say that the man did do that. However, some of us, beloved, were instructed by the Most High to do that, because you got to understand we have Pan-Africanist Muslims.
So now you're saying that God,
so we're not going to take away what they believe in, but in African culture, that we already know already that that's how we did it. You see,
the thing is as well, Kel. Yeah, you know when you say
beloved.
Culture, Kel, right? Because again, words sound and power, bro. Okay. But we know that not all African culture was monolithic anyway. That they didn't all have the same practices, this, that, and the other. So even that is a bit peak, because seemingly for me, this was more of a, especially with the women, it was more of an Eastern African thing. You get me? As opposed to Western African. Yeah. I don't really know
because
the history of
how the Yoruba, the Igbo were practicing that as well, right? The Congolese were practicing that as well. The Khoisan in South Africa, they were doing it. They didn't even consider if the boys did not get that done, they were considered outsiders. That's what I'm saying. When we're dealing
Right,
with
so I'm
our
talking about
culture, beloved,
FGM.
we have to be very careful how we
about
tackle it.
FGM.
We have to be careful.
I was
All right,
talking about FGM.
but it's nothing to do
Because
with Africa, beloved.
according to
Beloved,
you,
circumcision
FGM came from the Arabs anyway. So I ain't saying nothing wrong, bro.
FGM comes from the Arabs. You see, I've told
Exactly,
you.
that's what I'm trying
Remember
to say.
this, you
This is
know,
what I'm trying to say. This
right?
is what
But
you.
don't put that with the African culture of circumcision. It's
Yeah,
got
it
nothing.
is.
It's
It
two
is.
different
It is.
things. No,
It
it's
is
not,
the
beloved,
thing.
man. It's
It
not,
is.
beloved. It's not.
Peace to everyone on the panel. Peace to the chat as well.
Big up, yo. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sweetheart.
I'm just listening to this topic, and I'm just like confused at which version of Brother Kale we're getting today, because one moment it was, you didn't support and you don't back FGM, and now, because yesterday you didn't say I don't support FGM, but I support female circumcision. Somehow you conveniently left that part out, and then today, you know, if my ancestors set their children on fire as to the fire to symbolize the purification of the soul, and it's supposed to connect them, I am not going to support that. Me, melanated goddess, I got enough stuff to stand on and say my ancestors was tripping. That is crazy. It is not okay to set your kids on fire. See what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand how you can't take a stand for something like protection of children's genitals, but we want to talk about nation, right? You can't get to the nation when your own household ain't good. When your kids is getting, anybody could just take a blade and start slicing up on your kids because of what they want to say it is, and then you want to say that's their, because they believe it's good. We're wrong. We are the people that's wrong for saying that that's bad. If it's already done, my ancestors did it. Yeah, they did it. But I'm not going to say that that practice is a good practice. And I'm definitely not going to say that it is something that should continue. And you can't tell me I'm not on code. I'm not a Pan African. I'm not pro Black. I'm not standing for my people, because to me, the person who supports that is not being pro Black. What about the Black little vaginas that are getting cut? Those are Black female children that are getting cut. And you put in the culture over the actual individuals in the culture. That's crazy. Those are little girls who don't have a say because of what their parents believe. That is crazy. If their parents believe, oh, you're supposed to take a brand and brand them on their forehead and kill them or burn their vaginas up, put a brand on their vagina to burn up the skin. You're gonna say, well, oh, who am I? It's African. It's happening in Africa, and everything in Africa is, it's African. That sounds crazy. That sounds like indoctrination. That sounds religious, a religious mindset, because the religious people don't ask questions. They don't question it. God says it, I believe it. That's it. That's what you're doing. Pan African, they're African. It's great. That's it. That's what you're doing. That's religious, and I don't stand by that. I don't stand by that. Mm-mm.
Well, first of all, in that there is no different sides of Kel. Kel is very clear when it comes to certain agendas, etc., and that, right? And what I'm getting from everybody again is, if you are referring to female genital mutilation, right, I condemn that. It's not African, you see. But what it appears to be is that we want to make that the focus and then put it with circumcision, when circumcision in African culture gave the proven evidence was done way before Abraham, etc. You see, that's all I'm saying, and I'm on
And it
board
still
with
was
that.
wrong then. If it was done in the year one, it was wrong. You know, that's the part that you're not understanding. It don't matter how long ago, right? Because when we had this situation on the G Block, they showed a video right, of an black West African man. I forgot what country it was. I forgot what country it was. If it was Nigeria, if it was Benin, it was somewhere up in there, right? These people, they ain't look East African at all. These was black West African people. They showed the video, and the man, they had an interpreter because he was speaking in his language. The man was saying the reasons why. And he didn't say none of this reasons you saying. So you need to post videos talking about them being closer to God and there's an offering to God. He said for them not to become lesbians. He mentioned that as a reason, right? For them to be faithful to their husbands. That was a reason. This was the reason why this man said they are doing it from now, so they will not be lustful. They don't want them to have the pleasure, for them not to be lustful young girls, and for them
Yeah,
to want to become lesbians. This is what he
yeah,
said,
Melody got it.
yeah.
right?
Melody got it.
Last week.
Hold on. I know you're getting triggered. Hold on. And what
I'm
then
getting triggered.
they showed the young lady, they showed the young girl going into this like a tent type thing. And her feet was still hanging out the tent. And you see the young lady legs is screaming. And then you see the two ladies grab her ankles and they hold down her ankles. Where where no anesthetics, no nothing. Just slice her up. You see them wrap her up with a cloth. She after the math, she's traumatized, can barely move. I'm like, what kind of mess is this? Somebody is cutting you. You don't know what you even if you know like why. That doesn't mean that you feel no appreciation of your vagina, no like vagina like is a good thing. Okay, yes, you're gonna go through your cycle. It's the natural womanhood. To me, when someone is cutting your body parts, it's saying something is wrong with it. It's bad. Imagine it happening to
Now,
you when you're 6 years old. A man can never
yeah.
tell a woman what it is to have a pum pum. You know what it is to experience a pum pum. You don't know nothing about having fucking discharge. Imagine some man telling you, "Oh, you have discharge because
Easy,
it's
easy,
this,
easy,
that, and the
easy,
third." You telling
easy,
me why my body giving me discharge? You
easy,
don't know.
easy, easy, easy.
Well,
Yeah, yeah. No.
You see
here's
what
the
I'm
thing in
saying?
that. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You.
Hold
This
on.
is this is the mindset of
Sister,
a man telling a
I've
woman
been listening
about
to what you
her
were
body
saying. You
part.
know, I was listening to what you're saying, so I'm allowed to respond with all due respect to you, beloved. Now, I don't know how long you've been on the listening to the show. I already told Sister Naifa, Brother Veli, and Brother Natty that the female genital mutilation it's part of the man who doesn't want the woman to experience sensual sexuality. I've already said this already. Go and rewind it, beloved. You'll see I know why they're doing it. I know why they're doing it and that. And I've already said that
Mm.
already. However, whether you like it or not, and I'm going to be truthful with this now, those who've been to Africa will definitely affirmed this. You know who allows the woman to go through them things? You know that the women, right? The women are the ones who do the procedure for the little girls to go through them things. If you don't believe in that, go and research it because I know already and
Yeah,
that.
No, but we've said
I
this
don't
though,
have
Kel,
to.
because
Yeah, because
we've
they
said that
end up not
ignorance
being
is
women.
bliss.
They get their
Right.
feelings taken away from them. Yeah, so they don't
Yeah,
care
but
about a next woman
listen. So we don't have to
getting their
go
feelings. You
repeating
know what I
ourselves.
mean?
We already acknowledge, yeah, that ignorance is bliss, yeah. So they're women that are doing it. They're doing it from an ignorant stance, yeah. Especially if they've
Exactly,
been doing it for 100 years, this, that, and the other. If it's all
and
you know, it's all
especially if
you
it's
know.
happened to them.
You get me? Exactly. You get me? So ignorance is bliss. We already know this. Now, my problem is the separation of the FGM from the circumcision. Yeah. Regardless of who started it. You get me? Because to me, they're both as barbaric. You see what I'm saying to you? Because to me, as a believer in the Most High, my thing is that we were made perfect, especially the reproductive organs. Perfect. Yeah. Now,
Exactly,
the skin
Mm-hmm.
is there to actually protect the penis from infections. Yeah.
exactly.
How can an exposed penis be more protected? How? If a penis is always out there, his helmet is ever ready, how can that not be more susceptible to infections? Apparently, when a man has a circumcision, he loses 10,000 feelings, apparently. This is what I researched. Yeah. So my next question becomes, because I know that Kale and, you know what I mean, especially the man them, they're Mr. Lover men, and get me, they're all about their sexual prowess, this, that, and the other. So my question then becomes, is losing 10,000 sensations on the end of your knob a good trade-off? You get me? For sacrificing the skin to God. And remember, God ain't feeling what you're feeling when you're going in the Narnia, you know.
Nah, I love myself, man.
Yeah.
There's nothing
So
I'll
I'm
dash
asking
away
a
of
question,
myself.
big and serious. Is that a good sacrifice?
Nah.
Losing 10,000 feelings at the end of your knob end for the sake of what?
Ja.
So you read this, and what the scientist said, that's what happens, Sister Knife. So it
Well,
happens.
it's obvious though,
It's
isn't it? Even if
true.
you
What do you
don't
mean the
believe,
It's obvious.
scientist?
like,
Hold on,
if
beloved. Right? Because I'm not
if
at war
like the
with you and
female, if the
melanated
piece,
goddess. We're reasoning of some
no, of course
people.
we're
Okay.
reasoning, but
So
Don't
if
be so sensitive. I didn't say anything wrong. I just said it's true. I doesn't mean we at war because I disagree with what you just said. You need to calm down with that. I'm not like I'm on the panel and I don't. If you say something that I disagree with, a response is not me being at war with you. Carry
okay,
on, mine.
my bad.
yeah, and again, Kel, it seems to me that the reason for the female thing, yeah, is just the exact opposite to the male thing, isn't it? Because you're saying part of it for the men having circumcision is because they can have many wives. Yeah, it just helps the operation for whatever reason. And get me, you're saying it gets less infection, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Whereas female circumcision, they're doing it to make sure that she don't, you get me, get to have many men and all the rest of it. So to me, they're
Now,
just two sides of the...
hold on. You've done something. You see, I knew he's gonna fall into the trap, you know, Sister Knife.
What trap
Why
did I
are
fall
you
into?
mixing? Why are you mixing FGM with circumcision? Why? That's not
I'm going to
circumcision.
tell you why.
That there's a reason why it's called mutilation, right? Of
No, but
the
it's also
genitals.
the
That's
thing. No, but
barbaric.
Kel, the thing is,
Go
Kel,
on, beloved.
it's
Go on.
only called FGM in the West.
Okay.
It's called
Yeah,
circumcision in the East,
that's the
which
Western
is what
term.
he not understanding. They
No,
the
but
same thing. It's like saying a
no.
Negro and a Negro. It's like saying a Negro and a black is two different things. Where in the West they might use the term black. Oh yeah, I'm in America. I'm black, right? If I go to Portugal, I might be a Negro because they say Negro, right? If I go to Spain, I might be a Negro. We're the same people. Black and Negroes are the same thing. Female circumcision and
That
FGM
has
are the
nothing to do with them
exact same
practices there,
thing.
by the way. Nothing to do with that practice there, because in the scrolls, I've told Sister Naifa, when they do the circumcision in ancient African times, they're only clipping the top part of the clitoris, the little tiny part. And as for the man, the female genital
No,
mutilation,
why would they?
they're
Why?
tearing, drying up, all these things. That's nothing to do
No,
with
that's not true. If
Africa.
there's four different
Nothing to
types,
do with
for
Africa.
some FGM, it is just the top part too. So then, is that circumcision? I don't understand. You're being being intentionally rigid because some FGM, if there's for under FGM, if there's four different types and one of them is just clipping the top, then obviously FGM includes female circumcision according to your definition. Correct?
No, it's not. Because according to the
Yes.
ancient African way, if you're clipping the top part, right, of the hood of the man, right, excuse me for saying this, and the hood of the female, the correct way in that, right, that's the correct circumcision. You see, anything other than that, and
They
it's
do that
causing
in
harm,
FGM
etc.,
too.
that has nothing to do with Africa. I told you,
They
this
do
comes from
that
the Arabs.
also in
These are
FGM.
Arab practices. These are Arab practices when they wanted to humiliate, right, the Israelites, from them
Oh my gosh, here we
eloping
go, this
because
religious
of
stuff.
they were worried about an anointed one. Moses come there. We know where the practice come from. Been to Egypt. I
But
spoke
they
with
do
them.
that also. The
Okay,
same clipping of the top part, they do that in FGM. Do you not know that? You want her to
okay.
read it to you?
If it's the correct part, right? If it's the correct part, right? Then I know that they put that in there, non-African people, to assassinate the culture of the Africans, to put it all together and say, oh, these are barbaric. We know the difference between the correct practice and not. You see, and you should know better, beloved,
But
because
what
you
about
know
the
the
African people
ISIS
that
used to do
are?
them things.
What about the African people that are sewing up the young girls' vaginas? Not
That
not
is
not
not
the
the correct.
not the Arabs. I'm talking about the African people. Do you bun fire on that? I mean, I'm just trying to, because you got to be very specific with questions to you to really get. If there's if you go to Nigeria and they are sewing up a woman's vagina, do you condone or condemn that, Kale?
Sister, I don't believe,
Sewing up,
with all
no,
due respect,
directly. Do you
no,
condone?
it's not African at all. And I
But
told
no,
you
I'm
already,
asking you.
nigga.
But
These are
but it's happening in
all right.
Africa. So my question to you, right? I'm not asking you. Is it that wasn't my question? Is this African? I didn't ask you that. My question to you is: do you condemn what may or is happening in Africa of sewing up a vagina? Yes, you condone it, or no? I mean, or you condemn?
I do condemn that. That's nothing to do with the
Okay.
correct way about to do it. But I've said
What
this
about
already
cutting the
before. I said
labia?
it on
What
I
about
said it.
cutting the? I'm asking you. What about cutting off?
Sister, are you all right, sister? I've just said to
Cutting
you
off,
already. Cutting the
cutting off the
labia,
no, no, no. You
minora,
didn't. You
majora, and all
said you
these
do
things
not
is
like
barbaric.
FGM. I am asking
I
you
don't believe in
specific
none of them things,
practice.
beloved.
No, you do. If it's their culture, if they believe their religion is telling them that, you said. I heard you also say. So you can't say what you said because you said a whole lot. You said a
Sister,
whole lot, brother.
sister,
Okay. So what
sister,
I
you're not
also heard you
computing
say,
with the knowledge, you know,
what I
because
also heard you say,
the clitoris is not the libina
what I
minora, the
also
liver.
heard you
It's nothing
say
to do
was
with that
that
at
if
all.
they believe you, I heard you say that if it's their religion, if their belief is telling them to do this,
Okay.
that you said that you supported that. So I'm
So
telling
here's
you.
the
So
thing
I'm
that
saying that in Africa, if there is a group of a nation or a tribe, right, that they believe that cutting the lips off, the labia, cutting off the labia of the vagina, is a sacrifice, and it brings the child closer to God. It's an offering. It's part of their spiritual religious practices, right? Whatever their religion is, I ain't even gonna say which religion it is. Do you condone or what you call it? Condemn? Do you condemn it or do you condone it? The labia.
I condemn them doing all them things. But here's the thing, though, beloved,
Oh my
because we're
God.
dealing with political science. I know, right, that the uh Islamic way of doing circumcision and the Christian way matches up to the correct way of what we used to do before all those religions. You see, I've researched and things like that. So if they're doing it that matches up to the correct way how we were doing it in the Nile Valley, right? Then I can't condemn that. But if they're sewing up and
So
chopping
you
up,
feel like
living
women
menorah,
don't
etc.,
need
and
to
that, then
have
that's
their
wrong.
clitoris?
Huh?
So you feel like the clitoris is like tonsils or an appendix or something. You don't need it. You should just cut it off.
Sister, don't come to me with all due respect and try and tell me that I believe in mutilating black women's private parts and that.
I didn't. You know,
Me,
with all due
I am man,
respect, don't put
love
words in my
black
mouth. With
woman.
all due
I am
respect,
man, love black pum pum. And I'm not gonna want all that there to be chopped up and things like that for my daughters. And I wouldn't even want that for the ice woman, the sand woman, or the mountain woman. I don't believe in them things with all due respect. You
man, you
see,
full of
just said to you already,
contradictions.
beloved.
No,
No, it's not a contradiction. It's
you
a
are.
very clear way. If it's the top of the hood, right, for the man, that part, what the ancestors used to do, or the tiny bit of the hood of the clitoris and the vagina and that, right, that is the correct way of doing circumcision. If it's chopping up, sewing up, it has
So then,
nothing to
Kale,
do with
okay,
African things,
so
right?
you've sort of changed your, you've moved a little bit, but okay, then cool. So then, what is the necessity or the benefit of chopping off the top of the female hood correctly?
Sister, we have gone backwards and forwards, you know.
No, we
Spoken
spoke about the
the
male hood.
cleanliness of when something is covered over. When something's covered over, it can cause bacteria,
Right. So
etc.
are
And
you
that.
saying the same thing
Right.
for the female as well?
What I'm saying is, right,
Mm.
I don't believe, yeah, because for my opinion, etc. and that, right, that the female should be going through that thing. You see, this is just my opinion.
Right, but you
However,
said there's a correct
African
way.
culture,
Yep.
and that, I understand, I
Yep.
accept it, that
Mhm.
if the females or the family want to make sure that there's cleanliness, because you do know when the hood's covered or they, certain things, right? No different than the man's fathers. If they want to
Right,
practice
so
that
excellent. So
cleanliness,
stop there again,
go on,
please. Excellent.
go on.
So you are inferring that there's a potential hygiene issue for women that do not have FGM or have the clitoral version of FGM. That is your inference at this point. Would that be correct? Because you mentioned hygiene.
Would that be what? I didn't catch that. Sorry. What was that?
I'm saying, you're saying, because I just heard you say that, okay, there's a correct way to do certain circumcision and female circumcision, yeah? Right. You're saying that the correct way for the female is to take off piece of the top bit, whatever, cool. Right. You said you do know that there's a reason for that in it because of hygiene, this, that, and the other. I'm like, excellent.
And
let's
cleanliness
pause there.
of spirituality, etc. We've gone through this already an hour
So
ago on
wait,
your show.
Look, so is this for the female as well now? Yeah, this is for the, because I heard you say it for the male, yeah, but now I'm hearing you're saying it's a similar thing for the female, right? So you're inferring that there is an element of hygiene when it could be in terms of female circumcision. That is what you're inferring, correct?
For the both, if you're referring to that, that was one of the reasons why in ancient times they used to do that particular spiritual ritual, right?
No, you're gone to spiritual. No, listen, Kel. You can't go. I know you know how to drive, yeah. So you can't go from lane to lane, bro. You got to stick to this lane until we get to a roundabout or something, and then you can jump lanes again, yeah. So we're dealing with female circumcision, yeah. Now I've heard you just say, yeah, that because I'm learning too as well. You get me? So I just heard you say that. Okay, there's a right way to do a female circumcision, or yeah, you take off the top bit, cool. You then said you do know like there's a hygiene aspect associated with it. Yeah. And that's that point I paused you. You get me? Right. So then I'm saying, okay, then so you are now also inferring that that there's potential hygiene issues with girls that don't have the clitoral FGM procedure or female circumcision procedure. That is your influence, right?
According to certain ways, yeah.
What do you mean according to certain ways?
So, for example, in that, right, when we're dealing with the Narvali and that, that used to happen for the boys and the girls in that way. Now, if you're going into Abrahamic, because that's what I'm sensing,
but
they
was
believe
it
in that as well. They believe in that as well.
Yeah, but was this due to hygiene? Because was this due to hygiene? Are you saying that they were living along the Nile?
Did we not just go through when we're dealing with circumcision, the spiritual way, right to passage, what they believed in? It was like a ritual, a sacrificing, of loading to prepare the boys and the girls. We've just gone through that an hour ago, right? We went through the Khoisan, what they believe in, the Tigray and all that, and you've just gone back and you've gone to rewind and something, but then you're supposed to be the car instructor, beloved. You see?
No, don't read the chat and fucking don't do that, but because before you were saying about males, yeah? Because before you were saying no to FGM, you were saying no to it. Now you've slightly moved your position because you're saying, well, if it's going to be done, it's got to be the top part, blah, 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 blah. Yeah? And then you mentioned the whole hygiene aspect. That's the only reason why we're here again, bro.
No, we're not, brother, because you're confusing yourself.
I
was going by your analogy of driving. I don't know why you're talking about the chat, beloved. You see, because we're supposed to be driving and you're taking us down the wrong end and it's going to be a crash. But I've just told you with all due respect to you that when it comes to the circumcision of the male and the female in African traditional culture now, it typifies cleansing of spirituality, right, of rituals. You see, now when we're dealing with the Abrahamic faith, because that's what everyone's focusing on.
So, all right, let me.
Why are you asking how when I've just explained to you the Khoisan, what the Khoisan did, what the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Tigray?
I got you, Kel. Do you agree with that?
Do you agree with the female circumcision?
Yeah. Do you agree with whatever they thought? Whatever they thought. Do you agree with that?
Of course, and the African way, most definitely, yeah.
Okay.
So you believe that it helps with hygiene? So even if it doesn't, if it contradicts actual science that we know today, you believe that because people, 1,000 years ago thought something to be true based off of the knowledge they had then, you believe that that is actual true, like their reasoning for doing it. You believe that that's a valid reason, as opposed to even if it conflicts with science today.
Yeah. Well, first of all, beloved, when we're dealing with Imhotep, 16,000, he's the top scientist that taught all these non-African people when it comes to understanding science, etc. And that, you see, so we're gonna have to go to the source, and we know the technology advancement was too much for the non-African people. You see, so I affirm when it comes to cleanliness and spirituality, etc., what the ancestors to do, I'm on board with that. I affirm that the
Yeah,
female
Kel,
Every
genital
Kel,
scientist is not
Kel,
an
mutilation,
Kel. The
expert.
right?
British,
I
Kel in
condemn
Britain,
that.
they
I
believe,
fund
Kel,
that. You see, we
Kel, they
shouldn't be doing
believed
that
in
to our
Britain not
women
brushing your
or
teeth,
our
not
non-women.
bathing for like weeks was cleanliness, and then they soon found out when they were ridden with lice. So even they had to look at their practices and say, yeah, bonfire on that. That was
Who's that,
that was
brother?
maybe
I just
in
said that.
then, but it definitely cannot fit in this way of life now.
Yeah, Kale is not. He doesn't have that ability to say, you know what, that the ancestors weren't actually accurate on saying that if you cut the top, then the vagina is more hygienic. You're not able to because to you that's talking bad about the ancestors. Like, because someone is a brain surgeon doesn't mean that they are a heart expert, right? And Imhotep did not have a vagina and doesn't know everything about a vagina because he wasn't a gynecologist.
Bro,
Gynecologists are,
no, no,
hold
no, no.
on, brother, with
Imhotep.
all due
All right, all
respect,
right.
with all
Okay,
due
all right,
respect,
all
I
right,
was
all
speaking,
right,
right?
all
A
right.
gynecologist is an actual expert in the female gynecological area, right? They are not a dietitian. They are not cardiologists. They are not ophthalmologists, right? They are not experts in the bones. They are experts in the female organ, right? And um so throwing out an ancestor, Mhotep, like that's not going to work with me. That's not going to say that that person is the end all be all on the female organ. That does not. That's not sufficient evidence right there, right? So what? But I get it. It happened. African people did it. For you, that's all you need to know, but that's not going to be sufficient for me. And you can't you would have to show evidence, right, that all of the other nations um that don't do female circumcision, right, that the vagina is somehow less hygienic, and they have just even something like bacteria, like BV. Like BV doesn't happen for people who don't know, that's bacterial vaginosis, right? That BV doesn't occur in countries that have female circumcision. Where is that study? We would like to see, because right now all you have is people, spiritual people said something, they believed it, and I'm standing with them. That's all we have from you, is that you agree with whatever they said 1,000 years ago, because they're black and they're Africans, and that's what they were doing. And I'm saying no. Like, if Jamaicans did it, if Panamanians did it, if Black Americans did it, if my neighbor did it, if my mom, dad did it, my grandma, I'll be like, fire bun grandma. That's not good. I don't rock with that. I don't support that grandma. And she's my ancestor. Like, nah, I'm not rocking with that. But you need to show evidence that why the vagina is actually has more bacteria, because the clitoris is intact. Otherwise, it's just make believe. It's just a figment of your imagination.
That don't even make sense what you just said there, because inside the vagina has nothing to do with on the clitoris. We're talking about the hood of the clitoris. You see what the ancestors understood, beloved Imhotep, and the rest of the African female scientists, is that the thing that goes over the clitoris, right? They will remove that little part so we can have so it can breathe. air, etc. We're not that instinct. That's completely different. With all due respect to you.
But they're not all made like that, though. Yeah, but Kel, one thing I know, just
rewind. Hold
correct
on,
me if I'm
hold
wrong,
on.
ladies. Correct me if
Hold
I'm
on
wrong,
a
The
man.
minute.
They're
clitoris
all
needs to
different, though,
breathe.
man.
The clitoris needs to breathe.
They're not the same, man. So I swear some don't all have like
No,
hoods.
wait.
Like they'll be like sticky out. You know what I mean? They're different. Like
Wait, we're gonna have to bring up the clip on the computer. Hold on, because
oh
The
god.
clitoris needs to breathe. Come on, brother Kel, you are reaching right now, son. Just to agree, the clitoris is perfect, right? The protection needs to be there. So listen, the reason why they take it off is because now it's going to get overly stimulated by her clothing and everything else. Her clitoris will become desensitized, just like a circumcised male penis is less sensitive. It is desensitized, right? Is the intention is to make it less sensitive. The covering,
So
the
you're talking
covering.
about FGM that has
No, I
nothing to
am not.
do with
I'm talking
African
about no. I am talking
circumcision.
about the process. Let me tell you what I'm talking. I'm talking about the process of cutting the tip of the clitoris. The very tip is because and removing the covering that covers that hood part that you keep talking about, the skin that covers the clitoris. Removing that, now you have the clitoris totally exposed. When you have an exposed it's covered for a reason. It's like having eyelids. Do you want our eyes to just be out? Do have a covering for a reason. Our body is designed the way that it is for a reason. Who the frig is people coming out saying, you know what? Take off the eyelids. We don't need eyelids. We don't need the covering on our genitals. Yes, that is ridiculous. Hair grows under our underarms. Hair grows under our underarms for a reason. Hair grows on our private parts for a reason, right?
Amazing comparison. Well put. I mean, Kale, please just have a sit back, draw a few
Yeah, that's true.
diagrams.
It even grows on your lips for like your underneath your nose for a reason, man.
Inside your nose, inside your ears, everything has a purpose. And you are saying that somehow the covering of a woman's clitoris, the skin that covers the clitoris, when it becomes stimulated and is ready for action, it pushes it out and it's like peekaboo, it comes out there, right? Just like a penis does, right? You're saying, oh, that's unhygienic? What the Russ? How is
Sister,
that?
I don't know if it is because it's Saturday night, but there's something not computing with how you're thinking. I never said nothing like that at all. I gave the proof and evidence, right? It's not just for hygiene. It was a spiritual practice to give homage to the creator. The Khoisan used to do it. The Yoruba, the Igbo, they all used to do it. When you go into Saqqara in Egypt, right, and the walls, which I've seen with my own brown eyes, that the Egyptians stoned on their
you
carving
think
of
God wanted them
circumcision.
to do
Now,
that,
hold on,
Kevin?
hold on,
All
hold on,
right,
hold on.
we
So
got
what I'm
you, we
saying
got
is,
you, we got you.
right? What I'm
Do
saying is,
you
right,
think Do
is
you
that
think God wanted them
whether
to do that?
people get it or not, if it's
Kale,
going to cause harm
Can you make the picture
for the
bigger,
female,
Nine?
etc., then they
huh?
shouldn't be doing that
Can you
at
make the
all,
picture bigger?
right?
Hold on, let me see if I can.
Oh wow,
Okay,
look
there
at
we
them
go.
warrior shields. I'm joking.
Okay, so we see the different types right here. So he's talking about type 1. That's just the little joint up there.
Right, so they're saying that the blue bit is the parts removed. So in one of them, this bit here is removed. In the next one, this bit and this bit round here is removed. Oh, madness, you know. In this one, you can see everything's just gone. The only thing that's left is to pee. Pomboclista. And this one, I don't even know. Oh, it gives a key actually. On this one, they say they burn up here.
No.
Blood clot.
Oh no, I don't know what I don't know.
I
There's a
don't
key.
understand what that is. The fourth one.
Hell.
But
Jesus.
let's just stick with the number one, the first one, right? they remove that part or cut it or slice it, or because I seen on the video where they said they just put a slice in it and that changes the sensation, right? And the spirit, see, the reason why somebody does something doesn't now make it a right thing. And I think that Kale is repeating it and saying, "What is it? I don't know, sister. Are you okay?" And like that doesn't. I'm not moved by emotional. You can bring out the violins and say, "Oh, and the ancestors were worshiping God." I don't care. Like none of that changes because the little girl is not saying, hey, I want to defile my vagina. I want to make an offering. I want to do this. And this is happening to me when I'm 5. It's happening to me when I'm 6. Like, no, that's not cool at all that this person doesn't understand. They're not even thinking about, not even attracted to the opposite sex. They're not even thinking about how that could impact them when it's time to be with their partner later in life. That's what a parent is supposed to protect their children.
Can
Not
I
to.
can I ask you as well, men and women? Are you aware of the practice of lebla or leblu, where they fatten the young children up to become more sooner desirable because they'll appear to be a woman? You know, they'll appear to have breasts sooner. And there's another sadder side to it as well, that they will have more flesh around the vagina to be more comfortable during the more pleasurable for a man because it'll be tighter. Have you seen that? The Leblua? I'm not sure.
I've never heard of that.
Mauritania, the African country of Mauritania.
I know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
what they're like the big woman, innit?
Yeah, they like to break make her back is broken, so she's more desirable because in African culture, we believe that the more fuller you are, the more healthy and rich you are, and I know what you're talking about.
That's the
Yeah,
same.
but okay then,
That's the
Kel.
same
So
as in
let's
Saint
take that.
Vincent as well, though.
Pause
That's the
1
same in the
second.
Yeah,
Caribbean.
it's in Saint Lucia as well. Yeah,
So,
Rascal,
Kel,
yeah,
let's take that.
and
Then, yeah.
Grenada as well, and brother Natty as well, Grenada as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you could look
yeah.
like
All
could
right,
look like
gentlemen, we get
Rihanna,
the
but
idea. We get the
if you're
idea.
size 8,
Listen,
no one will look at
but
you. If you're size 8, size
Yeah.
if you look like Rihanna, no one will look
yo,
like you if
man,
you're
then we
size
get
8
it,
out there.
man.
Amarga
Fucking
them,
hell.
my
The
brother.
Yeah, they
question
like
is,
Guys, stay
yeah,
focused.
yeah. The question is now, yeah. So now, Kel, is that a correct assumption?
With what happened in
With
Mauritania, what?
women being bigger, this, that, and the other, yeah, is that a correct assumption that they're healthier, this, that, and all the other things that were just listed? Is that a correct assumption?
Well, to be honest with you, sister, I love
I
big
didn't
black
ask
women
you what
anyway.
you love,
You see,
bro.
so you gotta
I'm
understand
asking
that
you
it's
if it's a...
tricky you asking me these things.
No,
see,
it
because
shouldn't be tricky, Kel. Yeah,
go on.
yeah, because we're not asking about your heart's likes and desires. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm asking you, is that the correct assumption that a bigger, more voluptuous woman that's carrying more weight around her heart, this, that, and the other, that's better? Is that a correct assumption?
No, if it's gonna cause if it's gonna cause bad health.
Well,
etc., then no,
inadvertently, a big woman is bad health, Kel. That's just inadvertently, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is that a correct African practice that we should still be promoting?
No, like BBLs.
As I said, if it's gonna cause harm, then no, we shouldn't be
Exactly,
practicing
Kel.
that, right?
Yeah.
However, that's completely different to the difference between circumcision and FGM.
How can
That's
it be
makes me
different,
laugh.
man? Yeah, because we have now established in 2024 that they can both cause harm. We went through it today and we had a list of negatives and a very small list of positives. And the positive ones were all just man's desires.
Okay. Well, here's the thing, innit? One of them is not man's desires. One of them is also a spiritual connection to the creator.
Yeah, but
and also
okay,
I
but
did. Hold on.
yeah,
And the
but
other one,
Kel, that
hold
was
on,
still
beloved,
made by man.
you gotta let me finish, beloved. And the FGM is male chauvinistic, scared of the female central sexuality, which is very
Okay,
powerful,
Kel.
which they want to control. I
Yeah, but
condemn
Kel, the
that
thing
because
is,
you
yeah,
need
all
the
right,
woman
we've
to
got you,
be
bruv. But you're
free.
trying to bamboozle me with other. You get me? Even when you see, you're saying that the man one is God and the other one is mutilation, and I'm saying no, they're both the same because we've already
No,
established that
beloved.
we. All right, look, is circumcision ordained by God or by man, Kel?
For the African culture and that, we practice that. If you're on about ordained by God, then obviously the Abrahamic, that's what they believe in.
No, so
You
for
see?
either of them,
So
yeah,
it's
whether it be the African people, them, the Abrahamic people, them,
right.
the whoever, all of them, yeah, was any of them ordained by God Almighty themselves?
Well, you see, this is going to be tricky for you because you've just said something which I've already explained. In the Abrahamic faith, they believe God ordained Abraham to start with circumcision. When it comes to before
So
Abraham,
it's a no, then,
right,
Kel. The answer
we
is
were
no,
doing
isn't
these
it?
things. We were
The
doing so
answer is no,
technically,
There's no
they're doing
technical
a
about it.
practice that's done by man. But one of them believes that you know, God directly says this is how you to do it. But
Exactly. One
before
of
that,
them
we were doing that.
believes. Okay, we've
We were
got you.
doing all
But
that. I
like I
told
said,
you
in it,
already in Nile Valley, we were doing that. You see, before Islam, Christianity, and all these religions,
yeah, but okay,
respectfully, we
that's
were doing it.
fine. That's
Right.
fine. But I'm still making the point that they're both wrong, bruv. Yeah,
No,
because
I'm
what
no
I'm
the
saying to you, yeah, as a proud African, yeah, well, African Caribbean or whatever, you get me. I'm saying in 2024, there's no way that we can be thinking that cutting off pieces of body, yeah, as a sacrifice to the Most High is the right thing to do, especially if he didn't ask for it. Now, I don't think it was about the Most High.
Nah,
That's
that's
just
true.
man.
That
That's just
thinking
man
about it, it's like someone's
self
just dashed God a
gratification,
big
and
bag.
they just using the Most High as some kind of excuse. Because remember, the
Yeah,
Most
man.
High made us perfect.
Exactly. In
Yeah.
thy
So
eye.
if that, from that's your
In thy eye.
standpoint, anything after that is foolishness, bro. Yeah.
Here, here.
Respectfully, all that was is just
According to
power.
your
Now you
mindset
have a
system, I told
bonfire
you
on that,
already.
Kel, man.
According to my
African
mindset,
culture
Gal, you have
Kel,
a
is
bonfire
bigger
on that.
than
yes,
you,
in
is
20,
bigger than me, is
no,
bigger than
no,
Natty. You
nah,
see, you're
nah,
Nah,
not
nah,
going to
nah, nah, nah,
dictate
nah,
nah. It's
African
not bigger
culture
than.
on the
nah.
panel system either, as if you're always better than the
But
ancestors were.
remember,
All due
it's
respect
not
to you, it
all
ain't better.
African culture, Kel.
No, my
It's
way's
some.
better now. Kale,
Yeah.
my
Let's
way's
say
better
that's
now.
true.
Let's
So
Yeah.
you
just say,
can't just
Kale,
blanket
Kale,
African culture with all of this. You got to stop
I'm
doing
just
that, bro.
asking you. I just want to ask you a question. Let's just say it's legal to do, yeah? And it's part of black culture and our ancestry that we must go and get it done. But in them days there, they didn't have anesthetic or anything like that. So if we were to stick and not disrespect their thing, we would do it the proper way. So a knife or, a piece of sharpened wood, chop, go on your way. I don't think you're going to live that life, G. You're not
Brother, do you know
about
how
that. I'm not
advanced we
about
were
that, G.
back then, brother? Brother, do you
Let's
understand how
say it is bigger than
advanced we
us and
were
it's
back
bigger than
then?
Africa.
Hold on, Jake. All due
Bigger than
respect to you.
Okay.
Do you know how advanced we were back then, brother? Brother, I think you've forgotten who we are, brother. You see how we used to cut things and remedies.
They
And
weren't
brother, we are
advanced
an
enough to understand the
advanced
clitoris, though.
people.
They
We are
weren't
an
advanced enough to
advanced
understand the
people,
clitoris and
brother.
how it works.
You see, when you're dealing with Samaria and Egypt and brother, we are an advanced people.
But
It's
they
the
still ain't understand the
non-Africans
clitoris.
who are not advanced. And this
But
is
they
why their
still did not
benefit was
understand the
to
clitoris.
come with
They
all
didn't
this
understand
foolishness.
it.
This is barbaric.
They
You
didn't
know, in
understand the
Europe,
clitoris,
brother,
though.
you
Just a
know, in
little thing
Europe,
to
the
lighten up.
European woman is trying to tighten her vagina.
Okay, I'll just
She's
It's
trying
lighten
to
up.
not
tighten
about
the vagina.
fighting.
Hold
This
on,
this is
beloved
quite
son,
traumatic
sister,
looking
right?
at this
Because
picture.
they
Yeah, it's quite
believe if I tighten the vagina, that means the man's going to enjoy it more. No, these are foolish practices. Because if a woman's having more orgasm, her vagina gets tighter anyway. You
Exactly. So
see? But the
bonfire on that, man.
ancestors understood
Yeah, we bonfire on that.
how to
Ancestors
please a
weren't doing
But
that
they
woman,
didn't
back in
and
the
that's
days,
why
understand.
we
bro.
They
have to
didn't
do the
understand
African way,
It's
not
not
the
about the
European way.
man's pleasure. What about the woman's pleasure? They didn't understand the clitoris. So you're saying that they understood all of this stuff, but somehow cutting the clitoris was a smart idea. Like sometimes you gotta say that wasn't smart. Like that's not disrespectful to like they didn't know everything. They didn't know how to send a text message. That doesn't make them stupid. They just didn't know how to do it. right? They
You
didn't
know who they
at
are.
some point they didn't know how to create electricity, but it doesn't make them stupid. They just didn't know how to do it. They probably
Sister,
thought that the God was talking to them and all of this stuff, right? Or they came up with ideas of to explain things based off of the knowledge they had at the time. But we could look back and say that was not correct. Like
do
that
you know
doesn't make
that?
But
us
it wasn't
disrespect.
harmful.
Do you know
It
that
wasn't harmful.
But
The
right, but
African
harm,
female
but listen,
scientists,
let me
beloved?
ask you this. Let me ask
Go
you
on.
this, Kel. Let's just say in a hypothetical world, right? Our ancestors felt that the best way to connect with God and to honor God is to impregnate your own child. Would you then say that that is African culture and have a problem saying that it was wrong, a wrong part of culture?
Sister, if the
It,
ancestors were practicing these things, right? You see,
uh-huh.
that was the practice of the ancestors. We know
Would you
that there was
would,
some
would you
things like
stand
that
by
that was.
it? Stand
Hold
by
on,
it? That's my question.
beloved, right? Because you want me to condemn certain things that's
I want you
beyond
to say
our
whatever you want to
comprehension.
say.
You see what I'm saying in that? Which is beyond our comprehension. You see what I'm saying in that, right?
So is your
So
answer
what
that
I'm saying is we need to
you would
stick,
condone it?
beloved, we have to stick to the difference between circumcision, the African way, FGM, the Arab way that they brought in to deny or control the sexuality of the females.
Well,
I'm not going into other
Africans are doing
things.
that too, though. Africans are Arabized. I don't know if you don't realize that African people are Arabized and they doing it, and
Exactly.
you over here co-signing the shit.
The first
The
enemies,
hell?
the
Sister, are
first
you all
You're
right?
invaders,
in
you know,
total
I'm
denial.
not co-sign. No, I'm
the
not.
first
I'm the
slave
one
Yeah.
that
sellers.
told. I'm the one that came on the panel and broke it down the history where this barbaric thing comes from. I said that already. I said it comes from the
So
Arabs.
African
You
people
see,
are
hold on,
mutilating
beloved.
their children.
You gotta let me
African
finish it,
people are doing
right?
FGM 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't know what part of this conversation you just in denial. African people are doing 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? African people. Yes, Asian people are doing it too. Right? And some of the Middle Eastern people. Yes, but we listen. Let them have their own
But
platforms
it's
and
not the
conversations.
way how the
Also,
ancestors did it. So if they're
Mel,
African
And
people,
the way
sorry,
the
brother. If
ancestors
they
did it, the way it's being done now, the way it's going to be done in the future, all
hold
of
on,
it. No,
beloved,
hold on. Let me finish my
If
thought. All of it is
there are,
wrong.
go on. If there
I'm
are Africans practicing that, then they're not practicing the correct they're practicing the Arab culture.
Hell,
We
can you bring
know
this
this.
research? Can
So
you
ain't
please bring
We
nobody
this
know
doing the
this.
African
training?
culture no more. They all
None of us have
Arabized.
seen
If
this,
they
fam.
listen, if they saying Alhamdulillah, Inshallah, they not speaking they Wolof. They not speaking a tree. What the
But
hell?
also, Melanin,
Sister,
I don't believe what he's
we
saying
go
either. He's
The
bringing
into
frick?
a
something to the table to
sister, we
back up
go
what
into a
he's saying.
procedure of circumcision and you're going somewhere else. Stay on
Yes,
planet,
but you're
beloved.
saying it's
Yous
spiritual to
lot
get
represent the
circumcised.
moon as some sisters.
What's the
Yous lot are the
justification?
balance. Go on.
What's the justification for circumcising spiritually other than some woo-woo superstition? Bring some basis for your claim.
Okay, here I'll bring this though, Jake, right? The Roman Greco culture used to chop up the Europeans' private parts because they didn't want the European woman to overcome the men with their sexuality. This is your practice. You see, so
Not
you can't
mine. It was
come on
maybe a
here and
passing
Black
talk
men
comment.
about,
men are
the
saying this about their
Europeans,
little girls.
because
Black
we
men,
had to
stay
teach
focused.
you,
Stop pointing the finger at other people.
non-Africans, how to be civilized with your own women. You see, the
Kale,
black man had
African
to
men are
teach
saying the
you
same
how
exact
to do
things
it.
present day.
You see, when the
African men,
black woman
stay
is
focused
going
on
to
your people.
the European woman, the Middle Eastern woman, and the Asian woman, and teaching her how to be feminine, you can't come and tell us how it is. We're the teachers
It's
of
bigger than
your
us.
There you go,
civilization.
It's bigger
What
than
are
us.
you
romanticizing,
doing?
It's bigger
romanticizing
than us.
trauma on children. You over here romanticizing trauma on children. Kale, I cannot listen to this.
This
You
is the
are
Quran.
you
This is
are
the Quran.
painting a wonderful picture on
You're
how to
exaggerating
mutilate
now. You're
babies.
exaggerating, and this is what I'm saying. You're
Right.
letting
I'm
your
exaggerating. You're
emotions
exaggerating.
misconstrued. You're letting your emotion misconstrued between the
You know why? Because
African.
I have a
You're not,
vagina.
and then
You
you're
don't.
trying
You
to
don't care about
associate
cutting
that with
vaginas.
me, but sister.
You don't
I have
care about it.
daughters, you know. I
You
have
don't care about
daughters,
it.
right?
I don't matter. You
Daughters,
don't
you know,
have you
old
listen, it's
daughters and that,
person.
and you're gonna
I
come
can
to
look
me
down and
and
see
tell
my
me
pom
that
pom
I am
right here.
co-signing
It's
with
on
the
me.
FGMs and practices. Are you all right? I don't
Listen,
believe in it, beloved.
are
I do
you
not
all right?
believe
You're
in the
not all
things.
right.
So don't come to me and
You're
tell me, oh,
condoning.
I'm consoling child practice, etc. and
You
that.
are.
We're
You
supposed to be
are.
having a
You are.
debate,
And I'm
and you're
gonna
not
keep
supposed to be
saying
on
it.
trying to put
for
me on that and that.
health
I'm
reasons
gonna
and
keep saying
spiritual
it. I don't care.
neither
I
of
don't
them
care.
stand. Neither of them stand up in court. Health reasons or spiritual reasons. You know that what
You know what I
what else
mean?
have you got? You failed on both of those, brother. Let's come on. We don't want to beat you on everything. Come on, bring some. You bring some
Well,
great
no,
stuff.
no one has beat me. No one has beaten me because Sister Naifa done told already, and that the difference between African culture and the rest of that, right? I gave the proof and evidence because we're not going by freestyling of this type of era. We're going by what the ancestors understood when it came to medical health, etc. and that, right? So no one didn't beat me on nothing in that.
No, it's not about.
But that's not true. The ancestors did not know about no medical health.
Using
Nothing.
emotions. All you're doing is putting FGM with circumcision as if they're both the same. Because you're going
They
by the
are.
Europeans, putting that, there's diagram one, and not fail to realize that they're putting it all in one to make it look like it's all FGM. And there's one way that's correct, and the rest are not. But you don't see the picture because you don't understand iceology, what they tried to do to our mind. You just don't get it, man. You're just not getting it.
I'd say you're complicit in child
Right.
abuse.
So, Kel,
You're
yeah.
promoting child abuse.
You see, Kel, I think, like I said, the difference between me and you at this juncture is you see a difference between male circumcision and female circumcision. I don't, yeah? I believe that they're both barbaric practices. You see what I'm saying to you? I believe that neither of them they don't serve any purpose, yeah? Now, we've spoken about the male and cleanliness, yeah? I've said not today. We don't need to have that argument today. Maybe back in the day where people didn't have no access to water, especially if you talk about Arabs and Bedouins and all that, if they live in the desert and all of them way there, cool. But not in 2024, yeah? You spoke about some spiritual journey thing, whatever. I'm
Is
like,
West
no.
Africa, hold on. Is West Africa desert, Sister Naifa? Is there
Bro, I'm
Yoruba and
saying
the
wherever,
right?
innit?
So it's not
Regardless,
just
innit?
the
I'm just
desert
saying
people
wherever, innit?
practicing that. It weren't just the desert people.
No, but
That's
listen,
what I'm
Kel.
saying with African cultures, different, Sister Naifa. You
Kel,
got to understand and
I
learn it.
hear what you're saying, yeah? I hear what you're saying. What I guess that where we disagree is that not everything in culture, I believe, is good. And I believe that we got enough sense to keep the good and dash away the bad. You see what I'm saying to you? There's certain things in the culture I will keep. There's certain things I'm not gonna keep, regardless if it's been done for 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. Yeah, we know that previously in certain cultures they buried their children alive or their daughters alive and threw people off of that. Like we know that a lot of heinous shit's gone down in the past for the sake of culture, for the sake of religion, for the sake of A, B, and C. You know what I mean? But my thing is, yeah, whether that we're supposed to be at a place where you get me, we can use our discernment and know what's to be right and what's to be wrong. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, because there's a time where people didn't even want to have girl children, yeah, and would dispose of them and all of them thing there ancestrally because all they want is man picnic, boy picnic to be heirs and all that. Is that a good thing? Should we still be disposing of female children because they can't be heirs and this and that and this and that? No, obviously not. Yeah. So I'm just using that to punctuate the point that although I agree, and you know what I mean, big up the ancestors and that, and of course we must celebrate, you know what I mean, the good things that we have done 100%. But the bad things or the things that are more questionable, we have to say, you know what, they probably thought they were doing right, this, that, and the other. But today we know better. Like seriously. Otherwise, it's borderline fucking what's it called? Extremism to blood clean, like for real. Yeah, and I'm not even saying that to be disrespectful, but come on, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. We've got to be able to use our discernment.
You got to separate. You see, this is why Garvey, and this is why nobody can talk to the forefathers of Pan-Africanism. There's a reason why he says nationalize your political culture, nationalize your economics, nationalize these things, because to separate from what the non-African is going to do. Here's a quote from Garvey, and that Garvey specifically says, the white man has mastered the media, and those who subdue towards it become his slaves. This is what Garvey says. So Garvey had an understanding of Pan-Africanizing your mind. Understand the African culture. You see, don't demonize it, because we like to demonize, because we have an iceology mindset, some of us, right? Modify what can be used and put it forward. But if you're going to come with all this, but science says this and blah, 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 when the science learned from the Africans, right? All these scientists learned from the Africans is naive. I'm not going to be on board with that. You see? Because that's unsynchronized. It's not extremism.
So,
It's
so like,
politically
so
correct.
what if black scientists, what if black scientists are saying that the hood on the vagina doesn't create bacteria? Then what? Like, you're acting as if there's only white scientists that are saying that. Like, if we're supposed to, like, I believe that we're very intelligent people, right? I believe that science is not just a domain that non-black people dominate. You know, like, I don't put us in I don't think that lowly of black people that science is only a white man thing. I don't know about you, but I know that black, and I know that, and I know that black, and I know I wasn't done talking, and I know that black scientists will definitely support that the hood of the vagina does not create a unhygienic environment for the clitoris or any other part of the vagina in general. So that is just,
Did I say that?
yes, you did. You said for
No, I
hygienic
didn't. No, I
reasons.
didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh,
I gave
nice,
political,
nice.
spiritual reasoning why the
And you also
antiques
gave a
was used to
hygienic
perform
reason
it,
too.
and it was
Stop
also part
backtracking,
of
man.
cleanliness, hygiene, and also
Cleanliness means what?
spirituality.
What does cleanliness
Right.
mean?
Hold on,
What
hold
does
on. No, no, no,
cleanliness
no, no,
mean?
beloved.
No,
No,
explain
because
what
it's
you mean
on
by
the cliff.
cleanliness. No,
You
no, no,
see,
no.
I gave
Explain what you mean by.
cleanliness, I
What
gave
does that mean?
hygiene and
What is clean?
spirituality.
So what is
But
that? What
when
is
it comes to the
what does cleanliness
FGM,
mean?
it has
You're going
nothing
too
to do with
fast.
that.
What does
It's to do
cleanliness
with
mean? What does
denying the
cleanliness mean?
sexuality of the woman. You
What
know
does
this.
I'm not? I didn't bring up that. You're making a straw man argument. You're bringing up arguments that I did not say, and you're not answering the arguments that I am saying.
But you've just said that I
What
should
is
focus on
cleanliness?
hygiene, and I never
What is
said that.
cleanliness? What is cleanliness?
I told you, cleanliness of spirituality, whether it's physical, mentally towards the creator, that is what the Khoisan used to do. That's what the Yoruba used to do, the Igbo, the Tigray, the
And
Amharic. That was
you
the
support
practice
doing
what they
that to
used to do.
children. You support harming children for whatever reasons the
Now,
parents
now,
say that
now,
they're
now,
doing
now,
it.
now you're getting now, beloved. You
It's
see,
harming
because
children.
you are a very
These aren't adult. Listen,
great contributor to the
was
community,
about,
but you're
if this
making it get
conversation was about
too
a fully
misconflated
grown
with this
adult
situation.
making the
Go on,
decision, listen,
go on.
if this conversation was about fully grown adults making the decision to honor their God by going through this procedure, melanated goddess would not be on this panel saying they wrong for doing that. I promise you, I wouldn't. This conversation elicits this level of passion for me because this is being done to children, minors, right? And I'm confused why a black man who says he's supposed to protect his community doesn't understand and doesn't have the same passion for protecting the minors from within his community. Because I'm not talking about 21-year-old women saying, hey, I'm going to honor my God. I want this procedure. Yes, let's get this done. No, this is a 6-year-old. I got different energy when we talk about little kids. I definitely do. If it was a grown ass woman saying she wanted to be circumcised, well, go on ahead then. Do that. If that's what you want to do for your religion and for your faith, for you brings you closer, it's your sacrifice, right? I totally embrace that. But this is not like a Rasta putting locks in their child hair that they could cut it off when they get older. You can't grow your pum pum lips back. It's gone.
There you go again. You see, there's African tradition correctness.
So what happens when
there's
a woman who's circumcised
hold on.
is no longer following that belief? Then what?
Beloved, African tradition does not believe in chopping the Libya menorah.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, they don't. But you know
that's
who
not
believes
true.
in that though?
That's not true. You can't say nobody. You know how many different tribes there are? You can't speak for the entire continent. Hell, you are lying. openly
No,
on
I'm
this
not.
panel right
No, I'm
now.
not. Because do you
You
know in
cannot speak for
Somalia?
the
Do you know in
entire continent.
Somalia? Do you know
They're
in Somalia?
African
It's
in
called
Somalia. Do you
it's
know that?
called the
Are they
Firaun
African?
practice. Do you know that? It's
Are
called the
they
Firaun practice. You know? Do you know that?
are
It's
they
called the
African in
Firaun
Somalia?
practice. You
Are
see,
they African in Somalia?
Firaun is not even any.
Are they
It's Arabic
African?
words. You
Are they
see, so we
African?
know where it comes from.
Are they African? Are
Are
Somalis
this?
African?
Of course they are. Of course.
Okay then. So that's my point is you cannot speak for the entire continent of Africa.
But is the female genital mutilation African? No, because the Arabs practiced it first, and that's what you're not getting. It's not African. We
First,
don't
second,
believe
third,
in
fourth,
doing these
fifth. I
things.
don't care about the order. You think the order makes it right or wrong? You're focusing on those things, Kale. So you focus on that. Whether it's done today, yesterday, 1,000 years ago, 100 years from now, bruh. It's all wrong.
Is there?
It's
I'm
all
not
wrong. I don't
condemning.
care if
I'm
my
not
own
condemning what the
personal
African. I'm not
ancestors did
condemning
it.
African culture. I'm not
I
condemning
am.
African
I
culture
am.
when it comes
And
to
I'm
the
saying, I'm
proper
pointing out that
circumcision
as
and
a
that.
weakness
I'm
in
not doing
you
it. I'm
for
not doing
not
it. I'm not doing
standing
it.
for what's right.
I'm not doing it.
You're putting the culture over the people. That's what you're doing.
I condemn the
No,
FGM because it's not African, it's barbaric,
you
but
are
I'm not
sidestepping and you're
condemning
being hypocritical.
African culture, which
You're
we've been
being
doing way
hypocritical. And
before
you say,
Abrahamic,
with all due
etc., of
respect,
the correctness
with all due
of
respect,
circumcision. Yoruba
you're
practice that,
being
Igbo
I don't
practice that,
care.
Khoisan
Some
practice that,
Akan,
huh?
Yoruba,
Tigray, all
Fulani,
them things, they
Wolof.
all
I
practice
don't
these
give
things.
a fuck
Ancient practice, and you
who.
want to take that away. You want to
Fuck
take that
them.
away.
Fuck them if
I'm
they
saying
doing that shit. Fire
I'm
burn
never gonna
them
take that
up.
away.
Fire
I'm never gonna
burn
take that
them.
away.
Fire burn them.
I'm not taking
All
nothing
of
away,
them.
man. I'm not
All
taking
of
nothing away.
them. All of them. The African people. We talking about Chad, Sudan, Angola, all of them. If you are doing it, you're wrong.
If they're doing it the barbaric way, yes.
The
You see,
barbaric
most
way.
definitely.
Okay.
If they're doing it the barbaric way,
So if you
I
if
agree.
you put on
But you're
music
not
and you
going
light
to
candles
condemn
when you're
what we used to
molesting your
do
daughter, you're
before
doing it in
these
a nice
non-Africans
way.
came on the planet.
What's a nice way to molest your child? What the hell? So you put on music and light candles. It's a lot better than if you did it without candles and music. It's still molestation. It's still
That's the
causing
Iceman
harm.
thing, Kale. That's the
Why are
Iceman
we
thing. Yeah, is
why
that
are we
okay for the
coming in
Iceman to do that if he
molestation
does
when
it
we're
a nice
dealing
way?
with a medical spiritual practice? Why
Medical,
are we
spiritual.
putting
Here we go.
why are we putting
I gave
molestation
you
with
the
this?
example of
This is
sleeping
what I'm
with your
saying,
child as a
beloved.
spiritual thing.
Okay,
Somebody might say
No,
it's a
beloved.
spiritual thing to sleep with
a
your
Molestation.
slightly
child.
different one.
No.
A slightly
Because
different
I'm
one then,
telling you,
Kale. So what about the ostracization? And they've done this in Catholic as well. But if a woman has a pregnancy before initiation, it's called in Africa, but here it would be, I don't know what you would call it, marriage or whatever. But yeah, then they actually force the woman to have an abortion either by giving her loads of poisonous herbs, or they make it, or she has to do an infanticide, killing the baby when it's born, or they, and probably along with that, she's ostracized. So generally, they should be ostracized as well. So all these things just aren't kind and open and forgiving, even if it was wrong to have a child before initiation, you know? Things can change. Be open to change, man. You don't have to be one entity just because of your melanin. You can be like an individual, like with an objective view on things.
Well, those kind of practices, I wouldn't necessarily
see,
speak out against those type
this
of
is what I'm trying to
practices. I'm
explain
talking
to
about actually
Sister
causing
Naifa
physical
and
harm to
Sister Melanin
children.
Goddess with this ice crackle saying all these weird, stupid things. You see?
I'm
Melanin is
so
part of
sorry.
African culture. You see, this is what I'm trying to explain to Sister
Oh.
Naifa and Sister Melanie God. When you come in, when you let in this iceberg slim talk about it's not about melanin,
I don't want to hear
who
that
are
because
you to tell
you was
us about
tummy
it's
with
not
your
about melanin?
iceberg
Melanin is about
Jordan M.
African
No.
culture.
You were talking to your Muslim. I want to
Right.
talk to the Muslim. I want to talk to the Muslim. No. You was very chummy with Iceman. So don't be acting all funny now. No. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? The
Nah,
Muslim?
he got a
What the hell
tan.
are you talking about,
He got
beloved?
warmed up,
What are
didn't
we
he?
talking
Like
about?
Jordan M, you know, Kale. But is it
Jordan
bigger
M.
than hip hop?
Oh,
Hop,
hold on.
hip hop.
Hold on. Oh, so here's the thing in that, right? Which I'm gonna destroy all of you right now. The
Go
G block,
ahead.
and I'll repeat myself again. The G block and Belly will confirm this is about opposing views different topics, etc. So when I come on the panel and I made it perfectly clear that if we're going to get reparation, because there's a lot of us are involved with the
You wasn't
Pan-Africanist
talking about
lawyers,
reparations.
because we're trying to sort out reparation. When you go get reparation from the Arabs, if you go the Islamic way, they're all going to come with the Muslims are going to say, whoa, that's not from Islam. We got this proof and that proof. Okay, so therefore, if we remove the religion and focus on the Arabs, what they did, and that reparation will come. I know that because a lot of us are doing that today. So when I'm on the
I don't know where
panel
you're
and we're
going
talking
with this
about different
topic about
topics, right, and
reparations.
about
I wasn't
different
talking
topics,
about
don't
that.
come to think
I
that I'm
was
defending any form of Iceman, because I understand that the ice, mountain, sand, the no things for black people, but I'm very diplomatic, like what Garvey did. We got to learn to be diplomatic with all due respect.
Oh, sorry, can you show us some diplomacy then? What's this bit? You learning something? You learning some diplomacy?
Now, what I'm saying is, Jake, right? Respectfully to you, right? You came on Sister Naifa's channel. You've got to learn. Anything to do with melanin or anything like that is part of African culture. You have melanin, but you don't have as much as what we have. Don't put your culture into ours as though I need to lessen to make you feel comfortable. I will never do that. I'm Pan-Africanized and race first. You can talk to me and I'll talk to you back. But
Bullshit, sir.
anytime you're trying
no,
to
you're not race
interfere
first.
I just leaned on my
with
You're not race
culture and that,
first.
it's probably Sister
I
Melanin
leaned on
Gotti,
my
don't tell me something that I've been raised on,
I don't
right? From
care. I
since
don't. At this
70s and
point,
80s and
why
that.
do I care? You don't
Doing
care about little
grassroots
girls'
and things. Don't
vaginas.
tell me
I don't
about
care
things
about
that you don't
Kale's
know and that.
feelings. I don't care
Don't tell me
about
about
Kale's
don't tell
feelings.
me
You don't
about no
care
rubbish
about
like that.
black girls' vaginas.
If you
You
talk
don't care
about the
about black
topic,
girls'
but don't
vaginas. You
tell me
must
about
only care
things,
about
because if
men
I go and
and their
mention
religion. You
because
must care about men. Maybe
because
you're chauvinistic and you only care
I
about men
care
and
about
and
men.
and,
Look at
and
this
their.
foolishness here, man. I
I
care
don't
about
care.
men.
I don't
Why you?
care.
I care about men. Sister
Demonstrate
Naifa,
it.
what are we
Stop
doing? What are we doing
talking
on this
and
thing? I
demonstrate how
care
you
about
care
men.
You're
about
talking
black
Yeah,
about
man. This is
girls'
spiritual.
foolishness, man.
vaginas.
I care about men.
Yeah,
Brother
these
Cal,
men's
Brother Cal,
spiritual
I
you're
beliefs.
not,
care about men.
Brother
This
Cal,
is
are you
foolish. You
listening
know
to
what?
what
You know
Sis
what? You
Melanated
know
is
what?
saying?
No,
You know what?
he's
With all
not.
due respect, with all due
Melanated,
respect,
hold on,
I'm
Brother
not
Cal, did
engaging
you
in this
hear?
foolishness, man. Goodbye
Yeah,
and
but
big up to Sister Naifa
did
and
you
big up
hear
to the
what Sis
some people.
Melanated said?
Jay, big up to you and that. I think this is foolishness. This is, man. Foolishness.
Look up democracy, Kale.
So
Like
hold on, he didn't
you're
hear my
voted
question.
out.
He didn't. So he's not listening to nothing Melanated said. Is what we're dealing with. You could never be talking about your Pan-African first and race first if you can't even listen to what the sister's saying to you, Nakel. I beg you, allow it and come back here, you know.
I said
Allow
he
it and
doesn't care
come
about
back
black
here.
girl vaginas. He cares about, so then, because the black girls are part of the same community. You say you race first. What about black girls? Where is the protection? If their own parents aren't protecting them, and then the men who know what's going on with them aren't protecting them, they have no protection. And they have people actually saying, yes, this is good what your parents are doing to you, what your parents are allowing to happen to you. I don't get that. I can't stand behind that. But I'm race first. I'm for my culture. I don't.
I'm with
I
you,
don't.
sis. I'm with you. I'm feeling you. I can't believe this. Big up yourself, Jake. So I didn't even realize you were here. I was sleeping. You know, I woke up. I just woke up.
Oh, sweet.
Well, you guys would have been on here since earlier this morning for me. So I don't know what time that was for
Yeah, but
y'all.
I fell asleep. I'm not gonna lie, I got comfortable in the bed, sis, and I dropped asleep. I've just woken up and heard like voices. So I'm just like, Brother Kel, rather than like doing all your theatrics, which is what I don't like, listen to what this melanated saying and address it. Because if you're race first and you're black first, then you should be able to listen to what the sisters are saying, at least, and then understanding the point. Don't do this theatrics of, oh, you're not here, this is stupidness or whatever. Because it wasn't stupidness, Brother Kel, when you was doing up your bits and pieces last night and you had fucking Jordan running behind you doing the most. It wasn't
Mm.
stupidness then. So don't be doing the stupidness now. We're not playing that game. Bring
That's
your
why I
black
said that.
passport back here and let's deal with this. Come back here.
That's why I said that because he started saying, "Oh, Nines, you got this like Ice Man over here saying stuff," and I said, "No, no, no, you can't do that. You can't say, oh, because he's saying something you don't like. Now he's an Iceman. You was just chummy with the Iceman on Belly's channel. You was just Jordan. I want to hear. I want to hear from the Muslim. I want to hear from them. Like, nah. So basically, the Iceman is okay if he's Muslim. I don't know. If that's not the case, then show me how that wasn't what was happening, because that's what I saw. I don't know. I'm just keeping it real. I can't do all of this nicey business, especially when you're not standing 10 toes down on protecting kids, yo. Like, come on. I'm like, at this point, we're not even asking for the protection for women, black women, but can our kids get some protection? Like, damn, like that's crazy. And he doesn't see this as a protection of children conversation. He thinks it's a protection of people having a right to practice their religion.
Yeah, I don't
If
care about
you're
none of that. We care about our little black girls. We care about the other, even the non-black girls at this point. Because at this point, FGM is barbaric. It's disgusting, and I don't want it practiced on any girls. Period. Much less our own black girls. I don't want it practiced on any girls. That's all I've got to say.
I just don't know why he can't. But I just keep it with the black thing because of what he say he stands for. But like I'm not even trying to include other people, even though I don't feel like it's the right practice in general. Like it's they've already proven it's not scientifically. I used to be one of those people that was for male circumcision. I used to be one of those people. But am I going to say, oh, science is wrong, that it does this, da 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 da, and it's not necessarily, it's not unhygienic not to be circumcised. Like all you got to do is pull the skin back and like, yeah, I changed my ways of thinking. I don't understand why when you get new information, you're gonna be that closed minded. You can't change your way of thinking. You're gonna double down on wrongness. No, you're wrong. You're wrong, and the ancestors was wrong too. See,
Yeah,
you
and
say that.
Robert, I'm not sure why you jumped off still, yeah, because I know you're made of much more sturdier stuff than that. Yeah, I don't think Mel said anything to. I mean, come on, man. It's been much worse on the block, and people have assassinated us more than that, and you've been there, calm and collected, man. So, jump back, jump back on, man. Don't make it look so. Because I don't think she said anything. Because at the end of the day, Kay, the thing is this here, and obviously, if you're gonna stand 10 toes down on your thing, you got to expect some potential pushback, Kel, right? And the thing is, my thing, Kel, yeah, because hopefully you'll still be listening, if not now, in the future. And like I said, where we have to come to a fork in the road is where we don't want to at least acknowledge a negative behavior that may have happened within the ancestors, right? We're not even bunning them out per se, but we're saying, nah, look, that was wrong, or it's wrong. It was, you know what I mean? Even if they thought it was right, then we know better now. Yeah, we have to move like that. Otherwise, we won't progress, bro. Like I said in it, there's very, very barbaric of it, examples through different cultures, not just ours, through different cultures.
And
You
that's
get
my
me?
point, sis. I don't think he's looking at
And
the
for the
wider
most
picture.
part, they evolved. In some circumstances, they still sort of happening underground, as it were. Do you know what I mean? Because some people are definitely standing 10 toes down to preserve their thing for whatever reason, innit? Yeah. But like I'm saying, this one here, nah, and this spiritual one, to be honest, that's a bit of a frightening thought that like what we're gonna lob off a part of our sexual organ to sacrifice to the gods. Come on, man. We know better than that, man. We know that God don't want that sacrifice.
That's a fact.
You get me? It's better you tell me you're sacrificing a goat, you get me, or a chicken or something. I can work with that. Or you're gonna leave them little sweetie or some soda. I can even work with that if you want to go down that lane. But pieces of my flesh, fam. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's retarded, man. We got to do better than that. Even if we're going to be going down that, we have to say, you know what? They thought they may have been doing right. But now in hindsight, we know that God don't want pieces of clitoris. God don't want pieces of force.
Nifa, in 2024, should that have to be fucking explained? Nifa, this is the
I
thing,
don't think
right?
we should have to do that.
No,
I
and
don't
this is
think
the
we
thing.
should.
As a species now, I'm encapsulating all of us now. We have done the most heinous things to one another, and I'm saying, yes, I acknowledge that our ancestors, specifically Black Africans, have done in the past heinous things, have believed crazy, silly, nonsense things in the past. The thing is, we now know better. And the phrase is, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Those giants weren't necessarily doing everything great, well, ethical, moral. However, we are here today based on the things that have happened in the past, and we use the past to understand and circumnavigate mistakes going forward. There is no reason to splice up a vagina unless her labia is like a foot long, right? If you're ladies, if your labias are like a foot long, fair enough. A little trim, short back and side. See the on-code barber and see if he can help you out
Definitely don't
with
go
that.
there, guys.
Right. But
Definitely don't
my
go here.
thing is, vaginas come in all shapes and all sizes. There is no reason to slice and dice and splice a vagina. If a woman wants to be clean, today, little femme fresh and some water. Some soap, maybe. I don't know. Don't use scented soaps. That shit will give you a rash. But I'm just saying, look, back in the day, there were concessions that needed to be made because of the environment in which they lived. So certain things may have helped in the past. We now have, science has come such a long way now, where you can walk into your local Boots and buy 1 million feminine hygiene products. 1 million! So to suggest that you need to splice and dice your clit because our ancestors used to do it is the most insane fucking nonsense I've ever heard in my life, and I'm sick to fucking death of dickheads and frauds all over the place chatting shit. Just fuck off, okay? I'm tired of it. You don't need to cut a girl's vagina. If a woman chooses to have elected cosmetic surgery on her coochie, fine. Stop abusing fucking children, you cunts. Stop it. Stop making excuses for it. Stop doing it. Just stop it. And the mere fact that you're putting this, you were doing some slippery, slimy fuckery about, oh, well, you know, FGM, I'm against it, but our ancestors used to slice and dice the hood of the clip. There's no fucking reason for that. You dickhead. The fucking, that hood acts the same way as a knob jacket. Fucking split the labia with your 2 inside fingers. You can pull the clit up like foreskin, bro, and you can wash. Now, that area is extremely sensitive. Why would you do that to a child? Why would you do that to anyone? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Do you have daughters? Do you have a mother or a wife? What is wrong with people? I'm fucking sick and tired of people, you know? I'm getting sick and tired of people that believe stupid fuckery and won't hear common sense. Why won't you hear sense? Because it'll take you off your square. You're a fucking idiot. If I'm telling you something that is actually true, what are you fighting it for? So fucking what if your ancestors used to do this thing and, oh, yeah, we used to be great. All right, fine. Yeah, we used to be great. We did all these wonderful things in the past. You're fucking here today talking about cutting girls' clits, you cunt. Fuck off. It don't matter how fucking great you once were, you dickhead. And you're here talking about cut girls' clits. Man, fuck you. Fuck you and fuck off. I don't give a shit at this point about fucking Garvey and all this shit. You fucking ruined Garvey for me. Because if this is what Garvey's led you to, then it's fuckery. It's fuckery. Well, what? Bro, listen, I'm fucking sick and tired of fuckery. This Raspberry 2.0 and this listen. I'm in a bad mood, you know. I'm in a bad mood.
Well, let's remember though, I just went away and come back. But Kale, I don't know, I think he's
fucking gone, 90. Listen to this dickhead. I hear him. I was listening in. I couldn't really interact because I'm at work. But I'm listening to this fucking fool talk. And every time you kind of get him, he kind of slips and slides and does this fucking Harlem shake to try and get out of it. He knows that what he's telling you is fuckery. 95. He knows what he's telling you is fuckery. But for some reason, the cognitive dissonance is so strong, he feels like for some reason, there's a good reason, or there's a reason that's good enough to try and justify putting a blade at your clit.
Also, the only thing I'm getting
None,
from this,
no,
with all due
and he
respect,
said
the
for
only thing I'm getting
cleanliness
from this
and
whole chat
medical
is
reasons.
as long as it's
Fuck you, man.
African, you can't say nothing. And this is what I've been trying to say from last night. This is all I've been getting at. If
Fucking
I'm wrong,
ridiculous.
I'm wrong. But as far as I'm concerned, just because it happens in Africa or we practice in Africa or it's a cultural thing, doesn't make it right. That's my only point. It does not. I don't care if it's African. I don't care which tribe or how many tribes or how many. I could give a shit about what him and Betty be talking about. If it's wrong, say it for what it is. Don't be doing this guys of, but the ancestors and I don't give a shit. It's clearly wrong. Girls are
And listen to
suffering.
this. Did I hear Kel say? Did I hear Kel say you have to cut off the girl's clit for a sacrifice to God?
Yeah.
Did I hear him say something like that? He's done at it. He's done. He's a fucking fraud. He's a fraud. He's a
I did
fraud.
say that one's disturbing still, because I'm saying God don't want no
Jesus Christ, man.
That's the only clutch he was hanging on to by the end of it.
God would
That's his
rather take a goat
only thing he still had at the end.
or some sweet.
You're saying the creator of the universe. Now, listen, anyone that has even the slightest idea of how far our nearest planet is, right? Just fathom the distance. The distances, just distance that we're talking about, right? And you're saying this fucking creator that's done all of this, just our galaxy alone, the distance from the farthest part, from either end of our galaxy, those numbers are unfathomable. It's so hard to even comprehend these distances. You're saying the guy that's done all of this needs you to put a razor blade or a knife or a fucking stone or scissors to fucking children's genitals. You stupid cunt. You stupid cunt. The lot of you. Listen to me. If you have to fucking take a fucking blade to a child's genitals for a non-medical reason, you, sir or madam, are a cunt and you need to fuck off. That's it. That's the end of the story. That's the end of the story.
Yeah,
why are we still talking about this?
To acknowledge the fallacy in such a thing, you get me? Which that was what he wasn't seemingly wanting to do, innit? Because we're saying even if they didn't believe them something, they are wrong something that you get me. There's no way God wants a piece of a clitoris or a piece of a penis as a sacrifice. Not my God.
Well, even just a symbolic prick. It's all just what do you call it? Superstitious, like ritual weirdness, isn't it? Like, yeah, we all did that. All the cultures did that back in the day. I don't know why we have to hold on to some sort of justification.
Do you know what as well? Kale, I'll be honest with you. I apologize that it took me so long to come on. I wanted to tell you this like straight up because for some reason you was pretending you didn't understand what the women were saying. Like you was giving some sort of information and then you turned stupid as soon as they tried to like reason with you. Listen, brother, you're a fraud. You're a fraud. You're a fraud. You're a fraud. And in fact, you're worse than Jordan M. Let that sink in. You're worse than him because you fucking know better. You know better. You know there's no good fucking reason to put a blade to a woman's fucking clit. You know there's no good reason for it. However, here's the thing.
I agree with that. He is actually worse than Jordan M at this point. I do agree with that.
No, and hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. If I love my grandma, she's passed now. We all know that. I love that woman like cooked fucking food because for me, she was an amazing woman. She loved white Jesus. No one's perfect, right? No problem. But if I found that she was a pedophile, she's done at it. She's done. She's done at it. She's crossed a line that is unacceptable. There's no excuse for it. We have to part. We're done. It's finished. I'm saying that practice serves no fucking benefit to anybody. There's no FGM, not level 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's none of it that serves any purpose to women. None. So fucking what? That it was done 3, 4 fucking 100 years ago in a geographical location that you're only half fucking related to. Yeah, I'm onto you. You fucking fraud. You fraud.
It was
5
centuries BC as well, so 500 years before Christ.
Listen, this is the thing. Look, listen, we've done stupid things. Remember, Remember, there's stupid people today. There's some people that believe the world's flat. Fine. And even in the face of good evidence, they'll still believe their thing. Okay, morons. The thing is, he knows better. He knows better.
Ethiopia
He
and Egypt,
knows better.
5 BC.
Fucking right. Look, if
But more importantly, though, Ultra, believing that the Earth may be flat is not harmful to
it's
anybody.
well, it's not. It's not harmful. But hear what I'm saying. If I put a blade to a woman's clit, the hood, what's the fucking point of that? Like, it's my
No,
understanding.
Ultra.
I don't have one myself, but
What if
I
it
like
was
to.
what if it was an adult woman, right? So let's
Mm,
say for whatever
mm,
reason, people's
mm,
spiritual practices were that um the child was raised in this spiritual system and it's customary, not like mandatory, but maybe there's social pressures that they might want to do it, but when they
mm,
get to I don't know, 18, 19, 22, 25,
mm,
whatever, right?
mm,
Before, like, let's say at the age of 18, you know, young woman can decide that this is what she wants to do as her offering, right?
mm,
To her spiritual, whatever, her higher power, right? So all of the years up until then, she's, learning how to be devoted and da 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 and dealing with being a young woman and under this spiritual system. And at 18, she elected to have this done to herself.
mm, mm.
Would you be as
Nope.
passionate?
No.
See, like
No. No. The thing is,
we
nine. Sister Melanated. Let me tell you the truth. Honestly, I I I can't really say anything if a woman elects to have cosmetic surgery. My thing is, and what makes me so angry is that these men are forcing this on children.
mm,
And this stupid fucking dickhead Jordan M yesterday, who pissed me off, was telling me or told the fucking anyone that was listening, he was unable to distinguish between a 9-year-old and a 35-year-old woman.
wait. What do you mean?
Oh
I
Lord,
missed
have
that part. I
mercy.
was listening, but
Oh Lord, listen. Let me not talk about Jordan M because I'm trying. I'm really trying here. So let me.
That was regarding birthing complications and the just
Yeah, yeah,
ridiculous
yeah.
non-argument.
It's just insane that people will come up with apologetics for bullshit. And
so he
then
says a
Carol,
35-year-old
you know
woman would
what
have
her,
birthing complications.
yeah, at the same as a 9-year-old.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, no, not, Melanie, don't even rack your brain. It's fuckery. Hear what I'm telling you. You know what burns me about Kale? This fraud. Oh, the Iceman this and the Iceman non-Africans and da 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 da. And he was sucking Jordan's cock yesterday in a way where I was like, Kale, dude, you're a fraud. Do you know what I mean? Like, just you're a fraud. You're a fraud. You're a fraud. And the thing is, the reason why I can call you a fraud is because what you came in there standing on, you just completely went against it yesterday. Completely, shamelessly. And then you come back in here today with your fuckery. Man, Kale, you're done. You're finished. You're a fraud. Go over there. Go over. You see that spot over there down the road? Go over there. Go over there. You're a fraud. There's nothing you can tell me going forward that has any relevance or consequence. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You have to be. And I'm not even saying that as an insult. You have to be an idiot if you think that because your ancestors used to cut girls' clits with blades and stones and whatever fuck, that we should continue it today just because people may use it to insult your current culture. You're a fucking moron. If something's bad, it's bad. It doesn't matter if white people hate it. It doesn't matter if melanated people hate it. It doesn't matter if Asian people hate it. Whether it's bad or not is independent of that. You moron. Just fucking fix up. I'm giving like I'm telling you this because there's a chance for you maybe to redeem yourself. You just have to bury your fucking ego and use your brain. Nobody likes to be fucking told rare, and X, Y, and Z. Well, actually, I'm married. I'm always told X, Y, and Z, so I'm used to it. But whatever. I'm telling you, Kel, you have come across as an absolute failure. You're a fraud. It doesn't matter what fucking lineage or what you believe in or who you move with, what circles you're in. You have come across as an absolute fraud. Your actions speak louder than the words. Your actions speak louder than the words. You showed me to be honest, I've been kind of on you for like a week or so, but the last 2 days was like, right, you make loads of noise. You say all lovely sounds, but it's bullshit. You make lovely noises, but it's bullshit. It's vapor.
See,
It's vapor.
Ultra, for me, it's more dangerous for me in the sense of if you're doing this whole blackface, and I don't know how the other sisters feel about it. I'm gonna ask them to give their own opinions, yeah. But for me, it's dangerous on the fact of if you're black first and you're race first, even if it's something that's detrimental and harmful to black children, we shouldn't be able to co-sign it. We should be able to say with our chest, stand up on our chest and say, listen, this is not something that we need to be doing. Him as a black man should be able to say, listen, I understand that this is something that the ancestors do or something that's still practiced currently today in this and this in this country, but this is something that's wrong. Yes, we are black first. Yes, we are African first. Yes, we're whatever, but we've got to think about the futures of African children and black children across the diaspora, right? Because this is not only just practicing these
No,
lands.
just girls on the planet. There's no
These
reason
girls can
any
come
fucking
from
woman
girls.
on the
Hold on,
planet should have her fucking clit sliced. No reason.
Because some of these girls are born right here in the West, in the UK, and they are taken and removed from the UK and brought to these countries at certain ages to have these sick, barbaric performances done on them, yeah, and then brought back to the against their will. They're not optional. They never have a choice whether they want to go and have these ancient fucking practices performed on them. It's not something that they agree to. It's not something they can co-sign. It's something that is against their will. Their parents are making these decisions, and we're letting them know. Their parents probably don't even know any better. So it will be by us doing the right thing to let them know and let the wider community know this is something that needs to be stopped at. Like, stamp it out. This is not something we should be encouraging and keep going and have it under the covers and have it practicing under
I
the
agree with that.
back doors. No,
I agree with that.
talk
I agree
about
with
it and
that.
get it out. So when the sisters are coming up here, especially when Sis Melanated, and I notice he seems to have a lot, and I'm sick of this. I've got to call it out because every time Sis Melanated comes and calls out Brother Kale on certain things that he says or does or mentions that doesn't make sense to us, especially as black women, he's got the most energy. He wants to be doing all this theatrics, jumping out, throwing his bloody flipping dummy at the pushchair and jumping off panel, but he will be happily sit on G Block while the people them are calling him all kind of racist shit, and he will go back and forth with them with no problem. So why can't he deal with her sister when she's dealing with? She's not calling him no names. She's not disrespecting him. She's just pointing out how it affects the community of black girls. He can't handle it. I'm sick of this. What are we doing here, Brother K? You could not be race first and be going on like this. Not with sisters. Are you
To be
dumb?
honest with you, Lady D. Let me sum it up. Let me sum it all up in one word. Fraud. That's it. Well, fraud. Fraud. That's it. I mean, what else needs to be said? Iceman this and the Iceman that and da. And the way he was sucking off Jordan, it made me sick. Like appealing to him in the chat. Like, oh, Jordan, he's fucking fraud. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm calling this guy Raspet 2.0 because the way he's moving don't make no sense. It's all stupid. Bro, it's stupid. And I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not even sorry. I'm not even sorry. I just think, well, listen, fuck it, like, enough of the bullshit. Just bullshit. Don't like. All right, so look, someone needs to ask help. If you find out your great granddad raped someone, should we continue to rate him, even though he's responsible for you being here? Should we rate him? If you find out he was a rapist, but remember he's your ancestor, but he's done something really heinous. Should we still continue to rate him, or should we be like, listen, the guy's a cunt to be fair. So I know it's your great granddad. I know he's responsible for you being here, but he was a cunt. Or, well, he did something heinous, but, he was my ancestor. No, that means you.
Here's the thing.
It's madness.
What happened? Lady Divine dropped off. Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Hello?
now. Sorry, I cut out. Go on, Mel.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't hear Ultra, and I'm like, okay, nobody can hear.
Yeah, this
Man.
StreamYards. Here's the thing, sis, man. Let me just get this bit out of the way. This is what I find a bit crazy. So sisters, when they have a problem with a contention with something that you may say or something you may preach, you're going to do this madness. Yeah, you're going to do this madness where I can't talk to you and all of this madness and this is madness and whatever. Cool, it's madness to you in this moment. But when it was last night and you had this EDL motherfucking, oh, I can't stand Jordan name. You had no problem doing this, Cal. You had no problem going the back and the forth and doing the theatrics for hours, yeah? You were prepared to jump on the panel and do all the madness and all that. Or when you hear, this is the thing, you hear Betty saying the most sickest of things sometimes. Brother Kel, I've never once heard him argue back with Betty. Never once heard him go back. Betty will talk about the most non-African things there is. Brother Kel's got nothing to say. Nothing to say. Jordan would do the most stupid, underhanded, flipping racist little shit little plays that he thinks no one can't see him doing. Jordan, Kel won't say nothing. None of these things will come out. But a sister like a melanated or me calling him out on certain things that he says that makes absolutely no sense to our community and to our people. Now he's doing the theatrics. Now he's trying to do the whole Garveyism and Pan-African. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that because what you're not going to do is try and guilt trip us with our blackness. That's what you're not going to do. And you're not going to play with our intelligence because we're black. We're not going to do that. We're dealing with the facts of the matter is it's harmful. It's barbaric and it has no purpose in life. It has absolutely no benefits to FGM. Can we stick to the points, Brother Kel? Talk to us. Don't run. Don't do your crying and your huffing and your puffing. And don't do that. Keep that same energy you keep when you're going back and forth with the so-called white supremacists, yeah? Keep that energy and deal with us. Come back over here.
I don't really, I just had to just take the stance. Like it was very, yes, I cannot lie and say I didn't hear Kale say that he did not support FGM. But then he doesn't stop there because he wants to let you know that he supports, like, I don't support FGM, but I support cutting of the clitoris. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, that's, bro, you hear yourself? You sound a little crazy. You sound just a little crazy. Like, hey, if you say I'm cutting the clitoris to honor God, then it's appropriate. But if you're just cutting it to be cutting it, then yeah, I agree with you, melanated. I agree with you, Lady B. That's bad. What is that like? And he really thinks that we don't understand him. That's totally his point. If the person says their reason for cutting the clitoris is to honor God, is a good thing. Like, there's a lot of like, where do you draw the line on what a person does to honor God? To be like, hey, no, 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 that's not good. Where do you draw the line, Kale? Where do you draw the line? He ain't gonna want to answer none of them questions because as long as African people is doing it, I guess there is no line.
But there
You
has
know?
to be. So how do we how do we evolve this? How do we understand what is not good anymore? What's no longer good to be? For instance, I brought up the point last night about scarification, and I made sure I was clear, and I said I understand the reasons of why it had to happen for those times. I get it. But in these times today, where the kidnapping of Africans and like that are not like happening like that with the white man and whatever, it's no reason for it to happen. You don't have to no longer mark your tribal members. You no longer have to leave marks so if they get stolen. It's not a case that it has. So therefore, it's bred out kind of thing. Yeah, it's not happening as much. Definitely, it still probably happens, but nowhere near as much as it happened back in the day. Yeah, and we even the ones that happen today, we'd rather them not do it. We're consistent with the thing, But okay, we get the reasons why it originally took place because it makes sense. It obviously makes sense. But in today's world and today's society, it has no place. So therefore, it doesn't need to happen. FGM, maybe back then they might have thought of it as some form of hygiene, hygiene practice or whatever. But we know better today. So can you understand? Can you tell us why today does it need to be practiced, Brother Kel? That's all we want. Can you give us any good rational reasons, good ones,
as to why FGM should be, and we will hear you out, and then we will argue back with our points as to why it shouldn't. That's all we're asking. But you can't even do that. You want to do theatrics and run off the fucking panel, but you don't do that when you're dealing with the white people. Then when they're out here slewing your star on the block, letting you know you're some racist, you've got the most energy to go back and forth with them. For the sisters, you can't do this. Yeah, man, I see you, man. I see you. One respect, do your thing.
Oh snap! Listen, man, big up respect. I haven't heard from Dude in a long time. Yo, y'all going after respect? Listen, man, he's our Muslim brother. You know what I'm saying? But I don't even think respect would be co-signing no damn FGM. That's the part about it is, and he Muslim.
Respect, definitely. I don't. Then again, I can't even talk with him because he's a never shaky one. For all I know, he could be probably big up Jordan M over us too. So I'm not even gonna go there.
But I don't think he would be like, yeah, just chop up the little girls. You know what I'm saying? I think he'd have been like, now if you tell him like if for him to say the people in the past if they was wrong for it, but he probably would say it's wrong to do now. You know what I'm saying? I think like if Kale would have just said it's wrong to do now, like yeah, they should have, they need to stop doing that now. At least that's something.
That is
Kale
the
like
fact, sis. You
it's
know what
African
shocked
culture.
me? You know what shocked me, sis? Even worse, when I asked brother Asketi, now remember he comes from one of these countries
You
that
just called him a
heavily.
brother. As
Yeah, I have
Bati
to
is
call him.
not a
I have to call
brother.
him that. Yeah, he's an Arab. I forgot. Yeah, let me behave myself. But when I asked Asketi, even he himself said, "Nah, he don't agree with it. He gets our point, but he's letting us know, yeah, but it does happen in Africa. I don't give it, and that's my point. I don't care whether it's happening in Africa, Scotland, England, France, Spain, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Grenada. I don't care. It needs to stop. That's my point. I'm consistent. It needs to stop everywhere. Everywhere. I don't want to see girls being left damaged, left barren, left deformed. Some of them don't even get past the left part because they die in infancy from this shit. I don't want to see it happen, period. Now,
How Kale let an
if you could present an
unsynchronize
argument,
person.
Kel, as to why it's beneficial, I maybe reverse my thought, but you can't. That's the point. You cannot present no argument to us that's going to let us know this shit is beneficial. And that's where you're stuck at. So rather than deal with the facts of you can't present no argument, you're going to then try to guilt trip us with blackness. No, you're not going to do that, Mayu, because we're not stupid. You're not going to do that.
He let unsynchronized ass Getty. You know what I'm saying? You can't get no more unsynchronized than him. You there, Lady D?
I'm here, sis. I'm here. I just want to see if he's going to come back and give us some actual valid points as to
He's
why he's
not.
for
He's in the
FGM.
chat. He in the chat. He's not coming back.
This is a joke.
Kale
I'm not
had to
even
go smoke
clapping
a
speaking on
split.
the block. I
Listen,
better not
Kale had to
clap
go
on the
smoke a
block.
split. That man was heated. He was like, "Oh, she said I'm not Pan African. I'm out." He was mad. He had to go get him a cool down. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, they think throwing. I got daughters. What does that mean? You don't have a pum pum. You could never care more about pum pum than me. I have one. I could just look at it, and I feel for them ladies. Like, what? Shit.
Yeah, this is
Cutting on
actually
it.
crazy. I've never
Nothing.
seen it like this before.
You know what? Like for instance, so I was talking. I think I want to get my dog fixed, right? Every time I tell that to a man, you know what they be like? Nah, man, don't cut his thing. Like, oh, don't do that to him. You know why? Because they have balls. I don't have balls. I don't have the same mentality connected to balls because I don't have them. So the way I view balls and the way a man views balls are going to be different. He can sympathize with the dog having balls, like that's his manhood. I'm like, it's not his manhood. He got a whole dick right there still. See, I'm going to look at it totally different. I'm a woman, so a man relating to a woman's parts is going to be different than a woman relating to a woman's parts. You can never care more just because you got daughters. What that supposed to mean? Men have been writing books and detailing how a woman's supposed to care for herself, how she's supposed to. They don't got what we got. How the hell they know? Shit. Coming up with what's best for us.
Yeah, this makes actual no sense. I'm big up Ultra, man. That's all I can say. Big up Ultra.
Like that makes a whole lot of sense. Like Nine said, exposing the thing is supposed to make it more hygienic. It's making it more susceptible to infection by exposing it. Smart one. But those are
Is it, man?
basically
Do they really see the Most High as being that great person if they think that we were built with imperfections, especially in that area? You know what I mean? I tell you, so it's just man and their fastness, man. Their
like
fastness.
the Most High needs man to perfect whatever he or she created. That don't make no sense.
Oh,
Yeah,
born rich.
all I know is when you've got an EDL pussy like Jordan M, yeah, can cut me out, brethren. I'm done.
It's the truth. Born rich, just get out of here. Listen, you can't say nothing. You can't even speak the truth. You know why? Because your ego is so fragile. You always need to be. Oh yes, we got to. Hey King, hey King, born rich. How are you, King? Get out of here with this ego stroking thing. Just standing for your ego to be stroked. Stand up when you stand up for and protect black women. Definitely, you're gonna get all the kudos. That's what this conversation was. So don't come in the ninth inning with all kind of critiquing from the back seat. That's not gonna rock. The conversation is Brother Kale, his inability to acknowledge the harm that little black girls are encountering. He stays in denial about what little black girls are encountering and feels that men can decide how to care for a vagina more than a woman can. They understand how our vagina stays clean. Hmm.
And then he's
And they
gonna
don't.
slap. You know what's the slap in the face afterwards? When we try to put out our points and our arguments, so he's gonna, you know what Kel, what really pisses me off is what Kel does to us, and he does it so well on the block, especially when he's trying to please these fucking Jordan frauds. Yeah, is when he's like, you lot need to take your emotions out of it and deal with it from a Pan African. What the hell do you think we've been doing? Like, hello. What do you think we've been doing? Do you not think we're thinking about all the other African girls that are going to have to go through this now and in the future? What do you actually think's going on here,
He's
Kel?
not thinking about that because he doesn't care
He's
about
slapping
little
us
girls.
literally and then telling us afterwards, take our emotions out. Hello?
He
I
clearly
have
not
fucking
caring
emotions on
about
my
little
legs,
girls.
I think I know what I'm talking about here. Like, what are we doing?
He clearly doesn't care about the little girls. He cares about, the continuation of the culture that was instituted by these men. So these men said that this is right. He's sticking with it. You know. As a matter of fact, look at all these women that are following along with what the men say. So who are you? Women are being obedient and carrying it out. Duh. They gonna do that. Especially when you're in a culture where guess what? If you don't carry it out, your man could beat you and all kind of shit. Like, come on, man. Like, are we really doing this? When there's consequences for not following through, you're not even able to work, go to school, and your like, are we really doing that? Like these women got loads of choices. Like, you know what? I'm going, I'm going to college. I'm going here. Where they going? I just can't. I can't. Wait, hold up. Wait a minute.
Now, have you got a bit more for the clip? Did we watch it? Because I fell asleep. I'm sorry. Did we watch all of the clip already, or did you stop? I don't know where I fell asleep at.
Nah, there's probably more left still, but like, I mean, I can make it run, but I got some fam here and that, so I can't even be active
Okay.
right
No,
now.
say nothing now, sis.
But if not, good show, man. But I think the points have been accentuated today from varying directions. But again, you know what I mean? If anything, it just goes to show the power of the books, the power of certain, cultures and ideologies and this and that, and regardless of that and this, even in 2024, man. So, yeah. This is where we're at, man. You know what I mean? But ladies, pack your power. You don't know. Yeah. Say no to cuts. Mud.
Big up yourself.
Yeah, it's
Big
not
up
even a joke,
yourself. Yeah.
It's not even a joke thing, man, and that's what I was saying before, you know what I mean? In instances like that, that's where I suppose we can give thanks that we're in this side of the world as opposed to others. Do you know what I mean? Because there's some of our sisters in different parts of the world where this is their reality still today. You know what I mean? And one of the results that we read as part of this was broken limbs. You get me? So can you imagine being pinned down with such ferocity that you're breaking your limbs? You get me? To get away. I mean, that is absolutely horrific, man. And that's just the beginning of the journey.
That's
Yeah.
barbaric.
And
Period.
we
It's
got people
inhumane
out
and
here really
barbaric.
trying to okay it one way or another. So what we're definitely saying, it's not okay if it's a little bit of the hood, the middle hood, the whole hood. We saw a picture where the whole thing is sewed up. The whole thing. The only thing she's got is a piss hole. Like, what sort of life is that? You get me? It's retarded, man. It's retarded, man. But for those of us that know better, we just have to leave a retardation in the past, man. For real, for real. From where?
Well, Kel wanted it. He wanted it known that he didn't support that kind with the sewing, and he felt like that's not African. And he it. But if you ask him if Islam is an African religion, he would say yes, right? So if the sewing part is done in Islamic African countries, how can you say that's not African when African people are doing it and have been doing it for how long now? Right? It's just, to me, it's just a way that he tried to slide out of the whole conversation. And he's not being genuine because all of them are being done in African countries. But you're separating it from being African. If it wasn't African, it became African. So deal with that. I mean, it's African now.
You see, sis, what the problem is what we're going to be told now is because we think the way we do, we're just westernized. We're how many hundreds of years removed from Africa. We don't understand Africa. We can't use our brains and our discernment to understand. We don't even need to use the fact that we're in the West. We can just not look
Sis,
at the practice
no,
and see that
don't
it's
get
wrong.
offended
No.
by that, sis. But don't get offended by that. I would like. I'm gonna agree. I'm gonna say we're westernized, and Africa isn't African anymore. Africa is Arabized, right? And
Facts.
let's deal with that part. Let's stop acting like Africans are doing African circumcision in 2023 or 2024. That's not what's happening. When a little girl gets circumcised right now in Africa, it's going to be from a Arabized majority of them. Now, I'm not saying everyone. Like, I'm not saying there aren't any African spiritualists that are doing it, right? I'm not. I don't want to just only say it's the Muslims.
We got you, sis.
But let's just keep it real. The majority of those nations that Anita listed were Muslim countries. Like, come on.
That's what the chat was saying last night. The chat last night, and even the chat today, was saying that these things, the majority of these places where these acts are carried out, these ceremonies are carried out, right? They're in Muslim flipping countries. So is there not a parallel? Is that not a reason why we could hear of EDL fucking Jordan M co-signing the bullshit or trying to put us down for judging their thing? This is why. And then you got a Kel who can't even decipher what you want to be talking about the games and the things that the Iceman's playing while the Iceman's playing in your face, Kel. Literally playing in your face and laughing. Literally, not our face, your face. And he's using your Pan-Africanism to do it. This is crazy.
Yep. All right, ladies. Well, I'm about to bounce. I'll catch y'all on
Big
the
up,
other
sis.
side.
Big
Big up
up, big
yourself.
up.
Peace.
I'm sorry I missed most of the show though, like don't have to play it back here, but man. Yeah, Nana, you there, sis, or not? But yeah, this is a I don't know what you lot are saying in the chats, but yeah, to me, this is a sad. Yeah, brother, okay, you're not going down well right now. You got to the point that you're gonna even make me start talking like I'm flipping anti-Pan-Africanist because if this is what it takes to be Pan-African. You just co-sign everything. Yeah, I'm not for this. Yeah, I'm not here for it. Not at all.
Yes, D. Divine? Alright.
Sorry, I'm here, sis. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna call it that then, baby, yeah? Like I said, I can't even be interactive because I've got people here now, so.
No problem, no problem. I woke up late, so I'm gonna play back the show anyway. Let you go and do your thing. So I'm gonna miss the bits that I heard because I can't believe what I woke up to. The way I'm hearing the energy from Cis Melanated, none of that was there present last night. None of that was there present last night when they were doing the most. Yeah, so yeah, I don't get it.
All right. So listen, everyone that's still locked in, big up yourself. Give thanks for even you get me remaining. It's been a bit of a marathon. You know what I mean? On the other side, man. But you done know already. And yeah, man. we move, man. But
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
man.
brother Ball Rich, man. He wanted to jump on. My bad.
I mean, I'll leave it and you two can chop it up. You get me? No problem. But I'm just saying, I can't. Let me put it in still. Obviously, if you want to jump on, you lot can chop it up, man.
Or if anyone wants to jump on here, did Dave Smith? Did I miss? Did Dave Smith manage to pass through today? Because I fell asleep.
No.
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
Yeah, man. But boy, hey. I'll give it a couple then.
So sis, what did I miss exactly? I heard the only bit I heard was when he was going off on me, I was talking about this is stupidness. That's when I woke up. That jumped me out of my sleep. But what did I actually miss?
Hello, salute,
Oh God, we've
sisters.
got this yank up here. Who's
Salute,
this? Why are
sisters.
you here? Why are you here, Yankee?
Salute, sisters. I guess what I really want to say was, I think our brother Kel made a mistake, and I don't think we should like come down as hard on the brother as you ladies are. It's obvious that Kel made a mistake. We know this. We know what he stands for. He's all about our people. He would never disrespect young black women, young black girls in any type of way. So I'm just trying to understand, like, where's all this venom coming from the ladies on the
Your
panel.
first statement right there is incorrect, because if you don't want to harm black girls in any type of way, then you would say no to FGM, right? Because that's harmful, right? Let's start right there.
I think he was saying, I don't know, I didn't hear it, but I'm sure Brother Kel was saying he would say no if you ask Brother Kel specifically, do you or do you not? And he's here now. So if you ask Brother Kel, do you or do you not support FGM, I'm sure he would take a hardline stance either way.
Well, this is the problem. Well, I'm not sure if you heard the show yesterday, and he's back now, so we can get to it now.
But
This is
he
where
did say, yeah,
hold on. This is where it all started from yesterday. I asked him that very question, and rather than get an answer, I got all this theatrics about Pan-Africanism, red, black, and green, Garvey. I never asked none of that. I did not ask any of it.
Well, let me ask you a question.
I'm in the back any family, but go on through, yeah. But
Salute. Thank you, Nine. Thanks for letting me on, sis.
Yeah, man, come on.
But have we done any research to see, is this an African practice? Now, I'm not vouching. I don't have a clip in this race, so I'm not on either side. But are we sure that this is not an African practice?
It happens in Africa, in certain African countries. This is a practice. Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Somalia, all these countries, they have them. They have them in the Middle East. They have them in Asia. They have them practiced in many different countries, in many different cultures. It's a practice, yes.
Okay, and we know Kel is Pan-African. He's a pro-African. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe the brother just made a mistake. Maybe he was just saying the practice is African. And if it's African, then maybe he's gonna be a little biased, Lady D. That's all I'm saying.
No. But we're not going to do this. And what we're not going to do is insult our intelligence as black people, because even though we're not in Africa, even though we're how many, like Betty loves to remind us, idiot Betty, that we're how many hundreds of years removed from Africa, yeah? I don't give a shit whether it's in Africa, America, England, St. Lucia, Jamaica. The fact that we know this in 2024, this practice has no purpose to black women, black children, black infants. It has no good practice. There's no good positives about it. So why is it because it's African, we can't call it out and call it for what it is? Barbaric and inhumane. Why can't we do that?
I'm asking,
so harmful?
Have you done the proper research? Have you weighed the pros and the cons of FGM?
Yes, we did. And Born, go and do it yourself. Just type in FGM. What are the harms of FGM and what are the benefits? And right there, so we're gonna get told this is all Western propaganda, and we're feeding into Western propagandism. Basically, that's what we're gonna be told.
But the people who would say that do have an argument, Lady D. You understand that we do get sold a lot of Western propaganda, so we do know that.
All right. So are you saying that the Western propaganda that's out there, the fact that there's infant fatalities, the fact that there's infant deformities, in fact that there's infant what's it called, permanent scarifications on these women, on the things that are being practiced on, the fact that there's damage internal, some of these girls are left barren because of this practice, are we going to just ignore all of that, and say it's Western propaganda? We're going to ignore all of these medical, we can see these things and how it affects these children, in some of them in later on in life, even at the time when it's been performed on them. Some of them don't even make it out of the procedure, but we're going to ignore that and say, it's just Western propaganda. That's what we're going to do, right? That's black power, right? Yeah, big up
I wouldn't say that at all. I wouldn't say that at all, Lady D. Do we have testimony from some of the girls that's been through it?
Born Rich, are you aware that some of these people in these countries are actually calling for this thing to be stopped in their own lands? You have got African women out here bawling for this thing to be stopped. They don't want it practiced on. They don't want to put their children through it. But because it's because it's African, we're just going to ignore all of that. Yeah, we're going to ignore all of that and just keep performing this barbaric flipping ritual. Yeah, we're just going to ignore all of that. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, no, I totally understand. I'm just trying to figure out, maybe, like I said, I honestly think my brother Kel made a mistake. Like I said, of course I don't support FGM. It's not a common practice, where I'm from. So it's foreign to me, and I don't have a clit. So if people with the clit are saying let's stop it, then hey, fuck it, I'm all with it. Let's stop it. But I'm just trying to figure out, because I don't, like I said, I didn't hear what Kel said, but I know, speaking to my brother Kel for over 2 to 3 years now, that this just doesn't sound like him. And I know how sometimes the women have they have a tendency to take a small thing or misinterpret something that the brothers say from time to time and make it a big deal. That's all I'm saying, lady.
All right, so you know what we could. I wish Nine was there. Cause I make us play like about 2 minutes of the show, so you can hear a little bit of it, and then you can make up your own mind. Because then you can't then say that we're putting our feelings or emotions into it. You just hear it for yourself. That'll make more sense. Because what I'm saying, Bournemouth, is this: yeah. So imagine if I come to America today, and I'm from a proper, heavily African influence, cultural background, yeah, and I come to America and I say, "Listen, Bourne. I need you to perform this on Maggie because in my culture, this is what we do. This is how we address cleanliness. This is how we address the rites of passage. This is how we do it to make sure your daughter is going the right way, the African way, what our ancestors did, yeah? Not giving you any benefits to it. This is just what we do. Is that would you just go along with it blindly, Bourne?
No,
Or would
no, of
you
course not. Of
come
course not.
on,
I mean,
come on?
especially, of course not. Of course not. Not you know that because that would be a foreign concept to me. You know what I mean? I mean, and even if we was born in a town or a village or something like that, or a religion that practices this thing, then once we realize it's inhumane, then we have to put a stop to it. So I
And that's
definitely
all we're
understand.
trying to do. That was all literally we're trying to do. But he doesn't want to even have the conversation with us. He'd rather go back and forth with the white people them on the block and while they're slinging all kind of races. But he can't do it with that. He can't have just a
Yeah, that
normal
was
debate with
another
us.
thing I keep hearing you saying. So my brother jumped off the panel. Y'all must have really pissed that brother off if he jumped off the panel.
He ran, as soon as I woke up, he ran. What's this?
Did he say something before he left, or he just jumped off?
I think he was having trouble with his connection still.
Oh, okay, yeah, because that ain't like Brother Kel to just run from a conversation. But yeah, I
This
don't
is
know.
the
Maybe,
thing, Boom. Over the years, you've seen us being in the battlefields with these Muslims, you know. You've seen us go in the trenches with board to the point where you call all get wavy, yeah? And you just let them know they're all fucked up. And then we're gonna go from all of them years of back and forth with the Zabanas and the fucking what's the guy in his one there? I forgot his name. We're gonna go through all of that to come to this point now and deal with FGM, and we can't even have a conversation about it. Like, what are we doing? And then meanwhile, we got Jordan M that was a cherry pick from our fucking cultures and communities and our blackness and all of that, and use it as his weapon to try and back up his Islamic bullshit. Like, yo, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Because really and truly, what we're seeing here is a madness. That we're seeing, what I'm seeing, Brother Kelly lining himself with a fucker like EDO, racist pussy clot like a Jordan M, and they want to fight against us.
Shout out, Brother Kel. Brother Kel says he's a former Muslim or something. He might still be a Muslim.
He's a Muslim, man.
Yeah, he always takes that
He's
side.
an Arab Muslim.
Yeah, he takes that side. So shout out, Brother Kel. But I noticed when we have those conversations, he always takes that side. So, and one thing you got to say about the Muslims, man, they are on code. I mean, they stick together, right, wrong, good or bad. They fucking stick together, and they gonna stand on their square. I mean, you got to give them that, Lady D. I wish we could take a page out of that book, as black people.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, the girls came in, man. But yeah, man, I don't know, man. Born like we've gone through too much over the years to narrow it down to it. Like to me, this is pathetic. This is actually. I don't know. I don't think brother. I think brother doesn't realize how patronizing he is as well. He's another one. Because rather than deal with our subjects as black women at hand and tackle them, what I've noticed whenever we pull him up on something, whether it's me or a cis melanated or even an Anifa, and Anifa doesn't even do it that often. It's mainly me and Mel. Let's just be clear, yeah. It's mainly me and Mel that will call him out on the BS that we're hearing. And whenever we do, he's just got the most smoking energy for us. And then he likes to do these little theatrics of Pan-Africanism, Garveyism, red, black, and green, and it's not the African way, and blah, 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 people in the sun, this and that. Brethren, don't do that with me, because you're insulting me now. At this point, I'm not going to allow you any longer to keep using this black card against me. You're not going to do it. I'm going to call it for what it is, and I'm going to stand 10 toes down on it. That's what I'm going to do. And what you're not going to do is try to use this guilt trip of African. I don't like that. To me, you're literally taking the piss out of me at this point, and you're doing it in
To
public
me,
while you've
you're
got a
literally taking
fucking
the piss out of me at this
EDL
point, and you're doing
in
it
the
in public.
background.
Brother Kel, you got background noise.
Yeah, no, is it gone now? Is it gone? Is it gone?
Yes,
Let me
go
see.
on.
Mic check. Mic.
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
It's echo. You got an echo, brother.
You know what it is? I've done. Hold on. Let me
see what's up, man.
I just cancelled it.
Yo, can you hear it now? Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, mic check, mic check, mic check. Yeah.
I can still hear myself, kid.
You can.
No. Oh, whoa. Hold
Is it
on.
gone?
Hold on.
Is it gone?
Yeah, we good now. What's up, brother Kel?
Good. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. You know what I mean? I was on the panel. You know, I had a little conversation with the Sun sisters, and I had to sort something out with my family, and I'm back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I know they misunderstood you. Yeah, I'm sure they misunderstood you because from what I was hearing, it's saying that you support FGM in some type of way.
Yeah, brother. You know, it is the thing, brother. The clips is a proof against all of them. I got respect for them, but they're lying. You see what I'm saying? Lady D lying, Sister Naifa lying, Melanated Goddess lying. You see what I'm saying? And the thing is, we're online. So all you can do is replay me explaining the difference between African culture when it came to circumcision, FGM, which is not African. I gave a historical proof that it comes from the Arabs. In Africa, in East Africa, there's a name called the Pharaoh practice, right? Which is based upon the time of Moses, etc. Nothing to do with African people. You see, I've done all that. Then I explained to them when it comes to why our people, whether it be the Khoisan, the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Tigray, what they used to do to comprise of spirituality, cleanliness and hygiene. You see, that's what we used to do before all this Abrahamic faith. When you go into Egypt, in Saqqara, you will see on the walls, which I've been myself, right? You'll see the Nubians portray themselves on the walls, circumcised. You see what I'm saying in that, right? I gave all that kind of thing. I condemn FGM days ago in the G block. Here's the problem with our people, right? And I'm going to explain myself. You know, scientific method. You know scientific method, right?
Born. Yeah, but give me 1 second. I got a phone call, but I'm listening, brother. Yeah,
right. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you when you get back.
No, I'm listening. I want to hear my lies. I'm just being patient and waiting for you to give me my lies.
So hold on, because I already said I'm kind of in the back, but obviously I just heard lying. So bam, I agree that you stated that the FGM was different to the circumcision. I agree that you said that the FGM started off as an Arabic tradition and it was even used on, I think you said Israelite women or blah blah blah, or that to do whatever. So I agree with all of that. But then if you remember, then you sort of changed your position because you then started to accommodate certain parts of the FGM, and you spoke about the tip. You see what I'm saying to you? And then you said that one's okay because you spoke about hygiene and you spoke about spiritual practice. Yeah,
right.
And I said at that point, then we have to part ways, bab. You get me? And then you remember I tried to understand, well, what is a spiritual practice and what does it mean? And you explained. I'm like, cool. So the lying bit, I think, is a bit strong for myself. You see what I'm saying to you? You get me? Because, like I said, I know what we agreed with, but then I know what we disagreed with. You get me? So I think it's a little bit strong to call me a liar. You get me?
I'll be honest with you, beloved. Right? Here's the problem. I know what the issue is. It's the Abrahamic faith, right?
No, it's not, bad. No.
Hold on. You got to let me finish, or due respect, I told you the circumcision, the correct way, what the ancestors did. They would do the tip of the male and the female. That's what I've made that perfectly clear.
Yes.
You see? Then what happened was you asked me, I told you what it was. Then I said to you, right? Because in certain regions, on the continent, etc., when we're dealing with Abraham, right? The Abrahamic faith believe that the Most High told him, this is how I want your offsprings to carry out this particular ritual. So I says, right, that is what they do, and this is what we do. You see, I made a distinction.
But I
What you
understand
did,
the
you
distinction,
put them
Kel.
together. You put them together and said this
No,
on your
Kel.
panel.
No,
Oh,
no, no, no,
the
no,
hood of
Kel.
the clit, the hood of the
No.
clit is spiritual from the Most High. I never said that.
No, no,
I never
no,
said
Kel.
that, beloved.
Yo,
Go on,
Kel.
go on, go on,
No,
go
no,
on,
no,
go
no,
on,
no, no. Yo,
go on,
Benjamin, not do that. Kel, don't do that, man. Don't do that.
go on.
Yeah,
Go on.
because I could play back the thing, Kel, and there's people in the audience. You like I said initially, you said FGM, you're not on it. It was Arabic,
Right,
blah 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 blah. Cool.
right.
Then you slightly moved your position where then you said that if it is to happen or when the ancestors that had done it, they've done it for the right reasons. They only removed the little bit from the hood part. Yeah,
Right.
you said it was to help hygiene because I pulled you up on that, and then other ladies pulled you up on that as well. And you also
Right.
said it was a spiritual sacrifice. I think you said because I said to you,
That's
I
right.
said,
That's
"Yo,
right. Yeah.
Brendan," I said, "The Most High made me perfect." You get me? So there's no need for me to be sacrificing parts of my clitoris to the Most High. You get me? You see what I'm saying to you? Because this is what was said. This is what you said. Yeah. So when
Okay,
you came,
you've made a mistake because if he was going to play the clip, if he's going to
go
play the clip,
on.
right, it's going to say
Yeah.
exactly what I said, that the ancestors would remove the tip of the male and the female the proper way, right? The
Exactly.
proper way. So
What is the
why are
proper
you
way,
saying
Kel?
so why are we debating
Kel,
then
what
on
is the
Come
something?
back, sis. Now,
But Kel,
come
this
back.
is the
It
point,
doesn't
though,
make no
yeah?
sense. Go
No,
on.
but Kel, this is the point. You
Yeah, man,
believe you
bring
said
her
it
on the
out of
panel,
your
man.
own
Bring her on the
mouth.
panel. Go on.
You just
Yeah.
said it out of your
Come back,
own
sis
mouth
Mel,
that
if you
you
can, please,
believe
sis.
Yeah.
that
Jump
there
back
was
on
a
the
proper
panel.
way for it to be
Yeah.
removed. We're saying
Right.
at no
Right.
point, nowhere ever is there a reason
Right.
to remove it, bro, unless it's medical. Yeah.
Based
And it's
upon
saying it's a
your
man.
perspective, beloved, based upon your perspective. But
Yes,
in African culture,
absolutely.
right, then just say that then. But don't say this, there's no medical, because African people are older than the European civilization. So if you'd have just said that
This
based
is
upon your opinion, then I understand. But don't make it look like that condemning it from the African culture,
okay.
because we
So
used to do
what's
that
the
from before.
okay
Right.
then, Kel?
Right, so
So
Kel, can
what's
you
the
Go on.
ask the
African
benefits of it?
cultures?
What are the benefits? Since you
Yeah,
know the
I've
what is
said,
benefits, what
African?
are the benefits?
Lady D, I've said it many times. I've just explained to you in our culture what we used to do. It was of a spiritual connection to the creator, hygiene and clean. I'm not explaining it again with all due respect to you, right? I want to
Why
get
not? I
onto the
wasn't.
other stuff,
Listen.
right?
Don't do the attitude with
Yeah,
me because I wasn't aware. You hear me clearly
That's
said
what
to you
we're
before you
pushing
hold
up.
on,
That's
sis. No, we're
exactly
not doing this. No, I'm sick of him
right,
fucking doing this. He heard me clearly say I've just
right.
woken up. When I came on the panel, I made it clear. I missed everything before. So when I asked you, it's because I didn't freaking hear it. Don't do that to me because you don't do it to Jordan M. Don't do it to me, Kel. Don't fucking play with me like that. Now, if I
Lady
ask you
D,
a question, can you directly, if you don't want to answer it, say I don't want to answer it, but don't play with me like, oh,
Lady
I
D,
did it before, I did it
Lady
before. Who
D.
told you
Let
I
me
heard
explain
it
something to you
before?
on that,
Who
right?
told you I heard it
Lady D, let
before?
me explain something to you on that, right? Let me explain something to you. Jordan M is no friend of mine's. Let me explain something to you on that, right? This is where you all don't understand, right? We had a conversation in regards to the it was about the religion thing, right? From before. And I said to myself, right, that was the slavery thing. And I said to myself, as a Pan-Africanist in Birmingham and even in London, right, there is a thing where Pan-Africanist lawyers are in a process of going for the reparation thing, right, from the European, etc. And one of the things that's been spoken about is the reparation from the Arabs, right? So we were discussing the elders, etc. And I'm not the only one. Is that some say that the Islam promoted the enslavement, right? And some say that it wasn't. So we were saying that where's the proof and evidence that the religion did it? Then we got our research, etc., that the religion does not promote kidnapping, castrating, etc. What we know is that Arabs took it upon themselves to formulate a code of conduct to try and keep up with the excellence of the African people. You see? So when we came on the panel, I already understood that from before, that if we do go to the Islamic way, we're not going to get no reparation. That is the reason why I was on board when it came to that, because the Pan-Africanist Muslims, as I said already on the G block, that is how it went. Now, when it comes to Jordan M and scientific method, right? My thing was this: I'm going to humiliate scientific method by getting Jordan right, who he classes as a white Muslim who don't know nothing about his religion. I'm going to get Jordan, right, to humiliate scientific method, who left his religion and don't know his religion. And the plan worked. It was strategic, it was calculated, and that's what I did. You see what I'm saying? It got nothing to do with no friends. It's to do with calculation and outdoing the opposition. And that's what I did. And you fail to realize that, beloved. And then you're getting ultra and all them, oh, I'm friends with this and stuff. No. You see, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I don't believe in friendship with non-African people. There is no such thing because they haven't destroyed the unethical code of conduct on black people. Dr. John Henry Clark told me this. My parents told me this. Uncles told me this. All the Pan-African, we don't have any friends. You see, the only time I speak to non-African people, when I go on panels in my everyday life, I don't have to. You see, because I understand they don't care about us. So when you're misconstruing me, when I'm talking to non-African people and think I'm getting friendly, no, it is political. We don't have any friends. Respectful to you.
Yeah, but then I don't hear you trying to dismiss them the way in the manner you try to dismiss us when we're asking you. If I ask you a simple, like, Kel, I don't know if you noticed this, but every time I ask you a simple, direct, concise question, I will get back all this blah theory story of Pan-Africanism. And then you'll tell me that I'm missing it. I'm too emotional. I need to take my emotions out of it. And I just find that highly insulting because you have no problem in going back and forth with all the other ones that are slinging all kind of shit at you, slinging stuff at you. You don't have a problem going back and forth. But a me and a cis male that will question you on things that we believe is detrimental to our people and our future generations, you're quick to just shut us down and talk about our emotions and Pan-African and we're not doing it the right way. And to me, it's very insulting. I get highly offended at it. Like, let's be real.
When we're talking about the emotions, we're not talking about the emotions of the female. We're talking about towards the topic. That's what we're referring to, you know, because men are emotional too. You see, I'm saying, right, is that when you're saying things like this, I didn't pull Jordan M up on the unethical code of conduct. Yes, I did. Because when he mentioned something to do with Africa, I said to him, don't mention that, because if we're going to go there, we're going to have to bring up all the people who are practicing marriage consent with young children. You see? And he's gone, oh, yeah, I won't say that because Cal said that. That's on the clip. You see? I always pull up the non-African people all the time. You see what I'm saying in that, right? So what I'm saying is, be truthful, beloved, and just when we're dealing with issues. If I'm talking about things with non-African people, don't assume we're friends. Because as I said to you before, you know, all due respect, not just to you, and that in our everyday life, you will know who's friends and who's not. You know who celebrates this celebration, who does. I'm not into all that, beloved. You see what I'm saying in that? Because Sister Naifa knows very well when we're dealing with Beanie Brown, who is a close relative of my people, them, right? I've been taught not to do all them things. My dad brought it in the house, my uncles brought it out. We don't do them things. We celebrate the Kwanzaa, etc. So if I'm coming on the panel, don't want people disrespecting and saying I'm pally this and pally that. No, there's no such thing as friends. You see, and I don't like debating with the Sun sisters because black men and black women, when they debate, it gets out of hand, and I don't want us to be exploited. And that's how it's always been. You see what I'm saying? You got to understand that. So when you draw me up on the panel and things like that, I have to use my brain. The Sun sisters, or wherever it may be, okay, stay on code. Try not to be too disrespectful. Try not to do this, try not to do that. It's a tricky one because we've been conditioned to not talk to one another correctly. And I try to practice that, but you don't understand it. You're thinking, oh, why am I not engaging? Because of the exploitation. When it comes to Sister Betty, you know, with all due respect to her, right? It's the same thing with her. I've had the backwards and forwards with Sister Betty. I was on Sister Naifa's show when Sister Betty, with all due respect to her, said something about tribalism. I spoke out about it. All the sisters put me in my place. Gal, you can't say this. You're just for Caribbean tribe. Blah, 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 blah. No, I've done all them things. You can't say anything about Nigeria, nah? You can't say anything about Jamaica. You can't say nothing about nothing because I've been raised that way. So what I'm saying is when I'm on the panel, be truthful. Don't say that I'm sticking up for this, sticking up for that. I don't want Sister Betty to be exploited online. I don't want you to be exploited. Melanie got it. I don't want none of you to be exploited.
Where it is, because Betty's another fucking one, yeah. That little slippery snake bitch, yeah. Because when she's ready, listen, Kel, you sat on the panel and you heard Betty tell you lot say, Jupiter is more fucking African than us. You heard that? This is just a few days ago, you know. She tapped round to Nanifa and she called Nanifa slave babies and all sorts, yeah? She did all of this. You Caribbeans, you this, you that, you African Americans, you this, you that, whatever. I don't hear you having these energies when Betty's on her freaking unsynchronized bullshit, yeah? When she wants to come talking about we're how many hundreds of years removed from Africa, still not dealing with the point, still not dealing with FGM. All right, Betty, I understand that you are barren and you ain't got no fucking pitney and you done got your click cut long time. I get it, yeah? But we're telling you this shit is barbaric and we don't care if it's in Africa, Asia, England, Europe. I don't care where it is. We don't want it practiced on any females. That's what we're saying. Betty, you're the inconsistent one. But we're going to allow you, Betty. We already know, so you're Edgar a long time. You're sick in your blood clean. I'm done with you, Betty. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you.
Lady D, beloved, right? When Sister Naifa and Sister Betty were, I think it was it 5 days ago? They had an argument and that, right? When the whole chat is trying to instigate the Sun sisters, I'm in the chat telling Sister Naifa and Sister Betty it's going to lead to unsynchronization. Let's not do this. I'm doing that because I understand in my everyday life when I see sisters having an argument, especially when we going to the legacy, things happen in Birmingham and that. A lot of us, uncle, we don't want to see that. You see, I implement what I do offline. So I'm always in the chat, Sister Betty, Sister Naifa, don't do it. You see what I'm saying in that, right? I pull up everybody and also I get pulled up as well. You see, because that is the true power of us as a people. There's no such thing as a leader. You see what I'm saying? I'm the way how I am because of black people made me the way I am. Son women and son men. You see what I'm saying in that? So don't say I don't go for Sister Betty and so forth. I don't want her to be exploited because I know the game. I know what it's like in real life. That's why when it comes to arguing, I don't want to see black men and black women arguing online. So people clip it and go and send it around. Oh, this is a reason. No, because that's my people. You see what I'm saying in that, right? So it's not for you to say that I like to see or I overlook these things. I never overlook it because I know we get exploited. You understand? I'm coming in a bit back. I'm coming a bit. Hold on. Sorry, you want to say something? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I wish they would because like when you was not on the panel, I know when I arrived to this channel, it was just a lot of Kale slander, and I'm like, wait, sisters, please slow down, sisters. I'm sure you've misunderstood our brother. Like we definitely know that Kale is not for any harming or mutilization, especially when it comes to our young black sisters. Like we know Kale is not
I
standing.
think you should rewind the show. But I would say that my understanding was that if it is from African people who are causing harm to children's vaginas, young girls' vaginas, for the purposes of spiritual honor and offering and connecting to God, their deity, wasn't specific to the spiritual system. No one said Muslim, no one said Islam. So that is including African spiritualists, that is including Christians or any other belief system, right? So we just kept it neutral to their God. But if there are African people who are doing this as a spiritual practice, Kale definitely condones it. The question was condemn or condone, and he definitely did not condone it. I mean, condemn
Okay.
it. He definitely did not condemn it if it was for those spiritual reasons. He also added the cleanliness, and he also added hygienic, and he said it is not as if they not doing it to hinder sexual gratification. So there's no slander here that the brother was he's for protection from the white man, right? It was very clear that he doesn't like the white man and the white man practices, but he's somewhat in denial that African people have been Arabized and are practicing and have been for 1,000 years. So they're not doing this Kemetic circumcision. They don't even know what the hell an unk is. They not
That's a
Africa.
So,
fact.
bro,
That's
so
a
Every
brother
fact.
born, so brother born.
hold on. Everyone in Africa, right, is not practicing ancient African pre-Arabized in pre-Islam, pre any sort of influence. They're not practicing that today. They wasn't doing it 1500, 1700, 1800. They're not. No. And he's not dealing with the reality of the influence and why and how it's being done present day.
I
So
do
in
agree. I
present
agree
day,
with that. I do agree with that.
Hold on. Now, brother born, hold on, brother born.
Yes.
Can you see the denial, brother? And I'm going to tell you what the denial, right? Can you see what they tried to do?
Talk to me.
If the ancestors, you know, brother, have done a correct way how circumcision is supposed to be before Abraham, Nile Valley. You see, I affirm that. So there are African traditions today, brother, that do the correct way how to circumcise.
name them.
You see,
Name them.
in the
Name
thing,
them.
I've
Name them.
done it. I've done it so many. I've done it
Educated.
so many
I don't
times.
know. I've never heard you. I have not heard
I've
you.
said it. Hold on. I've said it already. The Khoisan, they do it. The Tigray, the Amharic, the tribes of the Ibo, the Yoruba, practice that correct way. The ones that's not involved with no form of Islam and Christianity, etc. And that, right?
Igbo is
Now,
How do
brother
you
Bon,
know that for
hold on.
Kel, how do you know
Can I?
that for a
Hold on.
fact? Yeah, I'm gonna let you finish, but
Right?
how do we know
So,
this for
brother,
a fact though? How do we know this for a fact? How do we know that they are definitely practicing it the African way? How do we
I
know this?
says the ones that's not doing right with the Abrahamic impressive way. You see, because I understand that there's some of the when it comes to the Abrahamic way of doing the circumcision, right? It's in line with how the ancestors did it before, when they just clip off the top part of the hood of the man and the clitoris of the girl, not the entirely, but the bottom part, right? So I know that that's what they used to do, etc. But this FGM thing, brother born, right? That's not African. That's like that's an Arab thing. That's an Arab thing, right? So what I'm trying to explain to the sisters is that as a Pan-Africanist, right, is that I'm not going to condemn cultures that the ancestors practiced that were spiritual and healthy and wasn't causing harm compared to the FGM thing. You see what I'm saying in that, right?
But again, brother Kel, sorry to interrupt again. How do we know that what the ancestors practiced was a spiritual? And how do we know? How are we estimating how healthy it was and how spiritual it was? What do we know of those times there to make this assessment?
Sister,
Yeah.
go and read up on the scrolls of Imhotep 16,000, which I keep on mentioning. Go and read up on that, beloved. You see what I'm saying? Go and read up on the Khoisan culture, how they used to do this thing. You see, I read up on all these things because when we're young in the Saturday schools and at home, we know about these things. So I'm saying go and research it for yourself. But I know for one thing, they did not believe in FGM. They didn't believe in them things.
All right, Kel, because we don't need to keep repeating the same thing. I understand. I've just articulated what your point was, and you did not say I got any of it wrong. All you did was say, like, try to gaslight a whole different point. So let me ask a more direct question. The way in which circumcision, right? Because I'm sure people who are practicing it present day in Africa are not going to say, "Oh, we're doing FGM on our little girls." They're going to say they're circumcising them, right? The same thing so the people in present day African countries, right? Do you condemn them because clearly you believe that's FGM? So you condemn African people who are circumcising. They would say they're circumcising, just like the lady in the video that Betty posted. You condemn them for what they're doing present day because they're not doing ancient practices. They're actually doing FGM. So you condemn Africans for their practices. That's what I'm.
Now, brother Born, can you see why she's in denial? You see, understand,
So
brother? Hold on.
Don't tell me no. Hold on. No. I ain't holding on. No, you asked me to come back on here, not to hold on. I can drop off.
Can you see?
I'm gonna drop off.
No, sis, I don't.
No, sis.
You don't want to hear.
Sister. All right,
You don't want to hear.
sis.
Go ahead.
All right, sis. All right, sis. All right. All right. Go on, beloved. Go on, beloved. Go on.
Born, you moderate.
My question, right, was okay. You are separating circumcision from FGM, but the African people are not going to say that they're doing FGM. So now, how do we have this conversation if we can't even agree on the vocabulary here that we're using? The African people will say that they're circumcising. The same thing that you're talking about is the circumcision. So what is there a circumcision A, circumcision B? How do we have this conversation now?
Okay, now, sister, if it's done the correct way, it's not FGM. The correct way is what? The tip of the hood that doesn't cause harm, right? And the tip of the clitoris that doesn't cause harm. You see, that's the correct way. That's what was practiced, you see, for spiritual cleansing, hygiene, region. But if it's the other way and the African, present day Africans are practicing that, I condemn that. And I've tried to explain that in the beginning. I gave the difference between the correct way and the incorrect way. I've done that. You see what I'm saying? But if they're doing that now, the FGM way, then of course I condemn that. Most definitely.
So this is I asked a question specifically around the language that we're using so we can be on the same page. And your answer didn't provide any clarity. So I'm going to say, right, for clarity for everyone that's listening, the correct way, according to what Kale said, from what I got, is FGM type 1. That is the equivalent to circumcision. FGM type 1 is equivalent to circumcision. Is that what you're getting, Lady D?
Now, brother Born, notice FGM means female genital mutilation, you know, brother.
Type
This is
1.
the hold on. No. Sister, you've messed up, you know. Sister, you've messed up. Sister, you've messed up, sister. You've messed up.
Type 1. Born should be asking what is type 1. No, listen, ask me what is type 1. Type 1 is cutting of the tip of the clitoris that he just said was circumcision. That is FGM type 1. They are the exact same procedure. The fuck, man?
Brother Born, what does mutilation mean, brother Born? All due respect, yeah. When we deal with mutilation,
I mean, oh God! So when you mutilate it, you destroy
chopping off a piece of the body. Chopping off the piece of a body.
Right, hold on, beloved. I'm talking to the son, brother. All due respect to you.
Okay, I'm quiet.
Mutilation, I'm gonna tell you, when I hear mutilation, I think about you destroying something, or it mutates, right? Or you can go mutation or mutilation. Mutilation is destroying. You're destroying something. I think what Brother Kale is saying, if you just snip the tip of it, that's what they was doing back then. I mean, I know that's
right.
That's destroying my pum pum. He don't have a pum pum.
No, sister Melanie, can you let me to finish, beloved? Hold on, now, brother Born. Watch how the sisters have fell into the trap. Because watch this now. They've used the European version of FGM. So in other words, the white man says, right, even if the clit is sliced a little bit, we're going to put it under the banner of FGM, female genital mutilation, when the ancestors didn't mutilate the clitoris and the tip of the hood. They didn't correct. Can you see the trickery, brother? Can you see the trickery?
Come back in, yeah.
With all due respect, can you tell us why does it need to be chopped off at all?
Well, this is it.
I've explained this already, beloved. I've explained this already.
Because hold on.
You know how many times I've explained this now, beloved?
Don't explain it, Kel. I'll just answer. Because some 1,000-year-old person said that God told him it was a good idea, and
no, but it's not even that, Mel, because he even acknowledges that it's not even from God. Yeah, this is just man. Yeah, some ancestors, how much hundreds or thousands of years ago, said, yeah, this is what's happening. Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to say, Kel, and that's why you got to take back calling me a liar. You get what I'm trying to say to you? Because where we are now is where we went before. You see what I'm saying to you? Because you're now saying the ancestors done the tip, and they done the tip correctly. Yeah, and we're still saying there's no correct bedroom. Why the tip is this one here? Why? What's the purpose? Yeah.
Now, brother Born, can you see how they keep falling into the trap again?
Stop
Yeah.
leaning on Born.
You
He is
just
not
said
going.
it.
He ain't got no
Okay,
case for
How
you.
are you? How are
We
you
right
like
here.
falling into the
We
trap,
right
brother
here.
Bond?
That's so.
Brother
Listen,
Bond.
that is
Brother Bond.
patronizing. No,
I made it
listen.
perfectly clear,
I'm
you
about to
know.
leave. I'm about to leave
Come
because
on,
he's not
Mel.
even speaking to us. He's
He's
speaking to
not.
Born. So we don't need
All right, Mel.
Fuck.
All right,
I'm
sister.
coming
All
on.
right,
He's
You guys
calling
are
us
all
gonna
right.
get
liars,
emotional.
calling
I,
us
I, I don't
fakes,
mind
calling
brother
us all
Kill.
of these
I don't
things,
mind brother
but he's
Kill.
Sister
talking to
Melanie
us.
Goddess. Sister Melanie Goddess, right? Okay. I apologize for that, beloved, right? Let me explain something to you, right? When we're dealing with the tip,
Yeah.
I've said this before, it comprises of a spiritual connection to the creator because you know the Khoisan, etc. They used to
Right.
do it to make
Now stop.
sacrifices. You see,
Okay.
sacrifices
Now
to
cool.
link to the Most High. It's
Right.
also of hygiene. You see,
Right.
different climates, etc.,
And do
and
you agree with that?
cleanliness. You see, I agree with the
Right.
correct way what the ancestors used to
Exactly.
do.
So we no one ain't
100%.
told no lie, brethren. So the first thing you
But
need
I
to do is
don't
take
agree. I
back.
don't
No,
agree
stop,
with the
stop. No,
FGM.
Kel, don't, because I've
God.
given you all the vote you need. Yeah. The first thing you need to do is apologize for calling me a liar, brethren, because that's a big talk. Yeah. You called me a liar. I came back and I repeated what it is you said, and you're repeating exactly what it is that you said. Yeah.
He did
And I
this to
walked
me
No,
you
the
no,
through.
last
no, no,
time,
no, no,
remember?
sister.
No,
That's
He
not
did
no,
it
true.
to
no,
That's
me
no,
not
the
true.
last
no,
That's
time.
not
Kel,
true.
with
That's
all
not
due
true, sis.
respect,
That's not
with
true.
all due
That's not true.
respect, because we
That's
are
not
back
true.
at the point where you are saying, yeah, that the correct way to do it is to take off the tip from both the male and the female. Yeah, this is where
Right.
you are. Okay, you've just born. Did you just hear him say that, boss?
I did.
Right.
Right.
Excellent. Yeah. You've then given your reasoning for that for being spiritual sacrifice. Did you just hear that, born?
Spiritual and what you
And
say?
hygiene. Did you just
Yes,
hear that?
And cleanliness. That's right. That's right.
And cleanliness.
Exactly. So no
Okay.
women up here is told no lie, bro. That's the
No, no,
first
no, no,
thing.
no, 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 brother Born. Brother Born. Now watch this now. What the ladies were doing.
I'm watching.
No,
bro.
you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. What the ladies was doing, right? They're putting FGM into what the ancestors made correct, as though they're one in the same. And because they kept doing that, hold on, because they kept doing that, you're telling lies. You're telling lies because female genital mutilation is
It's
not the same
different.
as
It's
the
different
thing. You see?
circumcision. It's different than
This is what I
circumcision.
said to him when he
It's
said
different. So they were lying. They were lying. They're putting it together and aligning them, and that's what I said it for.
Kel, you're not doing yourself any favors, yeah, because the video is, and tomorrow when I've got time, rice and peace settings, we'll go through it because you're doing a lot.
Okay.
At no point have I called you a liar and all them thing there, but we're gonna do this, yeah. Born rich, yeah. Before what I said to Kel is, listen, over here in the West, they're calling it FGM. They're calling it female genital mutilation. But in Africa, they're going to be calling it culture, this, that, and the other.
Circumcision.
Yeah. Or circumcision. Exactly. Yeah. So you keep trying to ram in this FGM like that's a different. No. That's just parlance. That's just language. Over Yassa, we call it FGM. Over
Now
Dessa,
watch
they
this now,
call
bro.
it
No, hold on, Sister Naifa.
Why you stopping her?
Okay.
do the same
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Now,
So
but what?
we're
Now
not
watch
gonna
this
do
now.
now,
Doesn't make
start
us,
playing
Brother
with the
Kel, the
English
point is that
language
doesn't
and
make
all
us
that, Kel.
liars. That's
Don't
the
do
point.
that, man.
That
Like
doesn't
No,
we're
make
no,
us
hold on. No, no, no,
educated out
no,
here,
no, no,
man.
no, no. It does make you like when you keep putting it together
Yeah.
because
Because
female
you
genital mutilation, right? Female genital mutilation. Go on, sister. Go
what
on.
you're
Go
trying
on.
to
Go on.
do, Kel, yeah, is you're trying to separate what they are now in modern day calling FGM, yeah, from what the ancestors were doing 1,000 years ago of taking off the tip. Okay. But I'm saying, okay, it's just two different languages. You get me? They're both of them are removing parts of the body. Yeah. Now you could, if they want to call it mutilation over Yasser, then it's that. Yeah. And if over Dessa they want to call it just removing the tip and getting more spiritual, getting closer to God and whatever, then it's that. Yeah. But they equate to the exact same thing. Okay.
We can't do that, Sister Naifa, and I'll tell you why. We can't do that because the female genital mutilation.
Due respect to you behind the banner of the ancestors and it's not gonna work in 2024, bab. I'm telling you the God honest truth, man. As my brother, 104s, and all of that, it's not going to work, fam. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just not. Yeah. They
Sister
both
Naifa.
are removing parts of the body. Yeah. Now you're saying one is the correct way, which is the ancestors doing it, and you're saying over yes, so it's the FGM way and the Arabized way and all of that. Cool. Yeah, but they both are performing the same function, and that is to remove parts of a female's body that does not need removal, especially doesn't need removal for hygiene. Yeah,
that's a fact.
And it especially doesn't need removal to sacrifice it to the Most High or to
and
the
the Most High, in no time at all have I ever
Sister.
seen any scriptures that says that the Most High has ordained this. I've yet to see this. Just let me put that out there.
Sisters, what I'm saying is, right, when we're dealing with FGM, it's chopping off the Libya menorah.
Brother,
you see? Hold on, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish, beloved. Beloved, you gotta let me finish, beloved. You gotta let me finish. It's chopping up, it's chopping up the lips, it's sewing up the lips, it's chopping off, it's doing all these. Whereas what the ancestors, all they did, was remove the tip of the head, just the tip, the correct way of the penis, of the hold on, of the penis, the tip of the penis. Because the reason why I done it for the penis, because sister, you gotta let me finish, sister, you gotta let me finish. With all due respect, right? Because when we're dealing with the tip, right? When we're dealing with the tip, you see, no, that's not. That's you. That's European. That's European thing.
But she won't let Kel in.
Right. No, then tell 9 to you gotta moderate though, Born. You gotta tell 9 then when she needs to like chill, let him get through.
Just let Kel finish.
I'll let him land.
What I'm saying is, brother Born, removing the tip, brother, the tip, because remember in climate they're having more than one wife. In African culture, they believe that when the head is covered up the penis, brother, there's no form of air ventilation coming out, so it can create different types of bacteria, etc. Right? And this is in the scrolls of Imhotep. They understood these things, right? When it comes to the females, they used to do the tip as well, right? Not all of it, just the end part, just that little part, right? Now, when it comes to what the Arabs used to do, right, and all these things which is being practiced, they're chopping off, brother. Chopping off, ripping off, sewing up, brother, because the time of Moses, because that Pharaoh, what they call Pharaoh, he wasn't an Egyptian, he was a black Arab, and he wanted to humiliate the black Israelites because he had a prophecy that the anointed one Moses is going to bring down his empire. So he thought if we stop the Israelite women from eloping, etc., then the anointed one won't come. This is why the men of today use this to stop the female sexuality growing, because they're insecure with it. We condemn that. We know why it's done. But when the ancestors are doing it, it's spiritual cleanliness, hygiene to the creator. God don't want no man to tamper with the black woman's sexuality. He made it there for a reason. So what I'm trying to tell Sister Naifa, Sister Melanie, God is, and Sister Lady D, that this is to prevent women's thing, nothing to do with African. Why don't they understand?
So question. So like in Sierra Leone, when they do it, and they do type 2 or type, or they do a dip, not just the tip, right? And Sierra Leone is in Africa, right? And they're doing African circumcision there because that's what they would say it, right? So I don't want to call it what I want to call it. I want to go by what they calling it, right? And I think that you as a Pan-African would honor what the people are. They're calling it circumcision. They're calling it the same thing that you're calling your stuff. They calling their stuff the same name, right? They're not calling it FGM. So their type of circumcision, do you condemn that type of circumcision?
Is it resembling sewing up, chopping up, and all these things? Is it resembling all those things? Them barbaric practices?
They're doing it. They're doing it unto God. They're doing. They're taking off the lips and the tip of the hood. They're doing the tip of the clitoris and
all
the
of
lip.
it, and the lips, and I condemn all that. That's not the correct way I'm supposed to do it. That's
Okay. So let's say you go to Gambia. Let's say you go to Gambia and they only doing the tip, but they're saying Allahu Akbar after they do it, right? So they're not doing a traditional African spiritual. They're definitely on some Arabized Muslim stuff, right? Do you condemn or condone that? I'm trying to understand, like for you, if they're saying we're chopping it off
Right.
for our God and they're in Africa, is that cool with you?
Well, I've already explained it already that before Abraham we were doing this, but in the time of Abraham, what was sent to them, it was prescribed to take off the tip
So the
of the head
answer
of
is
the
yes.
penis.
So the
Hold on,
answer is
and
yes.
hold on. The tip of the head of the penis and the tip of the clitoris, because it was in line with the African way.
I'm
Because
gonna
when you're
start
dealing
saying,
with
hold on.
Abraham,
Every time
when
you're
you're
not
dealing with
answering the
Abraham, when you're
question
dealing with
directly, I'm gonna say,
Abraham and all that, when you're dealing with Abraham and all that, there, right? They all went to Nile Valley to learn anyway. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. These religions comes out of these particular practices anyway. So when you're trying to tell me, oh, if they're saying Allah Akbar, does that mean if it's in line with what the ancestors did correctly? I'm with that.
When your kids
I'm
was
with that.
little and you said, what is 5 times 5? And then they say, well, when I had 3 apples and then I went and got 4 watermelons, you allowed, you really wanted to hear the rest of the story to get to the answer, or you would just be like, listen, what is 5 times 5? Because I'm asking you a direct question and your answers are never, I don't know if you understand how like people, that's why you get this attitude. That's why people come at you like this, because it's insulting.
No, people do that on the people do that when they're behind the mic. They're not gonna do it in real life. They're not gonna do it in real life. It's just behind the mic. I understand
Wait,
that.
what do you think? You think I wouldn't be talking to you like this if I was in front of you?
You would
What you
never
gonna
be
do,
talking
box
like
me?
that. You would never be talking like that if you was in front of me and that. No man online or woman will be talking that way in front of me and that. I guarantee you that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. And that.
Because what? Because what?
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Because
that's
what?
not gonna happen.
Exactly. I know you're not gonna say why, because you're talking a bunch of fucking bullocks right now. You're talking chatting shit, and you need to calm your shit down.
No, I'm not.
You
I'm
need to
being for
calm
real.
down, brother.
I'm being
You
for
need
real.
to
I'm
calm
being for
down,
real.
Pan-African.
No, I'm being for real
You
though.
need to
No,
calm
but
down,
I'm telling the truth.
Pan-African.
I'm
You're
really telling the truth.
unsynchronized right now,
No, but
Pan-African.
I'm
You're
being very truthful
unsynchronized,
though.
brother.
I'm being very truthful
Brother
though,
Kale,
because
you're
I'm being very
unsynchronized
truthful.
right
No,
now,
I'm
brother
not.
Kale.
No, I'm
Yo,
not.
Born, talk to your
No,
boy
I'm
right
not.
now, Born.
No, I'm not.
Born, talk to
No,
your
I'm
boy
not.
right now.
Brother
Because he don't
Bond,
know who the fuck he's talking to.
Brother Bond. Let me explain something to you, Brother Bond. Nobody in real offline is going to speak to people when on the street, shouting in their yard. No one's going to do that, brother. Nobody does that,
I
you know,
would
brother.
chat whatever
You
the
know
fuck I
that.
want to.
You
I don't
know
wake up
that.
and I don't wake
And
up
I know
next
that,
to you.
right?
You don't pay none of my bills.
Nobody, right? Nobody can go to Melanated Goddess
And I don't
in
even.
offline
Why would
and
I
shout
respect
in her
you? You don't
face.
even. You
No
don't
one
even.
can
You
go
don't
to
even take
Melanated
protect
Goddess. Hold on.
women and
Nobody can go
children.
to Melanated Goddess, right? And shout in her face, shout in the street, shout on the thing. That can never happen to her and that, right? No one can go
Of
to
course it
Sister
can.
Naifa or Lady D and doing them things and that. So what makes you
Of course
think
it can. Anything
that
can
people
happen.
can come in my
You're not
face,
better than no. You ain't no
right?
bad man.
As a
Come on,
grown
anything
man,
can happen to
as a
anybody.
grown man, and
let's relax.
talk to me and shout in my comfort zone as if I'm going to tolerate all that. We have lost
So what
our
are you gonna
mind.
do? What would
We
you
have
do?
lost our
Don't
mind.
say
We
it
lost
online.
our mind.
Don't say online what you
We
would
lost
do.
our
Yeah,
mind.
I already know what you would do, brother. Don't say it online.
What would he do?
We ain't gonna say it online. You know,
We've
what's
lost
understood-
our minds.
He
We've
ain't
lost
gonna
our
do more
minds.
than me.
What's
We
We know
lost. We
what's
lost our
legal
minds.
here in America.
We lost our
We know
mind. We
what's
lost
legal
our
here in America. So come try it.
Yeah, they
Come
didn't
try it.
stop making yours when they didn't stop making them when they made yours, Mel. So let's relax. Everybody got
Well, we got more. Don't play. Don't try to. He just because he got a dick, don't give him no upper hand. The fuck?
What?
I was in the military. All right. I shot weapons. I was in the military.
Hold on, we're
What?
not even talking about that. Kel said he was
Oh,
talking
okay.
to you.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, nobody's talking
I
about
want to make that clear because I don't take lightly a man saying what the fuck he would do and what not gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen with me. So you lower that shit down, Kale. Lower that shit down. You want respect, but you don't give respect. You want respect, but you don't want to give respect. I don't give a fuck.
How the unsynchronization
You want
because I
respect.
said,
Oh,
I said,
you
no
been
man. Hold on. I said no man, no woman. You know, brother, you heard me clearly.
I don't give a fuck.
No man, no woman in my real
care.
offline
I heard
is going
you
to
the
be
first
coming
time.
and
I heard you the
shouting in
first
my
time.
face as
I
if I'm
heard you
going to
the first
tolerate that.
time.
And she made it as
You
I'm talking
listen, and
only
ain't
for
no
women.
man gonna tell
This
me
makes no
what I
sense.
can and cannot do. Let me
This
tell
makes
you,
no
you
sense.
not the
This makes no
only
sense.
bad
And
man. You not the
then
only
she
bad man.
says,
I'm telling you. I'm
she's
telling
been
you.
in the army. She's been in
Because
the
you
army,
accustomed to thinking
etc.,
that women is
etc.
so
You see, but you
unprotected.
know what,
No,
brother? You know what,
you just
brother?
don't
You know what,
provide the
brother?
protection.
You know what, brother? When I'm in Africa, when I'm in Africa, when I'm
You
in
are
Africa,
just the one
younger
that
and that,
don't
right?
protect women.
I
Don't
know
think that
how
I'm an
to
unprotected
operate
woman.
Berettas.
Kale,
I
don't think
know
I'm an
how to
unprotected
operate
woman. You
firearms.
want to
I
talk
know how
like
to
that
do
to
all them
women. Could
things.
somebody talk like
You
that to
see,
your wife?
because when
Could
we're
somebody
dealing
talk
with
like that to your wife?
political
I bet not.
science
So don't
and
do that
military
shit
science,
here.
brother, you have
Don't
to
do that
know
shit
how to
here.
operate weapons.
Don't do
You
that
have
shit
to know
here.
how to operate, how to maneuver in
I
your.
need to
I know
give me
about all them
a
things.
music
That's why
break,
we
You
were
man.
taken into Africa and
are
places like that.
accustomed to
You see,
because
so the
nobody
thing
can
is,
be
what
sitting there
I'm
talking
saying
like
is, and
that
that
to your
right.
wife.
What I'm saying is, nobody, right, is gonna come in my face, man or woman, and try
FGM
and talk to me that way
sympathizer.
as if I'm gonna tolerate that.
You're an FGM
That's what I'm
sympathizer.
saying. That's what
Yup.
I'm saying, and
Now
that,
I'm
and
turning
I'm
up
being
on your ass.
truthful.
Now
You
I'm
see,
turning up on your
and
ass.
I'm being
FGM
truthful
sympathizer.
because you see, because if I'm in my everyday life
No.
and people are shouting in my house, shouting in the
Listen.
street,
You
shouting at my
the
workplace,
wrong
in my
moderator
business and
because
that,
you
but what do
so
you think's gonna
biased.
happen?
I'm not biased.
That-
I just don't want this
right.
conversation to get in the mud.
It
Like
doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
he started it.
I understand, Mel. I do.
He the one that started it.
I
This could
understand.
never happen in my face. He the one that took the shit there.
I do.
So I'm gonna finish that shit. Fuck that. He not gonna be talking to me like that because he the one that took it there. Now he want to climb victim. You ain't no victim.
Brother Bon.
I just wish I
When
would
we're
have
having a
another time.
conversation,
Let's keep it a conversation, though. I
You
mean,
always
right,
going gangster with
and
a
that's
woman.
what I
You were
want to
gangster
do,
with the
brother.
girl. You were
That's what I want
gangster
to
with
do,
the
you know,
lady
brother.
KK
That's what I
yesterday.
want to do, you
You
know,
were
brother.
gangster with
That's
the
what I want to
lady
do, you know,
KK yesterday. Now
brother.
you gangster with
Brother.
me. You gangster with women. You don't protect with black women children. You don't care about their clitoris. You care
Now
about the
listen,
culture
listen to all
of
this
these
now. Listen
men
to this
who
now.
protect
Listen
their
to this now.
culture. You want to protect their culture.
Listen to this now. Listen.
No, listen,
Unfortunately,
listen. You
melanated.
gotta shut up to listen. You gotta shut
Unfortunately,
up to
melanated
listen.
goddess, right? I was raised with black women. I do not
I don't
believe
care. I
that
don't care. It's
black
hard to
women are
tell. It's
lower
hard
than
to
man.
tell.
My
It's hard to
teachers
tell.
were black
let's get
women.
it. All
I've
right, come
helped
on,
out
guys.
many
One at a
black
time.
women
One at a
with
time.
jobs. I've helped out many black women with security. You see, because when
Who
black women are
cares?
owning shops, in Kings Heath High Street in Birmingham, and the Asians are trying to destroy it with their hair shop, it was Kale who got security to protect the Nigerian woman. Do not tell me I don't protect no black
Let's
woman.
break out the
Don't tell me I don't
violins
protect
for
no black woman and
Kale.
that. I flipping
Everybody
got my
put
own
violins in the
security
chat.
company, right, that protects
Everybody
people and
put
that.
violins
So
in
you're
the
talking
chat for
about.
Kale.
No, not violence, but he should be
I'm about
applauded
to
for
put the
that.
violins my damn self. Where the chat at?
Yeah.
He need violins
But yeah, let's just try
to
to keep it
play his next
conversation
tune.
related. Yeah, let's don't worry about what people would say if they was face to face because it's online. That's the weird thing that sometimes gets me upset about online because people are free to say whatever they want to say, and Kale does have a point. Some people, not saying you, Mel, but some people do say things online that maybe they would not say in a person's face.
Why did he say that when I
Here's
was
the
talking,
thing, though,
Born?
Born. Here's the
You
thing
know what
with
I
this,
mean?
though, and even if he
Why
does
did he
have a
say that when
point.
I was talking? He was talking to me,
One
Born.
second.
Don't do that.
One
He
second,
was.
Born.
I'm just
This
being
is
the
the
moderator.
problem that I
So
agree
he
with Mel
so
on.
so he so
One
he
second.
brought that
This is the
energy, not
problem I agree
me.
with
And then he
Mel on,
tried to
right?
turn it around and was like, "Oh, melanated wouldn't let no. You brought that energy to me that I wouldn't be saying that in your face, right? You was puffing up your chest to me."
Hello.
Yeah, so yeah, bro. So
I'm
yeah.
here.
I
This is
thought
why
that
I
was
have the
me.
problem with it, Born, because you notice what happens, and this is why I took a step back and allowed it to continue, because I want you to enter. When he calls me a liar next time, make sure you know Lady D ain't no liar. And this is what Kel does. Now, you notice when I call out the fact that he has all this energy for the sisters, especially us, the black sisters, yeah? He's got all this energy where he was to just turn up to him. Whenever he goes over to Maku and fucking Jedi, this is the attitude he comes back with, yeah? With his turn up thing where he want to turn up on the sisters them. But then
Come on,
same same
Let's try
boy
not to
there,
leave
them
everybody's name.
same boy there will done his blood
Yeah,
cleat
come on,
dance,
Lady
done
D.
out
Lady D, come
Marcus
on, Lady
Garvey,
D. Let's
done
try
out
not
the
to
red.
bring
No,
everybody's
because we're gonna.
name,
I
Lady D.
never had Kel once Bumberclot jump up and tell them why they said they not say them thing there to his face.
I've
Me
heard
and
Never
Kel.
brother,
I've
heard
heard
him
me
do
Kel.
it.
and
Yeah.
I've
me
heard
and
Kel.
brother
Let's be
Snipes, me and
consistent.
I've heard
brother
Let's be
Kel.
Snipes have
Come on,
had
consistent.
man.
our
All
battles.
right, now
We've
this
had
guy,
our
this,
very harsh,
Kel,
intense
don't
battles.
fall into that.
Me
Don't
and
fall
brother
into that,
Jedi,
Kel.
we've had the same thing. What
Kel,
is this
you can't fall
competing
into
with?
that
We got to
though,
do. I
bro.
just don't understand.
Yeah, see, that's the
Go on,
problem
brother
when we
Born.
start bringing up
What
other
you don't
people's
understand is your
name, man,
energy when you're
because
dealing
now
with
it
the
becomes a
sisters. That's the
clip.
only thing
It
you
becomes a
need to
clip. It
understand,
becomes
brother Kel, is your energy dealing with sisters. The same sisters you claim you ride for, your black first, you're all this first, but you have the most energy for the fucking sisters. Now you need to look at yourself for that. We can't help you with
Sister,
that. But
So
I
Melanie
don't
got
have
in a
so
very
no.
good
I don't have
point.
no
You
when
got the
energy for no
energy for
sisters.
her. You had the
I don't have
energy
no
last night
energy
for
for no
Killer
sisters.
K. You have the energy for the women them. Have that same bumper clock energy for the boy them that done your dance every time you go on panel. Keep that
so
energy. Keep
Now,
that
brother
energy.
Born, brother Born, brother Born.
oh boy.
Let me
yeah.
tell you something, brother Born. First of all, brother, right? Nobody's gonna done my dance. You see what I'm saying in that, right? You got an Asian woman coming on the panel. She's done it twice, brother. I'm from Handsworth. You see what I'm saying in that, right? So
Yeah.
Handsworth and Aston is predominantly affiliation. You see what I'm saying in that, right?
Yeah.
My relatives are in them places. You see? So when you get an Asian woman who don't know nothing coming on the panel and mentioning my relatives' names on panel, and I'm thinking to myself, why is she mentioning relatives' name, etc.? Relatives who ride and die on street, brother. And you know, brother Kel don't come online and speak about no gang affiliation. I gotta put that one in place. You see, because people listen to these live things, you see, and people will talk, etc. Now, here's the thing: what they don't understand, right? I got blood relatives in North London, right, and South London. Sniper and Jedi, them mans know my relatives, you know, but I don't tell them who they really are. I don't need to go online and make sure who my people are and that. You see what I'm saying? I don't need to. I'm not here to kind of converse and go, oh, I'm related to him, etc. and that, right? I've had my debates with brother Sniper, brother Jedi. Some of
Yeah,
it's been fruitful,
no,
some
you
of it's
just
been
Kev,
intense.
you don't have to
Do you
explain
understand?
yourself
I don't
on that.
understand why we
Yeah,
keep
yeah, stop,
mentioning
stop,
this
stop,
already,
stop. Kev,
right?
stop. You don't have to explain yourself on that. That's some internet shit. I don't even like when other people's names that they even hear names get brought up, man, because then that be clips. It turns to clips and internet, and it goes
I
to this
don't give a
channel,
fuck
to that
about
channel.
kids. Jedi and fucking Mac can clip all the fuck they
Yeah,
want.
but
Happy
why
clip
even
away.
bring them
My
up
point
You
though?
know
is
what I
this.
mean?
My
I
point
don't have
is
no
this.
problem
When
with the Sun
Ultra was
sisters
done it,
or the
listen,
Sun
listen, listen,
brothers.
listen. I'm not having this, man. I kept quiet long enough.
Come
When
on, Lady
Ultra
D,
was
don't
done
do
in
that.
your clout last night, you never had this energy, is my point. But you always got it for the sisters,
Who?
Kel, and it's very clear. When Ultra was bunning you up last night, I never hear you talk about let's come. Wait, you never had this energy in my face. You never did none of this. It's only towards sisters you've got this energy. The same sisters you claim that you ride out for, the same black first you keep going on. But the energy is always negative when it comes to us when we call you out. When man them call you out, you ain't got that. You want to pipe that. Man them's dashing you off the fucking back and throwing you in the panels, banning out Marcus Garvey, banning out Red, Black and Green. You don't have this, oh, when I see you and really, but make a sister do it. Make a woman do it. You've got all the energy in the world. And I've noticed
Now,
how you
brother,
handle Mel, you know,
can you see
and I
the
kept quiet. I kept quiet to see if
can
you're
you see
gonna
the
deal with
can you
her
see
the way you
the
deal with
trickery right
Ultra. You
now,
didn't
brother
deal with
Born?
Ultra
Can
like
you see
that.
the
Now
trickery
you're a
right
liar.
now?
I've
And now
seen
you're
Kel
gonna
do
call
it
me a
both
Because
ways,
liar.
because
though,
You're
Lady
gonna
hold on,
D.
call me
hold
a
on, hold
liar.
on, hold
Go
on.
on, call
Because you
me a
know what,
liar.
brother Born? You know, brother
Lady,
Born, right?
let him respond because I want to get in after he speaks. Go ahead.
You see, brother, bro. Oh, you want to say something, brother Born? Go on, brother Born. Go on.
Oh, I was just saying I've seen personally online that Kel does have the same energy. I haven't been shout out to my brother Bigger, but I haven't really heard Kel on G Block like that lately. I've been, you know what I'm saying, but I have heard Kel go back and forth and keep the same energy with men on the panel also, and even
And
to
he
speak
told
to
them
that.
they're not going to say that in his face. He said that to them.
Yes, absolutely, man. And I'll speak to this though, because I can't speak for Kel, but let me speak for me. Like, and I try not to go that way, but from time to time, you'll hear me say the same thing. Just because if you're arguing and going back and forth online every day, and then sometimes you do just gotta say, hold on, man, who the fuck am I talking to? Like, you wouldn't dare say that in my face. So I do understand.
But if that's how men want to interact with men, who am I to say you guys shouldn't? But me and you don't agree. You ever said that to me, boy? Come on.
Oh, fuck! I've never said that to a female. Well,
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to because you understand because you're a man, right? You're a
Yeah,
man, and you
Mel, let
understand
me,
the magnitude
Mel,
of
let
what
me
that
clean it
would
up.
actually mean
But
when you
Mel,
say that to a woman.
no, I got you, Mel, but let me clean that up though. Let me clean it up because somebody will clip that and play a clip of me saying that to a woman. I do. I remember specifically about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I did say that to a woman, but to put it in context, that woman was really, really disrespectful. But go ahead, man. Sorry.
You understand what that would mean when, as a man, when you're saying that to a woman, right? You can't like backtrack and say I wasn't getting aggressive. You just cannot backtrack and say I wasn't getting aggressive. Like it's a term of aggression.
I can't
Okay.
speak. I can't speak for
So,
Okay,
brother
men. I
Born.
know when I do
Okay,
it.
so brother
I
Born.
do it.
and when we want to talk about how that energy shifted, right? Like I definitely know I speak with a real passionate type of way, but I ain't call you no name, you pussy this, you that, and you bag it, you dumb. I ain't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't say, man, say if you was in front of me, boy, I slap shit. I didn't do none of that. I didn't take this energy nowhere. You did, Kale. You gotta own that. You gotta take that L. You did that, not me. Don't try to
Okay.
change this as
And then
melanated.
No,
afterwards, tell
no,
us
no.
about
I'm
how
not changing.
emotional
Hold
you
on, hold on. Now,
controlled.
brother Born.
And then
Hold on, hold on,
afterwards,
brother
tell
Born.
us about
Brother
how
Born.
you
Brother Born.
control.
Brother Born. I'm saying, brother Born, right? I'm gonna be honest with you now. I've said this many times, right? We are behind a mic, so people are gonna say things, etc., right?
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that reality, right? I know myself. You see what I'm saying in that, right? Nobody, brother. I swear to God, in my real life, the way I carry myself, who I am, etc., is gonna be shouting in my house, or shouting at me in my business, or shouting on the street, as if I'm gonna tolerate that, man or woman, and that. What are you doing? You see? But the
Especially a
problem
woman.
is that the problem is, brother. The problem is that I'm very humble person. When I come on a panel, I'm very polite and humble. You see what I'm saying in that, right? I overlook many things, you see? But in my everyday life, do you think people is going to be shouting and saying this and stuff? Brother, who communicates like that, brother? Let's keep it 100. Who communicates like that? You see what I'm saying in that, right? I'm a very important brother. You see what I'm saying? Like other people, no one's going to be talking to me that way. And I'm just keeping it 100. It's not being horrible. It's not being aggressive. It's telling the truth. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying? But
okay. I'm
online,
all
I
right. I'm done.
understand. We're gonna.
I'm done with that. Okay. I want to talk to Brother Bourne, right? Since we not talking to each other, I want to talk to Brother Bourne.
Okay. Yeah. Talk through
Okay.
me.
So Bourne, when on these panels, right? When people have had certain positions, whether they're talking about flat Earth, whether they're talking about let's say I don't know, the age of Aisha when she got married, or if they're talking about, you know, whether or not a certain particular African country was converted to Islam by force or by trade, right, or something like that, was it willingly, whatever, right?
Yeah.
People disseminate information, and there have been times where a person is like, "Wow, I didn't know that it was by force." Da, 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 right? And they have a new understanding. You know what? At first I didn't see it that way, but I could see, where you coming from with that X, Y, and Z, right? Throughout this whole conversation, we have given really firm rebuttals, information on hygiene, information on complications from these procedures. We have made a strong emphasis, highlighted that he's not focusing on the actual children themselves, but as a preservation of the culture that is actually causing harm to the children. And never has he said, I mean, I haven't really looked at it like from the eyes of he's not even trying to listen. He's not even trying to say that. You know why? Because he got to stay on code. So stay on code and be wrong, son. Don't you because you going down in flames, agreeing and being a FGM apologist. You are.
Okay. All right, Kel. Now, Kel, before you go, I do have to ask Sister Melanated something right now. Have we looked at the effects, the long-term effects, or the pros and the cons, or of just snipping the tip? because what you guys were explaining to me was like full mutilation. And another thing, Brother Kale doesn't like the word the phrase female genital mutilation. He's saying this is just a simple circumcision, snip the tip, like our great ancestor Imhotep taught us. If you read his studies, that we don't know. I don't think you ladies have
Yeah.
brought.
Okay. Yes.
Born,
Yeah. So
no,
yes.
Born, you're
To
not
answer
being
your question,
honest
Born
now.
Rich.
1 second, Mel. Born, you're not being honest because you literally heard me come off the mic to come and ask it. I said, Kel, can you give us how are we assessing that this was actually a healthy practice that the ancestors were practicing? What did he tell me to do? Go and read that. He won't answer a direct question. You're
No, hold
missing the
on. You
point.
talking about You talking about he won't listen. We're not talking about what I'm not talking about what the ancestors did. I don't know what you're talking about, Lady D. I'm talking about present day, right? And there is present day information about the amount of children that die from infection alone.
Okay, but Mel,
Right?
but
There,
Kel,
hold on, Born. Listen, I don't want to give you a part of my answer.
Sorry.
Infection, inability to get pregnant, inability to feel sensation. Those are long term, if not life threatening consequences. Right?
I agree. Yes. I
Right.
agree. Can I say something,
Life.
Mel, real quick, Mel? But Kel is on the record of saying he doesn't agree with the way that they're doing it now. What you guys will consider female genital mutilation is not.
No, I'm
what
talking about
Kel
snipping the
agrees
tip.
to.
It can still get infected, Born. That is the
How
tip
do
of
you
the.
know that, Mel?
Because they are not doing it in hospitals. You acting like in Africa, all over, it's like hospitals everywhere. That joint is just being done like on the dirt road. What you talking about, bruh? I'm literally trying to tell you, it is being done by a razor blade. Like when you are slicing stuff in your house, like you're caulking.
Okay, Mel. Okay.
Yes, it is being done with a razor, a little Gillette razor.
Okay, Mel. Shit. Okay. All right.
That's what I. Thank you. Yes. So you telling me
But the point is this, though, sis. This is where I'm still struggling at the first hurdle. My thing is this: before we even get to present day, past, whatever the case is, what are the benefits of this? Whether it's the snip, whether it's the full, I don't care which one, type A, B, C, X, Y, and Z. I don't give a shit. What are the benefits and what are the actual non-benefits of it? Which is more
the pros and
detrimental?
cons.
He
Yeah, that's
answered
what
that
I want to.
already. He
I know
answered
a
that. He said
benefit
the
is
spiritual cleanliness.
Yeah, spiritual and
How is he
cleanliness.
assessing this? How is
And
he
he may
assessing that
have
to
a
be
point
a
with
net point?
cleanliness. All right, Lady D. All right, Lady D, no, because I don't have a clip. So, but I can.
And he said it can get air. The clitoris can breathe now.
Yes.
All right, and
Yes,
what
he said that.
scientific method did he use to judge this assessment? How has he come to this conclusion? This is the point I'm getting at.
No,
How are
he's
we
not.
getting to this conclusion?
Our great ancestor, Dr. Imhotep, right now.
Allow it, man.
If no, allow it. But if we studied, our Nile Valley research and our ancient Kemetic
You see the disrespectful for the ancestors, brother. An African
But my
descendant
clitoris
is
don't need to breathe.
disrespecting
My clitoris
ancient
don't need to
African
breathe.
things. I
How
can't
you
believe
gonna
it.
say that, Mel? You don't know because
My clitoris don't. It's fine and it's not infected. So that's
well, let me
evidence. That's
see it.
research. That's
Let me
in the
see
moment
it.
research.
Let me see
It's
it and I'll
never
tell you.
been.
Let me see
It's
it.
never.
Let
It's
me
not
see it.
infected and it's
Well, let
not.
me
It
see
don't
it.
get
Let me
air
see it,
unless
Mel.
it's time to party. That's the only time it's getting air. Is when it's time to party. The rest of the time it's covered up. It's nice and whatever the body juices is doing is supposed to
It's
be
not
there.
clean,
Everything
Mel.
is supposed to be
But it's
there.
not clean, Mel. Because listen, when
It's
you got a
clean.
hood,
That's
let
how
me
the
explain
creator
it.
created it. Who the frig is you to tell me
Let
the
me
creator
tell you.
made a mistake?
If it has a hood on it,
Born
if it
Rich,
has
I'm
a
a
hood
female,
on it,
yeah.
The
it's
creator put the hood there.
Hold on, Born Rich, you've
okay.
got three females on the panel, right? We
Yeah.
understand as females that have vaginas. We're talking as females now. We understand that the Most High was so intelligent, yeah, that he made us with our vaginas being self-cleansing. It can clean itself,
Okay.
right?
Well,
So
let me
why, again, when I ask the question, can somebody give us any reasons as to why, whether it's the clip, whether it's the type 1 to type 2 to type 200,000, I don't care which type you want to use, what is the purpose of it? Why can't I get a straight answer? If the Most High made it where the vagina can clean itself, can somebody explain to me what's the purpose of this practice?
Well, let me ask you this though. I can't answer that. I don't know the answer, but let me tell you this. Why did I have to get circumcised? So obviously somebody thought the way the Most High made me with a hoodie on, right? Somebody saw
And we
my
think they
hoodie.
was wrong.
My mom saw that hoodie and said, "No, let's take my son's hoodie off." So we're not gonna use this most high
But she was indoctrinated just like I was, just like all those women who are making circumcising their little girls. That doesn't make it right.
No.
We're saying we got it wrong.
Oh,
we got it wrong. It's okay. Like what I'm saying is that just because your ancestors did something doesn't mean that it was something right to do. And I even gave another analogy. I said, what if our ancestors felt that having children with your children was a way to honor God? Would you have a problem speaking openly against that? And then Kale of course, he's not going to answer a direct question. So we didn't get a direct answer. He didn't. Because then I would, it's like when he knows he's going to, if I say no, I can't say that. I got to do all this jibber jabber stuff and say a bunch of nothing. But he definitely didn't answer. If the ancestors felt you as a man, you have a child with your daughter, and that is an honor to the Most High God, and you know that your great, 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 great grandfather did that, do you have a problem saying that all of that is abomination? That is wrong. The ancestors should not have done that. Do you have a problem saying that? He's not going to say yes. He's going to say, if it was unto God, that's their religion. Who am I to say? There's African people. That's the way they did it in Africa back then. All of that nonsense. That's nonsense.
Well, let's let Kale go. Lady D, real quick, hold it down. I got to step out for like 5 minutes. But go ahead, brother Kale. I see you.
Yeah, I'm going to let him speak.
Go ahead, brother Kale. I see you unmuted your mic. I thought you wanted to say something.
Yeah, as I said, my stance is clear on it. You know what I mean? Personally, and that in my family, some of them are Abrahamic, some of them are not. My Rastafari uncles, etc., and that they all got my cousins circumcised, etc., and that. You see what I'm saying? I'm circumcised. You see what I'm saying? That my dad's circumcised. You see what I'm saying? And that, right? So for me, it's like that is how it is. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna take away the practices what the ancient Africans did because of what the Arabs etc. are doing and put that all together and that. Nah, man, gotta protect the culture. We gotta preserve the culture and that. You see what I'm saying? I told Lady D already. There's Rastafarian Pan Africanism with due respect. Yeah.
Just because it's cultural, does that then make it right? That's the whole point of my argument from yesterday. Is it just simply because it's cultural and it's practiced in Africa from generations and generations and generations, does that then make it right? Can we not look at certain things that we're practicing and say, no, actually it's wrong? Is that a crime?
If it's the wrong way of doing it, then we can definitely condemn it. I'm not condemning African culture that does it the correct way or anything to do helping our people that is productive. And I will never do that. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I've been raised. You know what I'm saying? I'm an Africanist and that. I'm not burning out my culture and that. I'm not doing it. With all due respect, I'm not doing it.
Hey, real quick before I leave though, but Melanated is saying that her clit comes out of the shell when it's time to have fun. It's the funniest, it's the funniest thing I've heard of. Oh my god.
Yeah, but brother Bon, when the woman's aroused, right, that happens anyway. Even with the ones that has that, it happens anyway. So that's what I'm saying. It's like
there are women who are circumcised who say that they don't even have sensation and he has no, because he doesn't have he has no, we could tell him stories after stories after stories of the actual experiences of these women. And it goes like he didn't even hear it. He doesn't even acknowledge that he heard it. It's not like, oh, really? A woman said that? Like he doesn't give any statements to show that he is listening at all. It's penetrating his ears and his heart at all. You see what I'm saying? Because when he's saying that the women can still get aroused, she can get aroused from her mind. You don't know if she's getting aroused from sensation, because there are women who say that a dude can rub it all day. She's not feeling nothing. You think that's okay. I guess you think that's okay.
Okay, but Melanated Goddess, right? Man. Before marriage, I know that
for me personally, and that I'm circumcised and that, and I got all the sensitivity and that. You see what I'm saying? And that,
You
right?
don't have
I've
all the
dealt,
sensitivity. You have all
hold
the
on, beloved.
sensitivity
Can you
that
allow
you
me? Can you allow
know.
me to finish? Right? I've dealt with women, right? I've dealt with some women that has had that with them with the clips in, and they get the pleasures in that. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, when we're dealing with pleasures, you know what I mean? There's a way how to kind of activate and trigger to get that thing out. Now, I'm not saying the FGM thing should be done. You see what I'm saying? That because that you're taking away the pleasures of the man and the woman. Because even in some places, they rip off the whole skin of the man. I think they do it in Sudan. Yeah, they rip it all off. Now that there, I condemn that. You see, and they do it to the woman as well, not just in Sudan. But the point is, if it's done correctly for a traditional way, and I cannot condemn that at all. I
Is it
can't.
possible for a woman to not have sensation through circumcision?
If it's done the
Is it
FGM way, of
possible was
course,
my
yeah.
question.
If it's
Is
done
it
that way,
possible? Is it
if it's
possible was my question. So the answer, you can either say it is possible or it's not possible. Anything else is not answering my question. Is it possible?
it's possible if it's done the FGM way.
If
Yeah.
it's no, is it? I said circumcision. I literally just said, is
Sister,
it
no,
possible?
sister. I know what your sister. No, I can't, sister.
So when you
Because
cut the tip,
circumcision.
so no, so let me ask them. So when you cut the tip, of the clitoris, that
Right.
cannot take away any sensation. That's what you're saying?
The correct way? No, it doesn't. No.
No, that's not
Because
scientific. That has not been
that's not
proven. That's
sister.
all in your
Sister.
imagination. That
Sister,
is
hold on,
that's your
sister.
imagination.
If the top part, right, the little part of the hood of the clit is removed, right, when the
No, it's
woman's
cut. It's
aroused,
cut. I didn't
sister,
say
you've got it. We're
remove.
not on about
But you're
cutting the clit,
changing what
though.
I'm
We're not on
saying.
about the
Born, can you tell
sensitivity
him he's
of it.
changing
We're
what I'm
talking about
saying?
this. We're
Born.
talking about right. We're talking about
Lady
Nah,
D.
hear her out
the hood part.
completely. Hear her out
You're
completely, then
changing what I'm
respond.
saying, and then
Yeah,
you're
go on,
answering
Born.
what
Go
you're
on.
saying. You're not answering what I'm saying. You're answering what you're saying. Because I said if it's
I've
cut,
answered. I've
meaning
answered what you said, beloved. I've answered
so
what you
listen,
said. I
there's
have.
a form of circumcision where all they do is
Right.
make a slice in it. They don't cut it off at the top. They make a slice with the blade. They just make a line in it. They don't even cut part of it off. What I'm saying is that is it possible that when you cut it, I didn't say cut it off, cut a tip off. I said cut it. That
The correct way. The correct way.
whatever way that Kale says it is correct, whatever way, but you put a
What the
cut in it,
ancestors done.
brother. You put a freaking cut in it. I'm not saying none of it is correct for me. So if you're gonna ask me, it's not correct, right? I'm saying if you put a cut on the clitoris, does the cut itself reduce sensation that the person feels?
No, if it's done the correct way, it doesn't. And I know that
And I'm
101.
saying that's not factual.
What do you mean?
You cannot prove no.
Sister.
So if you're just making that claim, can you provide evidence that if let's say you took you had on a ring and you was cleaning yourself and the ring scratched it, right? Where's the evidence that now your clitoris has the same sensation that it had before it had the scratch? Because I'm saying that a cut on the clitoris changes the person's ability to feel sensation. So the more that you cut, the more sensation is lost.
But is Kale saying that though? But is Kale saying you
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, brother Born. Thank you.
No, he said the tip of the clitoris.
The foreskin of the clitoris, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Foreskin. Come on, man. We know.
Thank you. Thank
I don't
you.
know.
Thank
Listen,
you.
I got a pum pum. I don't know what y'all talk about.
How can you not know what we're talking about when you've got the foreskin that covers the clitoris? Sister Melanated Goddess, you're playing game on me now.
Okay, so
you're
you
using sonology.
hold on. Lady D, hold on. You talking to Boy and I'm talking to Lady D.
Melanated, louder sonology.
Lady D.
Yeah, she's using sonology on me. That's what she's doing. She knows all females have a foreskin like that, right?
Lady D, did he not say, first he talked about the skin that covers it. Did he not say you just clip the tip? The tip, you can't clip the tip of a foreskin. You clip the tip of the clitoris. Stop it. Did he not just say? Did he not say
Melanated
both
goddess.
things?
Melanated goddess.
Lady D, hold on. I'm
Melanated
talking to Lady D.
goddess.
No, no.
But
I'm talking
that's
to Lady
what's
D.
been
Hold
referred
on. I'm
to,
talking to
though.
Lady brother.
All right, let her
Lady
speak.
D.
Let her
Yeah,
speak. Go
yeah.
on,
She
sis.
just
I'm
it's
waiting for
sonology.
Lady D
She's
to speak.
sonology, man. Sonology,
Lady
man.
D,
What?
what did he
Bro,
say?
it is, man.
Did he say the clitoris? Did he say the tip of the clitoris and the foreskin, or did he just say the foreskin? He's the only time we talking about the foreskin.
Brother Cal?
I'm asking you, Lady D, what was he talking about?
Right, because he's going to call me a liar, sis, so I'm scared. So,
No,
Brother
go ahead
Cal?
and answer.
Just don't lie.
Sister,
Just don't lie,
this
Lady D.
doesn't make any sense, you know.
Go ahead, let her answer. Go ahead, Lady D.
Don't lie, Lady D. Answer.
I'm not answering because I like to get called. I don't want to get called a liar again. Go on, Brother Cal. Respond. Which one did you
Oh
say?
Okay.
boy.
The tip? The foot? What is it?
So
Come on.
hold on, because the question what we've been speaking about, etc., is about the foreskin of the man and the woman. You see, that's what the whole thing was about. You see, and they take off that foreskin of the man and of the woman as well. That's what the ancestors did. The tip of it. You see, but now you're talking about the actual clitoris. No, you cannot take off the actual clitoris. We're talking about the foreskin. That's what we've been speaking about from before. You see, I'm circumcised. The foreskin's removed. That's
And I
it.
will
I
say this.
still got
And
the
I will say this.
sensation.
And let me say this though. And please, ladies, don't please don't act like you guys are ignorant to the foreskin term, because you were using the term hood at first, right? I heard that from one of the ladies on the panel when I first joined this stream. Y'all said the hood, the hood, the hood, the hood. So now we can't be disingenuous and say he's talking about the actual clit when you guys
I
use
even said the hood as well. I even said the hood as well. I
you
even said
guys
it.
I've
Yeah.
never
use the
used
term
that
hood.
word, so I don't know.
I don't know what
I've
you're talking about because he definitely said
It
the
might have
tip
been
of the
nine. It
clitoris.
might have been nine.
but I've used the hood as I was using. I've referenced many times and the
We
hood. That's what we're referring
I'm
to.
glad
That
Nanita is going to review this show tomorrow because we are not
well,
about to act like. Listen, I'm not about to act like you're not. I'm not about to just. You can deny it now, right? But we have been talking for hours, and you have definitely said the tip of the clitoris, the tip. When Nine put you have said the tip of the
All right, let me
clitoris.
just be honest. Brother Kel, when I woke up back and I heard you, you definitely mentioned the tip. You said there's the tip that some of us just use the tip and some of us do the full mutilation. Even Bourne himself said it. So we're not gonna act like you didn't say that. You did say it, and now call me a liar. Go on.
now here's the problem with all of these now, right? We're talking about circumcision and FGM, right? Now, when we're dealing with the foreskin, the hood, which I said many times, right? And the tip of the clit, I'm referring to that skin that covers the whole what's in, because I said to melanated goddess before, how are you gonna lose sensation when the clit grows when the woman's aroused? It grows out. That's why and I've said that many times. Do you understand? Not the actual sensation of the clit. You can't do that's not the correct way what the ancestors did. I'm talking about the skin that covers it. That's why I said many times, Brother Bon, when Brother Belly was on the show, I said that when that thing covers the clitoris and the penis of the man, right? The ancestors believe if you remove a little bit of it so air can get there. I said that. That's what I'm referring to. Right. That's on the show. But as for chopping up the woman's clitoris, that no, brother, nah,
You
man, no,
said
sir.
take the tip off
No,
of the
no, no, no,
clitoris.
no,
You
no, no,
did.
no, no. Then
Oh my
Brother,
God,
you
you're
did say that.
lying.
Brother
you've
You're
Cal, you
misunderstood.
lying.
did say that.
You're
You did
lying
say
right
that. And if you
now.
play back the show, we can play you back
Sister,
saying it. Let me find it,
sister,
actually.
sister. Okay, and then when we play back, when me, Brother Veli, and Sister Knife and yourself, I think you were there, when we're talking about the thing that covers
Yes, you
the
talk. We
penis,
saying that you
covers
said
the
both.
what's the name,
You
right?
definitely said
Covers the
both.
thing that
Kale, you said both. Yes, Kale, you
removed that
said both.
because of hygiene reasons. So that's what I'm
Yes,
referring
you
to.
said both. You said the tip and the skin that covers
The
it. You
foreskin,
said
the foreskin.
both. I'm agreeing. You said
But the
both. You said the tip
okay.
of the clitoris and the foreskin. Yes. You said the foreskin, but you are right now you're backtracking and you're saying that you didn't say the tip of the clitoris, but you did. You did. Now you could say you
Sister,
take it back. You said
sister.
you could take it back. Maybe I misspoke. You need to,
If there was a misunderstanding, I'll take that back. But I
Here we go.
wasn't referring to that because early before I was referring to the thing that covers the what, and we were speaking about that on G Block show anyway. That's what I'm referring to. That skin that covers the entire
That's definitely not what
clitoris
they were talking
and the
about on the
penis.
G block
But
because
yeah,
Betty
it was.
said let
Right.
me tell you why
Okay.
I'm saying that we didn't that
Right.
they did not. I can tell you they were
Okay.
not talking about that on the G block because Betty said that when you cut the tip of the clitoris, that is not the only place a woman gets sensation because the clitoris extends all the way into the vagina. You remember her saying that, and that she can have an orgasm through penetration internally. So she
Right.
definitely spoke about cutting the tip. You was definitely on board with cutting the tip. It's not the full thing. It's da 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 da. The same things you were saying today, Kale. You said you're not cutting
Okay,
off the whole clitoris. You said the tip of the clitoris.
Here's the thing in that, right? Here's the thing. I'm referring to the skin that covers the whole Watson. That's what I was referring to. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not talking about the inside what extends out when a woman's around. I'm not talking about that at all. And that. So if people got confused by that, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the skin that covers the clitoris as well as the head of the penis. That's what I'm referring to. That the answer is removed.
So let me address something that you mentioned earlier, right? About if all you experience in your life is a certain level of sensation, right? Then and I'm not saying that it's not pleasurable, but to you that's sensation. So you can't imagine that there being more sensation. So you're like, okay, I'm having a sensatiable time, right? Just like if you are having intercourse with a circumcised woman and she seems to have sensation, you're like, she seems to be having sensation. She can't imagine, she's never experienced more sensation. When you speak to, or if you actually believe what science says around an uncircumcised man, right? What happens is the tip of your penis doesn't get stimulated from your underwear or your jeans or anything because it's protected. So that when it is party time and it's out and time to go, it's getting sensation way more because your penis becomes desensitized from your underwear and from your pants. So it's constantly getting stimulated, which means it needs more sensation to get stimulated than a penis that is protected and covered. Just like a clitoris that
Yo,
is
Melanie,
covered,
you're
a
dropping
clitoris.
bombs.
A
That
clitoris
You're
makes
dropping
no
covered.
bombs.
that
Hold
Yeah,
that
on,
that
hold
that
hold
on.
make
on,
that
listen.
Yeah,
that
that's
makes no
facts.
sense. That
Okay,
makes no sense
listen.
at all.
That's facts.
That makes no
That's
sense at
facts.
all.
And
Listen.
hold on a second. You know what as well?
Oh my
You know
God.
what? You know what the funniest thing
That don't
is?
make no
It
sense
makes
at all.
total
That don't
sense.
make
Well,
no
Rich,
sense at all. No, it doesn't.
this
Calm down.
this
One
fuckery that
second.
Kel's talking about?
Everyone calm
No,
down.
hold on, wait, no, wait,
What everyone
hold
calm
on.
down? Let
Born
Ultimate go
Rich,
through.
this stupid fuckery that Kel's chatting. Would you do that to your daughter's born?
Oh, brother, stop all this foolishness when you do this to your daughter and stuff like that. We're not talking
Shut
about
your
our
no, bro.
daughters.
You're a
We're
fraud.
talking
Shut your
about the
mouth, bro.
tradition,
Shut your
certain things.
mouth. You're a
Ultra,
fraud.
ultra,
Stop it.
man. That's just
Born.
foolishness,
I'm
man.
talking
Would you
no.
do
I'm
that to your
talking to
daughter?
Born.
Would you do this to
Born.
the thing?
Would
Come
you
on,
this
brother, man.
stupid this
One to your
idiot
man.
business? Would you do that to your daughter, Born Rich?
And I've already answered this, and I said no.
No, I didn't. I didn't hear the answer. I didn't hear the answer.
All right, cool. But you have to let me put it in context. I'm going to say no, right? The answer is no, no. But I'm putting it in context, right?
No, wait. Can you tell me why?
Raised on that though. I wasn't raised on.
I know, and I understand that, Born. You weren't raised on it,
in the
fine.
culture that
But
does
if you were raised on it, right? Does that mean it's good and proper and okay to do it today? Just because you were raised in it. There are people that are raised in Mormonism and Scientology. It's fuckery.
Can I ask a different question? So, Born.
Hold on, no. I want to get back to what you were saying because you said something that don't make no sense. Hold on, brother.
Everything melanated just
All
said
due respect,
is
brother. Brother, if you can
factually,
allow me,
everything
brother.
melanated said was factually
I can
accurate.
tell you.
If you have a knob jacket,
Hold on. No, it wasn't, brother.
the nerve endings
Melanated goddess.
of the penis,
If a person masturbates a lot, right?
not been
If a
severed.
person, hold on,
Hold on.
guys, listen.
Go
If
on,
a
go on,
person
go on, go on.
masturbates a lot, right? A man is constantly stimulating his penis, right? They will tell you that their penis becomes desensitized, that they need to do a lot more to get stimulation. A woman who always rubbing on her clitoris, you can't just do a little rub and it's gonna do something. It becomes desensitized. That's facts.
No, that's facts. That's
Now,
facts,
brother
melanated.
Born. Hold on, brother Born. I want you to hear What the beloved son sister said. She says it.
Why you keep doing this
That
tactic of
no,
communication? I want Brother Bourne. Everybody on the fucking panel is here.
sister,
See, you making me just get disrespectful with you.
But you shouldn't be disrespectful, man.
I am, because I'm losing respect, Bourne. I don't care. I don't know if you noticed that, but when he do that shit, I lose a lot of fucking respect for him. I'ma tell you that much.
So brother Bourne, right?
And imagine, Born Rich, you're supporting some shit that you wouldn't even fucking do to your own daughter.
Hold on, man. Right?
What are you doing, Born Rich?
He's moderating, Ultra. He's moderating.
The cognitive dissonance is so fucking strong. What are you doing, Born Rich?
This don't make no sense, man. This don't make no sense. Bro, this don't make no sense, bro. It don't make no sense. Brother Ultra is using sonology to try and stop. So it don't make no sense.
Let Bourne deal with it.
Brother Cal, it's just simple questions, and you're struggling here.
Yeah, only thing.
No, I'm not. I'm not struggling at all. Y'all are struggling because Melanated Goddess says, right, if you got your trousers on, she says, hold on.
I'm genuinely struggling to understand what the fuck is wrong with the two black boys on this panel. It's fucking nonsense, bro.
This don't make no sense, right? Now,
fucking Kel's already told us that he's into this shit. And Bourne is supporting this fucking dick with this bullshit, but he wouldn't do it to his own children.
All right, brother Ultra, right, brother. No,
dickheads,
what I'm saying is right.
Ultra, he is moderating. Ultra, calm down. Ultra, he's moderating. He's not supporting it. You just, you're not really listening.
Ultra, you relax your fucking self. When you speak about
I ain't gonna relax nothing, bro. You're a fucking dickhead too, Born Rich.
You're a fucking dickhead, man. There's no need for us to behave all this way. None of us, we're having a debate, and that's what I'm saying. We got a debate.
Fuck that.
Nah, man. Nah.
No, fuck, man.
There's no need, man. There's no need, man.
There's no need, brother. It's ridiculous.
There's no need.
It's all dickheads. There's dickheads everywhere.
No, it's not, man. It's not, man.
Dickhead there. Dickhead fucking here. They're all fucking dickheads. Everywhere I look.
It's ridiculous, man. It's too ridiculous, man. It's too ridiculous. It's too ridiculous. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. It's like it don't make no sense.
One second, I've said the least. Let me just say this: the reason why I agree with Ultra on this part here, exactly why he would say that I agree with you lot being dickheads, because when we asked the get to the crust of this argument, which is, what are the benefits of this? Whether it's cutting the clit, doing the full thing, whatever the case it may be, what are the benefits? In what way is it beneficial to black women, let alone any other woman? Yeah. In what way is it beneficial to women? Now, none of you lot can give us answers, but then you're still here, gonna still try and trample it on us because the old cultural practices or the ancestors taught us this. But the Most High, the one who made us with a vagina that is self-cleansing. So you're telling me that I must listen to a man-made thing and do what a man does there because it's cultural and because the ancestors do it, then rather listen to the Most High that made me perfect and the way he wanted me to be. Which is it, brother?
Okay, but Lady D, the Most High made the man to stay in his masculine energy, the woman stay in her masculine, and the man leaves, but nobody's doing that these days. But the Most High made us inclined to doing them leadership roles, with all due respect. Now, Brother Bourne, the sisters were saying, the sisters were saying, right? The sisters were saying,
he asked you for the fucking benefit.
It's you,
and you're talking about masculine energy.
Melanated Goddess, right? Melanated Goddess, right? Melanated Goddess says, right? Melanated Goddess says, right? Melanated Goddess says, right?
Another man finish is effeminate. So if
Ultra, that's what I'm saying, man. It's weakness, man.
Bro, I don't even care. You know, I don't even care. It's Born Rich. You can send all the shots you want. It doesn't take away from the fact that you're a dickhead, Born Rich. It doesn't take away from it. It doesn't take away from the fact that you're a dickhead.
So, brother, we just
Lady D just asked, what's the benefits of cutting a fucking vagina? And you're talking about masculine and feminine energy. What fucking planet are you on?
Yeah, man.
What fucking planet are you on?
Say whatever you want.
What fucking planet are you on? I don't care, bro. I'm asking. Lady D said, what's the fucking benefit? You're talking about feminine and masculine energy. What fucking planet are you all on?
Can we answer the question? What are the benefits? And this is why I get disrespectful, because
I have mentioned the benefits so many times, Lady D. I said it many times. What the ancestors believed in the benefits, it is to. There's no Lady D. Nobody's playing game except for you, lot. right?
No,
Because we know that it's to give homage to the Most High. It's a spiritual thing. Go on, Lady D. All right, go on, go
Let
on,
me speak.
go on.
Let me just say this, Cal. So spiritual, you can't use that as an example because everyone has their own different spiritual practice, right? So you can't use that. That's not a benefit to a woman's body. Yes, we're not going to do that because one tribe can practice it in one way for one spiritual benefit, and another tribe can practice it another way for no. That's not going to make any sense to me, right? So we can dash that out the window. So when you said to offerings, what is the next one? Offering to the Most High? Is that one? What was the next one again?
How the fuck is sacrificing to a sky daddy a benefit? Are you fucking stupid?
Disrespecting our
You're all
culture? How
fucking
are you coming on
stupid.
the panel
How the fuck
disrespecting
can
our
you
culture? I
sacrifice
just don't
your
understand.
vagina
You
to a
coming on the
fucking
panel
sky daddy
disrespecting our
and have
culture
that
and
be
that?
a benefit?
Huh?
You dickhead.
Rastafarians practice this
You
culture and that, right?
fucking
Igbo,
dickhead.
Yoruba, all them practice, and you coming on the panel comparing
Bro,
European
you
Arab
are a
savage way
fucking
of mutilating
moron. You're a fucking moron.
females
How the fuck can you cut a
member
woman's
parts of male part. How are you
vagina
putting that
and say
together?
that it's a
This makes no
benefit
sense.
because your
This makes
fucking
no
imaginary
sense.
sky daddy needs a fucking bit of a woman's vagina? You idiot. You fucking moron. What fucking planet are you on?
Go and learn our culture, brother. Go and learn our culture, brother, and stop
Fuck your
learning
culture.
about Christmas
Fuck
and all
your
that foolish
culture. If you're
there.
gonna cut
Go
up
and learn
girls,
our culture.
fuck your
You know
culture.
what I'm saying?
No,
Innit?
fuck
Go
your
and learn our
culture.
culture,
Fuck
and
it.
you can
Fuck your
understand what's
culture.
going on.
Bro,
right?
Fuck your culture. If you're gonna cut up little girls for no fucking reason, but an imaginary sky daddy, fuck your
The
culture. You
African
hear what I'm telling you?
ancestors
Fuck
didn't
you
chop
and
up
fuck
no
your
woman's
culture.
private parts.
Fuck
They
your
didn't do them
culture,
things.
brother.
They didn't do them things, brother. They're not doing them things. We've clarified it many times.
Ultra,
They're
you
not
getting
doing
it
them
mixed up.
things.
Yeah, you getting it mixed up, Ultra. He's talking about a little snip of
Of the foreskin,
Alright,
the
Born,
hood.
do
I
you know
said
what,
that so
Born,
many
don't
times.
piss me off. Born, you don't piss me off. Don't fucking piss me off. If it's a little snip, why haven't you done it to your children? If it's just a little thing, because you weren't raised in it. Well,
I'm not in
what the
Africa,
fuck are we
brother.
doing?
I'm not in
What the fuck
Africa,
are we
brother.
doing?
I'm not in
All
Africa.
right, wait, hold on. Okay, somebody tell me right now what the benefit of cutting a woman's vagina, even
Can
a
I
little
say?
bit.
All
Tell
right,
me the
no, can I
benefit
say something?
right now.
All right, let me say something without being interrupted.
I'm going on mute.
Cleanliness is what I've heard from this conversation we had today.
Okay, 1 point at a time. Cleanliness. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Is there any woman on the panel that can hear my voice? Anyone? Is there a woman?
You right
Right.
here?
Okay, Lady D.
Brother, you
Melanated.
you
Perfect.
can't be attacking
Hold
our
on.
culture, you
Hold
know,
on.
brother.
Perfect.
This
Wait,
is
1
ancient
second.
culture, brother. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. I hear you. I
Oh,
hear
he
you.
said
1
one
second.
point at a time. He
1
didn't get to the
second.
culture
Yeah.
part yet. Kale, calm
1
down.
second. 1 second. Right. Born Rich said one of the benefits of splicing a woman's vagina, even a little bit, is cleanliness. Melanated. Is it possible you could clean your genitals without it being sliced?
Yes, I do it every day.
All right, cool. All right, next point.
Is
What's
it
the next
fully
benefit?
clean? Is it fully
What's the next
clean,
benefit?
Ultra? But see, that's the problem now. Is it fully clean? Now, I like to consider myself a connoisseur, right? A connoisseur of the clit, right? As a man who's
You gotta put your face in it. I mean, if
absolutely
you can
as
put
a
your
man
face
who
in it, then
as
it
my,
should be very clean.
as a man who's put his face in many of clits.
Right.
I think a little snip of the tip probably
What?
it could.
Born, you gotta be
make it
trolling.
more
Born
clean.
is trolling.
I'm
Yo,
not
boy, yo,
Ultra, listen.
you be trolling
Now,
like
I
a
haven't- all
mug,
right,
yo,
let
boy.
me put this in context. Ultra. I've never had a snipped clit, right? But as I examine and I look at it, right, and I picture what a clit looks like with the foreskin over it, maybe a little snip of a little bit of that foreskin would make it just a little bit more clean. It's like saying this: a guy with an uncircumcised penis, I'm sure is clean, but if it was circumcised, maybe he can get in them nooks and crannies just a little bit more, which would make it in turn a little
What
bit more
nooks and
clean.
crannies? Born. Born. I'm
That's all I'm
assuming from you're either deliberately trying to piss me off or you're trying to make me laugh. Because either way, anyone with
Somewhere
an
in the middle.
uncircumcised, it felt that way. What I'm saying is, if you have a penis with a knob jacket, all you do is pull the skin back. The entire shaft is exposed. The whole thing is exposed. And in fact, it's pretty much the same thing. When you've got an uncircumcised
Are you
penis,
doing that every day? Are you doing that every day when you're walking on the street or when you're working out? Are you literally
No, of
pulling
course
back?
I'm not washing my
every
dick
Why
on
do
the
you
time?
need
street,
to
you
do that when you're
fucking
working
idiot.
out?
No. I'm on about pulling back your foreskin Pulling back the foreskin to let air out. Are you doing that all the time as a
Why
man?
you need
Pulling
air?
back the
You
foreskin.
need air
fucking
inside of
picking
your.
myself.
You need air
You
inside of
idiot.
your veins.
Right. So what I'm saying is
Jesus
circumcision, it gives
Christ. What are you
air
talking
to the
No, it
man's
doesn't need
phallus.
air.
It gives
It
air
doesn't need air.
to
The
the
creator
man's
didn't put
phallus.
air there.
You see,
The
it
creator
gives
didn't put
air
air
for the
there. No,
woman's
it does
thing as
not.
well.
No,
Right.
it
So
does
what I'm
not.
saying is,
No,
what
it
I'm
does
saying is,
not.
What
melanated goddess,
are you
you said, right?
even
You said that the
talking
man,
about?
you said that the man
The
loses his
creator didn't put air
sensitivity
there.
when he.
The
You
creator
said
did
that.
not
You said
put
that. You said
air
that the man. You
there.
said the man loses his sensitivity when his knob is rubbing off of the clothes. So that means he's not going to get no sensation when he's with the woman. That's false, because
I
when a
did not
woman's
say
giving
that.
you a
I did
blowjob,
not
when
know.
a
You
woman's giving you
see,
a blowjob,
you
it's
cannot
different compared to
you
your
don't
clothes rubbing
listen.
on you.
You
This makes no
listen to
sense.
rebuttal. You listen to rebuttal, not for understanding. Because I didn't say he won't have sensation. Sensation. I said he has less sensation than a person who is uncircumcised. That's what I said. If you're gonna quote me correctly, because because that little piece right there, you're missing the point. Yes, you have sensation. If you were circumcised from a little boy, that's all that you know. You don't even know how much better it could have felt if you was never circumcised, because you were already circumcised. So that's all you know. What I'm saying is that people who are uncircumcised have that protection. They have that covering where they are not being constantly stimulated. When you are circumcised,
Stimulated.
you're
Stimulated,
not
but
you're having stimulation. I'm saying you're having sensation by things touching it, by like your underwear and so forth. The head of your penis is
what?
inside your underwear right now. The head of your penis is in your underwear.
Yeah.
That is touching it.
Right.
If you had a
Okay.
covering, then your
Uh,
actual penis wouldn't be it wouldn't have that sensation. It wouldn't know that sensation
I don't. Yeah,
till
I don't.
party time.
that don't make
Party
no that
time
does
is
not
like,
make no
What are you
sense.
talking
whoa.
That
about,
does not
Mel?
make no sense. That
Yeah,
makes
man. What
no
are you
sense
talking?
at
You don't have
all.
a dick.
That's
How
what I'm saying.
I
That
got my
makes no
underwear
sense
right
at
here.
all.
Listen, Mel. My dick is
Listen,
sticking
I'm trying to
my
listen.
underwear right
All
now.
I'm gonna
Nothing is
say is
happening.
big up to
Nothing is happening,
all the
Mel.
turtlenecks out there. Y'all know who y'all are. Big up turtlenecks, gang, cause I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell you.
Is that what you enjoy?
Absolutely.
You rather the turtleneck than the regular
Vomit, shut your
turtleneck.
mouth and tell us your benefits as to why you
I'm
think they should
telling you
have
that
more.
Go ahead. You
their
rather a turtleneck.
sensation intensified.
You rather a turtleneck than a circumcised.
You
Vomit,
can't,
what's
when it's
your
party time, you
measuring stick
can't fucking
of
tell that
what
it's
it should
not a
become to
turtleneck.
be?
The only time you can tell it's a turtleneck is when it's not time, it's time to go to sleep. It just looked like a turtleneck. But when it's party time, it looked the same damn way. That's what Ultra's telling you.
Oh man, that's
You know,
kind of
I'll be
crazy.
back. Oh, gotta do something like that.
And you know what? Shout out to you, Mel. You're in the minority of women that I've spoken to. Now, I'm not saying women globally or in America or black women or whatever, but you're in the minority of women that I've spoken to. Most women I speak to say they rather a circumcised joint than the turtleneck.
They talking about
And
aesthetic. They not talking
Vaughn, have
about
you ever
performance.
questioned again? Have you ever questioned why they're saying that and what cultural backgrounds they're saying this from? From
It's
what
probably what they're used
stances?
to, Lady D. It's probably what they're
Exactly.
used
So they
to.
don't know any different. They've not explored anything. They haven't realized. They don't know anything else. That's what Mel's telling you. They don't know.
I mean, I'm sure they know. I'm sure they know something else because.
Oh my! Listen,
I'm saying it's the minority.
if we
I'm
never
saying it's the
had the
minority
covering
women.
over our clitorises, right?
Yeah.
We wouldn't know how great this protection is. That's why we banging so hard, because we know the protection is like it's like the golden ticket. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just feeling bad for these women out here with their clitorises just hanging out, just being exposed and not having sensation, losing sensation. That's sad for me to think that young women, and especially it's happening to little girls, they don't even value their clitoris.
Yeah,
Like,
they don't give an option. I mean, they don't even. I understand. I understand what y'all saying.
little girl, and the Kale don't understand that it's bad. This happening to kids. I just don't get it. Like, we're not talking about grown adults choosing to do this, and the fact that he still wants it, and their culture is their culture. Yeah, it's their culture to
No,
harm their
because Kel's
children.
looking at it from the whole thing of the ancestors did it, the rites of passage, and all of that. Where we're saying, well, my whole thing is, well, what if the ancestors had it wrong? What now? What now? What are the benefits to this? What can he prove to us today that the ancestors did do that is definitely correct in the right? And what is the so-called correct way? Because as far as I'm concerned, from your chopping off a child's genitalia, and whether it's a little bit, a big bit, a massive bit, sewing it up, whatever it is, you are still harming that child. That
No, I
child did
got
not
you.
give it consent. The child did not give its consent. That this is just a cultural thing that's been passed down. When the Most High's made us, where we can clean ourselves, it's
Let me
self-cleaning.
well, let
Like,
me
what
ask
we
you this
doing?
though. Let me ask you this. Now, would it be more acceptable if the parents had a choice? If the parents were able to give consent, right? Like, let me
No,
say this, and
no.
I'm gonna use the equivalent melanated. Like, I didn't have an option to be circumcised. Not sure if my mom had the option, but what if my mom was like, "Yeah, let's go ahead and snip him." See what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
because
would
that's the
that be
same thing
more
like with child
culturally
marriages.
acceptable?
Parents give consent to marry off their 9-year-olds. That's not, I don't agree with that. Just because the parents say it's okay, I got
So
enough
what?
sense to say that
But
that's
see, that's
wrong.
dangerous. I'm gonna tell you why that's dangerous, though, Mel. Because then parents have the option to marry off their 18-year-old, 19, 20, right? We're gonna say that's acceptable. But then if I say the parent marries off her 15-year-old, then we're gonna say
Parents
it's
don't, but yeah,
unacceptable.
parents
You
don't
see what I'm
marry off
saying?
their 18 and 19-year-olds.
Well,
Parents
I mean,
attend.
in some cultures, Mel, I'm sure they do in some cultures, right?
What culture is 19 not an adult? Tell
I
me.
mean, but still, you still have
I'm
arranged
asking. So,
marriages,
so
though.
what I'm saying that
Let's use
that
the Sikh.
person is an adult though.
Let's use like
So
the Sikh. Let's use the Sikh culture, right?
they're adults though.
Yes, but the parents
So
still
we're
marries
talking
them
about
off.
minors, which you're changing the conversation. I'm talking about a minor or a child, and you're talking about them being happy about a decision that an adult made. I'm not talking about that. Like that. That's do they like you? What you did as an adult? Do they not like you? Approval from your parents as an adult. I'm talking about your your duty as a parent to
It's
protect the
arranged.
well-being
It's
of
arranged
your
marriage.
minor child,
Yeah.
right? So what I'm saying is that I don't agree that they should marry their 13-year-old to a 70-year-old person,
I got you.
right? That's wrong, right? And I don't think that, so just because the parents give permission for it is not like the end all be all. No, because I mean, history has shown that parents don't always protect their own biological children, right? So that
I got
can't
you.
be the end all be all.
No, I got you. Man, I truly understand. I truly understand. I hope my
Yeah,
brother Phil, I hope my
listen,
brother
man.
Phil lay
Kale
down a
told me to
good
come back on here.
argument.
I thought he was gonna say something different. I thought Kale had some time to think. I thought, he maybe called a friend. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Smoked
Well,
the
Kel
spliff.
said what I mean. He said what he said, and one thing I agree with Kel is that if you was in front of brother Kel, you definitely wouldn't have that energy. And shout out to brother Kel for
I
He
don't
wouldn't
know
have had that
who's
energy
obviously
with
in front of
me.
these
I
boys.
promise you, he
Hold
wouldn't.
on. Let me just
He
say
wouldn't
this
have
for
had
the
that
record.
energy with me.
Let me
He would
just
have
say
been
this for
like,
the record, because
sister,
I've heard a
sister,
few of
sister.
you men say this before on these panels. Yeah, let me tell you, lot, all of you lot listening, all the ones in the fucking chats that I'm not typing as well. Let me make sure I'm clear to all of you lot. Any type of energy I have on the panel, I'll say it to your faces now. What?
you wouldn't
Stop
dare.
this bullshit.
You
Stop
would
this
not,
bullshit. Because I've
Lady
done it
D.
before and it's
Lady D, you
recorded.
wouldn't.
And you even see your brethren Jedi plays it. I've done it to his face. I've called him coons to his face. What are you doing? Stop this bullshit theatrics that
Yeah,
you
you
lot are
was
doing.
protected in a
Like,
park.
allow it.
You
Allow
wouldn't
it.
dare
Any
say that.
energy I've got on the panel, I will have it to your faces. Now what? Say
You ever
something.
come to
Say
America,
something.
Lady D? I'm
Allow
finding
it, man.
you.
Allow it.
You
Because I've
ever
done
come
this
to
already. Like,
America?
allow it.
Listen. I would say the same thing. He would not say any of that nonsense to me in my face.
What you would do?
Not.
What would you do?
I would embarrass him worse than I did today on the internet.
What would you do in real life?
Embarrass him.
Because he's stronger than you, Mel. He's bigger and stronger than you, Mel. So you have to move, be very careful with the way that you would approach.
Listen, his wife ain't the only protected black woman. Are you dumb? The fuck? So let him come with his strength. There's lots of strength over here too. Okay then. Okay then.
I ain't got nothing to say. I hit it, and this is
Let him come with his strength if he wants to.
this is the energy that gets women hurt, and and I hate to be that guy, but that type of energy,
Okay.
gets
And
one
that
first, right?
And we're gonna
bullshit
use
thinking
Braven
because
as
you
a
got
rat
a
enough to
dick,
try and hurt
because you
us,
think you got a
carrying it.
dick,
If
you
you're
could say
brave
stuff
enough and
like
gal
that to
enough to
black
say that,
to
go
black
for it.
women.
Make sure you
That's the
carry it
shit that
out when
get
you
black
see
men
me.
hurt.
Make
That's the
sure
shit
you
that get
carry
black
it
men
out when
hurt.
you see me. Keep that energy. That's what I'm telling you lot.
Yeah, and I
Black
tell
All
my
of
women
you
do
daughter,
that
these
love
things
run around on
because
these
it's cool
panels
to have
y'all
that
always ask,
talking
energy with a
about
woman.
if you was in my face, you couldn't. Make sure when you see me, the Lady D, directly, you keep that
yeah.
energy. I want to see you do me
Never
something. Do
no
it. Do it
no
if you're
no
about
Now,
that.
ice,
Do
if
ice
it.
you
man.
get
Say
out of
that
if
to
you
my
get
face.
out of line, Lady D, but I know you wouldn't get out of line. You're a submissive, subservient black woman, and I know you wouldn't get out of line if you saw me face to face.
You don't
But
fucking know Lady D. That's
which
what I'm
is,
telling
which is
you. You
cool.
don't know Lady D.
No, this is cool for the internet, which is cool. I understand. I'm definitely gonna let you shine on the internet. You do this Bumba Clyde, Rise Clyde. Yeah, I let you do all of that online. But if you saw me face to face, you wouldn't have that energy. And you and I know we spoke behind the scenes off this internet, and you're not.
Born,
You're
Why
I'm
you
not.
telling
trying
you
to?
right now, you're moving like a idiot. You're out here fucking co-signing fucking all this bullshit that
I
you know
didn't
for a fact you
co-sign
got
it.
from your daughter. And if
Yes,
I was in America right now, tell it to his
Yes, you
face.
was.
Now,
You just
what you
said
gonna
that you
do?
seen
What
it
you
look
gonna
me
do,
like it
Born?
need a little
What you
snip.
gonna do? I
Stupid
love it,
ass.
man. You lot are on
Hey, y'all
some
know
greedy
that.
acting.
You know I joke a lot. You know I joke a lot. But I was not co-signing that. I want to set the record straight. I was not co-signing. Hey,
I
Ultra.
know you was being
Hey,
stupid.
hey,
I know
Ultra.
you was being stupid.
Shout out to Ultra. Ultra cussed my ass out. He was so Ultra talk to me like that. Shout out to Ultra.
Ultra was like, you a dickhead. You a dick. Listen.
I wasn't co-signing it, man. I was just trying to, I don't know, keep the conversation going in a sense. Like I said, it's not part of my culture, and I'm not Muslim. It doesn't happen. Of course, I'm against it. Like that's when you guys nail me to the cross and say, "Born, would you encourage your daughter to do it?" Hell no, hell no. Y'all not touching my daughter nowhere down there. Like let it
And that's
be
the
whatever
thing.
it
We're
is.
mothers as well. We're daughters. We're females, and we're telling
Yeah,
you we don't want this practice. So the fact that Kel's trying to shame us out of it by saying that we're going against the African way and the ancestors and all that, because I saw that shit he's typing in Anita's chat. I saw that shit, and that's what I'm saying. This is when you start playing this black card thing too far, yeah. Because now you're going to try and guilt trip us with blackness to say that we can't question the ancestors. Like, what are we doing? This is foolishness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and everybody in the chat, listen, it's another thing. If you're in the chat, if you type Born Rich names more than 60 times since I've been on the panel, you gay. Like now it's not even funny anymore. Now it's becoming gay. For real. Suck dick. It's starting to feel like you guys suck dick in the chat.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, you've typed my name so many times, it's weird. It's starting to get weird now. For real. And that's it. That's the only time I'm gonna address the chat. But it's like every time I glance over and look at the chat, it's my name. Born. Yeah, suck my dick. Now what? Suck my and it's not mutilated. Matter of fact, it is mutilated. Suck my mutilated dick if you keep typing my name in the chat. That's what you do.
I just don't like the way that this conversation cannot be had.
No, but it was. I mean, you're right. I can't speak if it should be had or not. But it was pretty good. It was a good convo, though. To me, it was a good conversation. Y'all don't think so? No.
I don't think it is, because I still don't think that the point that we're making is hitting home. I think that when it comes to dealing with Kale, I'm talking about specifically,
Okay.
right? So when it comes to dealing with him, I don't think any of the points we're raising is hitting home for him. He's just seeing it as though we're going against the black thing, innit? That's all he's hearing from us. No matter if we're talking about how the women are, the babies are being harmed, the girls are being harmed, how it's not good for the culture. We've grown, we've out, society mindsets and all knowledge has grown and all of that since then. He's not trying to hear it. If it's going against the ancestors, then game over for us. That's all he's hearing. And I don't know if you realize that now.
No, of course. He goes against me. He's Pan-African too. He's just Pan-African. That's what he's, everything African. You know how it is. He stands on it. Leans a little bit towards Islam. We know our Kel. We know our brother Kel get down.
Yeah, Raspet 2.0. We already know what time it is,
Oh
man.
shit. I didn't say all of that. But yeah. Listen, I can see the similarities. But shout out to my brother Kel though, man. I understand he means well.
But
And I will
Born,
say
this is the problem I'm having, because meaning well, even if it's to the detriment of our community, is that a good thing?
No, I'll say that no, but let's be honest though, Lady D. We know he's not out here advocating or pushing FGM, if that's what you guys want to call it, or circumcision. Let me call it circumcision, because Brother Kel think it's harsh when we use FGM. But we know Kel is not out here just pushing and spreading the gospel of female circumcision. Like, we know that. It just happened to be a talking point, and he picked one side of the argument. That's it.
No, he was very clear in his argument. He said if it's the one that we don't practice, he's against it. But if it's the one we practice, he's for it. He's very clear. And I'm saying, how does he estimate the one that he reckons that we practice is definitely a good thing? And he can't give me an answer. He just tells me to go and read books. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, can you give me some? And then when you do give me an answer, you're going to tell me about cleanliness, offerings to the Most High. How do we estimate that this is some good thing? I'm still stuck there. I can't get past it until we've established that how we
Yeah.
estimated that this is a good thing. You're not going to get me past
No,
that
you're
point
right.
until
You're
we
right.
do
You're
this.
right. You're right. His argument, and see, this is what it sounds like that I'm caping for it. But I hear his argument, right? Because we do sometimes agree that the ancestor Imhotep had the answers, or some of the answers, and he's saying he learned about this practice from Imhotep.
And Imhotep learned this from.
Well, we know that if you study the ancient Kemet and the ancestors of the Nile River, then he would have been your doctor type, right? He would have been like the first doctor. So I don't know where the fuck he learned it from, Lady D.
And
But
that's my point. So
he wrote.
who is again? Let's just start from the basics.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which one are we going to go with? Are we going to go with Imhotep that's given us this thing and said, okay, this is what you need to practice on girls to keep them clean, or the Most High who's created us, made us, and made itself flipping cleaning? Which one am I going with? Who do I adhere to more? Imhotep or the Most High and how he made my body? Come on now. Which am I working with?
Yeah, you got a point. I mean, I can't argue. I'm just saying that's what he said. I'm just telling you what Kel said. You got me right there, Lady D. I don't know. I don't know which
And
one
that's
is.
all I was trying to ask Kel. How do we estimate which one of them is the right way? I can work with the way that the Most High made me correctly in my womb man way, right? I got my womb and I'm a mankind, yeah? So I'm made from the most perfectly, yeah? The most I have to do is splash water on me from what I'm hearing and keep it moving. Not
Yeah,
even use too much soaps and that, because that messes up all your
yeah, it's
pH and
gonna
all of
take a
that
little bit
shit
more
there.
though.
Right. I'm
Yeah,
not trying
Lady
to
D,
get
but
no
do a little
thrushes and
bit
all of
more than
these
splash
sickness.
water.
Right. Or do I work with these these man-made concepts, and just cut off every blood cleating and then tell everyone that it keeps me clean without no evidence to support it? Now, what am I doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest. I have no idea. I don't. I just know that's what the brother said he got his information from. When you asked him about it, he told you to go read, the ancient scrolls. So
Man, I can read my body and tell I know what my body needs and wants. My body is the only book I need to read.
yeah, shout out brother Kel though, man. He stand on what he stand on, man. He saying the shit was African. If it was African, it was African.
I don't give a fuck if Rastafarians practice it, Hebrew Israelites, fuck it, it could have Kunta Kente and him and the wall of him answers. I don't give two flying fuck, hell. Tell me what your benefits and where you prove your benefit. So this bullshit he does in the fucking chats here, I told him the last time, he could bring fucking Marcus Garvey, the so-called Christian. He could bring he can bring any one of them he want to bring. I don't give a fuck if they're Muslim, Christian, Bamba Clock, Hebrew, Israelite, Jew, men are business. If it don't fucking make sense, I'm slewing it. And you're not making no damn sense. So don't come to me with this fucking black fucking shit. I don't want to hear it. Come to me with fucking facts. Where's the facts that this shit here is definitely beneficial to women? Come to me with that and then talk to me. Otherwise, don't type no fucking Rasta nothing in no Bamba Clark chat. Because today is Rasta fucking Christmas. Where the fuck are you? You up here fucking defending this bullshit. Like, come out of my face, man. Allow it. When have I heard you give any fucking thing to Bingy or none of that today? Not one time. And what day is it today? It's all Bamba Clark Sabbath, man. Move angry. You can't even chat to me. No time at all. I'm not Mel.
Okay, let's relax a little. Relax, Lady D. Let's still try to keep some sort of code and decorum when we're speaking to each other. I agree with Kel on that too.
I don't give a fuck if I'm attacking my fucking cultural practices. It doesn't fucking make it right. If it doesn't make it right, it doesn't make any sense to me. Now, you can't tell me as a frigging female how practicing any of this shit here is beneficial to my body or any of my gal Pitney them's body. When you can come to me with some fucking facts and benefits, one, at least one. I'm not even, you know what, don't even give me one. Give me half of one at that point, yeah? Because you can't even seem to muster up one, Kel. You can't even bring up half of one good fucking point on how this is any way, shape or form beneficial to me as a black woman or any other fucking woman on the planet other than the fucking ancestors did it. It's cultural. Man, move on with this Bamba Club. I will ban it all day long until you can prove to me in some way, shape or form that it's beneficial to us as women. Yeah? Prove that. Until then, done your dance, man. Allow it. Allow it.
I don't know. I don't know, Kel. Good stream, though, man. Good stream.
This is actually crazy. When I'm asking for damn benefits, I'm hearing about offerings to the Most High. I'm hearing about cultural practices and there's right ways to do it and all of that. But yet, I'm yet to hear a benefit. How is it benefiting in the woman's body beneficially? How is the sensational or the cleanliness or anything benefit? Give me some scientific. Give me something that proves this is right and correct. Because I'm a woman with minds intact, yeah. And I know so I can push out blood cleat pitney and I never had to chop off nothing to get to where I'm at today. So you need to tell me, seeing as though I'm not a woman and I don't have one of these fucking vaginas in between my legs, how is it benefiting me by doing this practice? Until you can tell me that, but I'm not going to lie, Kel, you're going to make me get disrespectful. You're just chatting shit. Pure shit because the ancestors.
And please be respectful,
man.
Please be respectful, Lady D. But give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Don't let the stream die. Give me 5 minutes, Lady D. But if you do address Kel, please keep it respectful.
The ancestors did so much bullshit and the ancestors have done so much good things. We're not going to take away from that. But the fact of the matter, if we cannot, as black people, sit down and decide for what part of it is good and what part of it is bad, then Kel, you're just selling me something under the guise of blackness and with no meaning behind it, no substance, nothing, and your whole thing will crumble. I'm telling you that right now. Because if this is how you're going to communicate to sisters that are trying to understand where you're coming from and trying to make the correlation between the benefits and not so good bits of it all, and you can't even carry that out without telling us about go read Bamba Clark book, then something's wrong. Because you have no problem explaining yourselves and going deep and dive into it when you're going back and forth with the races. Have that same energy for us. Go deep and dive into it with us. Don't be giving us no, oh, I've already done this. Oh, you lot are just sitting on the ancestors. No, if you want to really explore this, explore it and give us your benefits to it and give us your no benefits to it. But don't try to patronize us and tell us about, oh, we need to go read book. We're defaming the ancestors. Oh, it's against our own cultures. Man, fuck a culture when you can't give me nothing behind it. What's a culture? Cultures fucking change and evolve. What? Now what? Now we're at this culture. Now I'm in this culture. Now what? This is ridiculous. I just don't understand why we're struggling to get to that. This is why I understand why Ultra is getting frustrated, because we're just trying to get simple flipping answers. We can't get it. We just can't get it. We struggle. Then when we have to get all disrespectful, next thing you know, you've got Mel talking about pull up. We have to go there because it's like we struggle to get. They have plenty of time to explain and break down all kinds of things when it comes to for instance, when it comes to Kel having to break down all kinds of things like unethical codes. He will take all the time in the world to break down unethical codes of conduct to ICE people. He will take all the time in the world to break. But when it comes to us asking him a simple question of the benefits, we're struggling. We're struggling. We're all liars. We're all this. We're all misinformation. We're all emotions. We just can't get a damn answer. And I find it flipping frustrating at this point. It's annoying. Man. Yeah, but Victoria, the thing is, Victoria, here's the point. We're not even discussing, we even got to the religion part of it all. This is the funny part. I've not once even tapped onto the I'm still stuck. I can't even get to that part until we establish the benefits. I don't want to move from one point to another. I want to stick at the main core point. And this is, remember, the whole thing we've been told is that it's supposed to be helping with the cleanliness. It's supposed to help with the connection with the Most High. I don't even know in how, which show for which scripture said that the Most High wants us to practice this, but apparently so. Okay, cool. So if I've got all these questions up in the air from the jump, I need these ones first answered before I can move on to the next. Then I can deal with the religious part of it. Then we can move on to where these things are being practiced and what kind of countries are practicing them, what kind of cultures are behind them, what kind of religions are backing it. We can move on to that next. But I need to start at the beginning core point, which is the benefits to this thing. Until we can deal with the benefits to this thing and the fatalities to this thing, then we can get onto the religion part and all that. But we can't even get 2 days. We can't even get past the first hurdle. This is crazy to me. This is just madness. Where's this nun? I hope she comes back soon, because man, I don't know where they're practicing the type 1, the type 2, the type 3, or the 4. I don't give a shit which type it is. I just need to get onto the point of why does a female, infant, child, whatever it may be, need to have the procedure done point blank, period. Me depend that part there. I can't move on from that until we get past that point. Give me some actual real good sources, evidence, something as to what's the benefit to this. It could have the click, it could have the whole thing. I don't care. I just need to see something. That's all I want to see, something. And I can't get past that. It's frustrating me because I'm a mother and I've got girl children too and I'm a woman. I need to get past this. Yeah, man, this is crazy, guys. I don't know. I'm just getting, and I trying my best. I said yesterday in my head, I kept saying to myself, Lady D, you're getting worked up. You're getting worked up. But it's frustrating, especially when you're a female like that. It is so frustrating, like listening to this bullshit. And then all I've got to listen to is all this nonsense about being 200 years removed, 400 Western mindset, Western this. I don't want to hear none of that bullshit. I want to hear the benefits to this thing and what are the dangers of this thing. Let's start at the beginning, and then we will slowly progress to the cultures and all of that shit afterwards. But let me just start from the beginning on the whole thing. It's the whole act itself. That's where I need to start with this. What is the purpose of this sick, barbaric, inhumane act? Let's go there. I'm not gonna lie, if I come to any of you lot and I come and say, oh, you guys, listen, I found out that no one in today's world will come up to you and say to you, listen, we want you to chop off, I don't know, one of your children's fingers because it's just something that it does. It gives you a better connection to the Most High. It helps with your cleansing. Are you not gonna go ahead and just do it just for the sake of man, this is what's been practiced for a long time? Like, is no one gonna question anything around it? Like, what are we doing? This is ridiculous.
All right, I'm back. What Kill saying?
No, I'm just answering some of Victoria's stuff a bit, but welcome back, Born. But I understand what the point you're making, Victoria, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not for it anywhere. Me personally, I'm not for it, whether it's here, the US, the Caribbean, Africa. I'm just not here for it, and I'm consistent with that. That's where I'm at with it.
Even if it's just the foreskin.
I don't want it anywhere. Listen, the only way I'm going to be, let me just say this actually to correct what I'm saying. The only way I'm going to be accepting of any of this is if it's for a blatant medical reason. For instance, if a young boy is struggling to pee and he's like, some boys are born with certain like problems downstairs, isn't it? They can't pee without it hurting or paining them. I understand a medical procedure for that thing there. If it's for a girl that's, I don't know, maybe we've got even things like, what's them people they call hermaphrodites that are born with two genitals or two in the period. Yeah, I can understand that. I can that. But for the sake of just being cultural born, that's where I've got the problem with it. You're just doing it now for the sake of a practice. There's no medical nothing behind us. There's no substance behind why you're doing the procedure other than it's cultural. And that's my problem with it.
So you don't agree with the cleanliness argument?
No, because the Most High made my vagina that it can self-clean itself. So what am I doing following a man to go and cut off my thing for when I know the Most High made me perfectly?
Okay, cool. I like that. Stop right there. If it cleans itself, then there's no reason for women to wash down there, right?
No, you wash with water. You don't just use excess soap and stuff. That's what causes.
But the Most High made it where it cleans itself. Why
the Most High, and listen, they also wash your face. You also, so what? Just because your face can clean itself when rain falls doesn't mean that you're not going to clean your face, does it?
So there you go.
Let's not be silly.
Because the Most High made it, you could still tamper with it a little bit to make it a little more clean.
Splashing water between your hold on. So splashing water between the legs is now considered tampering.
But if you're saying it has to be tweaked, right? You're saying the Most High made it.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it's listen, it's clear. I'm saying it's self-cleaning. All you've got to do as a woman is use water.
Why do you have to do anything?
Why should you not do anything? Do you not clean your food before you eat it? Do you not bless your food before you eat it?
Yeah, but the Most High made it. I mean, I don't have to. The Most High
made food that grows out of the ground. Do you still not wash it before you consume it?
I mean, I do, but you don't have to. If the most no, see, that's what I'm saying. No. What you're saying is you can't say the Most High made it perfect. It just needs a little
He did. I
tweaking.
can say that because he did make it perfect, and he didn't make it in any way, shape, or form for me
But
to go and chop
what
any part.
Kel's saying is
Wait. He made it perfectly, and he didn't make it for me to go and chop any parts of it off. That's my point.
I disagree. Now, the Most High made our vegetables to grow out the ground, but we still have to chop off the excess of those vegetables.
Yeah, Bournemouth, you're a dickhead. Yeah, you're an actual dickhead. Veli, come back. I mean, Ultra, come
I'm a
back and finish him off.
circumcised. I'm a
Ultra, come
circumcised.
back and finish him off.
I'm a circumcised dickhead. So get it straight. Call me the right word. When you call me a dickhead, make sure you say I'm a mutilated dickhead. Yeah, since y'all love using that fucking
You're an actual
word.
dickhead.
Y'all love using that phrase. Well, no, call me a mutilated dickhead. Yeah. So if we're gonna use those words,
So you're saying, so what you're then telling me then, Born, as far as you're concerned, the Most High can be missing something, and then therefore you've got to go and correct the Most High missing bits.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
You're saying, but the Most High also grow fruit out of the ground. I still have to go and chop off this, that, and the other food.
Yeah. Am I lying though? Right?
Yeah, you're lying because you can consume
I'm lying.
certain bits of but you can actually
So do
consume
you
it
eat
if
the
you really
banana
wanted
and the
to.
peel? Do you eat the banana and the peel?
You could actually consume the peel if you wanted to. You just choose to take it off. You've chosen at this point to take it off.
To take off some cultures choose.
Yeah,
to
but
take
you shouldn't have to choose to take off your parts of people's bodies. That you shouldn't have to, unless it's for again. If it's not for a medical reason, why are you doing this? Barbarism. Barbarism.
Okay, if you say so, I'm just saying what the brother Kale said. Spiritual reasons and cleanliness. The cleanliness is the one that has me like, because we've spoken. This is horrible, but I've been on panels where they spoke about uncircumcised penises, and they create what you call dick cheese, right? Like me as a circumcised man.
Hey, S&M, come and get this boy. Yeah, calm
But
down.
think about it. Listen to me though. Me as a man, as a circumcised man, I don't have to deal with dick cheese. But if you're circumcised, if you're uncircumcised, then yes, you have to deal with dick cheese. If you don't wash it and clean it like it should be clean, if you're relying on the Most High and say you have a self-cleaning genital area, then you're gonna get dick cheese, fellas.
Listen to me, Born. Let me just make sure we're clear on this. The Most High made the woman's body so perfect it's self-cleaning. The Most High also provided water for you to cleanse yourself with, right? You use your brain and tell me if the Most High hasn't given us everything we need to keep ourselves going, or do we still need to take on this act of chopping bits off? Let me know now at this point.
Now you're right. The Most High gave us the tools, right? Now I'm not on this side of the argument, but a person on the other side of the argument can say the Most High gave us cutting objects also. And
what? Say that again. I missed that.
I mean the Most High.
Yeah, Vaughn, I'm on to you. Say that again. Say that again.
I was hoping you would just let that one fly. But the Most High created man to where they created cutting objects.
You're an actual dickhead. You're an actual dickhead.
Okay, I tried. You should have just let me just fucking say it. But it's cutting objects though. I mean, God didn't stop us when we start. I don't know, Lady D. Fuck it. I don't know, man.
My thing is this, Vaughn, you're not going to do this to your daughter. You don't see the actual benefits to it. No one can present you on this panel, whether it's our side or on the Kel side of the argument. Anything that's beneficial in this practice. So therefore, if we can't get anything for it, it doesn't make sense. That's my point. It just doesn't make sense. And to me, it's just barbarism and just acts of some man that's created this thing to say that it's cleansed, but we ain't got no actual evidence to support that this thing here is what the whole purpose of this is.
No, you're right.
And by me doing that, I'm now questioning and making the ancestors look bad. Yeah, this is crazy.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. And now I need to still got this fucking picture on the screen. Type 3 is crazy. You should go to jail if you do type 3 to any vagina.
That's a fact. That's sick. That is actually definitely sick.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Benefit our people. I hear you, Kel. Shout out, brother Kel. Yeah, man. Type 3 is, oh my God. Yeah. Type 3 is actually hard to look at.
And how long does type 3 stay in type 3 way? How long is this procedure for? How long does this little girl got to walk around with this? What, until she's married, or what? What? How does this thing? Like, I need a breakdown of this. The benefits to this thing. Like, what is the purpose of this? To preserve her from marriage? Like, someone talk to me because I'm not understanding this. Talk to me, someone.
Yeah. I don't
Boy,
even know cultures or countries or civilizations that do this. If I'm honest. Now, of course, I was talking my shit earlier with brother Kel, but I don't know civilizations or cultures that do this. They do any
and
type
they're
of.
going to talk about preserving a woman's dignity and preserving how is this any way preserving her? Somebody talk to me, 'cause to me this 1 and 1 ain't making no Ross Clark 2. The whole of this Ross forget dashing bin. It's sick, it's humane, and I stand on what I say. It's inhumane, it's sick, and it's barbaric. I mean, I'll take back no chattings until no one can't prove me flipping wrong.
So okay, let me. All right, now that I'm looking at this picture though, Lady D. So what is this light? Type 1. Let's go to type 1. And the light blue picture means what? That's where it's snipped at or clipped. What is the light blue on type 1?
So I think that's the clipping. Hold on, I don't even know which one's which
Yeah.
actually.
And
We
then
need a
type 2.
breakdown of the type 1 to type 4. We do need a breakdown. I wish 9 was around for this. Because you could probably leave scroll down. There might be some writing there or something.
And then type 2 is what? The removal of the lips. If that's the case, what is type 4?
That's what I'm like the opening back. Like what is I don't understand. Because we've got to the closing, the complete closure bit, and then it's back open again. So I need more clarification on this thing.
So Kel said, Brother Born, the Khoisan, Zulu, Egyptians, Yoruba, Igbo all practiced the correct way in ancient times, not the FGM way. Yeah, I got that. I got that, Brother Kel. I got that, Brother Kel. You were saying you didn't like it. I do agree with that though, because if you want to demonize something, then you use words like mutilation. So I do understand what Kel was saying. Hey, the shit that he's talking about is not considered mutilation. It's called circumcision. You see what I'm saying? It's like if someone asked me, "Hey, born at birth, were you mutilated?" I'm gonna be like, "No, nigga, I was circumcised." So I do understand the placement of words, Brother Kale. I do understand. I understand what you mean like that.
But see, that's Nanifa's earlier argument. I don't know if you lot heard it, but I was in the back. I was listening in the back, yeah. And I heard when Nanif was saying, listen, whether it is the little clip of the clit or whatever, at the end of the day, whatever words you're using, whether it's here in the West or what back home on the continent or wherever it may be, the fact that the act is still one and the same. It's still some form of procedure being performed on a little girl. So therefore, it doesn't. It's all about linguistics at this point. The fact of the matter is the act's still one and the same. There's still an
I
act
got
being performed. Do you get it?
yeah, I got you. I got you, lady. It
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Nine, if you there, Kel wants the link. Sister Nine, I know Sister Nine. Shout out to Nine. Nine says she got family in the building. But if you can hear my voice, Nine, Kel wants the link. Damn, Nine is there, man. Shout out Sister Nine, man. Y'all hit that like button. Shit, Nine ain't charging y'all no money. It don't cost nothing to be here. Hit the like button. Show Sister Nine that you really appreciate her for opening this panel and having this platform to where we can discuss. Yeah. Well, a lot of guess what? Guess what? A lot of non-black people can just sit in the chat and listen to black people talk. So yeah, hit that like button for that. You like hearing black people talk? especially you haters that like to hear black people argue and bicker and go back and forth. You might as well hit the like button. We ain't doing shit else but watching black people go back and forth. Yeah, I know you're enjoying it, and they really typing. I mean, they got Superman fingers in the chat. Hey, Born Rich is a bitch. Let me type it again. Born Rich is a bitch. Yeah, retarded. Probably Asian. Asian and white people just typing in the chat. Born Rich, you're a bitch. You are a bitch. Kale, you're a bitch. You're a black bitch. They want to type black bitch, but they know now I need to block them.
Vaughn, shut up, man. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. Mr. Jada Francine, you're doing too much.
Hey, if
You know what? You know what makes me laugh, brother one, is that in the chat, they really believe this conversation is gonna throw me off Pan Africanism. They're hoping, scientific method and the rest of them. You got Jake doing this. Kale, please.
Hey, they real
Garvey hates you more than I do. He says Garvey hates me more than he does. A non-African brother who has not destroyed unethical code of conduct is telling me Garvey hates me.
Kale, they loving it, bro. They get them nine. I mean,
Course.
get them, Lady D, Lady Divine, get them.
I know.
Kel is a bitch, Lady Divine, get them.
I know.
They love it. They love it. It makes them horny. They get horny when they see. Yeah, let's go ahead and watch the blacks destroy each other, and then the blacks will be on another panel, kikiing and chopping it up, laughing at you Asian motherfuckers. So quit playing, man. So just have your fun though. It's in the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Oh, Victoria, come on. Victoria, relax, Victoria. All the white people.
but we expect these things from them.
I did not say this. Hold on. I did not say it's a black channel. I didn't say that. So don't do that. Don't run off and say, well, no, we stopped coming to your channel because Born Rich said it was a black channel. Well, no, I'm not doing that. Don't do that because I know how y'all get down on the internet. On the internet, y'all will catch Nanita on G Block and say, well, I stopped coming to Nanita's channel because Born Rich said it was a black channel. Nah, don't put that on me. Ask Nanita what kind of channel it is. I'm a panelist. I'm free to say whatever I want to say. Yeah, so let's don't play them games. I know these internet games. That's the weird shit people do on the internet. But shout out to the chat though. Shit wouldn't be
You're looking for the ice people to rush you, Born.
But Sister Naifa's got many other supporters and that. You see, this is another thing as well, brother Born. When we're dealing with reality, I already know already, brother. As a Pan-Africanist, I'm integrated with my people. So I know already all that ain't gonna happen where I gotta feel sorry for non-African people. Oh, this may happen for the job, etc. Because we understand how to maneuver. We're not scared of them what they say. We don't care what they say. You see what I'm saying? Their emotions means nothing. You see what I'm saying? But there are those who cater for them, the sand, the mountain, and the eyes. Oh, this is gonna happen in everywhere. But for me, I'm the one that lives the real life. Brother Shakara lives that life. Brother Raven lives that life. Brother Q-Butter lives that life. Pan-African Strikes Back lives that life. You see what I'm saying? Beanie Brown lives that life. You see, we already know who lives that life. You see? But when we're not all synchronized correctly, we're going to say certain things. But with that being said, I'm glad to be back with my family. So,
Big up, brother Before we go any
just
further, you listen to me, Yankee. Yeah? You shut your mouth, you Jada Francine loving little shit. Shut
Why
your
you always
mouth,
gotta bring that up? And see,
because you
the
kicked me
non-black
out of the
people love
freaking
it.
compound for a Jada Francine.
The
So you're
non-black
another one that
people
can go
love.
on with Jordan M. You're another one.
Non-black
Go
people
on,
love to see
yeah?
us
Go
do
on.
this. Non-black people love to see us do this. To you going against
Whatever.
your brother, your man, the one who's gonna protect you.
The same man that dashed me at the compound for Jada. That man.
Yeah, but now I'm back to my senses. So
Yeah, I don't want you back. Stay over there. I told you once you cross the grass is greener, right? Stay over there. Don't come back. There's no coming back for you. Look, we're done with the coming back thing. Pan over there, son. But Jada deal with you, yeah.
And I'm
So,
the
brother
only one.
for me now, I don't know what the officers were saying earlier because I missed a lot of the show and apparently Veli and all that. I rewinded back a little bit. I saw Veli and all them, so I missed all of that. I don't know what anyone said previously. For me personally, but when it comes to me with this FGM argument, I can't even deal with the religion part, the culture part, none of any of that part, the ancestors, none of that until I deal with the benefits of this thing. And I know you keep telling me you've already given me the benefits. cleanliness, godliness, or whatever, sacrifice, whatever it may be. But to me, that's not a benefit as a woman. So can you help me understand, as a woman in a female body, what are the benefits? Because I'm missing it.
Okay, so we can clarify ancient times that they did it correctly, right? Can we leave that alone, yeah? Because we got to be careful when we're dealing with our culture and that, you see. So can we clarify that they did it correctly, the correct way, right?
But I don't even know what they did. This is my thing. I'm stuck
You
at
see,
that.
brother Boy, you see what I'm trying to explain to you, brother? This is what I'm saying. You see, it seems like, beloved, you're attacking the culture, and this is why we got to be careful, because we all in different tribes, we all practice certain things. Remove the Abrahamic faith, I'm not talking about that, and you're going to cause disorganization, because there are many of us who practice that and they're doing it the correct way. But if you demonize it or attack it, it's going to cause disorganization. People
All
will
right,
be
so
like,
let
but
me just
why
let me
is
clear it
this
up from now. So
African
before we
woman
continue,
saying this and
before
saying
we,
that? Go
Brother
on.
Kel, just to make sure, before we continue this conversation any further, let me just say from now, so we're on the same page and there's a clear understanding. I'm not out here trying to attack no ancestors or any culture. I'm out here trying to understand the purpose of these practices. So if what you're taking as attack is me saying, hold on a minute, I'm a woman. I know how the Most High made me. I know that this thing here is self-cleaning. You giving me advice, telling me that the ancestors perform this thing for cleanliness, and you can't then show me the cleanliness, and then I lick out against that. That's not me attacking the ancestors. It's me attacking the argument. So I just want to make sure we're clear, yeah?
Yeah, but the thing is, right, it's a very, you see, with you, Lady Deal, that you're a genius, you know. You
Yeah,
see,
who's Jay?
you are who's Jay?
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, you see, you're very good, and we need this in the movement of marketing certain topics. I've noticed that with each of the Sun people, they've got expertise in that, right? And this is one of your highest qualities in that, and it's very needed, because we need to know how to market certain things. I'm saying, right, let's separate FGM from the correct way. But what I notice with you and that, and you're doing it very skillfully, you keep putting it together. You see, oh, FGM, step one, this has happened, etc. But the non-Africans named it that because they believe it's barbaric. They really believe that the correct way, oh, how can you do this to women? This is barbaric. But when we go into the Roman Greco culture, they were chopping up the Europeans' member parts on the vagina. You see, they don't want to talk about that, but they think that they can tell us that your tradition is primitive, it's old-fashioned, we know this and we know that. But that's not the case, ladies. All I'm saying is let's separate it. FGM, right, according to sewing up, chopping up all the clitters and all that, we condemn that. None of my daughters have that. They will never get it. And I don't believe any black woman, right, even the non-African women, even though I will never marry them and that, but even they should not be getting them things. You see, I condemn them things and that, right? But let's not put it with our ancestry culture as if they were doing these things, because you're causing problems, beloved. You know what I mean?
So
It's
are you
problems,
taking
man.
it as though us saying, because I heard Nanifa earlier, so let me make sure I'm clear. Are you taking it as though when Nanifa was saying to you, whether it was the little bit that's been clipped in the way that you guessed, I guess you're going to say the ancestors performed it, or whether
Right.
it's the extreme to the type 3 or 4. I don't even know which one's the worst. I can't even tell from this image. But whichever one's supposed to be the worst is one, type 3, whatever, yeah? You're saying that whether she's saying, listen, at the end of the day, from something's been chopped off, it's an act.
Right.
You're saying that we're mixing up the two. That's
Oh,
because of
fuck.
that. That's how we're mixing it,
Nah.
right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lady D.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're clear before we continue. That is that what you're saying? We're mixing up the two. So the type 1 should not be mixed with the type 3. That's what you're saying we're doing. And we're
Yeah,
flinging it
because
all under
this
the umbrella of FGM, right?
Yeah, because it's pulling it under there and there's a correct way. So even if we say, oh, type 1 is the correct way, for example, right, then it's still classed as FGM because under the banner of iceology, right, we've labeled it that. And this is what Garvey was talking about. He says that the European man is a master at the media of subduing everyone to think his way. You see, Garvey understood that. I don't want to think their way. I want to think the African liberation way, where my mind is free, pan-Africanized, to understand this is our culture, this is non-African people's culture. Let's not put it together in that. and things like that. But when you're doing this there, beloved, not you, but what they're doing, you're programming in our minds where we have been worked on to accept ideology. That's problems,
You're
with all due respect.
gaslighting her. You're telling her something which is not true. You're telling her how she's thinking.
Hey, hold on, guys. Hey, salute, Jake.
Yeah.
Salute to you, Jake. Why? What was that voice? What was that voice you just did?
I suppose just pointing out that he's
He's trying to copy
Hold on,
the
Hold
African.
on, Kel.
Trying to
Kel,
copy me.
I got it, Kel. Jake, but I mean, is that your regular voice, or do you drag out your words like that normally?
No, it's like to exaggerate the point. It's like you're gaslighting. Could you get the
Gaslighting.
long gaslighting word?
What does that do? What does that do?
Yeah, it's
Elongate
just to
your.
emphasize. It's just because it wasn't like a full on like conversation I'm having. It's just to interject with a remark about his behavior.
It was kind of trollish, though, don't you think? Can you imagine like a real life conversation with two people, right? If I'm having a real life conversation with me and another person, and you just come out of nowhere and just say, "You're doing that. You're doing this."
Yeah, I hear you.
You see what I'm saying? Like
I
it was kind of
apologize.
weird.
Yeah.
But salute to you,
Okay.
Jake. That was weird as hell, Jake. But
Yeah. All right.
Go ahead, brother. I just prefer if you're gonna interject, just interject, but be normal, Jake. I just like people to be normal. I don't like you're doing baha.
I get
You're
ya.
going doo doo. Like, it
I
sounds
get
kind
ya.
of crazy.
So we're up for Europeans are totally up for talking about what practices were done in the past. We just do not see them being talked about now because they've been left in the past. So this is what I just don't get your point, Kale.
This is what I don't get, right? Is that you have to learn, and you're not the only one, that when the African speaks about separating psychologically, organizing, seeking reparations, you have to tell yourself it's not for us to dictate and try and hang on to our life to try and control the situation as if the Africans can't do it themselves. I've been reading the chat, and what I've noticed is that you all get offended when I speak about my people separating. We already are separated for one thing in that, because when you're dealing with different institutions, how we're respected in there, how we're looked upon in there, and that it's not good, you see. But what I've noticed with you, Jay, you have high anxiety. Like you're saying this, Garvey hates me, but you love me. But you're a nice man, though. You see the foolishness, you see? Because when we look at Garvey, what he's done for our people, built the institutions in America, worked with the African Americans, you see, organized the doll factory, the newspaper thing, the shipping company, etc. And that taught us to don't take the kinks out of our hair, but take the kinks out of our mind. And then you're coming and saying that he hates us. When I look at your ancestors, they taught us to hate our nose, hair, complexion. You see, he taught us to hate our culture, demonize. Voodoo is bad. You see what I'm saying? But you got Mystic Meg and Paul Daniels doing magic tricks, etc., and glorifying it. You see what I'm saying? And that. So why are you telling me that you love me and telling me that Garvey hates me and that? Huh?
I apologize. Yeah, no, I was just trying to trigger you. I was just trying to make you reflect on.
No, apologize to yourself. Apologize to
No, but the
yourself.
point is you still do this
don't apologize to
racist thing
me.
where you say
Apologize
that I
to
believe in
yourself.
Mystic Meg. Yeah, but you're trying to make out that I am every European person, and then you're trying to include Lady Divine and Nines in your way of thinking. They have their own ways of thinking. You're all individuals, believe it or not. Just because you have a similar tan of skin, it's a ridiculous concept just from the off.
Yeah. But the thing is that one thing for sure that Sister Nine and Sister Lady D and the rest of also some people is that, as I always say, I don't have to convince or manipulate any Sun person to unite with their people and Pan-Africanize, because non-African people demonstrate every single day will never help you sincerely. You see, how are you going to say that I'm not all European when you are part of that race and community? This makes no, this is disingenuous, unethical code of conduct. Because with me, I am part of the African community. I can never separate myself from that. Wherever I go around the world, it's known this is an African, etc., etc. You see, even if I try and bleach my skin, whatever, it's going to be understood that he's part of the African community. You see, but you're being disingenuous, and that's what I'm saying. You cannot be trusted. Now, respectfully, if you're going to ask questions, blah blah blah, but don't relate things to African culture, etc., because you are a non-African, and let's face it, and that our relationship historically hasn't been the best. You
But
see,
brother, can let me
you
interject here?
Asians, you
Let me
Middle
just
Easterns,
interject
all
here,
of
brother
yours.
Kel, because
Go
I
on.
hear the passion and the energy you got now. Like, now you're speaking
Yeah.
to Jake, but I
Are
want to
you gonna do
remind you.
something very unsynchronized
No,
now,
I'm just
Lady
gonna
D?
say
You're
this.
gonna
Yeah,
do
I'm gonna
it.
be
All
a
right,
bit
go on.
unsynchronized right now. I
Yeah, of
am.
course you are. I know.
Last night, Jordan was doing
hmm
the exact same thing you're now accusing Jake of doing, which is using the African culture,
hmm
and I didn't hear you say nothing to Jordan when he was doing it. So yeah, I'm
Okay.
being unsynchronized.
Okay. Now, Lady D, unfortunately, we have to be grateful for Philip Imagwali who improved the internet. You see, because we can go on the clip, Lady D, on G Block when Jordan said something incorrect and used tried to derogative things, to our culture, and I pulled him up. You see, all these things are on there. So when you're saying these things, we can always go back. You see, I always pull up the non-Africans all the time, Lady D, because in my
Brother
everyday
Kale,
life, because
you
I'm around black people, you see, I'm sharper because when you're around our people and that synchronized one, etc. Because I'm not around
what you
non-African
are
people, hold on. Because I'm not around non-African people, I'm able to be more sharper because I understand that. Hold on a minute. You can never talk this way when we're around my people and that. You see, we're not there doing when it comes to businesses because I have my own thing anyway and that. So I'm more alert. You see, so when they say some certain things, I can just navigate, etc. But I did pull up Jordan, and he even mentioned it on the channel. He even says, I'm not going to say
oh,
that because Kel did tell me, right, this was wrong and I shouldn't be using Africa. He's telling you in your face. But the problem with you, beloved, because you're passionate about a practice which is not African, you're associating me with the negative feelings. I know what you're doing, beloved.
type
I know
one,
what
You
you're
don't
doing.
know anything because
type
I'm literally
one.
telling you what it is. You literally
Yeah.
accused Jake of saying to him that
hmm
he shouldn't be using nothing to do with it. You literally said these words: "Don't use nothing to do with African culture and all that." But I'm putting that to you. Jordan did exactly what you're now accusing Jake has not done yet. Jake, by the way, has not done this yet, but Jordan has definitely done it. In
And
fact,
I was
when
never in the
he got
EBL.
so happy when Justice boy jumped on, he even said to him, "Let me ask you a question about the Caribbean and all of that." And he blatantly done it. You didn't have none of this. But you got
No,
it for
but
Jake.
sister,
He
no, but
hasn't yet done it.
you've been
Jake
on
hasn't done it
synchronized.
yet.
Just
I
before you
know,
tell us it's unsynchronized, yeah. The saddest
but we
bit
have
about it,
clips.
Kale, the
Hold on, hold
saddest
on,
bit,
hold
yeah, this
on,
is the
hold
saddest
on.
bit,
We
yeah. No,
have
no, 10
clips.
years ago,
We
yeah.
have clips of me
From
doing
10
it.
to
Go on,
15
Jake.
years,
Go on,
you keep
Jake. Go on.
mentioning this,
Go on.
yeah. No, 10 to
Go on.
15 years ago, I spent like 5 years immersed in the teachings of Kemet and where alchemy and all these, Horus and these teachings of divine, before Christianity, where it all sprouted from, the worship of the universal mechanics and the sun energy, whether it's true or not, the scientific method will, disregard what I'm saying and other people. But I've got a lot of faith in the African, Pan-African teachings, and it just upsets me that you won't allow people who weren't fortunately born to your race to embrace these things and actually, spread them and propagate them and all this stuff. It's really sad, I find.
Okay, with all due respect, Lady D, you've been very unsynchronized. I've just told you the clips on the G Block, etc., is going to have me correcting Jordan M when he's misusing our culture and trying to take it away from what he should be focusing on in the religion. All that's there in that. So I don't know what we're doing here, but I
I know what
understand,
we're
you know
doing
what I
here. I
mean?
know it's that every time Jordan does it,
No,
in
no,
fact,
no.
I'm the person that jumps up and stops him. And then after
Yeah,
I jump in and stop him, that's when you
right.
pipe up. But you, sir, have never jumped up and
hmm
stopped him in nothing. I've been the one
Yes.
to do it every time. That's what I can. That's what the
Lady
clips are going
D,
to show
I
you.
always,
That's
I've
what the clips
always
are
pull
going
up
to show.
Jordan. No, it's not. It's going to show me putting him in his place when it comes to that culture. But I noticed then when Killer K came on the panel on the G Block and she's mentioning derogative things towards we as a people, we're crackers this and cracker that. You didn't say you was happy.
I
You was
was
applauding
definitely
it.
happy. I
You were
was
saying,
definitely.
get him, Killer
I
K. I was thinking to
definitely
myself,
did.
why is
I
the
definitely
beloved
did.
son,
And I
sister, Lady D,
explained to you why I did.
advocating for the
I
mountain
literally
to get her
explained to
son
you on the
brother?
panel
This
when it
don't make no
happened why
sense.
I did. I said to
No,
you,
sister.
when you come for their religion and she's passionate about her thing, anything, anytime.
Yeah,
And I said it again here today. So I don't back down
right.
from that. Now what? I'm not
No,
backing down from that.
but sister. Oh, okay. I will, but you know that she made a mistake though because she became angry because she has a problem that Islam values is in her religion. I know that. Because when you know about the studying of the different types of religion, etc., and I know that the non-African people have to benefit of our culture. So when I just corrected and told her, oh, the five principles of Sikhism is based upon the five principles of Islam, and you know, they put the Islam and Hinduism together and that, right? She knows what I'm talking about. But because she has a hatred for the Islam and the Muslims and that, when I corrected her and that she didn't like it, I was right. So she can't get angry with something that's part of her religion. She just didn't like the fact that the Sun man corrected her with her religion. And we know the thing, just like scientific method, when I used scientific methods ego, because he thought he can be atheist and then talk about Islam, and then Jordan finished him off because to him, the white man shouldn't know about Islam, and I use it against him, that he got finished off. You see, that's political science. This is the sunology and that. So nobody can't tell me anything. I war. When you're ready, Jake. When you're ready.
I think scientific could speak for himself, but I just most people observe that interaction differently, I must say.
Yeah, right. Well,
all right, back.
And I'm not a fan of Banksy's methodologies, but he's angry, you know. There's people that are born into cults, like someone else mentioned Scientology. You know, just because you were fortunate, inverted commas, enough to have this stance where you basically like free from guilt, and you know, white people, we have some people feel it, some people won't. We got this ancestral conscience for what we did, for whatever justifications we gave. But I don't know. The sooner you could accept that maybe all cultures had some things that weren't perfect about them, and that sadly white people had guns and a lot more insecurities maybe, and we did more worse things. But you could just take a little bit. You just say that okay, maybe there's no need. Like just one example, yeah. I was never circumcised, and it took me I don't know how long, not that many weeks, to realize that I needed to wash under my foreskin. So a woman that hasn't been circumcised maybe will just have to wash a little bit, maybe not. I believe they are much better self-cleaning than that men's. Yeah, we just have to clean the end of our willy. It's not a problem. It's not a big.
I know, but you see, when we're dealing with the African woman, right? I'm not going to be disrespectful. You see, I've seen the African woman, they thoroughly wash their private parts all the time. When they go in toilet, they're washing it. You see, they're using certain things, etc. and that, right? You see, so I understand that when we're dealing with the penis and the vagina and that, every day, wherever you go and work, etc., there's going to be some form of bad person or older on there. So having certain things that will limit that, I understand what the ancestors were doing. You see what I'm saying in that? I understand what they was doing in that. But you can't come and say to yourself, right, oh, that practice is barbaric because it's not to our values and etc. and that, because we're in different timelines. This is why I'm saying we was talking about the religion of Islam, etc. and that, right? What I'm trying to say is that everyone's got their different beliefs. So Napoleon Bonaparte, the white supremacist, says that religion has a way of stealing from the rich, stealing from the poor, without the poor wanting to attack them. Now, because people,
that's a fact. That's a fact, Kill. I've also heard this adage, right? Religion stops the poor man from robbing and killing the rich man.
Right. You see. So when we're dealing with Garvey, I have to return back to Garvey again. Who Henry Sylvester, you see what I'm saying? Alexander Crummell, the forefathers of Pan-Africanism, they had a good understanding that, boy, because we're in these religions and some of us are practicing African culture, we need to sort ourselves out. Garvey, go on, brother.
No, I want to ask Jake. I want to pose that question to Jake. Jake, what stops the poor man from robbing and killing the rich man?
I just heard it was religion a second ago.
No, I'm asking you though. If you really had to think about that question, scratch what I just said, and I want to ask that to the people in the chat. What stops the poor man from robbing, pillaging, and killing the rich man?
And by religion, you mean indoctrination? I
I'm not
suppose.
even asking. No,
Manipulation.
yeah. Say whatever you want. Call it whatever you want to. I just want to ask people, especially you idiots in the chat, that just type. Take a second. Stop typing. Think about it, and please give an educated answer. Born is a bitch, or born is a idiot, or Kale is stupid. Is not a real answer. Like answer it, guys.
But the only other unfortunate thing is that you go with the hygiene in the past thing, Kale. If you stuck with that, they were on board with you. Lady was fully going. That's acceptable in that state of a supposed health awareness knowledge. But when you say that it was to sacrifice a bit of their organ flesh for God, for some sort of divine like circumcision. I mean, I can't even get the words out.
Rituals.
Yeah, it just doesn't add up. Like, yeah, it's just like if there really is a reason to it, then we've got to accept that God is putting us through something. So you want us to accept that God is like trying to say, this is, I don't know. You managed to put it into words, like you managed to justify it, and this people have done for thousands of years. You know, people are doing type 3 supposedly, but I was just going to say as well, Richborn, just because the others haven't got such visual, like they don't arouse as much emotion because it's not. Oh my god, they're still graphic. Like it's an attack on that part of the. Yeah, and if they're just taking off a bit of the hood back in the day, I feel that's maybe where we need to just come to a consensus and like agree that, okay, back then it seemed that they needed to keep it from collecting, what do they call it again? Smeg and things like that. You know, I think that might be a technical term.
No, I feel you. But to the question that I asked, I see nobody really can give a good answer. I mean, of course, people just gonna say, "Hey, man, it's religion," but is it?
You see,
what stops the What stops the majority from overthrowing the minority? Like if we take it off of that, if we take it off the rich, let's just take it off the power, right? People say, man, it's power. It's the powers that be. It's the 1%. You guys need to stop focusing on race because the 1% rules the entire world. Well, what's stopping every person of every race from taking over and overthrowing the 1%? And when I asked that question, I'm not getting anything. I mean, people are going back to FGM and
good question.
Like
Good
nobody
question.
really wants to answer that. I hear people saying, Rashida bodied you born rich. Like nobody can be educated enough. It's a bunch of non-black people, Asians and white people in the chat.
Right.
Just saying, born rich, you a bitch. That's not even a smart question, born rich, but it is a smart question. Because we can get on here and all agree that it's somebody higher than us that is controlling it. Some people may call it religion. Some people call it the elites. Some people call it the Illuminati. Everybody got a different word for it. But then when I say, hey, what can we do to overthrow it? Nobody has any type of answers. Yeah, right. Nobody. And now I need to drop the link. Drop the link. And you need to, and I need to give some wrenches out on this channel. For real. Because I'm really tired of people just typing and not jumping on and talk. Just jump on and talk, man. Quit being gay.
Are you sure you want S&M up here, Born Rich?
Man,
Are you sure?
He's gay.
What do you mean? What do you mean you want? What do you mean? Hold on. You want? What do you want? The scientific method on here and that, right?
No, but what I'm saying, Born Rich, if he asks
scientific method is
and
foolish, man.
But the thing is, Kel, you've been entertaining him. I don't even. He doesn't. He's a nobody to me. He's only popular on G Block. That's it. He doesn't pop anywhere. And if you ignore him, I promise you, he'll if you ignore scientific method, you'll see how weird he is.
The thing is, Born, if he asks you questions and you get stuck, like you can't say that you brought it upon yourself.
Listen to Lady D, Kate. Listen to Lady. If he asks you any question, Lady D, what are we doing, beloved?
If he asks me
Born Rich is calling him out and telling him to drop the link, right? I'm saying to Born Rich,
Lady D, scientific method ain't got no
and I'm gonna tell you how weird he is now.
If he comes
And let me tell you how weird he is though, now.
ask you questions, don't play like
I
you
don't care
didn't
about
call
that.
him.
I don't care about that now.
Don't do that.
What do you mean if he asks a question? Nah, we're men.
Handle myself, Kel. I know.
Go on, brother. Go on.
But let me handle myself, man. I've been on this panel I've been on this panel 2.5 hours, and the whole time he's been typing. The whole 2.5 hours. Like, am I wilding? Or is that, to me, that's weird. I could never be on a channel and just type for 2.5 hours. To me, that's weird. I know some people don't. Some people don't live like me. Like after 2.5 hours, I'm gonna take a break. Like he ain't took a smoke break, a food break. He ain't went to go say hi to his wife or anything.
It's dopamines. That's why dopamines.
I mean,
Yeah,
typing, like for real, Lady D. If we scroll back up, he's been typing. I mean, nonstop. Every 4 or 5 comments is scientific method. And he's gonna type 3 comments in a row, then 2, then Louise might comment, Victoria might comment, and then scientific method, he comments 3 more times. And then Kel will comment, Jake will say something, and then scientific method, he'll comment, he'll just keep doing it. So now I need to please drop the link for him and let him get on here. And Lady D, I don't give a fuck about his questions. He's a weirdo.
I know.
He's a weirdo in real life.
I know.
Weirdo. You know how Kel said to
I know
wouldn't
you
say
don't
that,
give a fuck
you
about
wouldn't
their
say that to
questions,
me
Kel,
in
because
real
you've got
life.
all
Like
the time in the world to answer their questions. But when it comes to
he's a
answering
person,
our questions,
man,
Kel,
he
that's
is a
where you
person.
get
He's a
stuck. I
person.
know you've got plenty of time.
Man,
Kel,
I'm
don't
telling
do
you.
that.
See how she using sonology on me, brother. But you see what I'm trying to explain to her now.
Good, man. I mean,
Yeah,
she's
man, it's
good,
deep,
man.
man.
But he's a weirdo. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. It's
Got to.
2024, Lady D. We gotta stop
I know.
caping for these weirdos, man. And shout
I
out to
know.
Veli. But these people feel comfortable on G Block, man. Not no slighted G Block, but that's his home channel. He feels comfortable there. Now I need to drop the link. Let's chop it up. Let's chop it up over here. He's cool over there. He's comfortable because he's gonna have a cheerleading section. But let him jump on over here, man.
He can be a bit cold to the bone, whether he's right or wrong sometimes. It doesn't mean that his method of like being on the internet
He's
is
a
any less valid
weirdo.
to
He's a
someone else's.
weirdo, man. He don't have nothing going on in real life.
No, but
Nothing
you don't
in
know
real
that.
life.
He talks on the panels all the time. He brings like coherent discussion and stuff. So I mean, just don't know what you're kind of just taking that personally. I mean,
He don't bring no coherent things at all. And
Jake.
what he brings is his unethical code of conduct. As soon as you start talking about African culture and that, he hates it because remember he's the younger human being. He tried to tell black people, you know, brother born, we don't have no soul. Didn't the non-African, didn't the white man say that we don't have a soul, brother?
No, he said
The white man said we don't
everyone.
have a soul, you know, brother.
There's lots of
And then
black
he
people.
says that we're
Belly
apes.
doesn't believe
The
in the
white
soul.
man used the
Belly
term
doesn't
apes
believe in
to
the
character
soul.
assassinate black people, and this mountain man trying to say that we're apes and all these things. You know what I mean? And that. Get out of here, man.
He doesn't believe in a soul. He doesn't believe he has a soul. Belly doesn't believe you have a
You know what I
soul.
mean?
But apparently, outwardly, I believe they all believe it in their hearts, but they profess not to believe it.
Yeah, like I said, man, people are weird to me, man, and that's just it. I ain't gonna lie, they just weird, and they get people the pom poms. I mean, you even got people in the chat saying, "Oh, it's knowledge." So, Born, are you saying knowledge is weird? And man, if y'all think that if y'all think what this guy says is knowledge, shout out to y'all, man. that's all I can say. All I can do is say, I can just say shout out. Like I won't even name call you, but if that's knowledge, salute. That's all I'll say is salute. I'll say this, man. So and that's why I fuck with the black people that I fuck with, man. Shout out to the black people that I fuck with. We just don't we don't get down like that. We cut from a different cloth. And then that's why they say different races are cut from different cloths. I truly believe that because I am cut from a different cloth than some of these weirdos online. Not for real. And like I said, and then these people got a fucking these people got a cheering squad, a cheerleading squad. Salute to y'all. That's all I can say, man. Salute. I ain't even. It's a Saturday night. I don't have time to do name calling. Shout out to you guys. I just say salute and start and keep talking to my people and keep building with my people. And this is what we should be using online for. To my people. If you're listening to me and you know who I'm talking to, we should be using this time to build, man. Creating things with each other, breaking bread. This debating shit is cool. I like it. I like it like the next person. For real. I'll probably do a live later on and we'll have some debates. But at the end of the day, the people on this internet that's meant to build, they're gonna always find a way to build.
That's right.
So salute for that, man. So
you know, my response to your thing about why the rich keep the poor. I
Yes.
personally have this bit of a bit of a kind of out there what perspective, whatever. But the vegan thing is what my is where I feel that humanity needs to kind of go towards to stop fueling this. There's a saying by the author of War and Peace, Leo Levov Tolstoy, and he said, "For as long as there are slaughterhouses, there will be battlefields." And there's many quotes that kind of parallel this. That if we consume and we have suffering, if we consume suffering, then we're going to react with that sort of oppression and that anger energy, you know, that anxiety, that anger. And also maybe even more of a level that like financially we'll be deprived, we'll be milked, we'll be caged, we'll be cattled and herded and deceived, subjugated.
So what's allowing us to be herded?
Well, I personally believe that there is certain there's ley lines that basically like there's these interdimensional spirits, demons, daemon, whatever you want to call them. They jinn, you know, they basically there's some people for whatever reason. This is the bit I can't get my head around is why certain Freemasons, why certain church officials, why you know people in government positions, why they are the ones who play the roles that are possessed. But I am 100% convinced that there is people that are possessed that are playing out roles on behalf of you know in Job in the Bible it says
On behalf of who?
Well, basically this is the point that
what are these demons?
Satan or Shaitan.
Bam! I love that. Right. So what is stopping because we can agree that the people who have these demons or jinns and they're working on the behalf of Satan, they're the minority, right, Jake? Wouldn't you agree with that?
I suppose it
Would you
bleeds
say
into different. Like, I think we're all potentially possessed, depending on what our vibrations at. We can be possessed by our emotions, and
so you think majority of people are possessed by demons and shaitan?
Well, the word demon, daemon, used to just mean guiding spirit, Daemon. Before it was demon, and Saturn. So you know, Saturn is airless.
Jake. I don't care about the etymology or the history of it. You said that people. You said the people who are running these churches, and I'm asking you: are those people that's possessed? Are they the majority or the minority?
I would say the minority.
All right. So what is stopping the majority of people that's not possessed by these demons, whatever the fuck you was trying to say? What is stopping the majority of people that's not possessed from just rising up and killing and just taking over these demonic people? What's stopping the majority of people from doing that?
Well, I think it's because of the vibration. We don't allow ourselves to raise into the higher chakras, so we stay in the three dense dimensions. So just the lust, the self survival, and the survival, lust, desire, rather than open up the fourth chakra of the heart to that unity aspect.
Now, what about so these people that are possessed? What chakra are they vibrating on?
But this is, you just reminded me actually. So we've always got the other chakras above working away, but because we're not opened up the connection of the heart, we're in a trance. We're easily hypnotized by these the ones that are possessed by these like very intentional spirits.
Are you hypnotized?
I was more so, definitely. I mean, I remember just how like kind of.
Are you now? Not was. Are you now?
No, I don't think I have been through.
So what's stopping you? I mean, so why can't you, if you're not hypnotized? I'm sure you know a few other people that's not hypnotized. What's stopping you guys that's not hypnotized from just going and killing these demonic people?
Because we're a collective. So even if I was deserving of bringing these people down, then the rest of the society, like in Job, in Satan, God says Satan does nothing without his say so. Basically they're in Job, they're talking together, Satan and God, they're literally having discussions, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this to Job, yeah, do whatever you want to him, just spare his life. And then Satan puts him through all these trials. And I believe this is either literal or an allegory of Saturn. In astrology, Saturn represents the physical plane, government structure, rigidity, laws, and it's basically teaching us that we have the free will, but also we have to raise ourselves to be deserving of greater, abundance and expansive. And so I
And
don't know
who
why
gives us
some
that?
people get a lot.
Who gives us greater in abundance?
Well, that would be Zeus, God, Jesus,
God.
Jupiter,
Okay,
the
cool,
sun.
cool, cool. God, the Most High.
Yeah, Horus,
Yeah, there we go. The God gives us that abundance.
Osiris.
So now, can you kind of understand what people say? I think you even said it, right? Right? The majority do not overthrow the minority because of Zeus, Horus, God, the Most High. The
But
Most
because
High is the reason.
Saturn is working on behalf of, so Saturn's like a kind of like an office worker or a security guard for abundance, which would be represented by God and goodness and Jupiter and jovial, fun, expanse, and all that stuff.
So the
Travel.
abundance is the reason we're docile.
Well, it's the reason we don't deserve it is because we take rather than equally.
But I don't understand that. Hold on. How the fuck do we take when you just said the minority is controlled by demons and they're working on behalf of Satan? And we know Satan's job is to take, steal, rob, kill, pillage.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. What's the word?
There go that link. There go the link. Click that link.
Interpretation.
That
That interpretation of Satan. I think the Bible kind of gets it a little bit mixed up sometimes. Sometimes it's saying that Satan's working on behalf of God, and sometimes it's saying, it's there to. I believe it is there to tempt us in respects to it's the lowest chakra, and it's the last line of the Lord's Prayer: "Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil." The one up from that is Jupiter, sacral chakra. Forgive our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Up from that is Mars, and also the soul, the solar. Is give us today our daily bread.
Oh my gosh! Now this guy is asking for permission. You ain't gotta ask for permission. Click the link, scientific. Yeah, come on, brother. If G Block dropped the link, you wouldn't be doing all that. Just join the panel. Stop, man. You ain't gotta do all that. Just click the link.
So based on our choices of like, if we go to a takeaway, that's a choice that we can make. If we go to a takeaway where we have no regard for how the animal was raised, or if we get the cheap.
Yeah, I understand that, but we also have the option to just take over the government or overthrow the people that's working on behalf of Shaitan. Right? We also have that. We have the free will to do that. No, Jake, let's stop talking about that. I don't want to talk about the vegans and the food, and let's just fucking take over. Let's overthrow Shaitan. Right, Jake? Don't you want to do that?
We try it all out. We've tried it so many times.
Yeah, but you ain't tried enough, Jake. You haven't tried enough, Jake. You haven't tried personally. You haven't tried personally, Jake.
I have. For 9 years, I've been working on this exact.
Yeah,
for 9 years, I've been working in this very realm.
No, yeah, but it's the 9 years, man. You haven't been really working. It's time for you to take the power in your own hands. Go overthrow Shaitan, Jake. That's what time it is for, Jake. It's time for us, bro. It's time for us, the majority, to overthrow the minority. Send me your email and let's talk.
I'll be back. I got phone call.
Yeah, send me your email. I'm gonna send you some information, Jake. I got a plan. We finna overthrow this whole fucking system. Are you ready?
Yes, brother.
Yes, we're gonna attack Shaitan at the core.
Good building, lads. Yes. Well done, man. Good building. I think you got this covered.
That's what we're gonna do. Scientific, is that what you ready to do? Scientific, are you ready to overthrow Shaitan?
Nah, I'm not having no part of what you lot is coming up with, mate. I don't want nothing to do with it.
All right, cool. Let me ask you this, Scientific, for real. Now, is there any reason right now? All right, go ahead, bro. I know you're probably gonna say you're just trolling, but what's the reason that you would type my name? Because I counted. You're at 80. You're at hold on.
Nah, it's way more than that, mate. 88. Don't tell me it's less than 100.
You typed my name 88 times in 2.5.
But to be fair, I probably typed your name in about 10 or 20 different ways.
Yeah,
either born,
iteration of born. I know.
Whatever.
But let's be honest though, Scientific. It's some iteration of born, right?
That's so what I'm saying is that
just like me saying scientific.
No, wait.
Scientific, scientific.
Yeah. But how many of them can you come up with? Yeah, but this is the game though, is how many of them can you come up with? Like I done at least 20, 25 for you, yeah? Which is a lot. From a two, I go wait.
Hold on.
What do you mean?
No.
Go do it with women.
Let me ask you this. But do you do that like with women that you're texting? Like do you play these type of games with women? Maybe the women that you like or women that a woman?
Nah, not really. Not really. It's just depends. A lot of it. I'll tell you why.
with
Yeah,
a man though, bro?
because
Let's
it's
be
got
honest,
nothing.
bro.
Because it's got nothing to do with some of it, like the ones I just told you. They have got nothing to do with the human being. It's just the fact that the syllables are something that I can work with, meaning that they have a lot of sounds that I can use for
80,
alliteration.
80 plus times though, brother.
Yeah,
Don't
but
you
that's
think
me. That's me
that's a
pushing
bit
my own.
excessive, though?
Hang on,
It's a
that's
bit
me pushing my
excessive.
own limits of vocabulary and
But can't we
linguistics
say that's a
and
bit
grammar.
excessive though? Have you done
Not
that with
really.
chat? Can you
Nah,
try that
bruv,
with
you're not the
chat?
only person that, bro.
And
You're not the only
let's do
person that's
cat
done this
though.
too.
For scientific, next time, let's do cat. Right? Next time I see you in the chat,
Nah,
we'll do
why?
cat.
Like,
We'll
we
do
could do.
cat. We'll do cat.
Yeah,
I'll
we
do cat,
can.
cat food, cat
Yeah, you can
fish.
do Matt, yeah.
Cat, you know what I
But
mean?
you see,
Cat
listen,
litter.
you got to try and make them funny though. You can't just do cat and mat and sat and rat and
Oh,
fat
man, we'll
and
do
hat.
cat.
It's just
We'll do
boring. That's boring,
mutilated
isn't it?
cat.
You got to make it funny, yeah. As
And
long
you know
as you're
what's
making
funny?
it funny
I'm
and
talking.
it's somehow linguistically legitimate or grammatically legitimate, even if you have to change a couple of things or miss out here or there, as long as there's enough connection there for it to be funny and you know what I mean, that's good
I
enough
got
for me,
you.
mate.
Only thing
That's what we're trying to do.
I'm just gonna say 88 to 89 times is a bit excessive, brother.
All right,
It is.
maybe I did focus on that, but I yeah,
It
like
is
you know,
good.
but you know what it was because I came up with a lot for your name, yeah. So like I was pushing myself to see if I could do more and
Not
more and more
really. It's
because
just born
it's
switch.
fine.
No, it's born
Born
switch.
bitch, born switch, born snitch,
And that's it. Those are quick. Go ahead.
porn bitch was a good one. But then when you said the gay shit, porn switch was a better one.
No, it's
So
good. It's
yeah,
just born.
you know what I mean. It was satirical, brother. I was paying attention and that, you know, it was flowing.
Well, shout out to you
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
I can tell.
yeah,
You're
man. That's all
not a
good.
black person. I can't tell
Huh?
that. Now, one thing black people do, we don't do it that typing that excessive. So
Well,
shout
you
out.
do
Shout out.
actually because a lot of black people do that.
All right,
So
all
I
right.
don't know why you're
Name
saying
me
that.
one. Name me one who types excessive like that.
He doesn't
Who
need to
types
call out
excessive?
people. You don't need to call
You
out
just,
people.
I
You
have to
just have
give you
to.
an example of a single human
Yeah,
being who types a lot.
absolutely.
Right.
Who
Okay.
types
Okay.
excessive
So
like
you're
that?
100% sure that no black
I'm
person in the
just saying.
world
I'm
never
sure they're.
types a lot.
I'm sure they're on G Block. I
Well,
know.
you're all
I'm
right.
gonna
So
tell
then
you.
don't say no black
I'm gonna tell you
person.
this.
Don't say
I'm gonna
no
tell you
black
this. I'm
person.
gonna tell you this.
Say
Scientific.
in this small circle of a few
No
hundred
one.
people, I
Yeah,
haven't
thank
seen a
you.
black person. Yeah,
Nobody.
qualify your claim because
Nobody.
you're making a generalization about a whole race of people.
Nobody's type more excessive than you in the chat
All
today.
right. So on this chat, in this chat, well, fine. That's out of 30, 40 people.
That's
Well done.
weird. But do
That's
you
not
want that
weird, bro.
medal? But do you want that medal? Like, is that a medal that you can proudly call your mom and say,
No,
"Hey,
listen,
mom,
you're not
out of
understanding. You're
40
not
people, out
listen.
of 40
Listen to
people,
me.
I typed the most today,
Listen.
mom."
You're all right. Shall I tell you what you're not understanding? Yeah, is that when you do something like this, you want to see how many rhymes you can get out of a particular phrase or a particular word. This is something intellectual. This is something that you do and you push at because you're challenging yourself according to your own vocabulary, your own knowledge of grammar, your own knowledge of sentence structure, yeah, and connotations and meanings and semantics. This is something that can be quite intellectual, but I don't know. Maybe you don't see that
So
side of it. Maybe you're incapable of seeing that side of it.
It's not incapable because actually I
All right.
played
Well, then,
along.
I've said that to you a
Actually, I
couple of
played
times
along.
now.
Well, listen.
Well, I've said it to you a couple of times, but you're not getting it.
Relax. Actually, I played along today, right? We was talking about tip, right? When the brother Kel said it's just the tip. I seen somebody.
Yeah. True.
Somebody said this is the tipping point. I said we
Yeah.
tipping on fofos. Somebody said tip. We said
Need to
tip.
tiptoe around this.
Yeah, I said tip. Yep. I said you guys are tiptoeing.
Exactly, and I rated that. If you notice, I rated that when you did that.
Hoping that you would just join along, but instead you went right back to Born. You went right.
Yeah,
back
but you know
to
the reason for that was because you were caping for HGM, so that was winding me up. So that's what. You were, man. Shut up. You were 100% caping.
All right, let's have a conversation.
100% caping.
That's the conversation you really want to have. Let's have it.
No, I'm just you asking me why I was focused on you, and it was that reason that before I was on Kale, before you came on, I was doing that to Kale 100% in the chat because he was the one caping for FGM. Then when you came on, and I thought, all right, this guy's going to be neutral, and then you basically jumped on his bandwagon. I thought, nah, fuck this guy. And it annoyed me, so I carried on roasting you.
I understand that.
Yeah, that's no big deal, mate. It's not personal, you know.
Shout out to the non-black people. I just want to. Sometimes it just comes off a little weird. It just comes.
Trust me, bro. If you know me, bro, it's got nothing to do. Race to me is an irrelevant currency. It has no value, no meaning, no whatsoever. So for me, if I do something, it will never be because of race. You will have to because it's not relevant to me. It has no value in my mindset. In my understanding of reality, it's zero value.
What do you value?
I'll tell you what I value. I value. This is how I worked it out. Yeah,
Girls, he values girls keeping their clits.
Yeah, that's one thing. But really specifically, I value people who show me that they care about the pain and suffering of living creatures at any level, at any amount. If people show me that affects them and that bothers them, I love that. I respect that more than anything in the world by far. But
Let me
second
ask
to
you
that,
this.
but
All right,
wait,
go
second. Can I just say second to that, because this is important as well. Is more important about who I am in these contexts more. Is that second to that is I value somebody who's got the courage to finally accept the validity of the methodology of science in terms of reality and epistemology and how we find out truth, how we determine truth. Yeah, if somebody respects the science, that you know, I actually appreciate that a lot, because it shows that they're being honest and open about the situation we're in as human beings. We only have science to work shit out. We don't have another tool. We don't have another way. So those two things are important, but the first one is by far more important when it comes to judging a human being.
Good shit. There you go. I ain't gonna lie, scientific. It's been a while since I spoke to you. That was good shit. That's honestly good shit.
No, thank you, man. Because you know, that's
Yeah,
how I
yeah.
define myself. So it was a good question.
And
So
you said you value people who value other human beings. Do you think would you say that I value other human beings?
yeah, well, you do, but the thing is, like for me, like I said it even more general than that. So you might value a particular race of human beings
Yeah,
more than
black
another
people.
race.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people do that. That's not really a big problem for me. What I have a problem with is if you somehow are desensitized to the pain and suffering of a different group or even a different animal or even, you know what I mean, a different level of creature. All of that I find to be annoying, you know. And this is where Jake would come in and say a lot more. Yeah, but I find if we know, like basically, look, as a human being, you know what it's like to suffer pain and misery and, you know, horrible stuff happening to you, you know. That's enough for you to know that no other creature should, you know, you don't want another creature to go through that, you know. And so that I think is the most fundamental principle of being a human being, and it's called empathy.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let Jake go, but I had to eat this piece of chicken real quick.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Jake actually has a lot to say about this, but I agree with him up to a point, and then we disagree vehemently straight away after that.
I was just hoping y'all get the joke. Yeah, I was eating a piece of chicken right now.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
I do care about the pain and suffering of people and animals.
This is the world we're in. It's all right, man. We're all on our own. We're in our own place. Yeah, it's just the thing about the it's just that he wouldn't like to what benefit. So if somebody has had the someone's had this little I think what got me at the worst bit was at the last bit that he left us with. It was the health benefit, but the one before when he left us, it was that it was a spiritual sacrifice to God. So he seems to have abandoned that bit, which is a great step forward because, like, unless that could be validated somehow that some woman was like, I mean, you can't do it to a child.
You know what's funny though, Jake? All right, I ain't gonna lie, right? Now y'all know I've been, as scientific method or Lady D would say, I've been caping for Kale. It's not caping. I just see. I'm coming from an unbiased standpoint, but I thought the cleanliness argument may have been his best argument. Right? Are we saying cleanliness because we know it's gonna sound horrible, but I know that uncircumcised penis can get certain bacteria and certain fungus and certain, you know, certain shit that's not clean.
But where have you heard this? Where are you getting this from? Is this like friends?
Well, I was on a live stream. I didn't look it up personally, but I was on a live stream that they were looking it up one day, and you have schmegma, you have dick cheese. Like I've never heard these terms until I was on this live stream, and they pulled the Googles up and showed that, you know, showed exactly what schmegma is and what dick cheese is, and I was like, oh shit, I learned something new that day. And we know that,
but I know people that just don't wash very well in general.
So
Some
can
people,
I put this
their feet
argument?
smell.
If the bodies were used for its proper so let's put it into context, right? Boom, Rich, just work with me now. So we are created with man, there's woman, right? And if
Yeah.
a woman is supposed to be with one man her entire life, yeah, and she's only supposed to give herself only to that one man, which is her husband, okay?
Yeah.
But in between that time, she's carrying herself. She's not having sexual activity. She's not doing any of these things. She's just using her natural body every day and then splashing it with water, 2-3 times a day, right? Cleaning herself 2-3 times with just water. That's not sufficient enough. We still have to go through this. Remember, the only reason why these people have got all these cream cheese because they're sexually deviant predators out here. Yeah, they cannot
are we
keep
sure though,
they
Lady
cannot
D?
keep to one
That's a
woman.
projection. That's a
Wait,
projection,
wait.
Lady D.
They're
You're
going from
projecting.
one woman to one woman to one woman.
You
They're not
can't prove that.
cleaning them. Wait a minute. Let me put my argument
I'm
forward.
sorry.
They're not cleaning themselves. They're hopping from one pum pum to another pum pum to another pum pum. They're not catering for this, and that's why they end up with these cheeses that you keep bringing up consistently. But if they were keeping themselves the way they were supposed to, living the way that they were supposed to, there will be no need for none of this. What are we doing?
Yeah, but also they get schmegma and dick cheese is something like I can't get. Right? Now, just say we clean the same. Hypothetically, we clean the same. He can still get schmegma and dick cheese. He's uncircumcised that I can't get. I can't get. You're talking about a little water. You're talking about when ladies just go with a little water. Maybe I, because I'm circumcised, can go with a little water, and this brother here can't, even if he's monogamous. Maybe he can't go with just a little water. He needs an extra little scrub.
No. Wait, can I say something? Can I say something here? What you guys got to look. What you guys got to look at, yeah, is the reality and practicality of the situation. So, if you don't have foreskin, or you do have foreskin, there's a chance that it could be unclean if you don't clean it. But if you don't clean it, then whether you have foreskin or not is going to be the reason why it's got smegma or dirt or whatever. Not having a foreskin doesn't automatically keep it clean. Yeah, but not washing automatically makes it unclean. So the crucial factor by far and wide is the cleaning. So therefore, if you could have the same result just by cleaning, which is what you have to do in either situation anyway, why would you ever need to cut something off in the first place?
That's my point. That is my point, literally.
But maybe the ancestors didn't see it that way. I don't know, guys. But maybe the
yeah, but they were wrong though, innit? Because we now know better. But we do know better, and they were wrong, and that's the fact of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, bro. The thing is, when Kel speaks and he says it from a particular angle, the way you word something, the kind of imagery that you invoke, it can be difficult for you to really see what the problem is. You know, when you're neutral and you don't know the details yourself, you know, I can understand. Even like me, if someone starts talking to me about a technical topic I don't know about, two experts that disagree could both easily win me over. There'd be no way that I would be able to defend myself against either of their claims. Do you know what I mean? Two experts in the subject I have no knowledge about, or very little knowledge about. So that can happen to any of us. But the point is that when you really, really think about it over time and really get down to the nitty-gritty practical details, it doesn't make any sense, bruv. Like, it really doesn't. Do you know what I mean? This is something that in our world now, here and now, we all agree is one of the worst things you can do to a human being as a child, is cut off parts of their body unnecessarily. And like, this is what gets ultra upset. This is what makes the women mad, is that you should only do that sort of shit when there is a huge amount of actual physical demonstrable reasoning for it. You know, there should be no arguments from anybody.
Even the little boys too scientific. Like
that as well. In principle, there's no difference. In principle, there's no difference. The female one is much worse because it's a much more sensitive organ to begin with, and it's more delicate in some ways. You know, the penis, you can slap it. But anyway, either way, the point being that neither of them should be done. Neither of them need to be done. No, you're right. You're right. I just realized what I said.
Where was you about to go?
Both of them can handle a beating. Let's just say, yeah.
But what? Just slap it. You can just slap the penis.
Yeah, but you see, the difference is this. Yeah, is that the skin of the that you cut off of the foreskin in circumcision is just skin and never more. It can't be more than that. Yeah, but with the circumcision, only one of them is just skin. The others actually do cut off parts of the organ of the clitoris, and that's the equivalent of cutting off the actual head of the penis, the actual biological equivalent. Because before your sex is formed, the thing in your body that turns into a penis head is the exact same thing that if you turn out to be a girl turns into the clitoris.
Mm-hmm. Which Mel said comes out when it's time to have fun. Shout out to Mel.
You know what, Ball? Behave yourself, Ball.
Nah, but you know what, bro? Big up to the women, yeah, because I have to say I got so much more love and respect for Nyanifa, for Lady D and Mel, because you know what? Sometimes it's hard for us guys to think that, you know, maybe everyone is, you know, a bit one-track minded. You've chosen a topic or an aspect of reality, and that is going to be the thing that defines everything for you. And if it's something like race, that's extremely shallow. However, everybody's got the right to care about race and, you know, unify themselves according to race if they want to. Yeah, there's no problem with that. But when I see people who do that have actually better priorities and higher priorities, for example, the pain and suffering of children, it makes me really happy, because it gives me hope that, you know, we can make it as a species. Maybe we can maybe overcome all these things, because even people who believe in race and, you know, whatever differences, nationalism, politics, whatever differences they choose, deep down, most people have these higher level morals, like to do with pain and suffering, like, you know what I mean, to do with
but most
protecting
people do
children.
though.
Any
But
girl
scientific,
child,
but scientific,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
scientific.
right?
But hold on. But scientific, most people do though, and that's
Yeah, but
you can't get caught up on, bro.
yeah,
Just because I might come over here and say, listen, I love black people and I hate white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
stand on that. I'm gonna take that to the grave with
Yeah,
me.
but if you saw an undetermined,
But I
yeah,
also care about people, like white
mm.
people, even a white. If it's somebody who I deem a white supremacist, and I see their little white baby being mistreated on the streets, I'm gonna help that. I'm gonna help that little
Yeah,
white.
you see, and that's what matters to me. You see, that's what matters.
Just because I jump on the panel and say, listen, fuck white supremacy, and people say, man, he's racist. He don't like
Yeah,
white people. Is number one, you're not listening to the words that I'm using. That's number
yeah,
one,
yeah.
right?
But
Scientific.
then,
If
yeah.
hold on. If you pride yourself on actually listening and being coherent, then you would know I'm not saying I hate white people or I don't like anybody that's not black. I never say that. Of course, I
But then you
love.
know what, Rich? We're right here, right now, yeah, we can solve a massive problem. And that is that if we all as human beings, whichever camp we come from or background or whatever, and we're talking even politically as well as ethnically or whatever, yeah, if we can all agree that there's a base level of morality that we do all agree on as human beings, like pain and suffering, like protecting children, etc., yeah, then we can, then it's just a matter of sloppiness that we just generalize too much and we say, oh, white people this.
There you
What we
go.
should do is qualify our claims and say, I hate white people who are racist and who collectively have a concept of white supremacy and
Yeah,
subjugate other races. But you need to
absolutely.
qualify that every time you refer to it. You can't just say white
Yeah.
people. You know, the generalizations make it seem like you're talking about all white
But
people
the thing
now.
is, though, scientific. If at some point I'm gonna get tired of it, just like you just said.
Yeah, you're right. You're
You
right. I do
explain
as well.
now. I know, right? Because this is the second time you've explained it. Why you use my name so much in the chat, right? We had the conversation on G Block. Then now we've had the
Oh yeah,
conversation
yeah.
today,
Last
right?
time as well.
Now,
Yeah, yeah.
if I jump on the panel and say scientific, why you type my name for the third time? Eventually, you're gonna get tired of explaining that to me. So my thing
Yeah,
with
yeah, yeah,
my
yeah.
thing with I don't hate white people. I hate white supremacists. Is I've been on G blocking on these panels for years.
Yeah,
I'm tired of telling people the difference. Now when I
yeah,
say
yeah. But then
born say
you
what you
see,
say, and when I say white supremacists, the thing is the key is right. Is when I say it's just like you saying scientific. It's just like you saying I hate racist black people, and only thing I hear is black people, and then I say, man, fuck scientific method. He keeps saying he hates black people, but I keep leaving out the point. You say racist black people, or
yeah,
whatever
yeah,
whatever
yeah,
word
yeah, yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
front of it. See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's why people
All
say,
right.
man,
Yeah,
he's racist. He just say
yeah,
white people, but go back and look. I don't say white people. I make sure I make sure I use my words carefully. So
mm.
I don't be on a racist shit. I'm of course I love black people. I wouldn't say it's shallow though because you said that shallow that people that only see race.
No, no, no. You see, let me clarify there. What I meant, and I think I said it, but maybe I didn't say it well enough. Yeah. But my point is that I would think it's shallow if you were to, you know, those were the most important things. If it was more important for you to judge somebody by race than to judge somebody by, I don't know, like, so for example, if you were gonna help somebody based on race rather than whether they needed help or were in pain and suffering, then I would consider that that's a shallow reason to, to moderate your behavior. So if it was something that took priority over the pain and suffering thing, then that's shallow, because I do
No,
believe that the pain and
no,
suffering
no.
ones are deeper because they apply to a more universal extent.
No, I agree scientific, and I had this topic the other day when I was speaking to some brothers and sisters online, and I said, listen, if I was on the corner on the sidewalk bleeding out, and a fucking white supremacist drove up and was the only person available to take me to the hospital, I'm going to the hospital. I am.
Yeah, you
And
got no choice there, mate.
I mean, exactly. But it's the same thing on my end, right? Now, if
Yeah.
I'm walking down the street, if I'm walking this, I know it's weird, but if I'm walking down, just say hypothetically, I'm walking from my building to my car. and in the middle of that walk, or no, fuck it, just say in eyesight, I can see a fucking white supremacist with a fucking Ku Klux Klan outfit on, bleeding out on the sidewalk. I'm gonna go help him. I'm gonna go help him. For real. I know
Yeah. I mean, like, if you, like, for example, if you don't know that person has specifically harmed somebody, maybe they're supremacists, but
yeah,
they haven't
there
actually
you
done
go.
anything.
There
They
you
haven't
go.
actually really done anything. They
Now,
just
there you
think
go.
about
You're right.
it, and
You're right.
yeah. So, like, you know, if
shit.
you knew for sure that this geezer actually went out and hurt people,
fuck
then even I would walk past probably. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah. That does some shit in the game right there.
Yeah, but you see, a lot of it just comes down to this sort of thing, bro. This is why when we do this stuff, yeah, and I'm the same as anybody. I'm no better than anybody, yeah. We get emotional, we start getting personal, and this is why Veli always has to bring us back on track with this sort of stuff, because we're only human. We get annoyed, we get upset, we get excited, we get emotional, and we let things get sloppy, and we start, you know, abusing and you know, going for each other. When really, if we were to articulate ourselves like civilized human beings, we probably find a lot more to agree about than disagree about, you know, and then maybe it'd be easier for us to iron out those differences as well, if you see what I mean. But if we just jump in straight away, oh, you fucking said this, you're a FGM guy, or you believe in child marriage, then you know what I mean? If we build up to that with all the shit that we agree on first about basic shit, then we might be able to talk about that shit and actually win. You know, if we've got some enough respect for each other's views by that point, we might actually be able to convince each other, and it might be easier to demonstrate the evidence.
I agree. So you saying scientific? It's nothing wrong with a little snip. If you snip the tip, right? Are you saying that?
Keep your snips and tips away from me and my family. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to say you agree with snip. If you snip the tip, that's not full FGM.
Brother, I
That's
hate
not
those
full
words. I don't
FGM.
even, brother, I don't even like those words. When you say snip the tip, the image that comes into my mind,
It's
yeah.
the foreskin. The foreskin.
No, stop that, bro. Stop that.
That's what okay, what's up,
Bro,
We've
you know
heard
what? Back,
from many
you know
women,
what?
we've heard no
was
health
really clicking.
benefits. If it was a health benefit, they would do it in the US. I just quickly, I looked up the reason for the circumcision. It's a bit ambiguous as well with the males. So there was a syphilis issue in the late 1800s, supposedly. But then someone came along, Dr. Hutchinson, and he started, where is it? Yeah, Jonathan Hutchinson, 1855, English physician. He saw this report by the Jews. So the Jews, it could have been propaganda, their thing about the disease, because they were justifying it because of the prevalence of venereal disease and syphilis. I think that might be the same thing. But then he raised a Quaker. Hutchinson was seeking to investigate whether circumcision aided in reducing sexual desire and lessened the need to masturbate, and discovered that circumcision had the benefit of men make it less difficult to catch. More difficult to catch syphilis. So yeah, it's a bit ambiguous.
So the benefit was circumcision.
The suggestion was that by the Jews' research that it was it did stop, but then this Quaker came along to do research on whether it reduced the, it says need, but masturbation, and then he discovered that yes, it did also reduce the the risk of catching syphilis.
There you go. See, so it's benefits from
well, 100
circumcision.
years ago, yeah, but now we've got running water and stuff. So this is the issue that we're saying that okay, benefit of the doubt. 100 years ago, 50 years ago, whenever in Africa, there can be explanations for perhaps a male circumcision. Female circumcision is still debatable.
Same thing, Jake. Do your research. Same thing.
Okay, let's say for argument's sake, then yeah.
Listen, women was catching syphilis all over the place.
Okay, and that's because of that.
This woman got syphilis. That woman got syphilis. Every woman was giving out syphilis. They had it. They had syphilis. Not FGM.
But my point,
Female
the saddest thing was though.
See now you
he overlapped it. He overlapped it with the spiritual sacrifice.
Yeah.
He overlapped it with the spiritual sacrifice to God, and he stuck with that as if it was a cultural a thing that was a noble thing to do. That it made you.
Yeah, he did. He did keep coming back to that. When we knocked out the other ones, he kept coming back.
Don't move the goalposts. When he said cleanliness, he meant cleanliness from disease like syphilis and the whole nine. So, Lady D, what are you saying? A little snip of the tip.
No, it was to give a bit of your
getting
flesh.
syphilis.
No, it didn't make sense. This is the thing. It's a difficult topic to make sense of what his position was because it was illogical by its definition. Because he was saying that you give a little bit of your private area to God. It's a sacrifice. It wasn't anything to do with cleanliness, other than a sorry.
Call it foreskin.
The foreskin. Okay.
Yeah.
But the idea that somehow this made you in better standing with God, and that's the bit. Even if I believe in God, I mean, I believe Lady Divine does. So I just think she's a better person to just stick on her point, because they smashed it, to be honest, really.
Yeah. Lady D, say something. We should snip her tip.
He ain't snipping nothing. Behave yourself, you barbaristic clown. Yeah, get him, Jake. Get him.
Yeah, we go snip your tip.
Now that Born Rich found out this is a thing, he's changing his job title. He's going to change his. He's retraining in a whole new field, mate. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
like I
so
said,
in this time-
scientific. I'm actually a connoisseur of the clitoris.
Okay, so a medical safety thing when it was potentially necessary, but that needs to be very, very. He needs to just not say about that sacrificing to God, unless he believes it's somehow you make yourself better with God, and that in that state he needs to be morally condemned for that, I think.
Yeah, I hear you, Jake.
Yeah, Kale ain't never coming back for this, bro. He's had enough. He's had more than enough for 2 days.
Kale will be back, man. What did you do to piss off my brother Kale too, scientific?
I don't know, bro. Because no, listen, hey, Born. You know me, bro. I'm the politest, most respectful guy that you've ever met. So you tell me what I must have done. You tell me what I might have done.
On panel.
Yeah, on panel, obviously.
Yeah, on panel in the chat. You're a cunt. Y'all use cunt. You're a bitch in the chat. That's the word I use. But
come on, you could do better than that, bro. I'm way worse than that in the chat. Come on, don't embarrass me, bro. Yeah.
Like I said, man, 89 in 2.5 hours, 89 born rich references. Born references is excessive. So I could understand how Kel could read that and say, yeah. Fuck.
Nah, you know what? Me and Kel do that all the time in the chat, bro. Me and him we've done shit like that for ages before as well. You know what I mean? It's all good.
So I do understand that, but Kel did mention your name like 3 or 4 times today, and I ain't gonna lie, I let you get like an hour 15 of your shit off.
No, I know you was ignoring me, bro. I had to put in work, bro. I had to put in work.
Good, man. I was doing good, and I left, took a smoke break, and came back and was like,
oh, this guy's still at it. Fuck it. But that's what you gotta do, man. If you want listen, I hope people understand. Yeah, if you want the reward, sometimes you just gotta go that bit further than the other guy. You know, that's what it's all about. Success don't come and sit on your lap. Yeah, success don't come and you gotta chase it.
And the reason I say shout out to you, man, because you was teaching me. I was looking at it. I probably read all 89 of your fucking Born Rich references, and I was doing real good ignoring you, bro. I was, and then I just
you were.
But I have to get like that. You feel me? If I
yeah. Nah, bro, listen, we all been there for a long time. We've done this. We've done this. You know, I know you know how it goes as much as I do. So
yeah, I do, and I do real good sometimes, and sometimes not so good. But
bro, man, I'm only human. Yeah, you see, people wind me up. People make me do things, and I later think, oh fucking hell, I should have, I should have behaved, or I should have ignored that. I shouldn't have took the bait. But that's life, innit?
Because Lady D ain't gonna never let me forget Jada Francis.
That's a fact.
I was drunk. I was drunk and I wasn't myself, but she don't give a fuck. She's gonna say this.
Man, Jada was all right, man.
5 years ago. Like I damn near went and looked at the video. I'm like, yo, that's fucking 5 years ago, Lady D. Let that shit go. That's 5 years ago, man. So we can stop doing that, like Jada Francis shit. It's probably not quite 5, but it's damn near 5.
Born. Who's this Rashida woman, bro? Fucking hell, this guy.
And that
hold on, Born. We're not gonna forget nothing, and we're not gonna let go nothing, and we're not gonna do none of that. Because what it shows me is that you are treacherous. You are untrustworthy. You have no loyalty to the black cause, let alone the black woman. So therefore, when I hear you and many other brothers like you doing this blackety black thing, I have to laugh at you lot. Like you lot, yeah, it's all words.
No, it wasn't even that though. But you see, everything has to be in context though. It's not even about that because you know.
Come on, even.
This is another thing. Let me say this though, but y'all know, man. I still have a little troll in me, and I have a little joke. I joke and I laugh and I joke a lot though. But like, judge me by my actions at the end of the day, and that's what makes me mad about the internet. Hold on. This is a totally sidebar, y'all. This is what makes me mad about the internet. Is because my actions say different than some of the bullshit that I say. But then you guys judge me on shit that I do online, and it's like, y'all know I'm not that person. Like y'all know I'm not. It's like born bitch is born. I think somebody said earlier, born bitch born bitch is a idiot that's never built anything. And I'm like, come on guys, y'all know I've showed pictures and I've went live inside of my restaurant. I've showed people the people in my community that I create jobs for. Like I've showed this type of shit. But then y'all will hear me get on the internet and say one or two bullshit things when I'm just fucking off, and then say, well, we're gonna hold you to that. So it's, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. You know, I understand that, Victoria, but if you really fuck with me though, then you would know what I do. I understand we only know what people say because it's easy to say what people say, but I've heard people say the weirdest, wildest shit on here, on the internet. You know what I'm saying? It's people on the internet who said, man, I hope your mom dies. But then when they get on the panel, they're like, well, you know, I was just trolling. They'll just throw it off as trolling and just say, well, that was cool. I just said that. But then they'll get on the internet and show their family. And they're like, damn, you got a loving family. You come from a good home. Why do you troll so much? So I understand y'all gonna judge me on what I say, but also y'all know what I do. So if I say, yeah, I want to fuck Jada Francis, but then I show you guys my kids and they're only black kids, then you know sometimes I'm just bullshit. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes you got to judge a person on what they do. Because a person I mean, you know, everybody has a bad day, if I can say that. Kel will probably be on this panel 3 months from now saying, you know what, fam, I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. Yeah, I don't agree with
Paul,
FGM.
what part of
My
black
daughter,
first and race first did you not understand from Brother Kel? What part of that are you not understanding? That's what he stands on. That's his thing.
yeah, but he may have a change of heart and say, you know what, I was on some wild shit. I
Well,
took a
that's what
bad
you did,
stand.
Paul. When you remember when you
I
used to
took a
be
bad
red, black, and
stand.
green. Remember when you used to be red, black, and green,
I'm,
Paul? Yeah, that's what you did. You mean Exhibit A?
Okay. Let me say this, Victoria. I did not block you, man. I didn't block you,
Why
Victoria.
you gonna block me? Like why?
I don't know, Victoria. Does say that, Victoria. That's like the third time you said it today. Did I block you? I don't have anybody on my block list. I might have timed you out, or somebody probably timed you out, Victoria. I promise you. I promise I didn't block you. I don't have anybody blocked. But okay, Lady D, let's get to it. So I was red, black, and green. What does red, black, and green mean to you? I thought it was black unity.
Is that what you thought? Okay, cool.
Did I have it
So
misunderstood?
you're no longer black unity no more, right?
I'm absolutely black unity. Why you say I'm not?
Because remember when your dearly beloved friend came into the picture, you kind of threw all of that out the window. Huh?
Who?
You know who? I don't even like saying his name. But anyway.
What's his initial? You gotta give me an initial or something.
B. Anyway, when B
DC
came
Brad?
into the building.
Talking about DC Brad?
No.
And
when
it wasn't. I know who you're talking about. All right, let me see.
When he came into the building, that all went out the window, and it was all
No, it
about
didn't.
you're
It did not.
American now, innit? You're
No,
American.
see,
F the black cause. You're American now, innit?
See, the
Forget
thing
black
was
unity.
no. The thing was with red with red, black, and green is I thought it was black unity. What I didn't take in consideration is some people look at that as Pan-African. Maybe I was confused on the meaning. Now I can have black unity without being a Pan-African. I'm not saying all black people, like Pan-Africanist is going to say, hey, all black people need to unite and maybe we need to go build and start something in Africa and always ride for Africa. And I'm like, no. Maybe Africa is not the ultimate goal for us. You know what I'm saying, Lady D? I can honestly admit that.
So if Africa, all right. So if let's work with that then. So if Africa maybe might not be, from your point of view, the best option for us, then why would you want to co-sign this FGM thing? That's an African-based tradition.
No, I'm not co-signing that. Stop. You know I wasn't co-signing that. I was just.
Yeah, but why would you want to think about co-signing something like that if
I wasn't even thinking about co-signing it? What I was doing is I was building arguments for my brother Kel to keep the conversation going. Matter of fact, what I was doing that what a lot of you ladies wasn't doing was hearing Kel out. and maybe I was trying to.
Okay,
I was
we
trying
no,
to
we heard him out. I
project.
think you're being disingenuous now. I think we heard him out, and we never, not one of us, not one of our sisters, have yet to get a direct question answered. Even me now, I'm still waiting.
Yeah, but okay, if y'all was hearing him out, then why am I the only one that know that he was talking about foreskin? And then 45 minutes into the conversation, I had to use the term foreskin for you guys to be
But
like,
foreskin was never part of my
"Whoa,
argument.
what?" But he was
Foreskin
saying
was
the
never.
hood.
Hold on, sir.
Go ahead.
Foreskin was never a part of my argument. Remember, I've always stuck to one thing, and I still not moved from there. 'Cause I still yet to receive an answer. Can somebody give me the benefit? That's my argument. Now, if you're talking about Mel having a conversation about foreskin, say that.
Yeah,
But that was never my argument. So
and
behave
you wanted the
yourself.
benefits. He gave you the benefits, you just didn't like them. I understand the spirit, like me. And I'm gonna repeat this. I didn't know what he was talking about when he said spiritual benefits. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about when he say that. But I can see when he says cleanliness. I just can, and I already gave y'all the example with penises. Pause. But yes, I can see that argument if I'm equating that to the uncircumcised penis argument. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So when you said you wanted to know the benefits, he said spiritual and cleanliness. I just kept reiterating cleanliness.
It's weird how without being too crude, but how the arse don't have problems with
You would know, Jake,
Oh,
mate.
what'd you
You would
say,
know.
Jake? What'd you say, Jake?
why is this a fault in? Why is there this biological kind of? It does make sense. I mean, yeah.
Do you need a circumcision of the anus, mate? What have you got? A prolapse
Oh, what
rectum?
are you doing? Oh, that's what I thought. That's what you said.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
ass
No, I'm just trying to
doesn't need
figure out
to be
like.
circumcised.
Yeah,
Hey,
so we got this,
circumcising your ass is crazy, Jake. That's
this extra
crazy.
bit of skin. So I'm just wondering, like,
What are you
you are
doing?
making me question my own.
Oh, yeah, go get it. Hey, Jake, go get it circumcised and come back and let us know how that works out for you.
There is biological kind of like things where the creation of evolution without bringing God into it. It's just like, do you reckon in the future, do you reckon that we would evolve and we would eventually evolve to have no foreskin? I wonder.
Yeah, I don't know, but we haven't
Well,
evolved yet, though.
but I mean, like, why would that happen? Like,
Yeah.
there would have to be some environmental factor which caused it to happen. Like, what? How can you imagine a situation where that would be such a survival benefit?
Well, if they were not in this day and age because we wash our penises, but I'm just thinking if we didn't ever get this ability, then back in the day, would we have...
Hey, Jake, speak for yourself. I don't wash mine. But go ahead, Jake.
Yeah. I just
Born Rich, you're filthy. You actually are disgusting. No, you actually think I can't hear you, yeah? But I'm staying on mute. I'm gonna let it slide, but you're disgusting.
I'm joking, damn, because y'all will clip this and it'll live forever. I'm joking. Damn, whoever clips this, just make sure y'all put this part in there. I'm joking. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, so if we say 100 years ago and we didn't get to this point where I'm trying to picture where they couldn't wash it, because there was a time supposedly in England where we would drink alcohol. We would ferment liquids because water was not safe to drink. So there's all these little nuances to try and to get our heads around, and and it kind of, it does give credence to why certain practices happened, but then it's when he goes back to the cultural practice that it was a sacrifice to God. That's the bit that just floors his.
You know that. Sorry, Jake. Because you know that up until about 100 years ago, the average bathing time for your average European household was once a year. Yeah, or so like the thing is this year is that since then, because of medical progress in terms of bacteriology, etc., and all that, yeah, because of that, we now know that we should clean ourselves much more than once a year, and so there's been hundreds of diseases that have been eradicated due to simply starting to do that, and then all the other ways that we've combated it, etc.
Now, for the record, scientific, you said that was a European way of thinking.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's a European way of thinking. Yeah, that's what I've seen in documentation. But I don't know about anything else.
Have you been hearing this thing recently where they say like Europeans don't wash their legs? They were taught.
Eh? Is it? No, I never heard that before.
Lady D, have you heard that, or am I tripping?
There was a poll on Twitter, wasn't there? It was asking people, "Do you wash your
All
legs
right.
in the shower?"
All right. Let me finish my
Come on, Jake.
point, Born.
Go ahead,
Let me finish my point, bro. I know what you're getting to, but listen. So 100 years ago, it was average once a year or whatever, once a month. Yeah. Now, since then, we worked out ways of basically cleaning ourselves more regularly, and hundreds of diseases have vanished. Millions of people have lived much longer due to that knowledge. Yeah. Now, at no point did we think that it would solve any problem to cut off parts of the body or stuff like that. It just, that wouldn't make sense 100 years, 200 years ago, really any time. So what it is the same problem with what you like saying about the cleanliness argument. I agree, we all agree that is something that primitive idiots would have used and justified, and their logic and their understanding of reality would have led them to that, could have led them to that conclusion. Now, what we're saying is that that's because they were wrong. That's because they didn't know enough about cleaning and washing. Because all the women today that are born and don't have it done, the vast majority of them suffer no consequences, no cleanliness problems whatsoever. So we know that the important factor is the understanding of bacteria and viruses and microorganisms and cleanliness, and not cutting parts of the body off. So you could never ever win this argument. It's impossible to.
Yeah. No. I got you. I mean, you're right. You're right. I mean, what's up, Nine? How you doing, sis?
Yeah, man, big up for holding it down still, but yeah, just had some family and guests around, blah blah blah. But yeah,
How did it go, Nine? Was it good? Blessings,
Nah,
everything good?
nah, definitely, man, definitely. Sorry, yeah,
What y'all
definitely.
drink?
United already.
Did y'all
You
drink
know,
on something? Nine is Saturday night. What y'all drink on?
yeah.
Yeah, I know how you get down, man. What you was it, Lil Ray and nephew?
Nah, some honey rum.
Nice. And only thing, all right. So you didn't really miss nothing. Like I said, Kel was saying, snip the tip, right? And it's not full FGM. I wouldn't call it full FGM, right? You're not slicing or dicing or anything. You're simply snipping the tip of the foreskin, right? Which
Are you talking about males or females?
Both, but females in this situation.
Okay, so he did come back round to saying that. That's what he said. Well, I know he said this, man. Do you know what I mean? And all I'm saying is that we're not about that. You get me? And if the ancestors thought it was right 100, 200, 3,000, whatever years ago,
yeah,
it wasn't, because at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, Born Rich, especially if you're a believer, yeah, if the Most High is the most perfect, the best, the this, the that, the rare, then He made us perfectly.
So, but if the Most High made us perfect, then you should never wash down there. He made a self-cleaning.
That's
I don't
the
understand how
Most High
that's
also
stupid.
provided us with
That's
water.
kind of crazy to
The
me.
Most
How's
High
that
also
stupid?
provided
You might as well
us
say,
with
why do you have to
water.
breathe? Like, why do you have to eat? You're not perfect because you have to breathe and eat and go to the bathroom.
That's just stupid, Born Rich. Yeah, that's just stupid, boss. Seriously, and this is what I'm trying to say. If that's the sort of argumentation that we need to have in order to dismiss this point, we can't even bother, brethren. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with in 2024 acknowledging or admitting that there's certain practices that were done before that weren't right. They might have been perceived right at that time because
I got
of
you that now.
for
I give
whatever
you that. It's certain shit that
perceived
works. It's certain shit that works for a certain time period. I give
exactly,
you that.
Born.
You know, you're right.
And otherwise, you could still be picking cotton. Because
All
once
right,
upon a time,
slow down.
no, but I'm being facetious, bro. But
Yeah,
once
but
upon
it's
a time, that was
true.
right.
It's actually a good analogy.
You get me? Once upon a time, that was right. Once upon a time, they thought that we were fifth of a human, and as such, they're gonna treat us like that. Is it? So do we say, now if we put it over to the white people now, as it were, you get me?
Yeah.
Do we say, because their ancestors thought that this was the practice, then it was right? And no, a foolishness that, man. You have a bonnet, man. You get me? At the end of the day, truth to power, if the quote unquote enemy can bun some of their practices, then why can we not bun some of ours? I mean, come on now, we're not retarded.
Nah, you right. Nah, you right now.
You Born ain't. I know, Born, that you as a man would not watch your little girl, for whatever age she is, be tied down, strapped down, held down, or whatever, with her legs open. You understand me? For someone just to take the top off.
They did that with ear piercings.
But again, that's a very
Am I wilding? But am I wilding? I think that's where was our ancestors? I don't know. Where did we get that from?
No, but okay, even
Right?
if you want to take
My
ear
great-
piercing,
Yeah, now let's go ear piercing. My daughter, she just had her ear pierced. I don't know, it was probably 3-4 years ago, right? When she was too young to make a decision. And it was to the point where I had to grab her legs, her mom had to hold her arms, and it was real uncomfortable. It's like, why the fuck? I started second guessing it. Like, why the fuck are we doing this right now? So
then maybe it's wrong, isn't it? Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you're right. Maybe your instincts are right. Maybe your instincts are right.
Because you, as a parent, you're gonna know what's right or wrong for your child at that particular time.
That shit felt wrong.
So if that was me and my youth reacting like that, I might think, you know what, this might not be the right time. Especially if it's only for one of cosmetic, and because obviously earring is just a beautification thing. Obviously, again, in some things it was what's it called? Culture.
Kind of like a you know what I hate.
But at the same time, also though, Born, just to add to that, please, regardless, the ears, they're an outward object. You understand me? They're a complete different organ to the pussy, brethren. Just what I'm saying to you, yeah. Even if the worst case scenario, you get an ear infection, it can't compare to getting an infection down there. It just doesn't compare.
Yeah, but if it's done right, who's to say you would get an infection? If it's done right, if we're done it like Imhotep, like our dear ancestor Imhotep did it.
What do you
back
mean,
in the,
ancestor? What do you know about ancestor Imhotep?
How do we know what Imhotep was
the
giving to the people was correct? How do we know it's definitely?
The founder, the godfather of ancient medicine, of ancient heart surgeries, brain surgeries.
Yes,
absolutely. Come on, man. Come on now. Stop it.
So yeah, but comparing to the you compared it to a piercing though, because that's another thing that FGM does involve piercing, and it's to desensitize the clitoris to make her less.
No, say that out loud. Hold on, Jake. I'm sorry, Jake, but scientific method. Say that out loud. Now we can debate you on that, right?
You know, it's to desensitize.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing, bro. What are you talking about?
Jake, don't you see? This is what scientific method does. Now,
no, that was me.
Let me ask my sister.
That was Jake.
Now, Nine. Now you asked me, what do I know about Imhotep? I gave you 2 things that I know. Can you give me 2 facts that you know about our dear ancestor Imhotep?
Yeah, well, I mean, to add to that, you know what I mean, it's known to be dealing with tuberculosis, gout, and I'm just reading it as well, gallstones and arthritis. You get me?
Yes. So scientific method, you got something you want to say? Huh?
No, that was me regarding the piercings. You were comparing the piercings.
No, Jake, relax. Mute up real quick, Jake. I want to ask scientific method a question. Do you have anything you want to say scientific?
About what?
About our dear ancient ancestor, brother.
What was so special about him?
Was no one who did heart surgery or brain surgery before him.
And what evidence is there that he did that adequately or properly or professionally?
Well, you got to read the scrolls. You got to read
the
ancient
So there's
scrolls.
claims that somebody 5,000-6,000 years ago did effective brain surgeries. Is there evidence of how much he understood about the brain, how much he understood about the different systems of the body, the layers? Hang on, wait. Let me finish. Is there accurate explanations of how he understood the different layers of skin that you'd have to cut through to get to a brain, the bone structure of the skull? Does he have explanations of how he gets to the heart? How he diagnosed an illness, how he confirmed it, how he demonstrated how to solve it, and then evidence that he was successful at it? Do you have all of these things, or just some mad claims that some guy thousands of years ago did a lot of surgery?
I wouldn't say a mad claim, but the evidence is that people lived. They didn't.
Well, no, there's not. People lived in every civilization. If I said to you, a Hindu doctor,
method, I mean, what is the ancient? What is the goal you're trying to get to? Right?
I'm saying that if
you
you
have
claim,
a disease, hold on. Let me give you an example. If you have a disease on your brain, right, And the goal is to remove that disease from your brain, and then the person whose brain it is, they survive and live the rest of their life, no brain disease until their death date. It don't matter if I write down the neutrons and electrons and all the mathematics and scientifics. No, I removed the fucking disease from his brain. He went on to live another 50, 60 years, and then he died of natural causes. Then
Okay.
why do I need all of this? Why do I
Well,
need
I'll
the
explain it. I'll
scientific
explain it.
method?
I'll explain it because that is a
Yeah.
really silly thing to have said. So far, what we have is if Bourne says Imhotep 5,000 years ago did corrective brain surgery and succeeded because there's a story of a man who went to him, had a part of his brain cut off, and then lived for another 50 years. That's just a story. It would be infinitely more likely for us anyone to believe that, because anybody could say that about anybody in history and make that claim, or say that there was a story that he done this. But it would be infinitely more believable if you could show us some of his work whereby he understood the anatomy of the body, understood the different systems and layers of the body, understood how to correctly and in a sanitary way access the different layers and systems of the body. It'd be useful if he had written any useful knowledge there that
But he
surpassed
did, but
other.
you're
No,
not
no, no, no,
gonna
no.
read
Wait, wait,
it
wait,
though.
wait. The
But you're
only
not gonna
knowledge he
read it
had.
though.
The
He
only
did.
knowledge he. Okay, so you give me examples of all this extra knowledge that he had.
Let me go.
Remember,
Go.
wait. Brain surgery and
Tell me, give you the research.
heart
Okay.
surgery is something that we've only been able to do effectively for a very short
Who
time
is
in our
we?
history.
Who is we?
Yeah.
Who is we?
Well, human beings. Let's say the human population, the human
Says
animal.
who? Says who? Where'd you read that at? Where did you read that? Where did you get that information from?
All right, so if I say to you that ancient people in Mesopotamia, or the ones who came before the Egyptians, they were doing brain surgery, like what's the point of this? You'd have to have some reason to think it's true. The claim itself is not valid. You have
I
to have
just told
supporting and
you
corroborating
that he
evidence.
wrote scrolls. You think these people just made
Yeah,
this shit up out of their ass? Do
so
you
in
think
those
people
scrolls,
just you think
all right,
people just
wait.
woke up one day and said
In those
we're
scrolls,
gonna
do
make
they
up
have?
this imaginary
Yeah, so in those scrolls,
God?
I already gave you a criteria of basic common sense questions. In those scrolls, do they have a depiction of the skeletal structure of the body, the musculature of the body, the organs of the
That's
body,
new
the systems of the
terminology.
body, the tissues of the
Stop
body,
it.
the
Stop
layers of
it.
skin in the body? Yeah, do they have any of
Let me
these
ask, let
details
me ask
anywhere
nine.
there?
Let
Right,
me
they
ask
don't, do
nine.
they?
Let me
They don't
ask
have
question
basic.
nine.
They don't have basic information yet. They done brain surgery and heart surgery.
Okay, good.
That's dumb.
Good shit,
Any
scientific.
idiot could fall for something so
Okay,
gullible.
okay, scientific. You made your point. Let me nine. You there, sis?
Yeah.
Do you believe that Imhotep did all of the things with ancient medicine and ancient healthcare that you've heard that he done back in those days? Do you believe that? Yes or no?
For the most part, yes.
No, but scientific method is saying, hey, if he didn't draw out a scientific theory and a hypothesis and theorize and draw out a scientific method, then it's not true. What do you have to say to that, Sister Nine?
Yeah, but I mean that's scientific, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, hold on. I don't think he's actually saying that, Born. I think he's more
That's
questioning.
exactly what he's saying.
Wait. I think he's more
Be
questioning
careful
the
before you
methods.
say.
1 second, can I speak? I think he's more questioning the methods he used and how do we judge that what he was then performing or what he then knew of to be
All
what we
right, bless
call
subject. Nice to let you
science at
know.
that time. How do we measure that was
Yeah, now that
science?
makes more sense. I definitely know about Little Wayne. I definitely know about Little Wayne. Definitely. So
What
yeah,
happened now?
Little baby
Now,
done him.
why are you
Yeah,
saying his name?
Little Wayne's a troubled youth, man. Yeah, we know about that one. So yeah, completely concur with that one there. And once again, thanks for my chicken and chips. Yeah, so big up yourself. Nice to see ya. And yeah, hopefully I see you again soon. All right then. One love as ever. Take care. Bye bye.
Hello? Hello? Am I tripping? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah. Did Wavy just try trolling? Like, yeah, Wavy's works for this paedophile network basically, and they try and cause lots of problems online. If she's talking about the same wavy.
Oh.
I missed that. I don't know if it's in the chat.
I mean, but my thing is, man, listen, man, our brother, he was the first physician. I mean, the shit he does. And all right, if you read the Edwin Smith papyrus, then this is where you can get it. Like, he wrote all of his shit down, scientific method. What's crazy is scientific method. You wondering, did he write down the hypothesis, and did he go through the scientific Scientology of the numerology of the? Yes, he wrote all that shit down. He wrote it all down, brother. You have to go to his works. You have to go to his works, which is at the New York Academy of Medicine, in the museum, and you will see the works of Imhotep. Like, we're not pulling this shit out of our ass, scientific method. Pause. This is not no ancient black power. We're not on no black power ego trip when we say this shit. Like, this is the godfather of medicine, the godfather of surgeries, the godfather of physician.
Can I read something? Can you hear me?
Go ahead and read the hater shit.
Yeah. So, all right. So this is the fact is that this Edwin guy, he basically put forward this papyrus, yeah, because until this point there had been zero evidence, yeah, that
bullshit.
Imhotep. Hang on, let me finish saying. You spoke a lot. So up until the 1920s, there was exactly zero evidence that Imhotep had ever been a physician ever. Yeah. Now, there were a lot of things ascribed to him in terms of anecdotal evidence and stories and stuff like that, but there was zero actual evidence. So this guy in the 1920s, Edwin Smith, he put forward a papyrus that he said now proved it, yeah? So let me read this. In the 1920s, the papyrus was donated by Smith's daughter to New York Historical Society, where it was finally translated by renowned Egyptologist James Henry Breasted. Initially, Breasted attributed the text to Imhotep. However, to this day, there is absolutely no way of verifying the original author, as the document was likely a copy made of an earlier one. Consequently, while Imhotep cannot verifiably be certified as the father of medicine, it is an absolute certainty that Hippocrates was not. Furthermore, so neither of them were the father of medicine, and it's impossible to determine. That's the facts of it according to evidence.
Bullshit. All right.
You can believe whatever you want to believe because that's what you've done anyway.
Hold on. Don't overtalk me. Let me read my source. Although there are no confirmed writings by Imhotep, which is they aren't.
So you just proved my point. Thank you.
No. I'll give you that.
Because that's what you would need to make it a valid claim.
No, it's because it's hard to confirm. You have to understand when you got white supremacy. It's
but then don't claim it. Then don't claim it as true. Then don't claim it as true. Then
no, but no. Listen, see, I ain't gonna lie, and this is the problem.
You do see though that the guy admitted that Hippocrates was also not the father of medicine due to a lack of evidence.
All right. So listen. Let me say this. See, the thing about evidence, and then when you're talking about this in ancient time, when you're talking about the days of white supremacy,
so admit that we can't know. So admit that we don't know then, innit? So just admit that we don't know if he was.
Fuck that. I know. It's just like
nope.
the day
you are choosing to claim it because you want it to be true. There's no evidence. Simple as that.
It's things like this. It's things like this that don't turn out to be true. Into when I always knew, right? When I heard
you can't just always know. How did you know? Based on what?
Will you listen? I wish you would shut your fucking mouth and listen.
No, but you can't just say you know because you know. Present the evidence.
But history tends to repeat itself, right? Like I'm from Tennessee.
That don't prove nothing.
Oh my gosh! I wish you would.
Bro, you gotta give me better than you believe. You know it's true because you know it's true.
It's not even that. It's history tends to repeat itself. When we keep saying, "Yo, this black person did A, B, C, and D," and then everybody's like, "No, it ain't really no history of it." And then you get 50 years later, and then they say, "Well, you know what? Our family lied. Our family really lied, and this is the person who created."
So nobody knows anything about history. What you're saying is nobody can know anything about history. So stop claiming it, then, innit?
Yes.
You just disproved your own point, bro.
Shout out to
you just disproved your own point. You just said nobody can know about history, yet you know something is true. You're an idiot. That's dishonest, bro.
Yeah, shut your filthy mouth and listen.
Bro, you just said nobody can know about history,
Shut the
and
filthy
then you
mouth.
said you know it's
keep
true.
talking.
How can you know it's true when nobody can know
Chatterbox.
anything?
You know
Yesterday
that?
S&M was
You
on
know
crud.
that?
Today Bourne's on crud. Yeah.
You are a fucking chatterbox, man.
No, but the
You
thing
know,
is, bro, what you're saying is so stupid. Like,
oh
there's no
my
like, you're saying
god.
nobody can know anything about history. So how do you know that
I
the
wish
Imhotep
I
claim
could
is
speak.
true?
I wish I could speak, bro. What time is it over there? Anytime you go bed? Like, relax, homie.
Just tell me how you
Relax.
know, innit?
Relax. Listen. The famous Edwin Smith papyrus, named after the dealer, he bought it from
I just
Imhotep.
explained all this.
He bought it from Imhotep in 1862. You
He
said
bought
something
it off
about the
Imhotep, yeah?
fucking
He
1900s.
Imhotep, who was around 5,000 years ago, he bought it off him in 18 whatever, yeah?
Well,
What are you talking
because
about?
because the British had it.
How did
The
so he
British
didn't buy it off Imhotep, he bought it off the British then,
wouldn't
yeah?
sell it. The British wouldn't sell it.
So he bought it off Imhotep directly. What are you
No,
talking
the
about?
British. No. The British. Once he died, once the British conquered Egypt, they got it.
Bro,
They
the
got it.
simple fact is, yeah, stuff like this from 5,000 years ago, it's literally impossible to determine facts about such specific claims. You could say 5,000 years ago, we think human beings lived like this or behaved like this or had these tools or, you know what I mean? You could say that, and some of those things you'd be right and some of those things you'd be wrong, and you'd be constantly adding more evidence and constantly modifying your views. But to make a claim that 5,000 years ago, one particular person who we can't even verify if they ever existed, let alone if they did what they did or whatever.
Let me bring some. Let me
What
bring
do
some
we have to say
rationality
about
to
this?
this conversation. One second, Bourne. Let me bring some rationality. So,
Hey, Lady
what
D,
we
well,
can
I'm sorry.
do,
I'm sorry,
what we
Lady D.
can
Real
do.
quick, I'm gonna roll out. I'm gonna 5 minutes.
Oh,
Give me 5 minutes.
no.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Go ahead, sis.
Okay, guys, going to say this, yeah. All right, so what we can do then, if we're going to go by Bourne's point of view, yeah, we can say, well, at least we know that it was definitely a civilization at that time, no matter who, and they had to have had
Yeah,
some
you'd
form
say
of
that's very
medical,
likely. Very
yeah,
likely that there
and
was a
right.
civilization and very likely they had some
They
knowledge
had some
about
form of
reality.
medical
Yeah.
knowledge of some sort. But what we can't do is establish what that knowledge was, how it was conducted. That's where we get stuck again.
Yeah, exactly. Even pointing out very basic shit like farming techniques. It's very hard to prove a lot of that stuff, let alone making claims like they had better guns than us or they had better fucking medicines. Like, come on, that is ridiculous. That goes beyond even basic like sanity. Like, really, come on, we can't even prove what types of boats they had, and if we were to be able to prove that, the types of boats they had have always turned out to be appropriate to the level of history that we're dealing with and progress of humanity that we're dealing with. You've never seen such anachronisms like like what Khan was saying yesterday, like electricity being used thousand. Like, come on, this is silly. Like, like it's like a cartoon. Like, you'd have to be very childish to think that people thousands of years ago could do brain surgeries and heart surgeries when they couldn't even draw a picture of the bones of the body. They couldn't even tell you like the basic anatomy and structure of very, very basic shit we learned by the age of 5.
Well, how you
Like,
know
it
that?
doesn't make sense.
How do you know that scientific? How do you know these
But this
people
is
are
what I'm saying.
spiritual?
If you could
No, you
demonstrate, hang on,
equivocating. Hold
if
on.
you
Let me
could
finish.
demonstrate to me
Yeah,
that
bro,
they had basic understanding, I'd more
Just
likely
because you
accept that
can't
they
go
had
find it.
deeper understanding.
Scientific, stop, brother. Just because you can't go find it, you are equivocating people to dunces.
But you can't find it either because you're not showing me it.
Hold on.
Well, maybe they didn't. You're saying maybe they did. Well, maybe they didn't.
That, though, brother. Think about it. Maybe they didn't know the concept of writing, but they knew the concept of, oh shit, this is a disease.
Well, maybe they didn't.
This
Yeah, but
part
you're
of your
making the
body.
claim. You're making the
You are
claim and
making a
admitting there's
claim
zero
of,
evidence.
You're making a claim of that it's not written down in anywhere. So now we can't find. That don't mean a
So, all right. So,
thing, bro.
okay. So, Born, let me try and be very, very simple with you. You say 5,000 years ago, Imhotep could do brain surgery and heart surgery. I say to you, 20,000 years ago, the people before that had a spaceship by which they could fly to the moon. Do you believe me?
No, I don't.
Exactly, exactly, and that's the exact problem.
Yeah, but you're not black. See, if we know Imhotep in our community. See, that's the problem. See, and everybody's gonna say it's about race.
Now you did a kill, bro. You did a kill.
I know, see, and I gotta go there because when we hear about when I talk to my sister Nanita, she knows about Imhotep. Lady D, I don't know.
Yeah, but these are stories, bro. We heard about. We've heard about all these.
Would you wait?
What, Lady D? You're upping again, yeah?
What do you mean?
Don't chat to
What do
me
you
again.
mean, Lady D? What?
Lady D
you
knows
have no
about
evidence. All I'm
Imhotep.
simply saying is there's blatantly a civilization of some existence, and there was kingdoms and all of these things going on.
What we don't actually have is the evidence of what took place, what kind of surgeries, what kind of knowledge was used. We don't have that. What's wrong with that?
So why did me hold on scientific method? I know you want to go, but why am I all the way over here in Tennessee in America? Nanita people is from Jamaica and Nanita lives in the UK, but we heard the same thing about our dear
because
ancestor.
I'll find you black people in all of those places who disagree. I'll find you educated black people in all of those places who disagree.
But who are you to go find that? But you can't go
because
find
I
that.
know they exist.
You're
Because
gonna find
educated
Western.
people don't say
You're
this
gonna
stuff.
be Western. And it's not
Listen,
educated people. You a damn lie scientific. Just like you
nah,
can go
man.
find some Western. Listen to me, brother. Just like you can go find some Western coons that agree with what you're saying. I can go find some Western people that's gonna agree and say, man, listen.
So how
Boy,
do you
now
know
you
which
need to
ones
be
are right?
calling me a
Who's
coon, boy.
right?
Now you need to
Yeah,
be calling
innit?
me a coon,
That was
boy.
sly, bruv. That was
Now
dirty,
you need
fam.
to
Like,
call me a coon, bro.
Yeah. Shout out to Nanita because Nanita know about our dear ancestor, and I can go get college students. I can go get doctors today.
bro,
That
you could get
still
1 million
study.
people to agree. It doesn't matter. A religion could get 2
So
billion
I'm
people
telling you
to
about the
agree, but they can't provide evidence.
yeah, but
A
don't tell me
religion
it
could
don't
give you
matter
2
about
billion
The
of
evidence.
people
same
who
way,
agree.
Evidence
Bourne, look at
that's
it
some
like
Western
this. It's the
shit.
exact same
Bro,
way
you
that
don't
I
need to
wanna.
understand this.
All right, but
Evidence is
Bourne,
king.
listen to this.
We
Listen to this,
went word of
Bourne.
mouth. No,
Bourne,
we
listen to
went word of
this.
mouth. And Lady
Listen.
D know about. Hold on, Lady D.
That is a
Wait.
terrible system.
No,
That
because I
is
haven't quietly
terrible.
All right, go
spoken the
ahead, go
whole
ahead, Lady
night.
D.
And then one time I want to speak, I can't get to speak. So here what
I'm
I'm
sorry.
saying
Go
is
ahead, go
it's
ahead, sis.
basically like this, yeah. The same way I will question this whole flipping FGM process. We don't know what they were originally thinking at the time, what purpose they thought it served, but we do know that it was practiced. What I'm saying is because we don't know this information and that it should be banned out, we shouldn't be just co-signing it for the sake of the ancestors did it. That's exactly the same kind of thing. Yes, we know medical practices took place in ancient Egypt and all these things, but we don't know exactly how these ancient practices took place. We don't know the intricate details of these things. That's all it is.
But
What's the
did they
problem?
work? Did they work, Lady
Well,
D?
clearly civilizations
They
lasted, so
work.
clearly something
Yeah, they
worked
worked
somewhere.
enough
Let
for
me give you the
survival.
example. Let me give you an example, guys. I'm in America, scientific method, and
Don't lie.
we
No
had.
way. Are you in America? Not in
Oh no,
Tennessee by any
damn,
chance.
no, for real. I left Birmingham. I left Birmingham 4 years ago. So now
You
I
mean
relocate.
Birmingham? You're supposed to call it Birmingham.
No, I
That's
call
how
it
we know you.
Birmingham. I
That's
call it
nah, nah,
Birmingham.
nah, nah. Then you're
No,
UK,
we
bro.
say
You're UK.
Birmingham in it. Yeah. So, so, so listen, man.
You've been hanging around KO too much, fam.
So all right. So listen, we had Black Wall Street in the 1920s. They didn't write anything down on paper, right? Come on, I want to use this. I want to use this example. But from what I was told, they had their own community, their own churches, their own banks, their own court, their own anything you need in the community, the grocery store,
So,
a movie theater,
yeah, but do
all
you
of
have
that.
any other evidence? Without having things
I
written down,
don't
do you
have
have any
any
other evidence?
evidence. So are we saying
So
that
you've
it
got
never
just the
happened?
stories.
Are
Well,
we
if there's
saying
no
it never
evidence,
happened? Yes,
if there's
all
no
I have is the
evidence,
stories. All I have is the
yeah, but
stories.
then maybe it didn't happen, innit? Like you might be wrong. If you can't
Lady D,
provide
if
any
you go
evidence,
for
then
that,
you might be
Lady
wrong.
D, if you go for that,
And
you give me your,
if you do provide
if you
evidence, then it's
believe, if
valid
you
for you to
believe,
think
no,
that.
no.
So
Lady D, if you
you're in a
believe
catch
him,
22.
if you believe Black Wall Street didn't happen, you give me your fucking black card right now. You could never
No, but
have
Well,
it.
you already
what's
called
the
me a
point of
coon for
believing it?
tonight. Leave me alone. You already called me a coon. Like, allow me in it.
Now,
Listen. You might hope that it happened, but if you can't find any evidence, then you must admit that it might not have.
So what if I have people who was there or people are daughters of the people who were murdered in
Yeah,
that
but that's
massacre?
the type of evidence, isn't it? Like, so eyewitness testimony is evidence to an
Yeah,
extent, but
but
if that's the
not,
only
but it's
if
not.
that's the only evidence you got, then
Yeah.
you'd have to bring forth, say, a lot of people for there to have been a whole
So can
community
I say
running their
this?
own
Can I
new
say this?
economy. There probably would have been thousands
Can
and
I say
thousands
this
of people
though?
involved.
All right, cool. I love you said that. Only evidence I have about our dear ancestor Imhotep is his great granddaughter.
Yeah,
Are we listening?
that's not enough for me to see. Like, I
Wow,
wouldn't
but
believe too much based on that.
hold on. But you just said that a descendant is a nice little form of evidence with Black Wall Street.
Yeah, so one person, if one per human being today said there was a Black Wall Street in the 1920s, I'd say maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. I don't even take that seriously. If 1,000 people came forward and independent of each other said that, and they could connect
So
their
you don't believe?
yeah,
So
then I'd
you
believe.
got three.
Then I might think
You
that there's
got
a
four.
tiny chance. Then I
Okay,
might think that there's a tiny
you got
chance.
four.
Hang on.
You got four right now. You got
All right,
Imhotep.
yeah, but
You got Imhotep's great granddaughter. You got me. You got Kel. You got Nine Ether and Lady Divine. You got 5 witnesses right now.
No, but you're not witnesses because you're still all you're all referring to the same witness, which is the granddaughter. So that's not 4 different witnesses, is it? That's still just one eyewitness
No, I
account.
saw him do heart surgery. I did.
This,
Yeah.
bro,
You
trust me,
can't
when you
can't
nitpick
prove
this
it.
shit,
You
bro,
can't
it all
you
comes
can't-
apart.
You can't prove that reincarnation ain't real. Yeah,
I
was
can't,
here
but
for
I
that.
don't believe in it.
Yeah.
Listen, I
Well,
don't
it don't
believe in it
matter
because
what
I
you
can't.
believe in. I was here to see him, and now I'm back now to speak to you. So I'm a witness. Count me as a witness. Write me down. Write
You
it
are a
down.
witness.
Shout out to our dear ancestor Imhotep, the first brother to ever do heart surgery, brain surgery. And if you ever need him, call me. I'll give you his number. And
You know what? Maybe you should start doing.
But Born, we still want details. Me in the 21st. What we in? What century we in? 21st? Yeah.
Yeah.
I want details of what was going on. I
back
want details
then,
of what was
let
going
me
on
ask
back
you this:
then.
how many heart surgeons have you reached out to and tell them you need details? Now, like
Even with our latest,
recently,
virus that took place, we were
yeah.
questioning that. So we still do it now. What we doing?
Do you need details? You've reached out.
Yes, we want to know why they want us to be having these
reached out to?
injections. We want to know all the. Yes, we do question it in today's time.
but
The thing is, if you go to a
nobody.
doctor's office here, they have to have displayed their certificate to practice, license to practice medicine.
Wow,
If you
a
check
piece
that
of
license,
paper? Did y'all hear?
no, but
y'all
if you
hear
check, hang on, wait, I'm not finished. If you check
Wow.
that license, you can go back to the university institution and make
I know.
sure that they genuinely qualified to certain standards of understanding how to operate on the human body. Now, that is much more than what you can give us. That's a million times more.
Yeah, I scientific. You know, I'm in America, right? Where a 16-year-old
Where Tennessee?
No, yeah. But you know, it was a 16-year-old in Florida who bought his certificate. So that same certificate.
Yeah, but that's
that
wrong.
you're gonna
That's
go look
fraud.
at,
That's
it
where
don't matter
somebody
if it's fraud.
has fooled you. But then maybe Imhotep bought his certificate as well. Then
Listen, brother, it's fraud. It's fraud once you get caught. Like it's fraud regardless.
yeah, well, maybe
If you don't
Imhotep
get
has got
caught,
away with it and he ain't got caught. Maybe
but why
Imhotep
are
done it
you
and he's
telling
got
me,
caught.
brother? But why did you just tell me about? Hey, you know, you can go look at this piece of paper and tell which university he went to. I know
So,
a
but
15-year-old
what you're
black
saying,
kid from
all
Florida
right, so
who
Born,
had the same paperwork that any doctor you name, Mr. Goldstein or Hershowitz or whatever
so
fucking doctor you name.
Born. Now think about this carefully. I'll do it slowly. Yeah, if you know that a human being can fake a license or buy it and wrongfully and fraud themselves into being a physician, then you also know that Imhotep was capable of doing that. So there'd be no reason to believe in him either.
But we know those people had honor back then, especially black people. I can't speak for Romans and the Greeks, but Africans, they had honor back then.
You can't know something just because of the color of your skin. This is what Kel says. And it's stupid.
No, it's not color. It's not color. It's the ethnicity.
You can't know something based on your ancestry or ethnicity.
Hold on, brother. We know certain ethnicities